Terrarim cluster. The spacecraft hovered in the outer space of an asteroid numbered, which is a deserted planet marked as the resource planet in the database. The oxygen concentration in the atmosphere is sparse, with an average temperature of 60 degrees, which is not suitable for human survival. There are a large number of heat-loving plants, with vast vegetation covering, and the soil is rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which is suitable for plant growth. Han Xiao looked at the planetary information and pointed to a coordinate of the map with his finger. It was a towering forest and said, "In this location, it is the secret base of a group of small scavengers, and it is also the goal of our trip. They have something in their hands that I need." His goal of this trip is a trigger prop that can give high evaluation tasks, which is in the hands of this scavenger team. You decided to attack? How strong does the opponent? Melas asked. It's not strong. There's only one B level, mainly because the base's defense measures are relatively strict, and the enemy has a secret passage that can lead to the underground spacecraft hangar. The specific location is here. Han Xiao drew a circle on the map again. How come you even know this information? Melas was surprised. Han Xiao pointed to his eyes. His meaning was self-evident, and then said, "The plan is very simple. I'll kick the door open. You go to the hangar to squat. Don't let anyone go. The others are on standby on the boat." The plan was quickly finalized, and the spacecraft shot out two egg-shaped airdrop poles, breaking through the atmosphere, like two fire meteors, falling towards the forest. The landing process vibrates and bumps. Boom! The airdrop cabin smashed several trees and was deeply embedded in the ground, with soil and wood splashing, and it was a mess. The cabin door opened, and Han Xiao took a big step forward and identified the location. The landing position is 400 meters away from the enemy base. There are many self-defense machine gun traps in front of him. Well, there is no oxygen, and it is a bit difficult to breathe. The bone-white virtual dragon mecha possessed filtered the air, took a breath of full oxygen, and the mechanical force flashed, and the compression balls fell to the ground one by one. The mechanical component moved and spread out quickly, turning into 30 Black Panther mechanical beasts surrounding them, like wild beasts protecting their masters. Go! Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and the group of mechanical beasts charged and stepped into the base's warning range. The ground quickly cracked one metal plate after another, revealing more than a dozen self-defense machine guns, splattering and splattering the continuous streams. This level of loss is not worth mentioning to the enhanced Black Panther mechanical beast. 30 mechanical beasts scattered and killed them. The sharp blade's tail quickly cut off the barrels. The gunshots quickly disappeared, and all self-defense machine guns became scrap iron. Another advantage of hunting Dogflow is that it can use mechanical beasts to explore the way. After Han Xiao learned advanced intelligent technology, he replaced the intelligent chip of the mechanical beast. Originally, mechanical beasts could only perform tactical cooperation for one formation, but now it has increased to 16, and the flexibility of cooperation has increased geometrically. Passing through the machine gun position, Han Xiao opened the metal detection of his helmet and outlined the entire picture of the underground base on the analysis screen. He found the gate on the ground, pulled it open, and downwards was the passage leading to the inside of the base, which was pitch black, and a vague buzzing sound came from inside, but it was an alarm sound. It seems that the people in the base already know that I'm here. He moved his fingers, his arm armor bounced away, and 3 micromechanical flying insects flew out and entered the passage. These detecting flying insects were equipped with various spectral detections to find traps and other functions. A laser corridor, there are self-defense machine guns. There are also movable crushing walls and vacuum closures, and there are many defense measures. The door is made of high-intensity alloy, which is 1 meter thick and needs to be opened with electronic control. The analysis screen switches the perspective of detecting flying insects. The flying insects are small in size and are equipped with various shielding and detection coatings to safely pass through the infrared detection of the corridor. When you come to the front of the gate, there is a device to enter the password next to the gate. Han Xiao issued a new command. Two flying insects suddenly stuck to the edge of the input device, popped up the micro-rotary sawing mouthpiece, pried open the input shell along the gap, and a chip plug popped up from the tail of the other flying insect and inserted it into the input device. This set of flying insects is another advanced knowledge he purchased during his 9-month mission. Micromechanical transformation, which is full of features, can detect and remotely hack into the system. The data flow of the base system appeared on the analysis screen. Han Xiao began to crack it, keeping alert for the enemy to suddenly come out. However, until the gate program was cracked, no enemy appeared. At this time, Melas's communication arrived, and he was helpless. I have arrived at the hangar. There is no spaceship here. Don't work hard. There is no one in the base. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched, and the player in his previous life broke through the scavenger base before he got the mission props. He was fine. All the enemies were not at home. No wonder, we all hit the door and couldn't even see half of the figure. That's really a coincidence. Han Xiao was speechless. He knew that he was fighting wits and courage with the air. He suddenly stood up and walked along the corridor with a swagger. The defense measures were closed by him. After entering the base, there was indeed no one. Although the base is not big, it is complete. Han Xiao spent some time completely breaking through the system firewall, obtaining control of the base, and going straight to the warehouse. The warehouse was piled with things collected by the scavengers, most of which were broken copper and iron. Han Xiao mainly looked for the task trigger props. After searching for a while, he found the target without any surprise. This is a small, exquisite statue, which seems to be made of some kind of brown wood, but it is very tough, no less than high-strength alloy. It carved a strange creature. If you have to describe it, it is a bit like a mantis twisted into a twist. Han Xiao picked it up, and a whisper suddenly rang in his mind, blurred. You get mysterious statue. Item introduction. This is a statue you have never seen before. You don't know what it contains, but when you touch it, you vaguely hear someone whispering in your ear. When you listen carefully, the sound disappears. Note, this item seems to contain some secrets about mysticism, and some people may be interested in it. It's this. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. This thing is a mission trigger prop, and he knows the origin of this thing. This statue is one of a set of items from the Void Spirit sect, and it was ejected from the distant star domain through the wormhole in the center of the Broken Star Ring and flowed here. There are two ways for players to get associated tasks. The first is to get the item first, and then encounter the trigger by chance. The second is to hear clues from the task trigger, and then find the item to trigger the task. In short, no matter which one, it requires a certain degree of luck, but Han Xiao doesn't have to be so troublesome. He is clear about the process and can come directly for the key props. This illusion of whispering is one of the characteristics of the undercurrent of the mind. The undercurrent of the mind is a special thing, and there are many causes. For example, the thoughts of many creatures are blessed on a goal. Over time, this item condenses enough thoughts and produces the undercurrent of the mind, like a gathering of thoughts. The most famous example is self-evident sacrifice and prayer, and this statue is a sacrificial prop. The things have been obtained. Han Xiao said, "So quickly, then will we leave now?" Melas asked. Han Xiao was about to answer, but suddenly he paused. He looked around and had a bold idea. The corner of his mouth curled up. "Don't worry, there is no one here. We have plenty of time. Since he accidentally stole the house, he must search for more things. No, his vision is too narrow. Just move the home away." Without saying a word, Han Xiao called Melas to help the group of scavengers move. Base system chip? Good stuff, take it away. Defense equipment? You can remove it as a part and take it away. Alloy walls? Can be made into armor and take it away. After knocking for a long time, the entire base was removed and filled with more than a dozen supplies. The demolition speed of the mechanic like Han Xiao was as fast as flying. He roughly estimated that these scrap copper and iron could be recycled and converted into mechanical parts worth more than 2,000 INR. Looking back, the scavenger base became an empty shell. The door was open. Oh no, the door had been removed. The floor had been pried away. The wires underneath were all exposed, the base host and energy core were removed, and the huge base was left with only a bare load-bearing wall, 3 feet of scraping the ground. No grass was growing, and only a rough house was left. This is the veritable Stealer. Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction and asked the spaceship to land. Everyone loaded more than a dozen boxes of supplies into the spaceship, then patted their butts and left. A few days later, the scavenger spaceship finally returned to this planet. This time, I want to pick up garbage near the wormhole group. I got a lot harvest and returned with a full load. The group was full of joy. However, as soon as I returned to the base and looked at the open door, the empty and bleak scene inside fell into the sight of the scavengers. Everyone was stunned and stared at them. Damn, where's our base? The scavenger leader wiped his eyes and confirmed that there was no hallucination. He immediately turned pale and roared, "Who demolished my base? This planet is deserted and remote. They spent a lot of resources to build a secret base here. The location has not been leaked. How could anyone know the existence of a base? In the Terrarium Star cluster, they are just a small team of scavengers who will go through a lot of trouble with them. He must be a coincidence thief, and he didn't even let the base go. Check out. Which thief stole on my head?" The regiment commander roared, regretting it. If he was at the base, he could prevent this from happening. When I contacted the intelligence dealer, I barely collected the intelligence fee. I found that there was only one spaceship visiting the planet during this period. After learning about the identity of the passengers, the anger of the scavengers disappeared and I was dumbfounded. Black Star. The scavenger captain almost tied his tongue. How could an interstellar mercenary of that level come to us? Everyone looked at each other and suddenly became timid, like eggplant beaten by frost, feeling lingering fear, glad that they were not at the base at that time. If we meet Black Star head-on, we will be dead. For a moment, this group of scavengers felt that losing a base was not so unacceptable, remaining the disaster. Just when the scavengers who were stealed of their home were glad, Han Xiao and others took a spaceship and teleportation star gate through the Cross Star Cluster to the Ryan Galaxy of the Colton Star Cluster. The mission trigger is here. It should be said that they are here for the time being. The ruling civilization of the Ryan Galaxy, New Felon Alliance, invited an interstellar star with a very popular popularity in the Broken Star Ring to tour. The interstellar entertainment industry is also very developed, and there is no shortage of material enjoyment, and spiritual needs will naturally keep up. The cultural industries, such as singers, dramas, literature, and other cultural industries, make the characteristics of various civilizations more colorful. You can see many different entertainment programs on the paid channel of the Star Communicator. Although Han Xiao doesn't watch it very much, many Star citizens spend their daily lives watching TV and spend their days of time. After all, with the level of development of some civilizations, most people no longer need to work unless they need a higher status and a better life. The trigger for this mission is quite special, and it is this invited star. This star has a large number of fans in several star clusters of the Broken Star Rings. He is a singer whose influence is not limited by physical distance due to the strength of the communication medium. The show is to celebrate the reunification of the New Felon League's traditional festival, which is an annual repertoire, and the singer is the most popular of the invited members. The performance was a vacation spaceship called Wine and Celebration. Those who could watch the live were the powerful and wealthy businessmen of the New Felon Alliance. If you want to get the target, you have to go to the scene. So the question is, how to get tickets for the celebration performance? You want to go to the Unification Day celebration? After learning about the destination of the spaceship, Sawia rolled her eyes and said, "Don't dream anymore." The audiences who can enter the scene to watch every year are all big names in New Felon, regime leaders, military leaders, senior officials, and businessmen who contribute sky-high taxes every year. So many big names gathered together, and the level of alert is extremely strict. Don't want to sneak in? You might be mistaken for assassination. Han Xiao glanced at her. Has I memorized the book I gave you last time? Hearing this, Sawia's aura suddenly weakened, and she muttered, "Isn't it still a day before the assessment?" By the way, you are a citizen of Xian Phelan. Don't you want to go to the scene to see it? Who doesn't want to go to the celebration site? But ordinary people like us can only watch TV broadcasts. So we curled her lips, and her tone showed a hint of yearning. The Day of Unification is to commemorate the days when the various countries of the New Phelan Alliance have been divided and reunified. It has great significance to the people of New Phelan. If you convert the concept, it is similar to the National Day in Han Xiao's previous life. Sivia wanted to go every year. She was originally qualified to bring her into the venue with her official position, but Lang was a rebel and spy. She has now become a mercenary and has never had the chance to enter the celebration site again, so she can only bury this little dream. Mercenaries are powerful, but their social status is not high, and some are not up to standard. After all, most interstellar citizens' lives are mainly stable. Only when they encounter troubles that must be solved by force will they think of experts who deal with such affairs. They are naturally unwilling to deal with dangerous mercenaries on weekdays. Moreover, most of the mercenaries are free interstellar people without nationality. Although Han Xiao has worked with the New Phelan Alliance, he can only apply to meet prisoners at this level and is not qualified to participate in the large-scale celebration. Of course, everything is absolutely true. With Long Tan's background, if Han Xiao could pull Emmys over, he would not believe that the New Phelan Alliance would dare not invite Dragon Champion in. Not only that, but he would definitely be the first-class VIP seat on an equal footing with the league leaders. What? Don't you give me the dragon boat face? Have you ever seen bricks as big as planets? Therefore, having strength is really comfortable. If you reach a certain level of strength, you will never need to do anything again. It is enough to scan your face. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. Since you want to go to the scene, I'll take you with me. It's a good thing. Shi Weiyao was stunned and said suspiciously, Do you really have tickets for the scene? It's impossible. No tickets are needed. Han Xiao waved his hand. Someone will invite me in. I don't believe it. Shi Weiyao obviously didn't have confidence, so she paused and said angrily, Besides, I have to endorse you. Okay, I'll give you a day off. Han Xiao laughed and shook his head. It's really a way out in heaven. You don't go, and you don't know how to learn. Melas, who was beside him, came over with a blank expression. Let me guess, am I going to stay and see the boat? Wow, my brother, we are getting more and more tacit understanding, and we have a sense of harmony. Han Xiao applauded exaggeratedly, and the sound of a slap, and Melas looked helpless. Wine and celebration are parked at the airport terminal of the New Phelan Main Star. This is a giant spacecraft with relatively flat hexagonal shapes surrounded by countless frigates. In order to unify the day of celebration, the pier will stop serving externally today to welcome all celebration members. In the lobby of the airport, huge crowds gathered here. All New Phelan citizens came to watch the boarding ceremony. All performers and political leaders will board the ship from a passage in the port. This is a ceremony that indicates the beginning of the Unification Day celebration and the only opportunity for ordinary citizens to get close to the scene, so there are so many people and extremely crowded. At this time, Han Xiao was in the crowd, and the crowd was surging next to him. He remained motionless. Sui grabbed his clothes tightly so that she could barely not be squeezed away. On the edge of the crowd were rows of soldiers maintaining public order to prevent anyone from rushing to the boarding avenue. The soldiers on this section of the road frequently looked at Han Xiao with warnings and alert eyes, and it was obvious that Han Xiao was a very threatening Superman. Hey Xing, I want to ask you for the last time. Zaiwia trembled and swallowed her saliva constantly with a nervous expression. We are really not going to cause riots to rush onto the spaceship. Although I will pay you the next 10 years, don't let me die so soon. Han Xiao was too lazy to answer and waited silently. After a while, there was a riot in the crowd in the distance. One by one, the big men, accompanied by the guards, finally started to board the ship. The crowd let out a deafening cheer. The big men smiled kindly and waved to the crowd while walking. Han Xiao always felt that the next moment they would say, "Thank you, comrades, for your hard work." They started boarding the ship. Wow, that's the Speaker of the Alliance. I used to see him on TV. Sivia didn't care about criticizing her, and hurriedly stretched her neck and let out a burst of exclamations. She didn't believe that Han Xiao could enter the scene at first, but now she has started to board the ship. Han Xiao is still here, which has already shown that he is not a member of the boarding ship, but Ziwia has not revealed it. She is already satisfied to be here to watch the boarding ceremony. Her father did not allow her to come before, so this is the first time she has seen the Unification Day celebration spaceship up close. Even if she can't get on, she is quite happy. Although Langri was a rebel, her daughter, Sevia, loved her country very much. A character walked over, and suddenly, louder shouts surged from far to near like a wave. Han Xiao looked up and saw a team of assistants walking towards him, surrounded by a veil-masked humanoid creature. The masked man showed his eyes covered with black eyeshadow, showing all the charm, and the solemn blue robe could not cover up the charm he exuded. Morning Star! Morning Star! The cheers were thundering and tsunami. Han Xiao nodded secretly. This is the trigger of the mission, the singer with the stage name Morning Star. Listening to the cheers that almost broke the eardrum, you can tell how successful this person's celebrity career is. By the way, Jiren is a male. When passing through the road where Han Xiao was, Qinxing suddenly stopped, turned his head slowly, his eyes penetrated the crowd, and accurately locked Han Xiao. The next moment, he walked over directly. The crowd immediately became boiling and wanted to rush up to touch the idol. The soldiers stopped the crowd tightly and almost broke out in a stampede. They gritted their teeth and said, "Mr. Qinxing, please don't get close. It's not safe here." "It's okay. Everyone won't hurt me." Qinxing spoke. His voice was gentle, extremely pleasant, as pure as water. Everyone who heard it felt calm. The commotion of the crowd magically stopped, and he walked into the crowd. The crowd spontaneously gave up a path. Finally, Qinxing stopped in front of Han Xiao, and under the gaze of everyone, he chuckled. "Hello, I hope that I can invite you to watch my performance in person." The number of chapters made me a little panicked, so I wrote an extra chapter, and there is still one later. A sound of gasping for breath came one after another, and the crowd around him cast unbelievable and envious jealous eyes. The people who were squeezed around Han Xiao hurriedly retreated, making him isolated and extremely conspicuous. Who is this guy? What is his relationship with Qinxing? Why pick him? Well, lucky guy, damn it, why isn't it me? Han Xiao nodded and nodded. Okay, please follow me. Qinxing turned around. Han Xiao followed. Tied behind the team, Qinxing's assistant contacted the organizer to communicate. The official quickly found Han Xiao's identity. It turned out to be a mercenary who had cooperated with, and he had a background in Longtan, so he could trust. Although it was not appropriate to let the mercenaries enter the venue, he agreed to this request for Han Xiao's clean background and Qinxing's face. Walking through the passage and boarded the celebration spacecraft, Ziwia looked confused along the way and didn't understand what was going on. She climbed onto the celebration scene she had always dreamed of. She came to her senses and hurriedly pulled Han Xiao's clothes and said in surprise, "You really did it? According to my understanding of you, your memory seems to have not decreased to the level of mental retardation. Maybe you should be asked to memorize a few more books to exercise." Han Xiao stared at Qinxing's back, staring at him without looking sideways. I thought you were a lie." Ziwia didn't know what to say, but it was really like Han Xiao said. They were invited on board, but she never dreamed that the person invited would be Morning Star, and it looked like she had a temporary intention. She suppressed her excitement and couldn't wait to ask, "How did you do it? No matter how many people there are, they can't cover my charm." Han Xiao said perfunctorily. The real reason is naturally the mysterious statue brought by Han Xiao. Qinxing has a special perception of the spiritual undercurrent contained in the statue. As long as it is within a certain range, it will definitely attract his attention. Therefore, Han Xiao knows that Qinxing will invite him on the boat for this. After everyone boarded the ship, the major cities of the main star set off a series of fireworks, and then the wine and the celebration took off rumbling and circling around the main star of Faron. The hull emitted a stream of light and shining. People on the surface looked up and could see a giant spacecraft that was like a celestial body. Han Xiao was arranged in the VIP room of the Qinxing team. Qinxing did not talk to him immediately, but went to prepare for the show. He instructed his assistant that if Han Xiao asked about the reason for being invited, he would tell him that he would meet him privately after the celebration. However, the assistant waited and saw Han Xiao not showing any curiosity. After entering the room, he kept closing his eyes and resting, as if he didn't care at all why he was invited. After waiting for a long time, the assistant had no movement, so he had to speak first. Your Excellency, Qinxing wants to talk to you after the celebration. Please be calm and enjoy the performance with peace of mind. Yes, Han Xiao's name is like gold. In fact, he knew the Morning Star well and had no intention of asking. After a while, the audience sat down and the dome suddenly cracked, revealing the starry universe. A thin layer of energy cover isolated the vacuum. This is the center of the spacecraft, and it is a giant open-air stage. The VIP room vibrated and slowly rose, suspended in the air, tilted 45 degrees below. One wall was a perspective screen, looking down, and the stage was fully visible. The VIP room itself had a gravity stabilizer. Although the room was tilted, the people inside sat steadily on chairs. There were more than 200 VIP rooms like this, like balloons floating above the stage. The stage lights up, and the light is overflowing, flashing in the universe, dazzling and magnificent, and a grand performance kicks off in the universe. At the same time, countless citizens of Newfoundland watched this magnificent picture through broadcast, and the celebration of hundreds of billions of people was watched. Sylvia was amazed at such a grand and magnificent color. This was her first time in the scene and participated in the celebration on site. She had begged her father many times, but all of them were rejected. However, Han Xiao did what her father had not done and fulfilled her wish. Ziwia turned her head and looked at Han Xiao, feeling complicated. This person is both an enemy, a benefactor, a creditor, and a teacher. When he noticed the gaze, Han Xiao said lightly, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, old." Xiwia pursed her lips. "Old guy, what the hell is this? Is your eyes useless?" Han Xiao glanced at her in confusion. The celebration performance was held. Han Xiao was not a citizen of Newfoundland and was not interested in those rituals. Instead, the performance was quite exciting. When it came to the finale, the performer was Morning Star. All the light gathered on Morning Star. On the huge stage, only where he stood was bright, and the rest was dark. However, just standing there, there was a special aura, as if the huge stage was full of him alone, and the whole audience was silent. The first note floated out from under the veil of the Morning Star, ethereal and pure, like the sound of nature, and the singing seemed to have become a torrent of time, taking the audience back to the distant ancient times and transformed into the first ancestor. Looking up at dawn, the border between darkness and light, the first Morning Star emitted a faint but firm light, carrying both light and darkness. Before the performance, the audience took off the translator and was unwilling to prevent themselves from enjoying the pure singing. At this time, even if they couldn't understand the lyrics, the vastness contained in the singing grabbed every heart. Countless pictures seemed to flash in front of the audience. The stars were dying, and everything began to begin. With his singing, the light of the stage began to spread. At the highest note, the light suddenly filled the stage, and the projected beam of light shot out towards the depths of the universe. A tremor that originated from the soul rushed into the brain along the audience's back. "What a beautiful singing," Sylvia murmured to herself with an intoxicated look on her face. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The singing that contains surging thought power is indeed very contagious. If you hold such a grand performance, you will spend enough money to buy several spaceships. It's a waste. Han Xiao shook his head. It was indeed not suitable for him. The singing stopped, and both the audience on the scene and in front of the screen were immersed in it and lingering. Morningstar lowered her head slightly and retreated. After she left, the overwhelming applause surged like a tide. Han Xiao stood up twisted his neck and looked at his assistant. "Take me to see him." In the private room, Han Xiao and Shi Weiya were waiting in the guest seat. The door creaked open, and Qinxing, who had just finished the performance, walked in and smiled apologetically. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I hope you're satisfied with the performance just now." "I sang better than me." Han Xiao nodded. Sivia's eyes widened, shocked by his shamelessness. Qinxing smiled, took off his veil, revealing his delicate face. "Judging from human aesthetics, this is a very beautiful appearance. By the way, human aesthetics are the most common in the universe. The most beautiful woman Han Xiao has ever seen is Erosia. In terms of appearance, Morningstar is only under Erosia, but this is a male with a handkerchief. It's very exciting, but he doesn't want to have this taste." "I know you're curious why I invited you," said Qinxing. "Well, I'm curious." Han Xiao had no expression on his face. "No, you're not curious." Sivia beside her screamed in her heart. "This is the thing. My side job is a collector. I like to collect some special items, and you seem to have what I want." As he said that, Qinxing took out a statue. Except for the different shapes, the material and size were exactly the same as those on Han Xiao's hand. Seeing this, Han Xiao took out the mysterious statue he carried with him and said in a surprising tone, "Wow, what a coincidence. You are so tall." Sivia's expression was distorted and she endured it hard. "Your friend doesn't seem to feel comfortable. Do you need to go to the bathroom?" Qinxing said with concern. "Do you still want me to call her doctor?" "No, thank you." Han Xiao turned his head and glared at her. Qinxing shrugged and continued. "This is a collection of items. There were originally 4 pieces, 2 of them here, and 2 of them were left out. Once the 2 were close, within a certain range, the positions of other statues could be sensed." Qinxing chuckled, leaning lazily on the back of the chair with a hint of softness, and his manners were not as good as a male at all. "I just heard that you are an interstellar mercenary, so I want to ask you to find the last 2 statues for me. I will pay for this. What about 100,000 INR?" Ding, ding. Sivia almost broke her breath. "This is too generous." Han Xiao was not surprised. It is normal for celebrities to have money. Moreover, this task was famous in previous lives, and one of the reasons is that the rewards and the difficulty of the task are completely different. "Yes, are there any requirements?" Han Xiao's lips curled slightly. "Ask." Qinxing pointed his lips with his finger. "Of course, the faster the better. You trigger the sea-level mission, find statue, task introduction. A singer named Qinxing is collecting a strange statue, and he hopes that you can find the remaining statues for him. Task requirements. Find 2 other mysterious statues. Note: when you have 2 statues, if there are other statues within a certain range, you will notice it. Reward. Basic rewards 10W INRs and 1 10W experience. After the mission is over, the score will be based on the completion time. The shorter the time, the higher the evaluation, and additional rewards will be given. The mission is obtained." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This is exactly the task he wants to trigger for a special trip. He searched for memories and listed one of the tasks that was most suitable for his evaluation. It is not difficult to search for items, but it is time-consuming. You have to run around to find the locations of other statues, and you also have to inquire about information from many people. The process is complicated, and time is the basis for evaluation. But for Han Xiao, it was not difficult at all. He asked Lao Tai, a player in his previous life, that he knew the location of the last 2 statues and could omit all the search process and go straight to Huanglong. There was no suspense to get high evaluations. Don't look for ill-level hardworking, so you have to act roundaboutly, use high-rated tasks to get random rewards, and draw a task settlement card. The rewards of the task itself are not important, and each random reward is the key. Please take this statue and find the other 2 as soon as possible." Qinxing said. Han Xiao looked at the new statue, which was a faceless humanoid creature with a huge eye on his chest, which was also very strange and weird. After getting it in his hand, the item introduction on the panel was also a mysterious statue, but there was an additional note. You find that these statues seem to be a set of items. If you gather all the statues, some unusual things may happen. After putting away the 2 statues, Han Xiao asked, "For the sake of 100,000 inars, I accept this employment. Where will I go to find you after the matter is done? My itinerary is very full. Anyway, you can't find them in a short time. I will give you the assistant's message number later. Just inform him when you finish it." Qinsheng smiled, full of charm. Although he knew the location of the statue, Han Xiao did not choose to get all 3 and then come over, otherwise it would seem very suspicious. At least now Qinsheng thought that meeting Han Xiao was just luck. Qinsheng itself is also looking for the statue and has nowhere to fall. Only with 2 statues can one make a larger sense of the location of other statues. If it weren't for the sensitiveness of the statue's mental power frequency, Qinsheng would not be able to find Han Xiao in the crowd. Unexpectedly, this time I encountered another statue. Although Qinsheng chuckled like Qianhai at this time, Han Xiao knew that this guy was very excited. Qinsheng explained that he was a collector, which was of course nonsense, and Han Xiao knew his background clearly. This singer is a psychic master who uses his singing to exert his mental power. Although he looks soft and weak, if Morningstar is willing, he can send several banshee howls and soul trebles at any time. His combat power is at least B. It is precisely because of the mental power that his singing sounds very shocking. These 4 statues have a special effect on Morningstar and can enhance his mental power. The 4 statues were originally a set of sacrifice totems, which were prayed day and night by believers, and came from the Zuling sect. The Void sect and the Red Empire's pragmatism are different from the liberalism of the Glorious Federation. This cosmic civilization has a strong religious worship atmosphere, which is very mysterious. In the cognition of most planetary and galaxy civilizations, religious belief is just a spiritual comfort and ideological perception, which at most guides biological individuals to choose another 3 view to face life. Some civilizations even regard religion as a social cancer. But there are many ways to evolve. Most religious worship gods are fictional, while some are real. The Void sect is very lucky, and it happens to be the latter. There were also barbarians at the beginning. However, unlike the historical process of the slash and burn on the side of the technology or the initial awakened ones on the side of the magic, the ancestors discovered ways to communicate with real gods. When the worshipped gods can truly give back to believers, and when religious worship can make science and society progress, the structure and atmosphere of civilization are naturally completely different from most technological or magic civilizations. What is a god? Understanding by magic should be a magic entity with huge power, just like some magicians can make contracts to gain power. Using technology to explain, gods are high-dimensional lives that conventional species cannot discover with physical senses. The images projected by high dimensionality into the real world are mostly strange, so those who are not very personal are basically fake gods. In these 2 explanations, the relationship between believers and gods is usually mutually beneficial. However, the more developed the civilization, the more cautious the study of gods will be and will never make a conclusion. The Void Spirit sect has its own explanation of the existence of gods, and has an incredible technology that has a way to make the object of faith a real existence. For example, a religious god is fictional, and the Void sect has a way to make it real. Of course, in their statement, all gods have existed long ago and are waiting to be worshipped. We just build bridges for the lost pursuers. In short, the gods are nagging, and Technician Han is not interested in this. Therefore, in addition to the Supreme Spirit Lord whom he worships, the Zuling sect also gathers countless other religious believers, which is a common holy place for all beliefs in the Star Sea, and these 4 statues are a religious totem that has transformed the gods, which embodies the idea of long-term worship. Most of these are the information Han Xiao saw from various documents. The 3 cosmic civilizations have incredible abilities. Of course, he didn't care about such a huge problem at this time. His goal is to complete this task at the moment. After the celebration, Han Xiao bid farewell to Qinsheng and returned to the rental spacecraft. Did you gain anything? Melas looked curious. Ah, I receive an employment of 100,000 dinars. Yeah, it's a lot. Melas was surprised. Save more money, and you can configure a good type spacecraft. No need for the time being. Fuel consumption, shipyard maintenance, replacement of parts, and updating equipment all cost money. Han Xiao waved his hand. At least he had to wait until his technology could repair the spacecraft to significantly reduce costs. After all, maintaining a car is more expensive than buying a car. In the previous life, when the next version was later, players could make everyone fly. Before that, only the big guilds would race spacecraft. The spacecraft that intercepted the Gray Forces was resold to the shipyard at a cost price, which was a way to make money. If you had the opportunity, you could find that group of large mercenaries to cooperate, but you would probably have to make a fortune. In the air battle, the ship clan was the main force, unless you were allowed to drive the ship, set the destination, and the spacecraft rumbling off. Because he is familiar with the key points of the mission, Han Xiao does not need to waste time. A statue lands on a deserted planet buried underground. Just take it over and take it. The normal way is to inquire about intelligence plus carpet-style search, and he avoids all the most difficult steps. There were no twists and turns in this trip. He landed on the planet, headed straight to the location, and dug out the third mysterious statue. He did not waste any extra second except the time he had to spend on the road. According to the player's experience, he saved at least more than 20 days. But the last statue is a main thing. For this mission, everyone has traveled to many areas, and this time they returned to the Terrarum star cluster and entered the 4-star area of the East River Galaxy. Secret Blue Star, this planet has civilization. At that time, the interstellar civilization that was detected on this planet did not communicate with local civilizations for unknown reasons, nor did it reveal its whereabouts. It means that the secret Blue Star civilization did not know that guests had visited and did not know the exact appearance of the cosmic forces. That is, it is indigenous in the usual sense, which is even more indigenous than the Sea Blue Star. However, the planet's geography, well, the astronomical location is special, and it happens to be on the route of a group of wormholes spewing objects. So, a lot of space garbage often falls on their planet. Han Xiao opened the star map and introduced it to everyone. Things outside of the sky made them launch some technologies that exceed their own level, but due to the technological gap, they gained limited from it. At the same time, these garbage allowed them to know that there are other civilizations in the universe, but their understanding was limited to this. It is worth mentioning that these space garbage from different civilizations showed the secret Blue Star different technical systems. So, in the early stages of civilization development, they also studied very different technical systems, such as magic technology, runes, crystals, etc., which are not complicated and not refined. It is not necessarily a good thing for a prototype civilization. In short, their technical level has not yet reached the level of space. After knocking on the screen, Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "And the last statue is the space garbage falling on this planet. It is closely controlled by a local force as the product of another new technology." "Boss, what are you going to do?" asked the old man from the Volga brothers. "Come directly, make a request, and beat it if you don't give it, and hit it until you are subdued." Han Xiao's tone was decisive. Melas was stunned. It's not good to do this. It's better to negotiate and give them some information about the universe and environment to exchange for statues. Han Xiao shook his head. In a past life, players who did missions also thought so. Due to technical differences, the secret Blue Star was divided into different forces and fought infighting with each other. After choosing to negotiate, the powerful force with the statue regarded himself as a strange person. The lion spoke out loudly. First, he asked for a lot of cosmic intelligence. The player did as he did, and then he asked for a lot of advanced knowledge and technology. The player also did as he did. In the end, the other party actually made an excessive demand for the interstellar visitor to conquer other forces for him, and he was arrogant. The player finally stopped doing it and beat him hard. The other party obediently handed over the statue, proving that the previous negotiations were meaningless. It would be better to have a full-time kick service from the beginning. If you don't show your fist to deal with this kind of urinary goal, you will think you will meet your requests. Of course, if you can really meet the other party's requirements patiently, you can get the statue and trigger other tasks. But for Han Xiao, it is obviously the most convenient to use martial arts. Since that's the case, Han Xiao didn't want to waste time and chose to kick the door directly by airdrop. The northwest of the secret blue star, the Rune City. This is a city built by Rune technology, located in the middle of a forest. The houses and buildings are engraved with winding runes, flashing with blue and white light. The architectural style is mainly slender, light, and triangular. Every distance, there's a towering octane engraved with energy absorption runes. The ubiquitous octane is the energy core of the city. There are no walls on the edge of the city. The buildings gradually become low and become villages, extending all the way into the forest. Many years ago, some space garbage fell here, containing the secrets of Rune technology. The pioneers instead launched some technologies and slowly built the city. Now, it is one of the major forces of the secret blue star. It was darkness now. In the forest 40 kilometers away from the Rune City, dozens of people built temporary camps here. The bonfire runes were lit with a steady red light, spreading warm heat. Everyone sat around, wearing leather jackets and leather armor, engraved with runes. Animal-removing runes were arranged at the edge of the camp, and the green light was shining, allowing the beasts and insects that were rustling in the dark to retreat. "Captain, how much can our batch of goods be sold on the black market in Rune City?" A young man rubbed his hands and looked forward to it. The captain is a thin man who looks like a mouse, and he laughed and said, "Someone secretly purchases space garbage in Rune City. The goods we stock up can earn at least 8,000 fists. This is a gang of smugglers selling space garbage. Every time, garbage spurted by wormholes falls in different locations on the planet. These garbage have research value, and various forces are collecting it vigorously, but there are always fish that miss the net. So, the space garbage black market was born, and these things outside the sky were purchased. Smugglers were gangs looking for space garbage everywhere to sell them to the black market." Wow! At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a sharp roar, and the volume became louder and louder, like a knife, cutting through the silence of the night. They hurriedly got up and looked at it, and saw a fire meteor appearing in the night sky, flying in this direction. The smugglers were so familiar with the sound that a surprise suddenly emerged. Space garbage. The fire meteor quickly approached, quickly swept over everyone's heads, rolling up strong wind. The forest swayed, and the leaves whirling. Then, the meteor fell not far away, shoveling a small piece of tree, making a loud bang. Boom! The earth was shocked, and everyone staggered and almost fell. Not far away, the fire and smoke rose. The captain took a look and looked ecstatic. "We are lucky. The location where this space garbage fell is very close to us. Before the collection troops of Rune City arrived, we had time to take away the garbage." A group of smugglers rushed to the scene. In front of them was a smoldering pit, with thick smoke rolling in the impact of the pit. The center of the pit was an egg-shaped metal object, with a height of about 2 meters and 5 meters. "What is this?" The smugglers looked at it curiously. "Don't stand there. Move away quickly," the captain urged. Just as everyone was about to step forward, a thud with a tremolo sounded in the forest, and a small pit broke out in the land in front of Captain Smuggler. "Everyone, don't get close." A deep voice sounded on the forest on the other side. After the words fell, another team of people appeared from the woods, wearing metal armored battle suits, grenades, and rifles. One of them was wearing infrared sniper glasses, and the muzzle of the sniper rifle in his hand was smoke. The sound just now was the sound of sniper rifle. The troops of the Steel Fire Fort. The faces of the smugglers changed. Steel Fire Castle is also one of the major forces of the secret blue star. It masters metal, gunpowder, and machinery technology. Their mechanical tanks are the most troublesome existences of major forces on the battlefield. Not only these people, there were rustling in the forest, and more teams were approaching quickly. This new space garbage was like a whirlpool, attracting other teams in the forest. These teams have different styles of painting, with a look of alertness and eyeing each other. In the territory of one force, other forces will install operational forces in order to seize space garbage falling near the enemy's territory and prevent hostile forces from gaining new opportunities. But if you can't grab it, then destroy it. Steel Fire Castle, AO, Energy Academy, Crystal Mountain, Purple Sea Islands, Card Peak. 5 teams from different forces surrounded the airdrop cabin in the center, confronting each other. When the smugglers on the side saw this formation, they immediately became timid. They dare not get close. They hurriedly retreated back to the forest and observed in secret with fear. Every time the space garbage falls, it is a treasure that various major forces are bound to win. This battle team that lands near the ruined city knows that time is tight, and they immediately take action without saying a word. Twist. The warriors of the Steel Fire Fort fired first, and the rifles spitted out flames, and the rain of bullets shot towards the other 4 directions, and the dark forest fires were shining everywhere. Gunpowder and guns are the special technologies of the Steel Fire Fort, and most of the people present dodged to avoid their edge, except for the Card Peak warrior. These people wore strange instruments on their arms, similar to brass-colored arm armor, and looked like a small disc. There were many card slots on the side of the disc. This was the core technology of the warriors in the Peak of Cards, the Battle Chuck. These people took out a card with a shiny and colorful card from the center of the disc and inserted it into the card slot. The next second, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, a light blue energy shield condensed in front of the disc, and bullets hit it and created ripples of impact ripples, blocking all attacks. Obviously, this is the product of another system. The thing outside the sky of the Card Peak contains the concrete technology of storing, converting, and using energy using cards as a carrier. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the soldiers of other organizations started fighting in a melee, and the brilliance of various energy flashed in the forest, and the roar continued. The grenade exploded through the aeoning shield. The sharp claws cut off the metal barrel, and sparks splashed everywhere. The card's concrete spear pierced through the expanded and strengthened body, and boiling blood sprayed out from the body, sizzling with white smoke. The radiation rays emitted from the crystal shattered the battle chucks, and the torn cards exploded the light chips in the sky, and the energy dissipated, turning into shock waves, blowing away the humus on the ground nearby, and the dark soil splashed everywhere. These are the elite warriors of their respective forces, the arcane impact of the AO Energy Academy, the crystal energy of the Crystal Mountain, the combat change potion of the Purple Sea Islands. The combat techniques with different styles collide with each other. No matter who is close to the center, this space garbage will be attacked jointly, and the 5 parties will be restrained and stalemate cannot be reached. Woo! Suddenly, a horn sounded in the forest in the distance, and everyone's faces changed. That's the soldiers of Rune City, and their collection troops are coming soon. The sniper of Steel Fire Fort adjusted his sniper lens and saw a large group of creatures approaching quickly, and said in a voice, "It's too late. We can't get what we can't get. Let the Rune City take away. Prepare explosives and blow up the falling object." The captain of the Steel Fire Fort shouted, and his subordinates took out various detonators and grenades and threw them into the airdrop cabin. The other forces were not willing to fall behind and took out destructive weapons to attack the airdrop poles. These people had the same idea when it was unwilling to invest in the enemy. Rumble. The explosion shocked the night, and the swelling flames mixed with black smoke rose, covering the airdrop cabin. Continue. Space garbage that can fall to the planet is usually hard, but even so, it is necessary to do its best to cause damage, making it difficult for hostile forces to study. Swish! Just as these people were about to conduct the second round of fire concentration, the space garbage in the middle sounded a clear sound of air pump pressure reduction. The hatch door slid open, and everyone saw a figure shaking in the smoke, and then a strange sound sounded, using their language. "Have you made enough trouble?" Han Xiao strode out of the smoke, and he landed in his body, and did not activate the Void Dragon mecha. The broken airdrop cabin made his head hurt. The internal system crashed when it hit, and the door could not be opened. It was simply a shame in the airdrop world. It took him a while to restart the system, and he could hear all the jingling fighting sounds outside. Although the various forces of the secret Blue Star have so-called supernatural weapons, in his opinion, the technical level is very low and the power is sloppy. Even if you don't wear mechas, it will be difficult for the enemy to break the defense. The fight outside was full of energy, and Han Xiao didn't care at all, but this group of people actually wanted to blow up the airdrop cabin, so he couldn't bear it. If the rented thing broke, he would have to pay for it. As soon as Han Xiao appeared, the scene suddenly froze. Dead silence spreads. The soldiers stared at Han Xiao blankly, their expressions as if they were frozen. The look of horror was frozen on their faces. Even the smuggler who was observing secretly opened his mouth and was stunned. Extraordinary aliens. The space garbage in the past was all dead. This is the first living creature. Aliens from the endless universe. Fear, shock, greed. Countless emotions flashed across the faces of these warriors. Everyone breathed heavily, and thoughts arose at the same time. Absolutely get an alien. His value is too great. At this moment, a large number of footsteps sounded in the forest, and a large group of Rune City guards finally arrived at the scene. 200 people were wearing standard guard armor, 100 melee guards holding shields and swords across, and 100 bowmen holding short crossbows. The weapons and armor were engraved with rune patterns to enhance attack power, defense power, and strengthen the body. The faces of the soldiers from other organizations such as Steelfire Fort changed. It is the elite guerrilla regiment of Rune City. We have been delaying for too long. Put down the weapons. The leader of the Rune force scolded loudly, looked at the airdrop cabin at the falls site, and saw Han Xiao next to him. After a little analysis, he came to the conclusion that everyone else had. His eyes were wide open, shocked, and he made a quick decision and decisive order to shout, "Enter the enemy. This is the territory of Rune City. No one can steal our things." The soldiers of other forces had a serious expression and hurriedly retreated. There were too few people, and they dared not be surrounded. According to convention, try to destroy what cannot be obtained, but aliens are too precious. At this time, many people are undecided. Do they really want to kill aliens? There is no precedent. Maybe they should not do this. The captain of the Steelfire Fort looked fierce. His murderous intention rose, and he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Don't worry about so many. Our responsibility is to execute orders. Since we can't grab that alien, we can't let Rune City get him. Shoot." After hearing this, the sniper raised his gun and pointed the gun at Han Xiao's forehead, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Oh no! The Rune commander's face suddenly changed. Bang! The gunshots trembled. Everyone hurriedly looked at the alien in the middle. Han Xiao tilted his head and slowly turned back. There was a white mark on his forehead, and there was a faint smoke of gunpowder, but he didn't even scratch his skin. On Hylon Star, C level can handle gunpowder and B level is not afraid. Although he is a mechanic, his health and resistance are even greater than those of martial artists who temper their bodies. The crude gunpowder weapons cannot break his defense. Shocked and astonished suddenly appeared on everyone's faces, as if they had changed their faces. At this time, everyone realized that the guy in front of him was not a dead thing that they could fight for, but a mysterious starry sky visitor. The degree of danger is unknown. 0 damage. Han Xiao touched his forehead and raised his eyebrows. He was too lazy to wear the mecha. With a flash of mechanical force, dozens of Black Panther mechanical beasts appeared in the blink of an eye and rushed out. Whether it was the warriors of several forces at the beginning or the guards of Rune City who arrived later, they were all his targets of attack. The scene suddenly changed drastically. The mechanical beast called, and everyone rushed to fight panic. However, various weapons slashed on the mechanical beast and could only tear apart the sparks on the armor. It was a completely one-sided battle. The mechanical beast defeated everyone like a destruction. Laugh. Several sharp blades pierced into the sniper's chest, and blood foam overflowed from his mouth. Before he could scream, The mechanical beasts surrounding him pulled their tails, and the sniper's body was torn into several pieces like a broken sack. The fishy smell spreads quickly. These things are all mechanical. Captain of the Steel Fire Fort shouted, unable to believe that the aliens' technology was in line with their lineage, and the strength of the mechanical beast deeply shocked their hearts. In less than 10 minutes of the battle, everyone lay down, blood flowed all over the ground, screaming in pain. Except for the soldiers of the Steel Fire Fort, Han Xiao did not kill anyone else. After all, someone needed to send a message. The smugglers in the forest escaped a disaster. Their legs trembled, and many people were so scared that they sat down to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 200 or 300 elite warriors were settled, and the aliens were so terrifying. The chaotic situation was suppressed, and all these local soldiers calmed down. The mechanical beast returned to his side, folded it into a compression ball, and rolled into Han Xiao's pocket. This incomprehensible scene shocked the wounded on the ground. Han Xiao glanced at it and said lightly, I am a mercenary from the starry sky. I came to your planet with a special purpose to find a unique wooden statue. According to my induction, the statue is in the city not far away. If you are willing to hand it over, I can exchange it with you with some information about the universe and environment. If you refuse, it is not far from that city, and I will go to get it myself. Time is limited, and I hope to get it by you before tomorrow. After the translator was converted, his words became the language of the secret blue star. Everyone looked shocked. Seeing that Han Xiao had no intention of killing, he had to suppress his chaotic and confused thoughts, stood up carefully, supported each other, limped and retreated, and panicked. The soldiers of different forces left, and there was no conflict. They rushed back to report Han Xiao's message. This was a major matter. The ground was full of mess, and the smugglers ran away, and Han Xiao ignored it. The regime structure of this planet is very low level. A technology achieves a city, and a city is equivalent to a regime. My arrival is big news for them. Because there is no interstellar connection, there is no systematic super energy knowledge here. Only the personal power system they explore themselves or some incomplete super energy information. The individual level is very weak, at most sea level, and the number is not as high as that of Shanghai Blue Star. With his own B-level, it is enough to sweep this planet. Although B-level is common in the starry sky, it is not difficult to kill, but on a lower level planet, is also an almost invincible existence. The power of the secret blue star only has a numerical advantage when facing him. Han Xiao smiled. The mechanic was the least afraid of group fights. However, the power of the secret blue star may have mastered some powerful weapons as trump cards, and Han Xiao did not ignore this possibility. After learning my message, the best result is naturally that Rune City takes the initiative to hand over the statue, but it is unlikely. Han Xiao shook his head. He knew the nature of these people and was arrogant and would not compromise. Waiting for one day here, what I face tomorrow morning is not a smile, but a large army encirclement. However, this was Han Xiao's plan. He left at night to mobilize the army for Rune City, which was just the mentality of defeating the opponent at one time, saving time. He liked to see the enemy full of confidence. Melas and others were still on the spaceship, and they were descending alone, which was easier to shock the enemy. Although there are 3 statues in his hand, which can position the last statue, and it seems more convenient to sneak in and steal, Han Xiao doesn't want to be so troublesome. Sneak into? That's still unparalleled. This time he finally didn't need to use his brain and could solve the problem with his fists. He was too happy and wanted to sharpen his knife and rush to the pigs and sheep. I was surrounded by thousands of people alone. If I win, I remember being able to trigger an achievement expertise, which seemed to be called 10,000s a man. Han Xiao suddenly remembered this. After looking at the mess, Han Xiao climbed to the top of the airdrop cabin, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep, and began to wait. That night, the information about the arrival of aliens was quickly transmitted to the hands of the forces they belonged to were surviving. This is the first cosmic man to come. Living. Rune City was shocked. The entire secret blue star was shocked. It is destined to be a sleepless night. Han Xiao's arrival caused a stir. The Lord of Runes is the ruler of the Rune City. He fell asleep early and was awakened by the news. He hurriedly dressed neatly and held an emergency meeting. In the hall of the central tower, senior city officials rushed over, all of whom were sleepy, and some people were quietly wiping their eyes. Outside the rooftop is the late night sky. The moonlight shines through the white rock railings, leaving mottled silhouettes. In the hall, the light runes spread light. The Lord of the Runes was an old man with deep wrinkles, wearing a gorgeous robe and holding a king's staff with a strange look. Everyone knows the situation. A cosmic man who claims to be a mercenary has arrived and wants an object outside of us. According to the information, he used some mechanical beast to easily defeat 200 rune guards. Now, he is in the forest on the periphery, waiting for our reply. What do you think? The alien has a lot of information about the universe. He said he is willing to exchange statues with some information. I think he can consider it. An official spoke. His position is similar to the hand of the king. He changed his subject and said, however, what aliens want must contain extraordinary value. From the other party's perspective, he may want to bully us not understand the function of the statue. If you exchange some simple information for items, I don't think it is easy to compromise. It is best to check the statue first. You said it is right. The Lord of Rune nodded. Soon, the guard took the statue from the warehouse. This was something that fell on the planet many years ago. It had existed as early as the last Rune Master. Because the mystery of the statue could not be discovered, most of the researchers who had been in contact with it for a long time had mental problems, so they have been sealed in the warehouse and are classified as an indestructible thing. Due to the alien's request, the statue is now being valued again. This thing must be not simple, and the Rune Lord is not willing to hand it over like this, even if he can't find the mystery. This is a treasure that aliens pursue without leaving any hell. The deadline given by the aliens is tomorrow, and we only have one night to consider. The Lord of Runes narrowed his eyes. If we can seize the aliens, we can not only study the bodies of cosmic species, but also obtain all his knowledge. This is an opportunity to surpass other forces. This man is a general in charge of the army, wearing heavy armor, and his tone is evil. He is only one person. He may have other companions, and he can descend on the planet, which is difficult to deal with. I don't think there will be conflicts with him. Someone said another. Officials were divided into two factions. One side felt that it was better to accept aliens, while the other side was very greedy and wanted to capture aliens and exploit all benefits. The latter had more people because they had seen many things outside the sky. They were not ignorant of interstellar people, but they did not have much awe, but were mostly curious. Those things that are too high-tech, the secret blue star cannot study. They're only exploring some superficial things, but only a little understanding is often prone to arrogance and arrogance. If they don't understand deeply, they will take it for granted. Moreover, the entire secret blue star has little idea of the strength level of the space marines, and the situation of Han Xiao coming alone gave them courage. These pro-war factions have offered suggestions to provide tactics against aliens. We have one night, enough to mobilize tens of thousands of guards to quietly surround that area. Use taboo rune suits. The most elite warriors can bear that kind of load, and then configure large-scale rune engineering weapons to encircle and defeat aliens. The other party would never have thought that we would attack. The Rune's Lord's eyes flashed, and he pondered for a long time, swayed between harmonious communication and greed for a while, and finally made a decision, not satisfying the aliens' transaction. If he could capture the aliens, all interest would be his own. He glanced at the officials and said, "Deploy troops and use the strongest weapons. This opportunity is once a lifetime. Being careful will only miss the opportunity. Aliens, we are bound to win." The first ray of morning light quietly showed its head in the sky that had not yet faded the night. The tone seemed to have a hint of coolness, penetrated the woods, and fell on Han Xiao, who was sitting quietly like a reef. The eyelashes moved, and Han Xiao opened his eyes. The refreshing cold morning mist slowly spread in the woods, sticking to his skin, leaving a cool wetness, which slightly boosted Han Xiao, who had not been asleep all night. It's dawn, and the enemy is almost here. A few drops of water fell on his face. He looked up at the sky, and Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It seems to be raining. The rain fell quickly, and it was so foggy in the morning, drizzling through the forest and slashing leaves. Han Xiao stood up and looked at the surrounding woods. The swaying shadows of the trees were filled with a mysterious atmosphere. In the dim forest, he noticed a faint murderous intent, mixed with moisture, and seemed a little sticky, wandering around in all directions, everywhere. Suddenly, a stagnant pressure came upon his body, slowing down his movements. Han Xiao moved and found that it would take more effort to maintain a normal speed. This was the effect of some kind of long-range gravity rune. As long as I guess, I chose to start a war. Han Xiao nodded secretly. The forces of this planet are all newborn calves and will not be taught a lesson before being completely hurt. People who have no force numbers will try to control all the interests in front of them, and they wish they could slice all the fat into their mouths without fear of being held to death. Fear can make people cautious. Normal civilizations will be careful when they come into contact with aliens, but it does not mean that all natives will do this. There are modest people, and there are greed people. Greed is not enough to swallow elephants. Some barbaric indigenous civilizations even believe that the arrival of aliens is a demon, and the whole country is an enemy of it, which is not without precedent. The more greedy you are, the more you like to play with fire. The word greed is close to poverty, and the word greed is close to burning. In the woods all over the world, a huge rune guard army appeared. Thousands of rune crossbows aimed at him, and 1,000 melee guards slowly approached. These 2,000 people were still the vanguards, and the large army was still ambushing deep in the forest. The rune city sent out 70% of its military strength this time. Alien, you should be able to understand our language. I am Baxes, the commander of the Rune City Garrison Legion. You are surrounded. We will not harm your life safety, but the premise is that you do not resist in vain and follow us obediently. The commander wearing gorgeous rune armor was in the middle of the army, with a blank expression and a cold tone. He was the general who worked for the main battle last night. He spent the whole night dispatching the army and quietly approaching the woods. Now that the encirclement has taken shape, even the founder of the War Talisman sect will definitely lose. This is the strongest man in Rune City's history. The soldiers who were ready to watch the aliens curiously, feeling that they didn't look very scary. It seems that I can only go to your city in person. It's really an unwise choice. Han Xiao was regretful on the surface and happy on the surface. Hearing this, many Rune soldiers were nervous, but after looking at the countless colleagues around them, they felt a little more confident. Bax's face froze. Is the war going to begin? Last night, the military brainstormed and guessed many ways that aliens might have. They stayed up late to formulate various response tactics, prepared well, and recalled the military configuration and various tactics in their hearts. Bax's felt a little relieved. The woods terrain restricted the strafing of bullets, which was somewhat unfavorable. Han Xiao looked around and finally faced the direction of Rune City. Then, push it over. There is one at the back. Kerala. The compression balls were filled with a ray of light at the tails, which quickly covered the surrounding area by 100 meters. Amid the sound of mechanical components, one turret suddenly appeared and opened fire directly at the army, in all directions. In an instant, the man was overturned. "Hide!" Bax's roared, hiding behind the trees, thinking that he could block the bullets. However, the next moment, several large-caliber burning armor-piercing bombs exploded the tree in half. Bax's armor shattered holes, and blood spurted out. He screamed, fell to the ground, gritted his teeth, and roared, "Shoot me! Break!" Thousands of rune crossbow arrows shot the same target, carrying rune-enhancing streaming light and dense arrows, making people feel numb to their scalp. Facing the overwhelming crossbow arrows, Han Xiao raised his fingers slightly, and 12 shock sounds hit the ball and flew out, surrounding him, and, at the same time, spewing out shock sound waves, turning into a violent wind of impact. All the crossbow arrows were cleared and inserted into the ground crookedly, but none of them shot to Han Xiao. Han Xiao took a step forward and walked towards a ruined city step by step. The first batch of vanguards were flooded by endless artillery fire, dead and wounded. Among them are gunpowder turrets, and there are electromagnetic kinetic energy turrets. The ammunition loaded by the gunpowder turrets is all special-seeded bullets, incendiary bombs, penetration bombs, grenades, poison gas bombs, etc. Among them are enchanted bullets of the Volga brothers, such as frost bombs and oil bombs, which form various negative states together. Bang, bang, bang. The woods broke down under the crossfire and fell, and were flattened with open roads, full of wreckage of trees and flames. The light rain was swallowed by the flames and turned into foggy steam, and the vision became unclear. The large army, arrived, could only see a figure slowly advancing in the mist. Looking at the direction of the fallen forest from afar, you can tell Han Xiao's location, like a giant python walking through the grass. The large army finally arrived, and tens of thousands of rune guards rushed up under the command of other officers. However, the 500 meters around Han Xiao is almost a death field. No matter how many people approach, once they get close, the tough armor will instantly shatter, bullets shoot through their bodies, and fall down like leaks. No one can stand. The seriously injured soldier lay all over the ground behind Han Xiao, and his screams almost suppressed the sound of artillery fire. Han Xiao is not bloodthirsty. The level gap between these ordinary soldiers and him is too big. Anyway, he only has one experience, so he is too lazy to finish the attack. Those who are not lucky enough to be hit by the vitals can only admit that they are unlucky. Although Han Xiao is not killing, he will not feel any pressure on it. Killing a few people is not commonplace. I miss my buddy back then when I sneaked into the bud. Forget it, the hero will not mention his courage. Finally, these soldiers finally hesitated, looked horrified, and did not dare to approach again. If they went up like this, they would be completely sent to death. The sacrifice was meaningless, and they were afraid. At this time, 300 special soldiers emerged from the crowd. They were wearing black armor, and the runes on them were 10 times more complicated. Each of them had bloodshot eyes, as if they were carrying a huge load. This was the strongest warrior in Rune City, the Black Armor Guard. These rune suits are the highest level of equipment. Only trained ace warriors can use it, and it will cause irreversible losses to the body. Only 50 elite warriors can select a Black Armored Guard, and their combat power can be fought with 100. Dang, dang, dang. These Black Armored Guards rushed into the bullet rain, and the top armor finally blocked the bullet strafing, which immediately ignited hope for the Rune City army. Enduring the pain, 300 people pulled out the rune sword and rushed towards Han Xiao with a fierce and cold-blooded elite aura. Han Xiao's face was calm. When he snapped his fingers, dozens of mechanical beasts rushed out, restraining the elites. Then he changed the electromagnetic turret into a personal control mode, gathering fire one by one, and the armor-piercing performance of electromagnetic kinetic energy was several times higher, and it was easy to remove Black Armor Guards. Han Xiao's quality company for migrant workers is as long as he does not meet opponents of the same level and will be invincible when dealing with group fights. The key is that the cost is cheap and affordable. The ace warrior of Rune City and the strong man whom the army had high hopes for were eliminated one after another without even turning the waves. Looking at this scene, Bax's mood sank to the bottom. The power of aliens is beyond expectations. The deep regret echoes in my heart, but it will be too late. I will not wake up from my overestimation. Use the rune crossbow. Bax's was rescued and covered his pierced legs and shouted shrilly. 4 engineering weapons similar to giant cannons were dragged out and aimed far away at Han Xiao. This is a large weapon at the bottom of the Rune City. It was derived from an almost scrapped high-level civilized rune technology weapon. Rune City has not yet mastered the technology completely. The imitation of the creation is only 1% powerful, but it is enough to become their most powerful weapon. There are only 10 gates in a ruined city. 4 gates are taken out at once, and they're specially designed to deal with aliens. This is the last resort because it is too powerful, and I am worried about killing aliens, but now I don't care about these things. If I still hold the mentality of capturing aliens alive, Baxes can already see the ending of annihilation. Buzz. The 4 crossbow cannons shot out huge energy crossbow arrows, carrying the last hope with a scream. This thing is somewhat powerful. Han Xiao looked sideways, his hands suddenly closed, and the mechanical force rushed out. The bubble-like energy shield covered the 3-meter range, which was slippery and colorful. The energy crossbow hit the bubble, but without the expected heavy blow, it all wiped the bubble and flew out, blowing a big hole of more than 10 meters in the ground hundreds of meters away. Skewed energy field generator. This is an equipment that Han Xiao used to integrate with advanced energy theory, which can skew pure energy attack to a certain extent. This knowledge was also learned in his 9-month employment career. These 4 cannons are a bit threatening to me. One shot should be able to knock me out about 200 blood. Han Xiao measured it. The distance of the rune crossbow cannon was a bit far, exceeding the range of the turret. He nodded, and a set of specific compression balls flew out and turned into mechanical parts in midair. These mechanical components combined with each other, and soon, a medium-sized electromagnetic rail gun landed beside him, as high as 2 people. Han Xiao sat on the console, quickly locked the target, and began to accumulate energy, and the dazzling electric energy gathered wildly along the gun barrel. Buzz! A blue light spanned a distance of thousands of meters and instantly penetrated 3 rune crossbows, and all the obstacles along the road were melted through. This is a long-range, giant cannon stream that Han Xiao rarely uses. It is generally the equipment of a gunman, which is specially used to output. This medium-sized electromagnetic railgun is very powerful. It took him a lot of time to assemble it to deal with single targets. The cost of each shot is dozens of inars. This is equipment specially used to cooperate with while burning to deal astronomical damage. Once, he hired a mission to deal with a void-wandering monster for the local forces, with a blood volume of more than 50,000 yuan. Han Xiao changed his life and shook 5 times the damage, triggering the real damage of 1 shot fatal. He killed with 1 shot and is still the highest record of personal damage. What's the power? Bax's lips turned white and his face was filled with fear. The aliens actually have such power. The idiotic tactics that last night were useless at all. They were like a joke, talking about it on paper. This gun became a straw that crushed the camel. The army of Rune City finally collapsed in mentality. They threw away their armor and fled in scattered ways. There were still people sitting on the ground, with a confused look on their faces. Their minds were blank, and they even forgot to escape. You defeated 10,000 times your enemy alone. You gained 10,000 husbands achievement feat, 10,000 husbands. When entering the combat state, if you are alone, you get a full bonus of 11%. A pretty good achievement feat, Han Xiao nodded. Some feats can be obtained by completing certain hidden challenges, also known as achievement feats. Most of the effects are not bad. 10,000 husbands is obviously a talent suitable for lone wolf, and it is very useful to players. As long as you have this feat, you can get attribute bonuses in your single-handed PK. That is, the way to obtain is not very friendly to players. Players want to fight 10,000, but it is not as easy as Han Xiao. Looking at the defeated enemy, Han Xiao put away his weapons, kept walking towards the Rune City. He believed that this battle would be enough for Rune City to recognize the gap between the 2 sides. The Rune Lord did not sleep all night, anxiously waiting for the battle report. It was only more than half an hour after the agreed time to start the battle, and the Rune Lord sat on the ground in fear. One person deals with tens of thousands of troops. The army was completely defeated. The goal is unscathed. All the officials present changed drastically, and their faces appeared in horror. The forest surrounds the Rune City, looking into the distance from the high places of the city, green surrounding the white city, But at this time, a bare road appeared in the dense forest, just like a man with soft hair, but with a bald head. The black smoke rose in the rain, and the residents of Rune City could see it from afar. What happened there? Just a faint explosion came from over there just now. Could it be that the people from the Steel Fire Fort called me? I got up before dawn to sort out the goods. Do you know what I saw? Groups of rune guards walked into the forest, which was the direction that was smoking now. Looking at the smoke in the distance, the residents of Rune City were shocked and speculated continuously. The ruling class first knew about the arrival of aliens and had not yet spread. It's him. It must be him. In the crowd, a short and thin man as thin as a rat was extremely frightened. When the people around him noticed his abnormality, their eyes lit up. They guessed that this person might know something and asked, "That's an alien. He landed outside the city last night. He could speak our language and made a request to the Rune City." This person was the leader of the smuggler last night. He spoke all the sightings of last night like a bamboo tube pouring beans. There were more and more listeners around him, all looking disbelief. There must be a battle breaking out there, proving that the Rune City did not agree to the aliens' request. The smuggler leader swallowed. The crowd was in agitation, looking at each other, and they could see the panic in their respective eyes. At this moment, a commotion came from afar. A rune guard ran back with all his might, with traces of blackened artillery fire on his face. He turned around from time to time, looking terrified, as if there were floods and beasts chasing him behind him. Behind him, more and more soldiers in a mess ran back. This scene gave the residents a bad premonition. A middle-aged man found that his younger brother, who was in the army, had also escaped, hurriedly grabbed him and asked about the situation. The people above rejected the request of the aliens. They wanted to catch the aliens. The army of tens of thousands was defeated, and there was only one enemy. We died thousands of people, and we couldn't even touch his clothes. It was so terrifying that everyone else ran away. The guy is walking toward the city now. You can escape quickly. The guard Yu Jing did not disappear. He finished speaking in one breath, got rid of the entanglement, got out of the crowd, and ran away in a hurry. Everyone was upset, with a nervous look on their faces, and at the same time, they were furious, wanting to press the rune lord to the ground to kill him. The alien provoked an alien and made them dangerous, and wanted to hang the rune lord up and beat him. How good is it to agree to the alien's request? And it is not cheap to provoke others for no reason and put the entire city in danger. Is it cheap? At this time, a team of soldiers walked out of the central tower, pushed the residents away, and made the road empty. The rune lord, with a group of officials, hurried towards the edge of the city, and the guard behind him was holding a strange statue. The aliens were about to enter the city and had no time to escape. The rune lord had no choice but to take the statue to beg for mercy. According to the information on the front line, the aliens did not chase and kill the fleeing army, and he was not injured. Perhaps the aliens did not like to kill. He did this with a fluke mentality, so he could not covet the aliens. Now he only hoped that the aliens would leave after taking the things and could forgive them. Seeing this, some residents followed behind, and more people joined along the road, gathering into a torrent, following the Rune Lord's team, wanting to see the situation with your own eyes. Thousands of people came to villages on the edge of the city, and countless people looked forward to it and were nervous. The Rune Lord kept wiping his sweat, uneasy and pedaling. The footsteps of stepping on fallen leaves and humus sounded from the depths of the forest, getting closer and closer. As the distance got closer, the residents and the Rune Lord looked more and more uneasy, as if they were approaching the bell of the ruling. Not long after, Han Xiao finally walked out of the forest and came to the edge of the Rune City. As soon as he appeared, countless gazes focused on him, with everyone's attention, and their eyes were filled with curiosity, fear, worry, and other emotions. He glanced at the huge crowd and a group of guys who were obviously officials. His eyelids twitched, and he knew at a glance what the other party had planned and curled his lips. I feel like I've kicked the iron plate and planned to offer the statue on my own initiative. Isn't it too late to surrender now? The Rune Lord took the statue from the guards, hurried forward, carefully observed Han Xiao, and said in a trembling voice, This should be what you want. The Rune Lord did not dare to say extra words if he could not tell the aliens' ideas. Although he was a ruler, he had no confidence in front of a strong man who could easily destroy tens of thousands of troops. Although the secret blue star does not have systematic knowledge of superpowers, there are also strong people who have explored the superpowers. The War Talisman sect is a gathering place for cultivators in Rune City and has a transcendent status. However, even the founder of the sect can only barely deal with 1,000 rune guards, and at least it takes most of the day to fight. The killing efficiency is simply not on the same level as the aliens in front of you. After the war report was sent back, the Rune Lord once held his last hope to invite the fighters of the Battle Talisman sect to block the aliens, and was turned away directly. He was very forced to come into contact with the War Talisman sect in the superpowered field. He knew he was powerless and did not give the Rune Lord a chance to speak, although he had to receive huge grant from him every year. Han Xiao stretched out his hand and touched the statue. The panel information was confirmed correctly. This was the last lost statue. When he reached out, the Rune Lord's body shook obviously, and he met Han Xiao's gaze and was frightened and hurriedly bowed his head. After a glance at the nervous crowd, Han Xiao calmly said, Don't worry. We hired mercenaries never kill innocent people. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, who is the ruler here? The residents pointed at the Rune Lord in unison. Before the Rune Lord could relax, his face tightened and he pulled out a reluctant smile. It's just you who sent troops to attack me, Han Xiao asked. Why don't you accept my request? The Rune's Lord trembled with his lips and did not dare to answer. According to the mercenaries' equal exchange principle, you attacked me. If you want to settle this matter, you must make compensation. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. What do you want to exchange for your own life? The Lord of Runes was sweating coldly, and he felt sad and angry. This was the first time he was threatened. Who dared to say this to him in normal times? And if you hurt so many of us, do you still need us to compensate? So overbearing. We have a lot of things outside the sky. The Rune's master gritted his teeth secretly and could only endure the heartache, let his subordinates list the national treasury, and handed it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao glanced roughly and was a little disappointed. The local currency of the secret blue star was meaningless to him. The only thing that could be accepted was something beyond heaven. However, the inventory of Rune City was really a pile of garbage, most of which were waste, and a small part were products of Rune technology. They were basically scrapped and had little value. Rune technology did not conform to his knowledge system. After reading the list from scratch, he came to a conclusion. Looking at this thing is a waste of time. This is a bunch of poor people. After throwing away the list, Han Xiao shook his head. The things you compensate can't afford your life. Sorry, I can only let you pay for your mistakes. The Lord of Runes' face changed drastically. They're also in the back. Is this going to kill me? The Rune Lord hurriedly looked behind him, and no guard came forward. The officials who were flattering and slapping on the usual days hid far away and dared not show their heads. The Rune Lord was panicked and gritted his teeth suddenly. He was brave enough to catch the statue. He suddenly grabbed the statue, took a few steps back, held the statue in front of him, grabbed a rune sword from the guard's hand, aiming the sword tip at the statue, looking fierce and timid, and shouting, "Don't do anything randomly, otherwise I will destroy what you want immediately." Han Xiao stood there, spreading his hands, and signaled to the Rune Lord to please do whatever he wanted. You destroy it. If you have the ability to destroy it, I will spare your life. Han Xiao's tone was joking. The statue looks like a wooden product, but it cannot be broken even if it falls from space. How could it be broken by a sword? The Lord of Runes is anxious and seeks medical treatment and loses his mind. Bang! The blood hole appeared on the head of the Rune Lord. The old man's eyes widened, his resentful eyes were covered with darkness, and he fell to the ground with a thump, and his life left his body. The people of Rune City present shook their bodies and watched the ruler be killed with their own eyes. It felt very complicated, but they were not very angry. The secret blue star's concept of family and country is relatively weak, and the residents often relocate, and the Rune Lord has always been unpopular. Han Xiao put away his gun and picked up the statue. After being stained with blood, the statue with an already weird shape seemed even more evil. "Let's go." Han Xiao looked up and looked into the sky. Just as everyone was puzzled by his behavior, a buzzing engine sound came from the sky, and a spaceship quickly passed through the atmosphere and came to a height of hundreds of meters above Han Xiao's head, shooting blue capture rays, covering Han Xiao. His body flew into the air and was sucked into the spaceship under the gaze of everyone. On the ground, everyone in Rune City looked surprised. Is this the tool used by cosmic people to sail? It looks like a machine. Is the technology of the steel fire castle the most correct? While everyone was talking, the spacecraft turned around, and the tail thruster ejected faint blue fire, breaking through the sound barrier in the blink of an eye and disappearing into the sky. The aliens left like this, but the Rune City and the other forces of the secret blue star could not recover for a long time. When the Rune Lord was learned about the experience, the senior executives of other forces were very scared. Fortunately, the aliens fell in the Rune City. Otherwise, the ones who suffered will become us. When they received the news last night, these people urgently discussed how to deal with aliens. Many people wanted to send people to grab aliens from Rune City. In their opinion, Rune City would probably succeed. At this time, these forces called the most popular war faction last night. All of them were scared and sweating in cold sweat. Han Xiao's arrival lasted only more than 10 hours, but the huge impact on the secret blue star deeply changed the worldview of everyone on the planet. The process of meeting the universe for the first time was not harmonious, and there was no in-depth exchange, but the impact of Han Xiao on them was equally far-reaching. After all the forces were shocked by Han Xiao's strength, the warrior who yearned for and explored individual ways of practicing cultivation regarded Han Xiao as his target and studied his limited performance when dealing with the army over and over again, as if he wanted to understand powerful methods from it. After seeing the power of the Starry Sky mercenaries, all the forces of the secret blue star have awakened to varying degrees and feel that the struggle between each other has become meaningless. Perhaps in the eyes of the universe, it is similar to fighting ants, which has given rise to the will to peace. Han Xiao's behavior has become the inducement for various forces to reach a consensus on ceasefire. This incident was therefore recorded in the planetary historical record of the secret blue star, and scholars analyzed the impact of alien arrivals on all levels of society from many aspects. At the same time, because of seeing that the interstellar spacecraft is a mechanical structure, the technology of the secret blue star finally has a tendency to be unified. The mechanical technology of the steel Fireberg has become the truth recognized by various forces. He felt that this is the direction of future civilization development. So he stopped researching other technical systems and focused on researching science and technology. Under the pressure of other forces, the steel Fireberg had no choice but to share all technical knowledge. The vast majority of people in the entire secret blue star spontaneously became materialists, and the structure of civilization has been subtly changed. Although Han Xiao came here to cause trouble, the subsequent impact was very positive. The secret blue star learned lessons from its recklessness and wrong decisions, and had a new concept of the strength of the universe, and became cautious. It was not until he truly contacted the interstellar civilization that the secret blue star's power was extremely lucky. Fortunately, the first time he came was a mercenary, giving them a chance. If he got into a higher civilization when he was ignorant of the sky, he would not be right, and there would be no future. These are the changes that happened to Technician Han after he left, but he himself did not care. After gathering all the statues, Han Xiao did not inform Morningstar immediately, but went to the nearest galaxy-level civilization colonized planet. His goal is to buy some special consumables, something that can be used on statues. A few days later, the spacecraft returned to the Rhine Galaxy. After the Unification Day celebration, Morningstar stayed in the New Feeling Alliance for tours. After receiving Han Xiao's communication, he was shocked and extremely surprised. Just a few days ago, the other two statues with unknown whereabouts have been found. Oh my God, what efficiency is it? I have been looking for things for several years, and this group of mercenaries can solve them in a few days. The professional ones are worthy of being professional, but they are different. The spacecraft docked at a civilized colonial star of the New Feeling Alliance. Morningstar toured the city here. Under the warm reception of the assistant, Han Xiao and others met Morningstar, who had been away for several days in the highest suite in a high-end hotel. Ha, Black Star, you really gave me a big surprise. I didn't expect you to find all the statues so soon. Chun Xing was overjoyed. His face was red with excitement, as bright as peaches and plums. This time Han Xiao took everyone to act. Melas met Chun Xing for the first time and muttered in a low voice, "Is it a man or a woman so beautiful? I am a man and born with beauty." Chun Xing felt keenly and curved his lips. Han Xiao coughed. "The thing is brought to you, and there will be time to gossip. I think it's better to make a sacred transaction first." Chun Xing threw a seductive look. His eyes were as charming as silk, and he chuckled. "So anxious. Okay, I'm very satisfied with your efficiency. I will pay you twice the reward as a reward for your surprise." 2 times? Isn't that just? Zaiwia broke her fingers and opened her mouth wide. 22,000. Sejal, don't act like she has never seen the world. Han Xiao knocked her fingers on her forehead. As a celebrity, she has money. What's the point of fuss about it? For statues lined up on the table, Morningstar checked it, confirmed it was correct, and paid it very simply. Fine statue completed. Task is being settled. Settlement completed. Task evaluation. Incredible. You get the incredible level extra reward. Additional 120% experience. 1.32 million. An additional 100,000 in Rs. Random rewards X1. Special props X1. You get character advent card. Morningstar. People advent card. Morningstar. Smile back. Charm plus 688. Lasting 15 seconds. 0/3 times. Looking at the effect introduction, Han Xiao couldn't help but remain silent. Apart from the word Pai, he could not think of any other adjectives. The 688 attribute bonus is charm. Is this going to make the enemy bleeding and enter a blood loss state? Can make people so handsome. If this bonus is placed in the intellectual attribute, I will go to level now. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and it hurts a lot. I looked back and smiled, laughing at you. Charm has always been an auxiliary attribute, mainly used for trading discounts, confusing skill bonuses, various creature affinity, subdue beasts, and the favorability of various characters, etc. Almost no player will add charm. Well, except for some female players. With such a high charm, no player would add so many points in theory. Han Xiao felt that this value could bring his own charm. Just looking at him, he had to make a will judgment. I'm so angry, why is it charming? Mine is enough. Han Xiao's heart was turbulent, and his face was tightened on the surface so that no one else could see it. With the additional reward, this time I bought a total of 243 experience and 20 INAR. The main reward is really large. Celebrities are worthy of being stars and spending a lot of money. Their deposits finally exceeded 1 million mark, more than 1 million. This time I received a very high evaluation, but because the difficulty of the mission itself is only sea level, there is no legendary reward or a glory medal. He has a glory medal in his hand, which is the burial obtained after the collapse of the Germination. The effect is to increase the full attribute by 3%, which will take effect directly. If you can get 3 together, you can change it to plus 12% special achievement badges. But incredible evaluation will definitely give you a random reward, which is the key thing. Han Xiao's eyes were firm. He grabbed Melas, wandered around him with his hands, and touched his head along the shoulders. What do you want to do? Melas felt chills and jumped away quickly. Taking your luck. Han Xiao rubbed his hands. He knew exactly what his luck was. Lao Mei was a protagonist, with a circle of lucky halos above his head. At this time, He was willing to believe in a wave of metaphysics. Taking a deep breath, Master Han looked solemn and looked serious and slowly chose to confirm. Random drawing, picking is completed. The reward type you receive this time is talent and expert. Your uncle and T, remember the mobile version website. Yeah. Only by randomly reaching the props type can you have the opportunity to draw a task settlement card. Lao Mei, you are afraid you are a fake protagonist. I'm Cole now, turning his head to look at Aroshia beside him. He always thinks it is more reliable to touch her. Aroshia looked over and looked at each other for 3 seconds with an expressionless face. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, rubbed his temples, comforted himself, and said intimately, "It's only the first time. It's normal to encounter some small setbacks. It's normal." He drew the task settlement card for the first time. Han Xiao knew that his hope was slim. Although his expertise was not what he needed most now, when it comes to good things, it's not bad. Oh, it will be much more convenient if the players are there. Just send a task and ask them to submit the task settlement card. I don't need to try my luck. Han Xiao shook his head and looked at the panel. Please choose one of the following 3 specialties. Fire Affinity. Fire Affinity plus 16%. Fire Affinity Skill Effect plus 10%. Advanced Mind Power. Spiritual Resistance plus 35%. The difficulty of determination of will of mental control skills such as charm, chaos, sensory deprivation, shock, fear, etc. is reduced, and the effect duration is -30%. Cell Engine. Power Restoration Rate plus 21%. Power plus 330. After taking a look, Han Xiao already had a choice in his mind. Fire Affinity is suitable for magic system and has limited improvement to himself. Cell Engine is effective, but its practicality is not as good as Advanced Mind Power. Those with advanced prefix are generally not bad. Just so, the Mind Power system has some restrained mechanical armor. This specialty can greatly enhance mental resistance, and it can be used immediately. After thinking about it, Han Xiao suddenly realized something was wrong. Why am I becoming meat again? Is this really impossible to reverse the attributes of the meat shield? I want the virtual area, grave egg. After counting, I had all the rewards. Although I didn't get the task settlement card, I got a good harvest this time. 2 specialties, 1 character's arrival card that feels useless, and more than 2 million experiences and 200,000 NRs, which is worth the trip. Qinxing was staring at him with a smile, politeness with the intention of seeing off guests. He suppressed his impatient mood and wanted to wait until the mercenary left before doing his own thing. Han Xiao took the initiative to extend his hand. Since the mission is completed, we will stay soon. Okay, if there is still a chance in the future, I will ask you to cooperate with you again. Qinxing smiled and held Han Xiao's palm. Suddenly, there was no sign of warning, and his palms locked like an iron gate. Han Xiao suddenly exerted force and pulled Qinxing, who was caught off guard. In an instant, the Void Dragon Mecha possessed it, first covering the helmet. Han Xiao leaned back slightly, suddenly stepped forward with a head hammer, and the armored forehead hit Qinxing's corner of his eyes. Bang! Suddenly attacked. Morningstar was hit and Venus was lit. The mecha was completely possessed. Han Xiao activated various bonus modules of Shilong. The electromagnetic pulse conditioner stimulated the body and entered the excite state. In combination with the attribute bonus of the combat mode, the strength increased by more than 100 points. It was not enough at once. He received another head hammer hit, and the second time made Morningstar fall into a brief dizzy state. Taking advantage of the short opportunity, Han Xiao grabbed Qinxing's head with both hands and released the void spray, and the gray shock wave burst out in his palm. Boom! The diffuse shock wave instantly made the luxurious hotel suites messy, as if swept by a strong wind. What are you doing? The 3 brothers Melas, Sivia, and Volgo were all shocked. You're dead. The mercenary beats the employer. It was so harmonious last second. Why did I suddenly take action? You. Qinxing's resistance was not low, and he was forced to get 2 void ejaculation, and finally regained his mind. His eyes turned pure white. and his surging mind power pushed everyone away. He covered his head that was in unbearable pain, stared at Han Xiao hatefully, biting his lips, looking shocked and angry. He didn't understand why Han Xiao suddenly attacked him, but it didn't prevent him from feeling threatened. Ah! Chun Xing spoke. His mindfulness poured into the sound, and the sharp high notes were like a spear, piercing everyone's brains, causing a severe pain. Everyone's eyes turned dark, their eyes turned over, their internal organs tightened and throbbed, and they felt nausea, and their brains were dizzy. Sivia is the most vulnerable. She holds her head and has a split headache, as if her brain will explode into plasma in the next moment. Han Xiao also felt a severe pain, as if a file was scraping back and forth in his brain, and the advanced mind reinforcement he obtained immediately came in handy. He had already planned to take action when he chose this expertise, greatly reducing mental damage and negative effects, just to deal with the Mind Master. After all, he knows the Morning Star. He endured the pain and jumped, and a quick and heavy flying elbow was like a battle axe to chisel away the shield of the mental power that Qinxing had gathered quickly, making a harsh explosion of airflow, and his elbow hit Qinxing's delicate face hard. Bang! Blood spurted out of his nose and mouth. Qinxing covered his bloody mouth and retreated in a hurry, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Melas, go outside the door to block the guards. 3 brothers protect Suiya. Don't get close. Han Xiao spoke very fast, and his hands are not idle. His armored fist was carrying a fierce wind, breaking the shield of Morning Star again and again, forcing the other party to retreat step by step, and had no time to release his mind power to attack, slowly approaching the dead corner. What the hell is going on? Melas was still confused and gritted his teeth and decided to believe Han Xiao. There must be a reason for doing this. Bang, bang, bang. Melas rushed out of the door, swung the ship-killing knife, blocking the guards who rushed to the door after hearing the news, and the fighting sounded chaotic. Get out! Get out! Qinxing screamed like a woman, blood flowing out of his eyes, and used some secret method to stimulate his spirit. His mind power burst out, and the windows and walls of the room exploded one after another, roaring endlessly. Fragments splashed everywhere, dust filled, and Han Xiao was also pushed aside. With the opportunity to relieve, Qinxing gritted his teeth and activated his mind. All the debris in the room floated in the air, gathering into a torrent, hitting Han Xiao continuously, pressing against his chest, making him unable to get close to him easily. At this time, Qinxing's face was covered in blood and was in a mess. His gorgeous clothes were covered with dust and blood. His condition was also extremely poor. He was concussed by Han Xiao, unable to concentrate, and his mind power was stagnant and slow. The next second, 4 statues that fell to the ground were grabbed by Qinxing with his mind. He was like a hungry person, unable to wait to put the statue on his forehead. The strange rhythm of thoughts floats in the air. In the invisible field of vision of the naked eye, the undercurrent of the soul contained in the statue is continuously absorbed into the mind by the Morning Star, and the listless thoughts are revitalized and grow rapidly. This is the effect of the statue on the Morning Star. The undercurrent of the mind contained on it is a super tonic for him, which can strengthen his mind power. Such sacrificial props that have been prayed for a long time can be used to enhance his mind power. This is a school of mind masters. It is rare to absorb the undercurrent of the mind and enhance himself, but the side effects are very strong. They are usually impacted by various thoughts of the undercurrent of the mind and damage their own mind. Seeing this, Araxia was about to move forward to stop him, but found that Han Xiao, who was resisting the miscellaneous things in the sky, quietly gestured to him not to act. Araxia stopped and watched the changes. Originally, the undercurrent of the mind that absorbs the statue requires caution, and the spirit involved must be cautious. Otherwise, it will be impacted by countless thoughts in it. But Morningstar cannot control so much now. God knows whether this mercenary is going crazy. He only knows that if he does not save himself, his life may be in danger. Ho ho ho! The whale swallowed the cow and drank the spiritual undercurrents of the 4 statues. The statues fell to the ground one after another, losing all the strangeness, leaving only a hard shell. Absorbing a huge undercurrent of the mind, Morningstar's eyes were red, and the terrifying thoughts rippled beside her, and the air was distorted. The mind was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Her head no longer hurts, and her waist no longer soars. Her state returned to its peak and even exceeded its limit. You actually beat me like this, I want to turn you into my mute slave. Chun Xing wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. His tone was shrill, and he gritted his teeth, as crazy as a beauty-loving woman found herself disfigured. The strong mind power gathers and is about to send a full-strength blow. At this moment, Han Xiao's eyes flashed and suddenly activated the character of Hela to descend, and the phantom of a red-haired woman appeared behind him. Whisper of the Dead caused 3 mental impacts on the target. The damage depends on his own intelligence or mysterious attributes can be specified. The target's entire state is weakened by 15%, lasting for 3 hours, and the number of uses is 2 out of 8. Han Xiao sprayed dark red energy in his eyes and shot straight into the Morning Star through the armored eyes. Although he does not have the skills to add mental attacks, he has high intelligence, 3 consecutive shots, and good damage. Buzz. Morning Star's eyes were spinning, and his spirit was hit hard, and he suddenly lost the control of his mind. Before the mental power was shot out, it exploded on its own, and all the debris that was activated fell off. Blood was squirting in his mouth and nose, and Qinxing's eyes turned blood red. This was not a skill that stimulated the limit, but the capillaries in his eyes exploded. The spiritual resistance of the Mind Master should have been very high, but the spirit of the Morning Star seemed to be unprepared and was directly, severely damaged. The state that had just recovered suddenly fell to the bottom, even worse. The mind was extremely slow, the knees were sore and weak, and Morning Star plopped down and panted heavily, grabbed a statue. Unbelievable. You've tampered with it? Han Xiao curled his lips. Before notifying Morning Star, he bought a thinking toxin from other planets and applied it to the statue. This kind of poison is a poison that specializes in the spirit. Once the external mental power touches the toxin, it will receive backlash damage, and the mental resistance plummets, which can play a role in dealing with mental psychics, magicians, and mind masters. Morning Star has been injured and sucked dry the statue in one breath. The mind itself becomes fragile and is contaminated with toxins. Various factors are superimposed, and the resistance is greatly reduced. The consciousness is directly defeated by these 3 mental shocks and is subjected to a severe backlash. Morning Star is of B level, but the Mind Master is relatively fragile. Han Xiao did not dare to burn with his will, for fear that someone would be lucky. Maybe it was bad, so he would give him a second. The mouth and nose were bleeding, and it broke into roses on the ground. Qinxing basically lost the power of resistance and stared at Han Xiao with a look of unwillingness. In a trance, Chun Xing's expression seemed to become very calm for a moment. When he looked closely, it seemed to be an illusion. Why do you have to deal with me? Chun Xing gritted his teeth. Did you accept the employment of assassinating me? Han Xiao did not answer, and grabbed Chun Xing's hair, knocked hard on the ground, and knocked it fainted. Explanation is the villain's job. We are serious people. Ol may come back, let's withdraw. I'm lucky. I may be a little busy now. The sound of Melos gritting his teeth came from outside the door. He blocked waves of guards and fought fiercely. Ping-pong. Han Xiao grabbed Chun Xing's clothes and threw him to the 3 Volga brothers. Then he put his hands together towards the hotel wall and shot a full void spray. Boom! The gray shock wave exploded through the walls. Bricks and steel bars were flying all over the sky, and the smell of dust was pungent. There was a big hole in the exterior wall of the hotel. It was hundreds of meters above the ground. Below it was more than 100 meters. There was a constant stream of suspended vehicles. Han Xiao jumped at the right time, smashed through the roof of a hover car, and sat in. The driver looked frightened and before he could speak, he was slapped and threw in the back seat. He quickly sat in the driver's seat and touched the steering wheel. Han Xiao suddenly felt handy. He immediately climbed up, left the aerial track plan by the traffic, and stopped beside the hole outside the hotel. Slap! The door bounced open. Come on! Everyone squeezed in. Melas had not gotten in the car yet. At this time, the alarm ringing sounded from far to near. Han Xiao looked in the rearview mirror and saw a team of police levitation vehicles chasing from behind. This is a high-end hotel with a large number of guards patrolling around. The commotion has attracted attention, and the hotel has also called the police. Han Xiao did not dare to continue waiting, so he directly drove the vehicle to the distance and shouted, "Hurry up! Jump!" Melas slashed a whirlwind around his body, slashed out a sword light with the back of the knife, swept all the guards out, and quickly turned his head, strode towards a hole, and jumped out a leap of faith. The ground was trampled by him, and he cut a distance of hundreds of meters in the air. He fell on the roof of the floating car with a thud, just following the hole that Han Xiao smashed into the car. It's so dangerous, so dangerous. Melas was still in shock, and suddenly felt that his butt was soft. He looked down and found that he was sitting on the face of a stranger, and said in surprise, "Who is this guy?" A driver who kindly gave the car. "Hello. Don't sit on someone's face. You have to know how to be grateful." "Hey." He looked at the rearview mirror and saw that everyone was here. Han Xiao accelerated without saying a word, and the suspended car rushed around like a running rhino. Not only are there police levitation vehicles behind, but there are also vehicles in front. However, in addition to front, back, left, and right, air vehicles can also fly up and down, and the difference between two-dimensional and three-dimensional cannot stop him. The bumps and recoil made the carriage look like a shaking canned sardines. Melas originally wanted to question Han Xiao's reason for doing this, but he hurriedly gave up the idea. He was afraid that he would spit it out by himself after opening his mouth. Aroshia immediately transformed into an energy body and felt much more comfortable. Sivia, who was stunned by the power of thought, woke up slowly. Her eyes were spinning in front of her. She thought she had a concussion, and she had woken up for less than 30 seconds. A feeling of nausea surged, and she vomited out with a wow, and fainted again. "Stop now. Otherwise, we will fire." The police issued an ultimatum with the horn of the hover car. Han Xiao turned on the steering wheel and hit it hard, hitting the rear of the police car accurately. The police car turned wildly in the sky like a top, and bursts of screams came from the speaker. Han Xiao was not under pressure to deal with these policemen. He downloaded the map of the city from the mecha database, assisted intelligence to quickly plan the route and display it on the analysis screen. More than 10 minutes later, he shook all the pursuers away, and the dilapidated hover car parked in the gap between the two buildings. Yes, Melas pouted on the car window for a while, and finally recovered. He took a few breaths, stared at Han Xiao, and said angrily, "Dear Commander, do you have any time to explain the reason for us workers?" He was in a very broken mood. It was just a normal repayment settlement. So why did he evolve into being chased by police officers across the city? He also kidnapped an interstellar star. If it were a woman, it would be a man. Are you going to go to heaven? Han Xiao changed his position and looked to the back seat. A bunch of people squeezed into a ball. He pulled Volga's dick away and pointed to Qinxing's blood-stained head. "My target is this guy. He is not a simple person. Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know that a B-level mind master is not a simple person." Melas gritted his teeth. Volga's third brother looked worried. "He is a big star. We will definitely be wanted by the local police. Maybe we will be reported to the Direct Security Bureau of the New Phelan Alliance. This will stain our reputation with mercenaries. Moreover, the Ryan Galaxy is the territory of the New Phelan Alliance. What should we do?" "Don't worry." Han Xiao bluntly towards the unconscious Morningstar. "That guy will talk to us. As long as he, the person involved, comes forward, we will be fine. You want to threaten him? I don't think it will work." Melas was deeply suspicious. "Threat? No, you don't have to do this at all." Han Xiao smiled. "He will choose to help us." As he said that, he pulled Qinxing out of the crowd and threw in the passenger seat. After thinking about it, he took out a tissue to wipe the blood on Qinxing's face. Qinxing's face was covered with bruises and swelling, and there was no gorgeous look when singing. I'm a little heavier. Alas, it's a pity. Han Xiao Sayyid. Slap. Anyway, it was all like this, so he simply slapped back and forth as a wake-up service. Qinxing's eyelashes shook, slowly opened his eyes, his pupils slowly focused, his eyes clear, and he sat up straight. Her whole temperament changed drastically. If she had been more like a charming woman before, she was like a pure man at this time. She turned to look at Han Xiao and showed a calm smile. Not at all as if she was angry just now. Hello, I've been watching you just now. Although you may have attacked me for kidnapping, I still thank you for giving me a chance to come out and breathe. His voice was mellow and gentle, completely different from his ever-feminine tone, and he didn't look like the same person. You, Melas looked surprised. Morningstar nodded with a gentle smile. For the first time I met, my name was Aldrin Kevinson Fording. Just call me Fording. Don't be surprised. I'm the owner of this body. The Morningstar you saw was well, how can I say? I'm a not very friendly guest. Schizophrenia? Paranoid? Or pretend? Everyone looked strange. This person was sick. Han Xiao said in a deep voice, the spiritual host. Upon hearing this, the surprise in Fording's eyes flashed away. He did not expect Han Xiao to reveal the truth in one sentence. I didn't expect you to see it. Fording suddenly realized and understood why Han Xiao started to attack. It turned out that he had discovered Qinxing's secret, but he immediately became confused. Why did this mercenary named Black Star lend a helping hand? Everyone is not a relative or a good person. The mercenary is not a warm heart who likes to meddle in business and must have made plans. It turns out to be a spiritual host. Volga's third son suddenly realized and immediately explained to others that he was also a master of mind and knew this secret method. Just like a martial artist polishing his body, a mind master tempers his mind and soul. A powerful person can peel off his soul and consciousness from the original body, stay in the brains of other living bodies, and obtain a second life. Generally, this method will be used only when the body is severely damaged and there is no way out, because the process of peeling will cause irreversible damage to the soul, and there is only a 3 in 1,000 chance of success. Once it fails, the soul will collapse and die on the spot. If it weren't forcing me, most people would not be willing to abandon the original body and replace it with someone else's body. Morningstar is an example. How could she, a woman, want to replace it with a man's body? The peripherals are not suitable. The mind master cannot choose a target that is stronger than himself as the host. Once the spiritual host possesses it, he can basically seize control of the body. The original owner's consciousness is like being trapped in a cage. He can experience the body's senses, but he cannot control the body. He is like an immersive bystander, as if he has become two personalities that know each other's existence. Morningstar was seriously injured. Her consciousness was very weak, and she could only shrink into her brain to recuperate. So Fuding naturally took over her body, and the bystander turned into Morningstar. Han Xiao took action just to see Fording. Injuring Morningstar's consciousness is the most direct way. It just so happens that he has a character card from Hela, who can accurately deal with the spirit without having to beat Fording's body to a serious injury. Although the injury is not light now. The third Volga explained the principle of spiritual boarding briefly, and others would understand it. No wonder Qinxing acts so feminine. It turns out that he is a woman. Melas curiously said, "When did you get boarded? When did you mean the last time I controlled my body?" Fording shrugged. 4 years, 9 months, 14 days, 8 hours and 23 minutes. Oh, now it's 24 minutes. About 5 years ago, Sivia had woken up, and after hearing the conversation just now, she said in surprise, "Isn't that the day when Morningstar debuted?" "Yes. My hometown is a remote galaxy in the Broken Star Ring. I don't like the main star that has been transformed too thoroughly, so I voluntarily moved to a deserted semi-colonial star. It is a place for the poor and a place of exile in the eyes of others, but I think it is more vivid than the city surrounded by steel. I live in the wild, farming and hunting for a living. Everything is so harmonious. One day, a spaceship fell on my vegetable field, and there was a woman who was seriously injured and unconscious. She was Morningstar. I saved her and bandaged her wounds, but she was too seriously injured. When she was dying, she snatched my body, continued to survive with my body, and became a star. This is the whole process. Fording's tone was plain, and she seemed to be not much angry about the snatch of his body. 5 years had already made him adapt, smoothing out his initial resentment and anger. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Although Chen Xing was beaten so hard that she had no power to fight back, this was because her mind was severely damaged when her soul was stripped. Her former strength level was extremely close to a level. Because of her body change, her strength plummeted and she almost fell to sea level. So she had to collect sacrificial props to restore her strength. Morningstar is not the protagonist, but Fording is. Moreover, his luck is stronger than a small protagonist like Melos, and his luck halo is extremely advanced. A strong man moved into his mind for nothing. It was definitely the standard for the protagonist-type character, but he was an old man and Fording was a young lady, and people were different from others. If Morningstar had not been free, Fording, who was like an old cadre, would never take the initiative to discover his hidden talents and would have always been an ordinary person. Although Morningstar temporarily snatched his body, it also took him on an unknown journey. Otherwise, Fording would never have discovered his vast talent. His dilemma was only temporary. Although Han Xiao did not know the exact time, Fording later turned against the enemy and suppressed Morningstar. Fording can extend his personal growth history plot. Legend of the Singer. How arrogant is a high-level Halo protagonist? Let me put it this way. Fordine at his peak was of the same level as Hela. His singing penetrated his soul without the need for air to spread the sound, but it rang directly in the heart. Use ethereal singing to wash those angry, impetuous, and hatred souls, as if passing through the fog wind of the forest and the water droplets of the crumpled lake surface. Everything is magnificent, and finally it will return to peace, leaving only the peace and joy of seeing the tender grass tenaciously breaking out of the ground. A song to resolve an upcoming interstellar war. This is exactly Fording's famous deeds. Moreover, Fording did not cherish himself and publicly taught his own thought skills. The mindfulness players can learn the skills of using singing to exert their mindfulness power from him to form a school, and Fording is equivalent to a senior mindfulness power mentor. When Han Xiao remembered this task, he had already made a complete plan. If he could get the task settlement card, he would not bother Chinching for the time being. He would go ahead and advance first. But if he could not get the settlement card, then trigger the plot. The player who did the Find Statue mission in his previous life naturally did not know the secret of Morningstar. It took a long time later that the player knew that there was a plot event in this character, but unfortunately no one could trigger it at that time. Although Han Xiao didn't know the result of triggering the plot during this period, he decided to give it a try because he was not ignorant. He knew about Fording's later performance and personality. He could roughly guess some of the processes. He dared not say that he was 100% sure, but it must be profitable. I can help you control your body and drive out the guess in your brain. Otherwise, when she recovers, your body will be his again. Han Xiao said. Fording was indifferent. What do you want? I believe this is not a free help. Morningstar is very rich. You are twins with her. I must know her account password. I want her savings. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, Morningstar is indeed very rich and a piece of fat, but this is not the main goal of Honda Technician. However, he cannot say that he has a crush on Fording's potential, so he cannot win the trust of the other party. The statement of seeking wealth is more convincing, so that Fording can let go of some vigilance. After all, the body is still Fording's, and he would rather let Morningstar control than take risks. Fording immediately believed that it was natural to hire mercenaries to make money, and this behavior was not considered kidnapping, but instead helped a person who was boarded and did not violate the mercenary treaty. Fording felt reliable. Although the money was earned by Morningstar, It was his body, and there was no psychological burden to squander it. It sounds good, but if you want to get the money right away, I'm afraid I can't do anything. Pointing to his head, Fording smiled helplessly. She just threatened me that if she touched her savings, she would die with me. So, I can't afford to pay before dealing with a problem. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. When he made this request, he guessed the possible reaction of Qinxing. The result was just right, and he nodded in his heart. Then you have to follow me, so that I can help you suppress Qinxing's counterattack at any time until you find a way to completely deal with her. Fording paused and said, I hope I don't hurt her life. She had to stay in my body and didn't use my body to mess around. In the past 5 years, although she has thought I was annoyed and blocked my voice in her brain, I've seen her memories, and she is also a pitiful person. If an ordinary person is stolen, he will most likely want to be wiped out by the hostile. However, as a protagonist, Fording's personality is obviously extraordinary. This situation can also be considered in Morningstar, which surprises everyone. Okay. Han Xiao nodded, confident on the surface, but in fact he didn't know how to deal with the mental host. No player triggered this plot, so he could only explore it himself, but it didn't prevent him from agreeing first. Since we have reached a consensus, we need you to solve the current dilemma. As long as you come forward, our wanted will be canceled. No problem. Fording smiled gently, looked at the blue-faced look in the mirror, and said, but we must deal with the injuries on my face first. Otherwise, there will be no convincing power. Early this morning, the well-known singer Qinxing was attacked on the New Phelan, a colonial star in the Ryan galaxy of the Colton star group, and his whereabouts are still unknown. According to the staff's witness information, the robbers are the Black Star Mercenary Group, a mercenary group with a good reputation in the Colton star group, and the field force on Long Tanfu Island. The specific details are not known yet. Our station is actively communicating with the local police department and the helping team of Morningstar. In addition to the hole in the exterior wall of the hotel, there was a floating carriage at this time. In addition to the security forces blocking the scene, there are also a large group of media reporters. Some are local media of the New Phelan Alliance, and some are interstellar media, just like sharks that smelled fishy. Not long after the incident, they quickly came to the scene and rushed to release first-hand reports. If it is just an ordinary kidnapping case, then these media are indifferent, but this time the matter is different. The target of the kidnapping is a celebrity singer, and the scene is in the downtown area. The kidnappers turn out to be a famous mercenary group. These reporters have such a keen sense of hot spots and immediately notice the unusualness. In addition to reporting the incident, they also began to fabricate various gossips and guess the inside story. Assassination and employment? Love-hate entanglement? Property dispute? Anyway, the title and content are sensational. Morningstar has many fans in the Broken Star Ring, all of which are in full swing, and the news spreads like a hurricane. The local police were busy. If something happened to an interstellar star on the territory, if it was not handled properly, the negative impact would be very serious. Moreover, Morningstar was also a guest performing at the Unification Day celebration, which was of extraordinary significance. If something happened, it would lose the face of the New Phelan League. The Central Security Department has begun to pay attention to this matter, which puts great pressure on the local sheriff. Just as the situation was brewing, no one expected that Qinxing actually ran back by himself, and the kidnapper Black Star Mercenary Group was also coming back together. This development surprised the police and the media. As soon as Fording came back, he was surrounded by countless people. The reporter asked about the situation in a verbal way. The police pushed the crowd away and protected him. On the other side, the hover car driven by Han Xiao and others was also surrounded by police cars. After persuading Fording, Han Xiao asked Boss Volga to use water-based healing spells to smooth the scars on Fording's face, which was significant. Although he was still a little haggard, Fording turned back to the appearance of a handsome young man. Unlike the feminine and enchanting Morningstar, when Fording controls his body, he exudes a gentle temperament from the inside out, which makes people look friendly and feel like a warm man inexplicably. The wording was already thought about in advance, and Fording calmly dealt with the media. When he was trapped in his body, He watched Morningstar's behavior throughout the whole process. He had never eaten pork or seen pigs running, so he was at ease. 5 years ago, Fording would not have so many things. Morningstar's memory and experience of using the body were all things Fording had never experienced, and it became his experience. The police and the reporter did not believe the excuse that Fordine thought, but the person involved came forward in person, so the matter had to be left alone. The local sheriff warned him and left immediately. The reporters shook their heads one after another and returned in disappointment. The hotel's person in charge came up and asked Han Xiao to compensate for the losses of breaking the exterior wall. This was a serious request. Han Xiao did not refuse and paid a small amount of money. He sent the hotel's people away and woke the driver of the hover truck and compensated 20 points to ask him to repair the car. This was more than enough. After solving these miscellaneous things, it finally became quiet. Han Xiao was about to walk towards Fording. At this time, Qinxing's agent stopped in front of Fording like a guard and shouted, "Mercenaries are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Qinxing does not belong to any entertainment group. She formed a logistics team herself, most of which are women. The agent is a purple-skinned dude with big eyes and a young girl. She was fascinated by Qinxing and willing to work for him. At this time, she was staring at Han Xiao in anger. Fording coughed dryly. "I have one thing that I need to announce. First, all the next tours will be canceled and all the itineraries will be cleared." Okay. The agent didn't care about Han Xiao and hurriedly wrote it down, turned around, and saw Fording staring at him. His cheeks suddenly turned purple and red, and he was so shy that he was almost panicked. He hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Fording, and didn't know where to put his hands. Seeing this, Han Xiao grinned and said to himself, "It's worthy of being the protagonist who scans the face." His charm attribute is really high. He already has his own charming skills. "Don't be nervous." Fording smiled gently, as if the spring breeze was blowing on his face. "Second, I want to temporarily stop my acting career and leave here with these mercenaries." "Okay, what?" The agent subconsciously wanted to agree, and suddenly reacted. His face changed drastically, and he was extremely shocked. He suddenly looked at Han Xiao with extremely angry eyes and hatred. "Sorry, you probably have to find another job." Fording reached out and touched the head of the agent. The agent, who was still like an angry lion in the last second, immediately became obedient and cried so hard that his female assistants were all crying. The eyes of Han Xiao were full of hostility, as if they were snatching their love rival from a sword. When they turned to Fording, they turned into a grievance and rushed up to hug. This scene seemed like a collective heartbreak. However, they did not blame their ex-boyfriend, but instead forgave him and hugged him in an extremely harmonious way. Han Xiao's Tuxwisha. If a handsome man can take a few boats, then Fording is at least the potential of 100 boats competing for the current level. High charm can really do whatever you want. "You're awesome. I have nothing to say, man." After disbanding the team, everyone asked to sort out their things and leave. Fording ignored the roar of Qinxing in his mind, came to Han Xiao, spread his hands. "I am free now. How are you going to help me?" Han Xiao was about to speak when the panel suddenly reminded him that he had received a new task. You trigger the hidden mission. Choose Task Introduction. You found that Morningstar is actually a spiritual host. You know the original owner of the body, Fording. He decided to completely deal with Morningstar in his mind, and your choice is crucial. Task completion conditions: I. Expel or kill Fording's consciousness. Let Morningstar control the body. Condition 2. Expel or kill Morningstar. Let Fording control the body. Condition 3. Let Fording and Morningstar reach a settlement, and both parties take turns to control the body. Condition 4. Unknown note. As long as one of the conditions is met, you can choose the settlement task. The task reward depends on different results. Can it still help Morningstar? Han Xiao was stunned. Because he knew Fording's future, he did not think about this idea. In this way, the fate of the protagonist Fording is in his own hands. If he helps Morningstar, he will have no future. Something interesting. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the task requirements carefully. The fourth requirement was unknown. According to his experience, the rewards for such implicit requirements are generally the most. So, what better result is besides helping either party and allowing both parties to reach a settlement? No player had done this task in his previous life, so Han Xiao had to judge based on his years of experience in scoring tasks. The first two were simple and crude methods, but the third requirement was to spend time for both parties to communicate. The only thing he could do seemed to be to let Ford continue to control his body, so as to create an environment where the two could communicate harmoniously, because once Morningstar got his body again, it would definitely cause trouble. Moreover, the task is chosen to settle on its own initiative, inferred that the fourth requirement should take longer. Although he just saw the task, Han Xiao had guessed a key, and time is a difficult point. The longer Morningstar will try to seize the body, which is an unstable factor. Moreover, the reason why Fording's consciousness was preserved until now was because Morningstar kept it back. Otherwise, she would have wiped out Fording's consciousness long ago. Perhaps because Fording had saved her, she felt guilty and did not kill her. But if Morningstar is forced to get angry, once it recovers, it is likely to kill Fording regardless of whether it is concerned about the situation. In this way, the rewards for condition 1 should be very few. No matter who controls the body, the problem is essentially solved, so there is no failure of the task. After thinking about it, Han Xiao said to Fording, "If you don't want to hurt Qinxing, then I won't take destructive measures. I have several ways to suppress Qinxing. There is a spiritual master in my team. Although it is not very strong, it is true that he can keep her weak without severely damaging Qinxing, so that she can't recover. If you want to completely solve the problem without hurting her, you can only negotiate with her. At most, I can't make her unable to snatch her body and let you take the dominance. But in this way, you can't leave us, otherwise Qinxing may succeed at any time." These words were also said to Qinxing to prevent her from jumping over the wall. "Okay, then I'll give it a try." Fording nodded and smiled, but was optimistic. "Just let me control my body. It's enough. Just so, I'll learn the method of training my mind from her memory. If my own spirit becomes strong enough, she will have no choice." Hearing this, Han Xiao's light of inspiration flashed. He probably guessed what the fourth mission condition was. If this is the case, it will indeed take a lot of time. Han Xiao roughly guessed the fourth condition. Separation is basically impossible. The chance of success of 3,000 and the strength plummeted again. Neither Fording nor Morningstar would be willing to take risks. So there's only the idea of reconciliation. The degree of condition 4 is definitely more perfect than the reconciliation of condition 3, so it must take more time. Han Xiao naturally likes the 4 conditions with the most rewards, but even if you don't look at the rewards, it will be very beneficial for him to let Fording develop like the plot in his previous life. Now Fording decides to follow the mercenary group. His identity is not a member, but an employer who needs help, but this guy is a potential stock. If his problem is solved, he can at least get a large amount of Morningstar savings, which is huge. According to Fording, it is at the level of tens of millions. This is the wealth accumulated by Morningstar's 5 years of acting career. Of course, Han Xiao hopes that Fording will become a mercenary group cadre, which is all in one. But this idea is not easy to realize. Everding's personality will not become a mercenary after he is cured. He followed the mercenary group to solve his own problems. Although I'm temporarily turning him into the team, he's not a companion. He's just a customer, and it's impossible to help fight. Han Xiao said intimately, "Well, if you want to fool him into joining us completely, it will take time to brew. You can first look at the situation of the choose task before you can take a step-by-step. To take Fording by your side, you need to watch him all the time, otherwise there will be dangers. The third Volga is suitable for this job. Anyway, the third brother's combat effectiveness is just fine, so it's just right to do something else. Choose. The task takes time, wait for it to develop naturally, and there is no need to count on it in the short term." Fording skillfully handled the follow-up issues and became a free man. Han Xiao did not want to stay for a long time and took everyone to the dock airport to the berthing orbit of the spacecraft. The spacecraft lowered the gangway, and everyone stepped on it. Han Xiao turned around and saw Fording still staying on the ground, looking at the spacecraft with complicated eyes. Han Xiao said, "Don't stand there, go." "Okay." Fording took a deep breath, controlling his body for the first time in 5 years. He had been away for a long time and missed this feeling very much. Morningstar, who was noisy in his mind, calmed down, focused on healing his wounds, and stared at him. Once he embarked on the spaceship in front of him, it was another unknown journey. The difference is that this time he was no longer a bystander, but a dominant person. As an idle person who hates technological progress, Fording felt like he was dreaming. 5 years ago, he never thought that he would one day become a famous interstellar singer, and he would live in a woman, and he would also have to snatch her body, not only to follow a group of mercenaries, but also to try to exercise his mind. Things are impermanent. Fording sighed. He used to think that his life would be spent in a dull and live slowly in the wild, keeping a pet as a companion, hunting when he was young. If he had not died in the mouth of a wild beast, when he was old, he would put down his hunting crossbow and farm at home, accompanying every visiting dusk. Maybe one day he would fall asleep by the fire and never wake up again. But the falling spaceship was like a heavy hammer, breaking his plan for life. And suddenly, he was unprepared. Although life is not what I want now, Fording said to himself, it seems quite interesting. He took a step forward and was about to step onto the gangway, when a commotion suddenly came from a distance. A large group of people rushed over, shouting Qinxing's name in his mouth, looking puzzled, but this was the group of media reporters who had been chasing here for some reason. After thinking about it, Han Xiao suddenly realized. Yes, Qinxing's assistant team has been disbanded, and someone must have contacted the reporter. As he expected, Qinxing gave up his singing career and left with a group of mercenaries. He contacted the suspected kidnapping incident not long ago, which made the reporters smell the hot spots, quickly turn around, and chased after him like crazy. Qinxing, what is your intention to do this? Are you coerced? Don't worry. You don't have to worry about someone being unfavorable to you. We will protect you. These reporters were talking, holding Fording, almost trying to move him away. Fording tried hard to squeeze out the crowd and waved his hands repeatedly. This is my own decision. I have something else to do. As he said that, he rushed up the gangway, and Han Xiao put him in sideways. The reporters could not let Qinxing go, and they all squeezed on a gangway, wanting to rush into the spaceship regardless of the situation and reach out to push Han Xiao. Bang! A circle of force burst out. All the reporters on the gangway were shaken away, rolling and falling, grinning in pain, and struggling to stand up, but they didn't dare to move forward. Only then did they remember that the dangerous mercenary was blocking in front of them. Han Xiao had no expression on his face, clapped his hands, and closed the hatch door. The spacecraft rumbled to start and left the colonial star. Outside the window was the dark universe. The spaceship was slowly sailing, and in the hall, Ferdinand sat in the center of everyone. Volga III pressed Fordine's back of his head, and circles of invisible ripples of thought power rippled on his forehead, and it took a while before he let go of his hand. I found Morningstar. She was very weak and could not resist my invasion. I set up a 4-level spiritual partition to trap her in it, and hypnotize her consciousness and slow down her thinking speed, which was equivalent to reducing her recovery ability. Within 15 days, she could not make any waves. Ferding nodded. She is scolding me, so the effects should be pretty good. He turned his head and smiled at the Volga III, like the warm sunshine, radiating charm unrestrainedly, and said politely, "Thank you for your help." No, it doesn't matter." Volga III blushed inexplicably. Han Xiao's big golden sword sat in the middle of the sofa, with Araxia on the left and Sawia on the right, and said in a deep voice, "The external force is unstable after all, and you can make yourself stronger." "I know." Fording shrugged and looked at an ornament on the table. A subtle mental force surged out, which was floating in the air. In fact, on the way I came, I had already awakened my mental power. Plop! Sivia fell to the ground. She hurriedly got up, looking shocked. "This is so fast." Fording laughed and said, "Morningstar's memory has a complete set of ways to exercise mind power, and I can understand her feeling of training mind power. It is very simple to do it. It seems that my talent is not bad. It took her 3 days to awaken her mind power, and I only took her for a few hours. By the way, when she was healing herself, I could more or less snatch some mind power from her. I share the same body with her and do not reject each other. Morningstar's memory is a huge treasure, and all the accumulation is shared with Fording, which is equivalent to Fording having practiced it once, and there is no need to take any detours. Coupled with her strong talent and the factor of one-on-one twins, only Fording doesn't know how perverted his growth rate is. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he deserved to be the halo of the senior protagonist. Morningstar, the old man, is so dedicated. Sivia was in tears. People are so angry that I want to become a Superman. Not only do I endorse my letters every day, but I will also be electrocuted. What luck are you doing? I really want to kill you with one spear. Melas snorted, but he looked at Fording a little disliked. He turned to Han Xiao and asked, "Where are we going now?" Han Xiao pointed his forehead and pondered. "I think about it." He didn't get a mission settlement card this time, but Han Xiao was not ready to give up. This is the first time, maybe we'll be there next time. Compared to taking risks against A-level, random rewards are more secure, but they are more reliable. Advancement is the main goal at present. Level 100 is the threshold for racial sublimation, with a huge increase. Strength is the most important thing. Everything else needs to be sidelined. There is more than a year left in the version update, and there is still plenty of time. The news was a bit sudden. Master Han didn't react for a while. After thinking about it, he realized that Araxia had stayed in C+ level for a long time. With her supernatural growth rate, she was indeed about to enter B level. Araxia has an A-level chain task, restart. The requirement of the first ring is to guide Araxia to make her abilities reach the level of B. The reward is very generous. The first ring experience is 520,000, and there is also a chance to reward randomly. Han Xiaozheng urgently needs a random reward, and the surprise made him feel refreshed. Araxia herself is very special. She said that she has dreamed of many familiar scenes recently, which may be the memories she lost. Every time Araxia dies, her memory will restart and forget all the experiences of her previous survival. As a result, she doesn't know how many memories she has accumulated. When you enter the B-level threshold, there may be special changes. Han Xiao said. Due to an emergency, Han Xiao changed his destination and let the spacecraft stop at the nearest asteroid. Araxia is not a player, and she is a supernatural system with no traces. There may be big changes when she advances. For the sake of safety, she did not allow her to advance while the spacecraft was sailing. Stepping onto the solid ground, Araxia closed her eyes and her body slowly floated in the air. Bands of dazzling light burst out from her body, setting off an energy tide within a range of hundreds of meters, and the energy level value rose exponentially. The wind swept through, the sand and stones flew, and the air waves continued to spread like ripples. Around the spaceship, Han Xiao and others looked at Araxia, who was advancing from afar. Their hair was blown by the wind, and sand and dust were swelling. It's not small. Melas covered the light with his hands. She is very special. She is about level C when she wakes up. There is a huge amount of energy hidden in her body. Breakthrough to level B is natural for her. There is no difficulty. Han Xiao nodded. Melas shrunk. I think it's not easy to break the boundary. Boss Volga patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "You're content." The light energy was like spreading sea water, quickly filling the space within a few hundred meters. The area turned into a sea of light, and the intensity and range of Araxia's energy exceeded the previous limit. Buzzing, the light suddenly stopped its diffuse momentum and suddenly surged towards a center point, several times faster. Countless light energy surged into a point in the center, making a rumbling sound, as if the wind hole was howling, and the rotating light dust condensed into a strong wind visible to the naked eye, forming a vortex. The center point became brighter and brighter, but it seemed to have become darker to the extreme. All the energy within hundreds of meters was compressed into a point, and then the point suddenly expanded, exploded into the sky, turning into a faceless person with ripples of energy, and a golden arc burst out. Gradually, under the influence of superpowers, energy followed some unknown law and turned into matter, and Aroshia's physical body appeared again and fell to the ground. Turn on the analyzer and aim at Aroshia. The energy level she emitted at this time had exceeded the minimum standard of level B. Restart. Completed the first ring. You gained 520W experience. Restaurant plus 5. This restaurant must have an unusual relationship with Aroshia, but who is he? Han Xiao's heart moved. You get a random reward X1. Repressing his joy, Han Xiao temporarily left in the panel. He walked to Aroshia and asked, "How do you feel?" Aroshia experienced it. "I can control more energy. I mean other aspects. I have seen more familiar scenes, too many. My head hurts a little." Aroshia frowned. Han Xiao lowered his head, stretched out his hands, rubbed her temples, and gently stroked her eyebrows over the peak of her eyebrows, allowing her eyebrows to stretch and relieve the pain, asking, "What else do you feel?" "I don't know. The places where some pictures flashed by, as if calling me over. I have a feeling that after going to those places, I should be able to remember some things." Aroxia's fingers gestured in the air, and the light energy outlined the pictures in her memory, one by one. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Aroxia was not curious about the amnesia at all, but after entering B-level, she seemed to have awakened a more humane side, gave birth to new desires, and her emotional fluctuations were richer than before. Could it be that as Aroshia's strength improves, her secret will gradually be revealed? Just then, a new prompt appears on the panel. Restart. Second ring mission. According to Aroshia's description, go to many places in her memory to help her find memory fragments. Current progress. 0 / Reward. 1030W experience. Rest is favorable impression plus 10. Failed condition. Aroxia's death. The second ring is to help her find some of her memories? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Aroxia is so special and has a great origin. If you find your memories, you don't know whether it is a blessing or a disaster. He felt that Aroshia was very good at this time. If she recovered her memory, her personality would definitely change, and her state might be difficult to maintain at this time. For a moment, Han Xiao hesitated a little. Perhaps if you don't do this task, maintaining the status quo is the best choice. In any case, Aroshia is a very good partner, and now she has become the second B-level cadre of the mercenary group. She grows up healthily and can be used for greater use. In addition to Han Xiao himself, there are 3 B-levels in total. The mercenary group's evaluation in the alliance can be improved, and there is one more powerful helper. However, this should be Aroshia's personal plot. If she doesn't do it, she may think of more memories herself and may leave voluntarily. Thinking about it this way, she still has to do the task to see the situation. This second ring mission is similar to treasure hunting. Aroshia can only describe the picture, while the actual location needs to be found by yourself. The stars are vast, and there is a needle in a haystack, and there is obviously more than one location. Although there was no information on this mission in his previous life, Han Xiao remembered many scenes in the region and would not be clueless when he found it. According to the nature of this mission, it will definitely not be done in a short time. Alas, keep it and find it slowly. Now the advancement is the most important thing. Han Xiao patted Aroxia's back, asked her and everyone to return to the spaceship, and then took off and left the asteroid. There's also a random reward in the panel. Han Xiao rubbed his hands, took a deep breath, and activated it. Random drawing. Picking is completed. The reward type you receive this time is props. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up and his spirit was refreshed. Have a chance. He subconsciously held his breath, his heart hangs in his throat, and he is very nervous. Time seemed to be lengthened. Everything slowed down, and 3 options were revealed one after another. Please choose one of the following 3 props. Volume of potential potion. Get an additional 1 potential point. Mechanical drawing X1. Randomly obtain a mechanical drawing. blank character card. Select a character and randomly generate the character's advent card, which can only be used once. Han Xiao's eyes widened, and his breath was instantly relieved. Wow, garbage all over the floor. I finally got the prop type, so I gave this one. Han Xiao wished he could beat the table wildly. I just saw a flame of hope, and it was instantly extinguished by urination. The ups and downs of life are so exciting. I want a task settlement card. After being in a mess for a while, Han Xiao calmed down and gritted his teeth and smiled. Haha, what a big deal. I didn't draw this time, just draw it again next time. It is impossible to collapse if the mentality collapses. We're used to it. It's like a card game. Normal people have to rack their brains. Europeans can win by playing the cards they draw in every round. We are not panic at all. After drinking a glass of water, he looked back at the panel, and the 3 props were still waiting to be selected. These 3 things are not precious, so Han Xiao can only draw the general from the short one. Small bottle of potential potion. Although the potential point is important, it is only a little added. This is too little. Han Xiao will consider it if it is a medium bottle or a large bottle. I got a random mechanical drawing, which looked good. In fact, this thing is very garbage. There are so many mechanical drawings, and the chance of drawing waste is very high. Even if I draw a particularly precious drawing, it is probably a very high-end equipment that can only be made. If my own knowledge is not satisfied, it means that I can only see but not touch it. It is useless to have a look except for the enjoyment of the eyes. Moreover, Han Xiao does not use random drawings at all. He remembers that most of the drawings are combined and can make enough food and clothing by himself. After thinking about it, he thought that only blank character cards were not bad. If he chose to generate Emmer's character cards, God knows what effect would be. Although he has a super gene stripper, it is obviously impossible to use it on Emmys. He has never seen such a person who is so dying. He doesn't want to detect the long tan strike on the way. The lower limit is not low, and the upper limit is over, so it is worth a win. You get blank character card, X1, Han Xiao nodded. Next time I see Dragon Crusoe, I will use this thing. Long Tan has no mission assignment recently. Emmers is wandering around, and I won't come to me for nothing. If I can generate some abnormal effects, I might be able to challenge a level directly as a trump card. It's a choice. No matter how strong the character rival card is, it can be regarded as a skill, which just meets the prerequisite requirements for advanced tasks. This time I didn't get a task settlement card, but it also provides a new way. Han Xiao regards it as an alternative option. Of course, the premise is to draw Emmer's strong abilities, and it's best to be the kind that can beat the A-level superpower into glutinous rice cakes with one blow. At present, Han Xiaoqing continues to try random rewards. Although the harvest is not satisfactory for the time being, he feels that his thinking is fine and he will not give up halfway because of temporary setbacks. It is called Tang-headed, and it is just like that. After setting the destination, the spacecraft will drive automatically. This rental spacecraft is mainly speed-oriented and is suitable for running around. This time I chose a simple and rough boss task. The process is very simple, and there are not many rewards. Han Xiao is now in need of such a time-saving task. Moreover, Araxio was promoted to level B, and her team's strength increased sharply. It would be much easier to play a boss of similar levels. At the same time, in a star field that is extremely far away from the broken star ring, a dark spacecraft is quietly suspended in the universe. The outer shell of the spacecraft is extremely smooth and dense, as if a black mirror reflects the scenery of the galaxy. The upper and lower view angles of the appearance are fan-shaped, and the front view angle is a four-sided rhombus raised up and down. The straight-class reconnaissance ship, commonly known as the Black Light Lurker, is the top-notch technology creation of the Guanghui Federation, and its hiding, detection, speed, and other equipment. Its technology is far beyond most civilizations and is expensive. In the black market of spacecraft in major star fields, the three cosmic civilizations are the most popular. A second-hand Black Light Lurker can sell tens of millions of anals, and is a hero in the reconnaissance spacecraft industry. To put it another way, this thing is equivalent to an ultra-high-end luxury sports car. 1/millionth of a millisecond ago, a special wave frequency was entangled through quantum and instantly spanned countless light years. In the cab of the spacecraft, an elliptical transparent glass cover pendant as big as a finger was hung on the top of the driver's seat. The pendant received this special band and immediately reacted, lit up a long-lost golden light. A sound rang out in the empty cab. Countless streams of light were born out of thin air, condensed into a glowing human form, reaching out to touch the pendant that flashed with faint light. Your energy signs have finally returned to the level that can be positioned by the sensor. It turned out that they were shot to the Broken Star Ring by the wormhole. I will find you soon, waiting for me. In the blink of an eye, the black light lurker turned into a stream of light and disappeared. It only required microseconds to preheat to instantly jump, which was extremely flexible and almost impossible to capture. After Fording left with the Black Star mercenary group, the impact caused a lot of public opinion in the entertainment industry. Morningstar gave up its singing career when it was at its peak. This news caused an uproar. Although the reporter media did not learn the inside story from Fording, they imagined it. A news that exposed the inside story spread rapidly. Morningstar's fans were shocked and caused a lot of heated discussion. However, these entertainment news and mercenary industries are almost two different worlds. Han Xiao didn't care, but his popularity increased a little, which made him take a look at it a little more. After completing Morningstar's mission, he did not delay and drove the ship to the next mission triggering place. In the remote galaxy of the Colton Cluster, the Ghidorah civilization set up scientific research space stations to explore some unmanned planets and investigate different plants and living organisms and planetary environments. There are many investigators like Carrot stationed in the space station. Number 075, Ghidorah Coexu Space Station. After obtaining permission, the spacecraft entered the space station orbit and stopped at the internal dock. As we walked off the spaceship, everyone looked around. The shape of this space station was in a typical Ghidorah style. Black Star Mercenary Group, what are your intentions? Asked several Ghidorah investigators waiting at the dock and one of the leaders. When passing by, the spacecraft needs to be replenished. So when we come here for a break, we will pay the corresponding fee, or we can do some employment tasks. Han Xiao said, "Do you have anything to solve here?" The leader hesitated for a moment and shook his head. There is no unnecessary work here. Since your spacecraft needs to be rested, you can use our ship repair yard. Mercenaries are semi-neutral camps, slightly inclined to order, and by default, they have a pass permit and can dock at many interstellar civilization strongholds. The spacecraft made a notice before entering the space station, because the Black Star Mercenary Group has a good reputation and has dealt with the Dark Star a long time ago. The space station allowed Han Xiao and others to park. If the negative side is too famous or wants, not only will it not be able to enter many places, but once the whereabouts are leaked, they will also be rounded up by the guards. After a few words of exchange, the Ghidorah investigator led the way, and everyone left the dock and entered the lounge of the space station. According to the management manual, when the spacecraft fuel was replenished, they would have to leave. When Han Xiao came here, of course, it was not just to replenish fuel. This scientific space station could trigger a task he wanted. It was easy to get high evaluations, and the process was quite simple. The thing is like this. A scientific research ship lost contact while exploring a nearby deserted planet. The space station sent a second force to search, but it was also lost contact. So the space station informed the General Administration of Investigation of Ghidorah, waiting for the headquarters to send more investigators to investigate the situation. Because this is internal work, Ghidorah investigators did not disclose the situation just now and did not need to seek help from mercenaries. However, players can trigger this task through a character inside the space station, which is not a hidden task. As long as players pay attention to the clues carefully, they can find a trigger. This person is Han Xiao's target. P.S. A little bit card, it's a little late. This space station is not large in size, and its appearance is a color of dark gold and gray iron. The overall shape adheres to Ghidorah's usual light and curved style, like a ball of spiral mosquito coil with lengthened spacing. Of course, it also has the feeling of an indescribable thing. In short, it is curved. Unlike most scientific and technological civilizations, the internal structure of the space station is relatively complex. If you do not view the map on the instruments in the corridor channel, you may even get lost. Han Xiao and others are outsiders, and the confidential space of the space station is not open to them. You can only move in the dock, the rest hall, and the guest room area. The space station webmaster came to greet everyone. Even if the Korean technician was not easy to distinguish the appearance of Ghidorah, it could be seen that the webmaster was a serious person with his hair tied with Ghidorah-style braids and a compressed ball of investigator-style equipment. He had meticulous movements and dresses and had a military style. The Ghidorah investigators have a complex composition, partly selected from the military, partly recruited and selected local security forces, and then conducted training, and some were admitted from school. The webmaster was obviously an officer who was in full compliance with rules and regulations. The spacecraft was sent to the shipyard for maintenance and replenishment. Everyone was resting in the hall. Han Xiao did not reveal the goal of the trip to his companions, so everyone thought that this was just a normal mooring and rest. Melas pulled the three Volga brothers to play a popular casual card game in the interstellar world. The gameplay was a battle-related rule. These cards were famous figures and civilizations across the interstellar world. Different star fields had their own decks, such as the Broken Star Ring deck, including 4 super A-level bosses, including Emmers. However, in the battle between 2 or more, the players play in a star field, pick a certain number of cards from the decks of the star field as decks, and then start the battle. These cards are also divided into different functions, such as civilization cards, strong cards, exploration cards, power cards, ability cards, history cards, mercenary cards, wealth cards, treasure cards, spaceship cards, monster cards, etc., which are popular in the interstellar world, and their status in the hearts of interstellar citizens is similar to playing cards. If you have nothing to do, just have 1 or 2 games. In addition to playing a standard gameplay for a star field, there are many variant gameplay. In his previous life, many casual players liked to play this kind of card and could also understand the power structure of different star field from these cards. This deck was produced by an interstellar chain commercial group. Every time, card will be updated, some newly famous characters will be added as cards, or some dead characters will be moved into the discard group, which can almost be regarded as celebrity lists in various regions. Recently, Melas and others have become fascinated by this kind of card, because in the last update, the Broken Star Ring deck added several cards, and the Black Star Mercenary Group was suddenly added as a new card for the Mercenary card. Mercenary cards are neutral troops, and the Wealth Consumption card is recruited on the spot. They stand directly from the deck and can be on the field. They can attack quickly or overturn the field. In the Broken Star Ring deck, most of the mercenary cards are large mercenary groups, such as Tianhuan and Blade, and the Black Star Mercenary Group is a special new card. Given that the Black Star Mercenary Group is small in scale and weak in strength, the attributes set by the producer for the cards are the lowest among the mercenary cards, but they have special effects. The Black Star Mercenary Group card has the identity of the Longtan Field Force and can form a connection with the power card Longtan Floating Island. As long as the judgment is successful, Dragon Tower, Emmers can be drawn from the deck immediately. Han Xiao could guess with his eyes closed that the inspiration for this card was the sensational news last year. He called Emmys and hit the Dark Star mothership with 1 blow. In his previous life, because of his bad luck in the card, Han, a technician, rarely played cards, but he knew the popularity of this card. He didn't expect that he would become a member of the deck now, which surprised him. This is a great thing. After the player enters the interstellar world, it will be another new way to increase his fame. It was made into a new card, and it was a celebrity in size. Melas and others had a lot of fun. Of course, they must have added some lottery when playing cards. Next to these gambling sticks, Sivia was memorizing a book with rote memory and was completely devoted to the abyss of learning. Not far away, Aroshia closed her eyes and rested. Since she entered the B level, different pictures often flashed through her mind, and she often became distracted, while Fording sat in the corner, silently exercising her mind. The webmaster spoke a serious tone, and after giving instructions, he left the hall. Another slightly fat Godora, who had a kind smile, stayed here to receive everyone and introduced himself as the deputy webmaster. Unlike the webmaster, the deputy webmaster is good at chatting and always keeps smiling. The clue of the task was on him. Han Xiao whined a few times, and the deputy station master revealed the clue in a casual tone. We have a scientific research ship that has lost contact on a nearby planet, and the search team sent out has no response. We used our space telescope to see the signs of the spacecraft falling and explosion. The station master informed the above. The General Bureau of Investigation put this task on the agenda, and no one survived. But it is also possible that the missing teams are still alive. When the headquarters sends people over, they may have missed the rescue opportunity. Alas, Nirega's wife is in the scientific research team. He is very anxious recently. Han Xiao's eyes lit up and he asked, "Where can I find this Nirega?" The deputy station master shook his head. This matter has been transferred to the headquarters for responsibility. According to the rules and regulations, mercenaries are not allowed to seek help from him privately. I just want to talk to him. Okay, he should be in the porthole corridor now. Standing up, Han Xiao said goodbye and left and headed to the location mentioned by the deputy station master. The Nurga was the trigger of the mission. The deputy station master looked at Han Xiao's back, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. When he came to the porthole corridor, he saw a Godora investigator staring at the starry sky outside the window in a daze, with a melancholy expression. Han Xiao quickly walked up and asked, "Are you Nirega? Are you a moored mercenary?" Nirega turned around, a little alert. "Well, I heard that there are 2 scientific research ships here that are missing on a planet. The intuition tells me that there seems to be a job here that needs manpower. This is our internal affairs of Godora, and we don't need the help of outsiders." Nirega frowned. When talking about this, his face was obviously a little unhappy. This emotion was obviously not aimed at Han Xiao, who had met for the first time. "I heard that your wife is also in the lost team. I guess you're very anxious. Maybe she is still alive. Time is life, and as long as there is some meager reward, I can find a goal for you," Han Xiao said. A hesitation flashed across Nirega's face, and he fell into silence. Han Xiao thought he would agree, but he shook his head and said, "It's not your business." After that, he continued to look out the window and stare blankly. Han Xiao was stunned. According to the process in his memory, as long as he said this clue, he could trigger the mission of Nirega. Did you miss something? He tried to convince Nirega again, but the other party was unwilling to ask for help from the mercenaries. Han Xiao was helpless and thought hard, and suddenly a flash of inspiration. It's not because of this. When he returned to the hall, he pulled Ferdine over and explained the situation to Ferdine, who was confused on the way. When he saw Nirega, Ferdine tidied up her collar and greeted her with a warm smile. After chatting for a few words, Nirega's eyes were filled with tears, and she turned to look at Han Xiao. "He's right. I can't make myself regret it because of hesitation. I want to entrust you to find my wife. This is an act that violates the system. Please don't tell others." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao's panel immediately moved. You trigger the mission, Star Game Beast. Task introduction. You accept the commission from Nirega and prepare to go to a desolate planet to find the missing investigation team. Task requirements. Go to the target planet to investigate the reason for the missing spacecraft. Look for the missing investigation team. Note: your investigation results affect the final evaluation of the mission. Basic reward: 1358 Einel, gray handwriting. 85 experience. Noan's secret diamond ring. Purple suit. Han Xiaoxi was focused and was in a terrible mood. It's true that the charm does not meet the standard of triggering tasks. The Han technician has evolved a race once and optimized his genes. He naturally has a good skin. Sometimes he will be handsome when looking in the mirror. However, the charm attribute is more like affinity, which affects the initial favorability and hidden options when communicating with other characters, etc. The effect of some skills also depends on charm, such as summoning and beast control skills. If you don't have enough affinity, Others may refuse to communicate in depth with you. The players in this mission in the previous life must have met the standards, so they did not encounter any obstacles. With Han Xiao's rich experience, if the tasks in his memory cannot be triggered according to the process, it is most likely that they have not met the hidden premise, and charm is a relatively common requirement. However, Han Xiao will not be able to take some charm. He is not short of tasks, and he is kind and has a useless use. Only when he is strong can he shoot. Fording is worthy of being the protagonist of the face-scanning shape, and he convinced Narega as soon as he appeared. This mission is not difficult. You only need to investigate the target planet. Even if you investigate the wreckage of the spacecraft, you can complete the task, but it is not that easy to give a high evaluation. You must find most of the truth about the accident of the scientific expedition team and find the whereabouts of the missing investigator. The task name is Star Game Beast, which itself is a clue for players. Finding Narega's wife is naturally one of the ways to improve evaluation. You have to see people alive and see corpses when you die. In the mission reward, the money reward is gray in handwriting, which is locked by default, which means that no matter how high the evaluation is, there will be no additional money reward. Narega only has so much money. I triggered this task several years earlier than my previous life. The process should be somewhat different. There are many uncertainties here, but the key points should not change. Han Xiao said intimately. The background of players who received missions in their previous life was different. At that time, Ghidorah's headquarters had already dispatched a survey team, and it had been more than once, but all of them were lost. Instead, some new information was sent back before the missing contact, saying that the planet was shrouded in a strange magnetic field and could disrupt most of the conventional communications. Therefore, all the landing survey teams were lost. Only from the space telescopes on the space station could the spacecraft crash marks be seen. It is inferred that before the missing contact was reached, the survey team must have encountered other accidents. Because it is a natural factor, this incident did not attract the attention of the General Administration of Investigation. The headquarters is responsible for the investigation of an entire galaxy, with countless backlogs of tasks and very busy. Only extremely important events will be handed over to the real person for judgment by the intelligence system. The headquarters event processing intelligence system arranged the processing order according to the importance of the task, so the task was put into a regular itinerary. Another time, the investigation team was sent to all the investigation teams to lose contact. So all the investigators died, stopped the field exploration of the planet, and instead asked the astronomical observatory to study the environment of the planet first. So the investigation was temporarily shelved. This problem was solved only after the player arrived. No one is more suitable for exploring than the player who cannot die. It is worth mentioning that the deputy webmaster that Han Xiao met at this time had already become a webmaster at that time, and he still revealed the clues of the task. Now, these clues that should have been known have not been revealed. Fortunately, Han Xiao remembers that otherwise he would encounter danger if he went rashly. He guessed that if these clues were brought back, they should be included in the task evaluation. Narrigan took out the communicator and sent many documents, looking solemn. This is the coordinates of the planet and the location where the spaceship fell. My wife's name is Lenny. This is her photo. Please be sure to find her. I understand. Han Xiao nodded and pulled Fording back to the hall. The spacecraft replenished its fuel, and the station master appeared again, expressing the intention of seeing off the passengers this time. Han Xiao got the mission he wanted and did not stay for long. He took everyone on the ship and told everyone about the action on the ship. You actually accepted the private commission. This is Ghidorah's internal affairs. We intervene without authorization. Will Ghidorah have any objections? Melas hesitated. That planet is not Ghidorah's. Who stipulates that we can't go? Han Xiao shrugged and entered the coordinates of the planet to show that it was an unknown planet. This planet has not been investigated yet, so there is no official name in the database, which is also one of the differences from previous lives. The universe is vast, and to this day, there are still many undiscovered planets. Those numbered resource planets have been entered into the database after field investigations. This time, the planet is obviously an unexplored, mysterious planet. In the dark universe, the spaceship spewed a faint blue fire at the stern, sailing towards its destination, accelerating to its extreme before it turned into a leap of light and disappeared between the dazzling galaxies. A few days later, the porthole is a gray asteroid with no vegetation, barrenness, and no stars nearby, so the sun cannot be seen on this planet. The surface temperature is extremely cold, but there are some traces of volcanic activity, so it should not reach absolute zero. The environment of this planet is obviously not suitable for most living organisms to survive. Where protective clothing, once exposed to the air, your body will be damaged. As he said that, Han Xiao put on the Void Dragon mecha to adjust the internal temperature and maintain a constant temperature. This energy consumption is not worth mentioning for the micro-portable nuclear fission reactor. Although it is driven by nuclear energy, the radiation is blocked and isolated by the special shell of the reactor. Of course, even if it is leaked, with Han Xiao's current endurance, it can be determined that nuclear radiation cannot hurt him. At most, he can get a temporary debuff with slightly reduced attributes. Melas was holding a set of spare tank snakes that Han Xiao lent to him and was stuffing himself in. He sighed, "Oh, it would be great if the general-level armor my brother gave me was still there." Han Xiao stretched out his hand, expressionless. "Return it back to me if you don't wear it." "Don't be so stingy." Melas beat him and hurriedly put on the mecha. Arosia does not need mecha protection. As long as she is energized, she can ignore the harsh natural conditions. In this mission, Han Xiao only called Melas and Arosia, and the others were all left on the spaceship. They were not strong enough, so it was a burden to take on them. Because the planet's magnetic field can isolate communication, Han Xiao asked the spacecraft to stay in outer space and agreed on the reception time. The three of them landed on the planet using the small aircraft mounted by the spacecraft. The spacecraft entered the edge of the atmosphere, the abdominal cabin opened, and a small aircraft flew out. This is the Dragon Butterfly Reconnaissance Vehicle, which is the model used by the Dragon Vanguard. Han Xiao learned this drawing a long time ago. After the aircraft was released, the spacecraft immediately lifted up and broke away from the atmosphere. Inside the aircraft, Han Xiao was sitting in the driver's seat, operating the control panel with ease, and the other two were sitting in the secondary seat behind him. "Let's go." The area where Ghidorah Kodutz fell is below. The magnetic field affected the radar, but when he was on the spacecraft, Han Xiao had already calibrated the position and the destination was directly below. Once the joystick was pulled, the anti-gravity nozzle at the bottom of the aircraft was shining and fell quickly. The surroundings were pitch black and difficult to see. This planet that was not illuminated by starlight existed in every corner of the universe like a ghost. Han Xiao switched the spectral observation of the aircraft, and his vision lighted up, and he was able to see the nearby environment. At the same time, the scene from the spectral perspective was covered with a faint red color. "It's about 6,000 meters away from the ground," Melas reported. "Sit down firmly. There may be some bumps next." Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned off the engine and anti-gravity suspension. The aircraft suddenly lost weight and fell suddenly with its head facing down. Merlos' bladder tightened and said in shock, "What are you doing?" Before Han Xiao could answer, the aircraft trembled violently, and electric sparks burst out from the internal lines, and at least 3/4 of the buttons on the control panel failed. The radiation monitoring instrument immediately issued an alarm, and a sandstorm-like light and shadow swept across the spectrum screen. At altitude of 2,000 to 6,000 meters, a radiation storm is shrouded in this planet, which can paralyze most of the spacecraft's equipment for a certain period of time. This is how the spacecraft crashed, but there is still a buffer height of about 2,000 meters. Their shields can still withstand it, so that they will not hit the ground to pieces. Han Xiao explained, "The high-end spacecraft can survive, but Ghidorah scientific research ships are obviously not equipped with too advanced equipment." "What should I do?" Melas was shocked. "Aren't we trapped on this planet?" and the spacecraft cannot handle us. Don't worry, every once in a while, the radiation storm has a weak period, and you can leave at that time. Han Xiao was not panicked at all. He remembered the mission, and after completion, the mission would become a copy of the boss. You can get the dungeon crystal by doing daily tasks on that space station. I don't know how many players have been to this planet, and they can't be more familiar with it. The planet has a high gravity, and the aircraft fell very quickly. During the bumpy period, it passed through the radiating storm and saw the crater on the ground. The distance was getting closer at a speed. With the strength of the aircraft shield, the hull would definitely be able to successfully hit the ground. Of course, the three of them have their own methods, and falling will definitely not die. But the aircraft is supplies. Han Xiao didn't want to give up easily. He pressed a button, and glided wings popped up on both sides of the aircraft. He changed to a neuromimetic operation mode, connecting the glider wings to the neuron signal of the arm, as flexible and free as operating the arm. With the propulsion engine shut down, the aircraft slowly went from falling to gliding and quickly approached the ground. Boom! Finally, the aircraft landed on the ground at an inclined angle, shoveling up a large area of sand and dust. The shield generator was still running, and the shield was flashing, and it was unstable. The shield and the paralyzed propulsion engine are not the same system. The principles are different. Although they're also affected by the radiation storm, a certain degree of defense has been restored. Bang, 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 bang. The inside was bumpy for a long time before finally calming down. Araxia rubbed her butt. She had not yet been energized and was so shocked that her butt hurt. Han Xiao stood up, pulled down the manual bolt of the cabin door, and with a bang, the cabin door bounced open, and an extreme cold came towards him. The constant temperature inside the mecha dropped a lot in an instant, and it slowly rose back. The air temperature is more than minus 200 degrees, the relative humidity. Wow, it's quite high. It seems that this planet has a water source. Han Xiao moved his hands and feet, taking a breath of built-in oxygen. He didn't want to run naked without wearing a mecha in such a place. Araxia almost froze and quickly turned into an energy body. After entering level B, she became more proficient in the control of superpowers. After energy was energetic, she also maintained the posture of a human figure, and all the details such as facial features were maintained. Except for the body's luminous energy, everything else remained unchanged. There is no radar, and the landing location is a bit off track. It seems that we can only slowly find the wreckage of the scientific research ship. Melas looked around and looked at him in a daze. Han Xiao squatted down and touched the ground. Beneath the rough black sand was hard rocks, and the ground was denser. Then he raised his head and looked for some marks in the sky. Soon, he zoomed through the mecha's vision and saw the light emitted by the spacecraft parked in outer space. So he pointed to that direction. No need to look for it. The target is there. The temperature was cold. The surroundings were rugged, and a bare gray surface. Crafts were everywhere. The spacecraft in outer space guided the coordinates. Han Xiao led the two of them in this direction. Although the gravity of this planet was high, it had little impact on the B-class superpowers. After trekking for a while, a wreckage of a spacecraft appeared in front of him. This is the Godora Coco ship. The light golden shell is covered with black dust. The hull has become distorted due to the impact. A ravine hundreds of meters long dragged out from behind, and various spacecraft parts are scattered. It can be seen that it has been sliding for a while after falling. Well, there's a dead silence. There's no trace of thermal imaging. I think we should go over and take a look. Melas glanced at the tactical screen and said, "Oh, thank you for giving a suggestion that no one expected." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Melas spread his hands. "You are talking more and more gentle. I always feel that you are targeting me. I'm only polite to strangers. I am so flattered." Melas was helpless and changed the topic and said, "Your mecha has a lot of functions." "What? The armor your brother left for you does not have these functions." "Huh. My brother knows me so well. I know that I don't like those fancy functions. The mecha tailored for me has enhanced the combat performance to the greatest extent. How strong the enemy is. Isn't you know it with a single cut? Is there anything to analyze? Melas said, talk about it. Those people in the family took my armor and studied it for a year, and I gave them my brother's notebook. There should be some results. How about we find time to go back and get the armor? Han Xiao was surprised. You can actually make reliable suggestions, but I didn't expect it. Melas, I really want to draw my sword, but I still have to keep a smile. Pulling casually, the three of them came to the wreckage. This was a small and medium-sized scientific research ship, divided into several layers of cabins, more than 10 meters high. More details were displayed in front of them. A big hole broke on the side of the hull, and the cabin door was still closed. Han Xiao leaned his head and glanced at the cabin. It was pitch black inside, and there was no light. It seemed that the system was basically paralyzed. Go in and see if there are any survivors or corpses, Han Xiao said. Although he remembered the situation of the mission, the time period is not right now, and he doesn't know if there are any subtle changes. After walking around the cabin, there was no one. Han Xiao switched to the tracking interface and found some messy footprints, extracting the latest traces of time, and found that the range of movement of these people did not leave the spacecraft, and there were traces of human beings dragging on the ground in some rooms. Well, it's obvious that the shield did not fully protect them. Some people fainted, and everyone's footprints did not leave the spacecraft. It seemed that everyone disappeared out of thin air. The hatch door was closed, which means that the hole was caused by other things. It seems that this planet has some special living organisms, which should be the reason for the crew's disappearance. Han Xiao spoke smoothly. He walked around the scene and briefly investigated it. It was not much different from the situation of the mission in his previous life. He immediately felt relieved. Since his intellectual attributes were getting higher and higher, he found that his memory also increased, and some of the already vague memories became clear. The mission evaluation depends on the survey results, so although Han Xiao knew the location of, he did not rush to go there. He came to the spacecraft host room, found the intelligence system host, and manually restarted the spacecraft system. As the spaceship shook violently, and all the rooms inside lit up. Rebooting is completed. Self-test is being carried out. The damage rate is 72%. Most of the equipment is paralyzed, fuel leaks, and energy is remaining 3%. Advanced energy-saving mode is being implemented. Han Xiao pressed a few buttons. Start the onboard video. There is insufficient energy. The application is rejected. Switch manual mode. Please verify the investigator's ID number. Han Xiao thought for a while, opened the communicator, and searched in the memo for a while, and entered the ID number of Carrot. Connecting the headquarters database. The connection failed. The signal was affected by unknown interference. Connecting to the local database. The connection was successful. The authentication was under authentication. The authentication failed. This ID is not on the crew list of this ship. Ghidorah's operating system is really rubbish. Han Xiao twitched his mouth and simply removed the host shell, pulled out the smart chip directly, and brought the chip back to the space station. Remove the various cores of the spacecraft and bring them back can improve the evaluation. Then the three of them walked out of the cabin, and there were no valuable clues inside. Melas hesitated. If the crew was captured by some kind of living organism, but there were no traces of creatures walking outside, so the unknown creature could fly, then how can we find it? Han Xiao touched the edge of the hole, and a layer of ice crystals formed here, saying, there are no ice in other parts of the spacecraft. Only there are traces of freezing here. The water vapor was brought by that creature. The temperature here is so low. If there is a water source, it should be a geothermal hot spring. It may be underground, and it is probably regarded as a nest by this creature. Melas's eyes lit up. May those investigators still be alive? I don't know. Han Xiao said perfunctorily. There are other wreckage nearby. Go and take a look. The wreckage of the second scientific research ship was soon found, and it was also empty, but the traces were a little different this time. There were messy footprints outside the spacecraft, and even traces of battle. This ship was the second batch of investigators, and they were stronger, so they still had the power to resist after falling, but the result was obvious, and they were all defeated. There are more frozen traces on the ground, but there is no blood freezing. No one should have died. There are few traces of battle. Obviously, this group of investigators has no power to fight back. After reading the clues, Han Xiao took the spacecraft well and removed all the cores of the spacecraft, and then said, "Let's go. I probably know where the creature is." Following the route of memory, Han Xiao led the two of them forward quickly without stopping. The normal way is to collect more traces nearby to find the nest, and it may not be found, so the task evaluation will not be high. There were more spacecraft wreckage in the previous life, which means there were more clues. The number of clues is several times smaller, which is not good, but he doesn't need to be so troublesome and go directly to the location in his memory. Soon, a hidden cave was found at the bottom of the inner circle of a crater, with traces of excavation. The entrance of the cave was about 4 or 5 meters wide, not too narrow. The passage was tilted downward. The three of them slid along the passage for a while and finally stepped on the ground. Around it is a dark underground space. The temperature here is much higher than the surface. There's only one passage in front, and there's a dead end behind it. Turn on night vision and walked forward for a while. A fork in the road appeared. Han Xiao walked to the left without hesitation. The temperature in front was getting higher and higher. Merlos tentatively took off his helmet, felt it for a while, and said, "This temperature is quite comfortable. It's coming soon. Prepare for the battle." Han Xiao said. The three of them walked to the end of the passage. This was an underground lake. The water was boiling, and the gurgling bubbles were rippling. The thick mist filled the lake. This lake was like a hot spring. There should be a geothermal area below, which formed this hot spring. Just then, a scream rang out from the hot spring. "Who are you?" A man of Godora emerged from the hot spring, looking surprised, and the water slid down the bulge of the front and back. This was a woman. Melos's eyes went down and up, and he went back and forth several times, and suddenly realized, "Are you Lenny? Do you know me?" The female Godora was surprised. She was Nerega's wife. "We are mercenaries, and we have accepted your husband's commission to rescue you. Where are the others?" Melos asked. "That's great. Someone finally came to save us, and the others are—" Lenny's face showed joy, but suddenly his face changed, and he said in a hurry, "Don't stand there. It's coming out." As soon as he finished speaking, a small vortex formed in the middle of the hot spring lake. Something big was floating on the surface. The small lake set off a tsunami-like wave, and the water splashed everyone. Boom! The waves overturned, and a strange creature jumped out of the lake, floating in the air, turning to the three people on the shore. "What is this?" Melos stared at him. Stargame beast, a cosmic creature born among stars, can fly in a universe in the body, and increase its own speed to the standard of a spacecraft through the gravity of the planet. Although it cannot jump, and often has to fly alone for thousands of years, the lifespan of the Stargame beast is almost endless. They can continuously transform and renew the cells in their bodies, which is very rare. Magicians can summon the Stargame beast through an ancient ritual spell and conduct directional teleportation, ignoring physical distance. However, they summon the Stargame beast more to hunt them. The Stargame beast body is a very rare material. Han Xiao explained quickly. The star beast in front of me has a strange appearance, with a slender blue and purple body, dozens of meters long, without any carapaces or hairs, and is smooth, with a translucent texture in the skin. There's a misty light under the cortex, without any limbs, narrow front and back, wide in the middle, and extends like fins on both sides. There is no facial features such as mouth, eyes, nose, etc. on the head, only a long tentacle, and at the top of the tentacle is a crystal, which has some similarities to aquatic organisms. The star beast was spinning in the air, like a fish swimming flexibly in the water, and the tentacles shook. Han Xiao suddenly felt an invisible force trying to pull him to the star beast, and his body was floating in the air without control. "Drink!" Melos took the lead and slashed a sword light, which actually hit the body of Star Goblin. However, it immediately exploded into light. Star Goblin was unscathed and was not even repelled. Don't expect to hurt it easily if an interstellar creature can pass through the universe with its body. Han Xiao pulled out an electromagnetic kinetic energy gun and fired. The bullet bounced off the Stargame Beast, escaping a minimum damage 1. The attributes of Stargame Beast suddenly appeared on the panel. Stargame Beast level. Career. Stopness and health conversion ratio 1 to 500. Attribute. Strength. Agile. Endurance 500, Intelligence, Mystery, Charm 153, Lucky, Power, 0 energy level, Health, Status, Normal feat, Unknown skill. Unknown. Han Xiao nodded secretly. He had known the attributes of Stargame beasts, cosmic creatures, and their health was extremely outrageous. It was a perfect template. Moreover, the physical resistance and magic resistance were very high, and there was almost no damage to the body when hitting the body. Players in their previous life had wiped out this place once, and they only found the way to play the second time. The weakness of Stargame Beast is the tentacle crystal, which has almost no resistance, and is as fragile as a man's vital point. Basically, every blow can cause real attacks. Each time the accumulated damage reaches 50,000, the resistance of the Stargame Beast's whole body will be reduced by 20%, and you can start to output normally. The Stargame Beast attack method is a kind of controllability similar to the mind power, good at controlling, and can deflect the attack of key ballistics. The advantage is that the attack power is insufficient, and the only way of fighting is to slowly grind it. For Han Xiao, as long as the enemy's attack power is limited, there is basically no threat. His huge body covered all vision. Compared with it, Han Xiao looked extremely small, just like the difference between a sparrow and an elephant. The invisible mental power that wrapped Han Xiao's body had no intention of attack. The Stargame Beast seemed to just want to pull Han Xiao in front of him and observe curiously. The attack, just now, was almost the same as tickling for the Stargame Beast. Flying into the air, 2 rows of propulsion nozzles were exposed on Han Xiao's back, and a surging airflow gushed out. The accelerated force immediately allowed him to get rid of the control of his mind. The electromagnetic sickle unfolded instantly and hit the tentacles of the Stargame Beast with a sudden slash. When the sickle blade slashed on the crystal, exploded with dazzling electric sparks. The Star Beast's tentacles suddenly shrank, and its body wrinkled. The vital point was hit, and its posture was distorted. This knife directly slashed nearly 1,000 points of damage, and, compared to the tough body, the tentacles had almost no resistance. Suddenly, the light of the star-going beast's tentacles suddenly increased dozens of times, as if a flash bomb exploded out of thin air, extremely dazzling, filling the entire underground cave. Han Xiao and Melos Mechavision appeared white. Before he could adjust, a huge force suddenly attacked. The two were pushed away, and their backs hit the cave wall. Zong! The shock wave caused by the explosion of mind power echoed in the cave, the lake water and cave shaking, and countless falling rocks fell into the overturned underground hot springs, smashing the thumping water splashes. Look, it's angry. Han Xiao twisted his neck and smiled. The wrist armor exposed the blue light-shining pipes, spraying out compression balls, quickly turning into a turret. Lenny shrugged and called his companions to go into the water. He quickly picked up a large number of investigator-style equipment and quickly dressed it neatly. Where are your other companions? Han Xiaogan asked with a cough. Many people died. This monster took away our equipment. If it leaves the hot spring area, it is easy to die of cold. Some people were dragged under the water for too long and drowned. In addition to us, there's a group of people living at the end of the cave passage, which also has a hot spring. Han Xiao nodded. There was a fork in the road when he came, and the other side led to the hot springs of other surviving investigators. If you go there first, you can learn about the information about the Stargame Beast in advance, so you won't know anything about the boss, and you don't need to take a detour. Melos curiously said, "What did this star-going beast catch you here? It seems to be deliberately trapping you here." Lenny's face turned angry when she heard this. After we fell, this monster appeared. It caught us here, let us move in the hot springs, and sometimes dragged us into the water and shook us around. Just like playing, it treats us as pets. From the perspective of life level alone, cosmic creatures are more advanced life forms, treating humans as pets, just like humans taming wild beasts as pets, which would be said to be the so-called natural. But people who have become accustomed to using other species as pets have become pets who are randomly played with, as if their lofty status has been trampled on, and these Ghidoras feel angry and shame. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and refused to comment. Whoever has the strength can do whatever he wants to the weak. Outside the area covered by civilization, the jungle law is the only truth. He said directly, "Okay, you have been saved. When the radiation storm at high altitude weakens, we can leave. Lao Mei, go to the hot springs there and bring other investigators here." Taking these investigators back can greatly improve the task evaluation. After the arrangements are made, Han Xiao turned to look at the star game beast on the ground. The only remaining question is how to deal with this beast. This is the first star game beast we Ghidorah discovered. It will be a very important scientific research material. If you can bring it back to the space station, we will pay you a high reward. Lenny put on the investigator's combat uniform, tied up her long, loose hair again, looking heroic. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and began to think. Leave it to Ghidorah? No, this is a loss. Star game beast is so rare and hard to come by. It is full of treasures. It can be made into genetic potions with important parts of star game beast, obtain attribute points, and have the opportunity to gain expertise. It can increase the choice of race sublimation. Killing it can also trigger a legendary milestone. The most important thing is that crushing the crystals of star game beast into powder can make a special potion. The effect is ineffective for players, but it is extremely precious. It can even be used as hard currency to exchange any resources from the NPC. There is only one effect of this potion. That is, to obtain part of the star game beast's ability to regulate new metabolism. Simply put, this thing can increase lifespan. Han Xiao has always had this kind of worry. The first few versions of Shanghai are not bad, but the later versions are longer and longer, often hundreds of thousands of years. The lifespan of superpowers is many times that of ordinary people. However, in the history of thousands of years of civilization, it is still like the flash of Sirius that appears suddenly. There are talents in the generations of countries, and they are all leading the way for hundreds of years. There are not many ways to increase lifespan, such as changing to a fertilized mechanical body, but the side effects are obvious, while the star game veterinary drug has almost no side effects. This is a very important thing, and it cannot be wasted. Han Xiao's eyes were fixed, and he suddenly grabbed the crystal of the star game beast. A wave of mind spread to his mind, which was a pleading feeling. The star beast is begging for mercy to him. Han Xiao ignored it directly, and the surging gray light from the void hit the sky extended along his arm and exploded in his palm. Boom! The scarred crystals completely shattered with a click, turning into pieces of crystal fragments, falling into Han Xiao's hands. The blue and purple color under the skin of the star game beast quickly dimmed, and life disappeared from the body of this cosmic creature. This crystal is the core of star game beast's life and the most important material. You killed a cosmic creature. Legend Hunter. Milestone is opened. Current progress, 1/5, kill 5 special creatures. This is a legendary milestone. After completion, you can obtain the corresponding legend. The special creatures here refer to various special and rare creatures, including cosmic creatures, and must have the level of the boss template at the corresponding level, and must be unique creatures. The boss reproduced in the dungeon is not included, which means that the first kill must be completed. Fortunately, there are many monsters in the Sea of Stars. Until the version where Han Xiao was in the previous life, countless players have developed for many years, and they still have their first kills occasionally. Of course, every time there's a fierce competition. After all, there will always be new species in the universe. Some special legends can open up some corresponding plots. Legend Hunter is this legend, similar to titles. Han Xiao put away the crystal, pulled out the sickle, cut the corpse of the Star Goblin, and quickly collected all the key parts. The corpse of the Star Goblin was not easy to decay and could be preserved for a long time. Soon, the Star Beast was left with only the broken corpse that was broken. Oh, Lenny looked regretful, but he had no objection. This beast was originally Han Xiao's spoil. It was his freedom no matter how he dealt with it. At this time, Melos finally brought other investigators here to meet. These Ghidorah people all looked surprised, so they sucked in hot springs and sang songs. But suddenly they were rescued by mercenaries, as if they were dreaming. Looking at the corpse of Xingyo Beast, the new investigators looked at Han Xiao up and down. They suffered a lot in the hands of this monster and knew the power of Xingyo Beast. Everyone is all, let's go, Han Xiao said. Back to the surface, Han Xiao used instruments to test the radiation concentration. After waiting for a few days, he finally waited for the brief period of the radiation storm to weaken. He hurriedly called everyone to board the aircraft and soared into the sky. The aircraft itself is limited to carrying about 10 people, while the investigators have more than a dozen people, and they are crowded in the cabin. After successfully passing through the storm area, the spacecraft came to pick it up, the two sides docked, and everyone returned to the spacecraft. All the investigators escaped from death, hugged each other enthusiastically, and were extremely happy. Han Xiao was worried about the mission, and he did not delay. He set up a return route and set off immediately. A few days later, the spacecraft returned to the space station again, and this time it applied for a berth, indicating that the missing investigator had been rescued, and all the people on the space station were shocked. The space station opened the port immediately. Unlike the last cold treatment, the attitude of the space station changed drastically, and everyone was warmly welcomed. The spacecraft was parked at the port. As soon as the cabin opened, Han Xiao saw a crowd gathering in the dock. Almost all members of the entire space station arrived. The station master was right in front. The meticulous officer had an unwavering surprise and joy on his face. Next to the webmaster, the deputy webmaster still looked smiling, but his smile was a little stiff and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "Dear!" Nergis squeezed out of the crowd, with excitement on his face, and spread his arms. Lenny saw her husband, smiled on her face, flew out, threw herself into Nerega's arms, and slapped at his forehead, then kissed her head and hotly. She was hanging around Nerega's neck like a trunk, and her passionate posture seemed to start growing in the next second. Han Zhao's eyes hurt, and he recalled the scene of peeling off Carrot when he grabbed Carrot. The tiger back was small, and the bird was small. No wonder Ghidorah had so many mixed races. Other survivors jumped off the spaceship, hugged friends, talking and laughing. Han Xiao walked down the gangway, and the space station's webmaster came up with a surprise speech. "Black Star, are you?" Obviously, the webmaster did not know that Nyrega had hired mercenaries privately and transferred internal affairs to mercenaries without permission. This was a violation in Ghidorah's management regulations. If the severity of the circumstances is given, it will be recorded in the work record, affecting the promotion and future. When Nyrega released the mission, he asked Han Xiao not to reveal it, but if he concealed it, he might miss some incidents, resulting in lowering the evaluation. Therefore, Han Xiao did not tell him as he wanted, but told him to Lenny and others. These saved Ghidorah investigators naturally understood the regulations. After discussing privately on the ship, they decided to spontaneously conceal the identity of their employer. After all, it was Nyrega who took the risk to ask someone to save them, and they were colleagues and they were willing to cover up. The investigators around him heard the webmaster's inquiry and looked over. The surviving investigators were reluctant to speak and looked at Han Xiao worriedly. Nyrega was even more nervous and swallowed. These people are worried that Han Xiao will tell the truth because Black Star is not a Ghidorah civil servant and may not be clear about their management regulations. Han Xiao just smiled. "When I was parked, I heard about the scientific research ship. I am a mercenary and will not miss any opportunity to make money. Mr. Webmaster, my service is not free. Maybe you should pay a reasonable price for my labor." Hearing this, Nurga immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the other investigators were relieved and looked at Han Xiao with secret gratitude. In order to protect the employer's identity, the mercenary has also started acting and is dedicated. The webmaster was stunned and a little embarrassed. According to the regulations, we cannot pay you a reward. This is your spontaneous behavior. We have never hired you. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Do you want me to do a vain job? That's how Ghidorah treats friends. The deputy webmaster's eyes flashed. A hint of joy flashed across, and he coughed. Webmaster, he saved the missing person after all. Although it does not meet the regulations, I think he will repay you with kindness. We should thank him for saving the lives of these investigators. Ghidorah will never treat friends unfairly. The webmaster frowned and shook his head firmly. Regulations are regulations. I am very grateful for your behavior, but I really can't pay. This is your spontaneous action. If I pay the remuneration later, it will become an employment act and violate the regulations. The people around him changed their faces, and they were a little dissatisfied, especially Lenny and other surviving investigators, with a little cold eyes. These mercenaries saved us, but you didn't even want to give us rewards. Is our lives so cheap in your eyes? Although they were unhappy, none of these people said anything, and the regulations could not be refuted. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, deliberately making his tone look cold, and said, "Okay, just think I did a good thing. I want to stay here for a day. I wonder if you allow it." Seeing that he did not force a reward, the webmaster breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Okay, we welcome friends." Hearing this, the crowd around glared at the webmaster with dissatisfaction, and his eyes looked at Han Xiao even more enthusiastic. The webmaster turned around and left, and everyone slowly dispersed. When passing by Han Xiao, they performed a solemn etiquette to express their gratitude to him. In the distant passage, there were only 2 deputy webmasters and webmasters on the way. The deputy webmaster stepped forward and stood side by side with the webmaster and complained, "You are too stubborn." The webmaster shook his head and looked serious. "This is not stubborn, but principle. Since I was appointed to this space station by the superiors, my responsibility is to supervise all the workflows here and let everyone do things according to the charter." "Oh, you are right." The deputy webmaster sighed. "Seldom mercenaries will do things first and then negotiate prices. Their behavior was not accidental. They should have been secretly hired by the space station staff long ago." The webmaster suddenly paused, and his eyes were fixed. "You are right. The group of mercenaries deliberately concealed it just now. They wanted to make more money. Humph. The mercenaries are indeed a group of greedy guys. Check it out for me. I want to know who found the mercenaries." The deputy webmaster hurriedly persuaded him. "It's good that we know this kind of thing. Don't be serious anymore. Anyway, it's a good thing for all missing investigators to come back. You pretend not to be clear about this. As long as you don't pursue it, the violation will not exist. Report it to the senior management. You can write the surviving investigators into your achievements. This will be very good for your future. They will think you are very capable." The webmaster paused, frowned, and was full of righteousness. "Merit? I won't hide the truth for this kind of thing. Check me who hired the Black Star mercenary group. Violation is a violation, and no tolerance is allowed." Back to the hall, Nyrega came to Han Xiao, and the two walked aside. He held Han Xiao's hand with a look of gratitude. "Thank you so much for your help. Lenny and I don't know how to repay you." Looking at Nyrega, Han Xiao always felt a layer of green light surrounding the brother's head. He pulled his hand back and shrugged. "Of course you know how to repay me. We agreed to pay." Yes, I'm just too excited." Nyrega took out the communicator and transferred the money quickly. "Star game beast completed. The task is being settled. The settlement is completed. Task evaluation. Excellent. You get excellent extra reward. Additional 50% experience, 425,000. Random reward X1. Just excellent evaluation." Han Xiao's heart moved. The probability of getting a random reward of excellent evaluation is 30%, but fortunately I got it. Nyrega favor plus 35. Lenny favor plus 20. This favorability. Han Xiao twitched. I always feel that there's a green spare tire color. Ghidorah really can't afford to mess with him. No wonder he can make so many mixed-race species, and he can shoot and shoot. To suppress his bad thoughts, Han Xiao activates the random reward on the panel. Random drawing. Picking is completed. The reward type you receive this time is attribute point. Awesome. Han Xiao had no expression on his face, and his tone was fluctuating. At this point, he was very calm. At least he was very calm. Don't panic at all. After calming down, Han Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the three options. Please choose one of the following three rewards. Agility, 3-6, intellect, 2-6, lucky, 1-8. After a glance, Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly chose the additional intelligence. The number behind is the random bonus range. Your intellectual attributes +5. It's okay. Although it's not a good thing, it's not a loss to permanently increase the attribute points. This is the first time I randomly gave an attribute reward, which is worth remembering. Han Xiao comforted himself so much, repeated it in his heart more than 10 times, and felt that his mood became beautiful again. I don't know if it was an illusion. After receiving the money in the account, Nirega took out a white diamond ring from his pocket, played with it reluctantly for a while, and solemnly handed it to Han Xiao. I know I don't have much money. This reward is too little for you, but you still choose to help me. I'm very moved. This ring is called the Known Secret Diamond Ring. It is a magical treasure I collected. I want you to know that not all Ghidorah people are as stingy as the webmaster. Please accept my gift. The diamond of the ring was shining with magical brilliance. Han Xiao grabbed the ring and looked at the introduction of the items popped up on the panel. Known Secret Diamond Ring. Quality. Purple. Type. Magical Equipment Ring. Equipment Bonus. Magic Resistance +9%. Magic Affinity +7%. Intelligence +11. Mystery +23. Charm +5. Equipment Requirements. Magical System. Total level 80 or above. Second ability. Ring of Absolute Aura. Passive Halo. Permanently increasing the magical activity of a range of 15 meters in diameter, making the power of all magic attack skills +13%. Note: this ring is engraved with powerful enchantments, which contain surging magic energy. The creator of this ring is obviously an arcane master. The magic equipment, the attribute bonus, is not bad, and the attached halo is simply a weapon for the group leader and the debris of the land. Those guilds must be willing to pay a lot of money. Unfortunately, this thing is of limited use to me. Only the boss Volga and the second brother are magicians in the mercenary group, and the level is enough, so they can only play a role. Anyway, the version is updated now, and all the players are not there, so there's no need to sell it out. Saying goodbye to Nirega, Han Xiao returned to the hall and threw the ring to the Volga brothers. The three of them exclaimed happily and ran to the side to study. Only Melos was left holding the cards, looking at the game that was about to win the money. The matter has been resolved. Are we not leaving now? Fording asked. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. There are some other situations here, but I have done what I should do. It will take a long time to form a profitable situation, and I will only have the value to come back at that time. I will rest and leave later. No other things will happen here for the time being, so there is no need to stay here. Everyone didn't understand what he meant. Anyway, you are the leader, just be sure of it. Melos asked, where are we going next? Han Xiao thought of the Star Game beast materials piled up in the spacecraft, and said, let's find someone to make the pile of corpses in the warehouse into potions. Although finding a mission settlement card is important, it is not in a hurry. Anyway, he is too anxious to do so. The process of scouring tasks can be temporarily slowed down. In his opinion, dealing with the materials of Star Game Beast has become the most urgent thing at present. The universe is vast, and new species are born at every moment. Finding valuable parts of various animals and plants and refining potions is a profound science. Especially in the interstellar world where countless species are, it requires patience and time. There are many differences in the way the potion is extracted, including chemical potion on the technology side, witchcraft decoction on the magic side, and various other potion techniques. There is an authoritative pharmacist association in the Interstellar, just like the Time and Space Research Association, which is a platform for pharmacists to communicate with each other and is also the easiest way for interstellar citizens to issue employment to pharmacists. As long as you log in to the website of the Pharmacist Association, there will be an online pharmacy apprentice asking the customer's request, which makes Han Xiao feel like a doctor in his previous life answering the website online. The matter on the space station came to an end, and Han Xiao immediately contacted the Pharmacist Association and found a reliable pharmacy group of Broken Star Ring to make Star Tour Veterinary Potion, which is located on a colonial planet of the Amethyst civilization in the Colton cluster. Amethyst is one of the most powerful civilizations in the entire Broken Star Ring. Ghidorah is a galaxy civilization. There are several galaxy civilizations in the Colton cluster: Ghidorah of the Gardon cluster, New Phelan of the Rhine cluster, Holy Stone and Black Crow of the Fuan galaxy. And the Amethyst civilization is a higher-level cluster-level civilization, with colonial planets spreading in various clusters and galaxies. The stable stargate connecting different galaxies of Colton near Ubury Hub was built by Colton's various galaxies, jointly funded by Colton's galaxy civilizations. The level of Amethyst is too high, both in terms of interests and dangers. Han Xiao does not intend to have in-depth contact with them at present, and the risks will only be far higher than the benefits. So his goal in this trip is to make potions. There is no obstacle to the process. It may be dangerous to break the star ring, but near the strongholds of the star cluster civilization, there are not many star pirates or scavengers who dare to do whatever they want. You should know that the defense weapons of the star cluster civilization have very long attack range. If you find that there are rampant bandits near the colonial stars, you do not need to dispatch spacecraft to chase them. Just fire guns on the planet, and you can blow the wanted criminals into fireworks in the universe. The pharmaceutical company Han Xiao has a good reputation and is very high-end. It is a pharmacy group on the technology side. After paying a certain fee, he waited for a few days and successfully obtained the pharmaceutical made by Xinjiubian materials without encountering any trouble. In the mechanical modification room of the spacecraft, a portable freezer is placed on the table. The lid is open, and in the hazy white cold mist, there are 2 rows of 8 test tube potions. 6 are lavender, and 2 are deep indigo blue. The former is a genetic potion made of important organs of Star Goblin, while the latter is a chicken. No, it is a special potion made of life crystals. Han Xiao brushed his fingers across the 2 potions, and 2 translucent light blue information bars popped up next to the object with the item introduction written. Stargame Veterinary Potion, high concentration 62%. A precious potion made by refining the genes of Stargame Bird, permanently increase the attributes after taking them, and the number of effective times is 0/3. Before drinking it, I want to warn you that the genes of cosmic creatures are not so easy to bear. Of course, if the aberrant living organisms meet your aesthetics, please drink them as you like. Metabolic Regulatory Agent. A rare drug made of Stargame Beast Life core can increase lifespan after taking it, with almost no side effects. Life is like a summer flower, and no matter how much wealth and reputation is as small as dust, how many creatures will fall into madness for this small bottle of potion? There is no limit on the number of times that increase the lifespan. Players use this kind of thing without any effect. Han Xiao played with the potion and thought in his mind. A Stargame Beast has only been concentrated into 8 bottles of potions. The proportion is so scary. I drank the lifespan. I wonder if the panel will show that my lifespan increases. The panel does not record this attribute. As he thought in his heart, Han Xiao was not slow. He drank a bottle of lifespan. The taste was spicy, like a fire knife inserted all the way from his throat into his stomach. Before the pain lasted for a few seconds, it turned into a comfortable ironing and warmth spreading in his body, as if he was sitting by the fire to warm his body. Han Xiao was originally ready to bear the pain, but he didn't expect it to be so comfortable. He let out a long whistle from his nose, closed his eyes with pleasure, and sank into his body, and the subtle senses that transcend the five senses to experience the changes of each cell. Countless creatures in the universe have bodies, but few people can fully control them. The soul is both the master of the body and the slave of the body. It must subjectively eat, sleep, excrete, etc. in order to maintain the survival of the body, and cannot actively turn off these functions. Han Xiao had a different feeling at this time, as if he could control every part of the body, not just the part of the nerve connection. As the thoughts turned, he found that the cells were echoing his thoughts. It seemed as if the body had become a precision machine. It was once difficult for me to control the operation of this machine, but now I can slow down the operation of this machine. It is worthy of the name of increasing lifespan by controlling metabolism. Han Xiao stared at his palm and could control his own metabolism speed, saying to himself, I can not only slow down my aging, but I can even accelerate it. However, acceleration is an irreversible process, and delaying is more important. I don't know how much lifespan has been added. The lifespan of a superpower is far beyond that of an ordinary person. In addition, with the ability to control metabolism, Han Xiao doesn't know how long he has. I feel like I can live for a long time. Han Xiao subconsciously pushed the bridge of his nose. Looking at the panel, he was prompted to have obtained a new skill. You comprehend skills self-healing. Self-healing. No level when you're injured. You can consume your energy to increase your health recovery rate. Up to 120 health points /S. Han Xiao felt aroused and said in his heart, the prompt on the panel is a self-healing skill, but the ability given to me by the lifespan potion is far more than what the panel shows. It seems that lifespan is an implicit bonus, or the panel will only calculate basic attributes. The self-healing ability is good, and it has another layer of guarantee for his life, but Aurora's character card has not been used up yet, and Han Xiao probably won't use this skill in the short term. There was still a lifespan of potion left, and Han Xiao saved it. It was difficult to guarantee whether it would come in handy in the future. He picked up another gene span and injected 3 spans directly. He was already familiar with the genetic span. After the pain, he looked at the information on the panel. There was a total of intelligence +2, endurance +6, and charm +3. The bonus effect is not as high as the Void Dragon Marrow. After all, the Void Dragon is more than 1,000 times stronger than the Stargame Beast. One is a dragon and the other is a mayfly. Han Xiao looked at the intermediate life strengthening feat after using the Void Dragon Marrow last time. This feat was upgraded. This time he took a rare biological genetic potion. According to inference, this feat should be strengthened again. But after a while, there was no other movement on the panel, and Han Xiao made sure that the template expertise had not been upgraded and thought to himself, it seems that a genetic agent is not enough. It may also be that the racial level of Stargame Beast has not met the standard. If you want to upgrade from intermediate to advanced, you have to use more genetic agents. Well, but you cannot abuse drugs. When you walk to the mirror, your appearance did not change. Stargame Beast agent failed to cause genetic mutations. After using Dragon Marrow last time, I became much more handsome on the basis of being very handsome. The remaining potions were also stored. After putting away the box, Han Xiao sat at the table, took out a task list, staring at him and thinking. There are dozens of tasks on the list, which are just suitable tasks after I initially screened. I will not lack the opportunity for random rewards. The sooner I complete the advancement, the sooner I can prepare for the main plot of 2.0. Han Xiao touched his chin and remembered the feeling of running around to get what he wanted made a mist. I thought about the itinerary of the task again and confirmed it in my heart. I hope that after successfully advancing, there's enough time left for the version update. Outside the door, Melos and others shouted loudly and screamed. Fording's singing came from another room. He was learning the skills of Morningstar and practicing his mental power through singing. Anner stood in front of the thick silver alloy gate without saying a word. Behind him was a long, straight corridor. There was a micro-indicator light with red light every 10 meters on the walls on both sides. Apart from this, there was no light source. This door was the end of the corridor. Looking back from here, you could only see two lines composed of red light extending into the darkness. At the end of the line of sight, the two red lines were infinitely close and almost connected. This scene easily reminds people of words like secret and forbidden land. He has been standing here for 10 minutes. Sneak the door slowly opened, breaking the dead silence. The light sprinkled out from it, illuminating Anna's face, which was full of wrinkles but still sharp. A figure slowly walked out of the room, with light on his back. The front was pitch black, and he couldn't see clearly. He stopped in front of Anna, with two faces bright and dark. The light behind him stretched out the shadow of the person, covering Anna's body, and turned into a black line to extend the corridor. Only with my permission, you can contribute to the Dark Star again, and now it's time, ashes. Anna's serious face showed a smile, and he stretched out his palm and hung it in front of him. Welcome to the realm of natural disasters. The figure reached out and grabbed Anna heavily, nodded and lowered his head. His face became clearer. It was Ashes. Today is the day when Ashes ends lockdown and gets freedom again. For him, confinement is equivalent to being in seclusion and practicing hard. He does not need to run around for tasks and missions. He only needs to do one thing every day, that is, to tap his own potential. Day after day, he finally crossed the threshold that countless superpowers could never get through in their lifetime yesterday. He entered the A-level field, and all his senses were completely renewed, as if he had gained a new life. The enhancement of power is not independent, and the level of life, world outlook, and thoughts of the entire person also change accordingly. The problems that once thought were difficult now seem very simple. The status of the enemy who was once unable to let go has long faded. During his confinement, Ashes had been worried about Black Star, who could restrain his supernatural powers. He worked so hard to break through level A, and there was also the obsession with him that he wanted to meet Han Xiao again and wash away his own shame of failure. However, after truly reaching the natural disaster level, this deep-rooted idea suddenly faded. Ash is no longer entangled with Han Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He found that Anna was speaking at different levels from B levels. This feeling was like a person feeling offended by a mosquito bite. Ridiculous and ridiculous. Ash is no longer regard Han Xiao as an equal opponent in his heart. Even if this person can restrain his superpowers to a certain extent, he is still confident that he can destroy him within 10 seconds. The gap between level A and level B is a completely insurmountable gap. Teacher, thank you for your teaching. Ash's tone was respectful. Anna's experience and teaching helped him overcome one problem after another. He respected this teacher very much. Anna nodded and closed his smile. The situation is not optimistic now. Although we are hiding in the dark, Ghidorah has never given up hunting us. With the implementation of the next action, the organization's struggle will be further escalated. Our high-end combat power is the target that Ghidorah focuses on dealing with. So people have left us. Advanced combat power like you and me is the most scarce manpower at present. You have no time to rest. There is a task that needs you. Ashes said lightly, "This is my mission. From the second when you open your eyes every day, I have been prepared to contribute my strength to the cause of the Dark Star. Okay, keep up with me." Anna turned around and took a deep voice. "This is your first mission after becoming a level A. I will act with you to prevent you from being unable to control your own strength. We're going to Norios and chase a traitor. In the Gadon Galaxy, a star pirate spacecraft painted with a hidden coating is sailing in the universe, in an unpositioned hiding mode. At this time, a pursuit is taking place on the ship. Don't run away. Bang! A glowing cannon hit the ground where Sivia ran past, and a red melting mark was blown out. A large wave of star pirates behind him were chasing him with an angry look on his face. Sivia strode and was wearing a black, simple, tight combat uniform. Only the joints and important parts were covered with machinery to provide defense or provide strength. Her figure was already a little concave and convex, exuding youthful vitality. Her short hair shawl was dancing while running, and a mechanical ring fixed on her head hung on her right ear, and a miniature tactical analysis screen stretched out before her right eye. She was not alone. A young boy was pulled by her arm and ran away together. The boy was a pure blood Ghidorah, about the same age as Sivia, wearing a prisoner's costume. Although he was half a head taller than Sivia, he ran out of breath and was an ordinary person. "Who are you? Why should you save me?" the boy asked while panting. Sivia glanced at him and shouted in a low voice, "I am a mercenary. Someone is paying for you to save you. Stop talking nonsense. Save your energy. Run faster." The boy was pulled and stumbled and ran, and the sound of laser explosion chased the two people behind him. In such a dangerous scene, the Ghidorah boy stared at Sivia's delicate and lively side face, stunned, and ran mechanically with his body. He was a hostage kidnapped by these star pirates and had a wealthy family. His father was the head of a Ghidorah business consortium. He was rich, so he was targeted by the star pirates and kidnapped for ransom. In addition to him, the group of star pirates also kidnapped other hostages and detained them together. However, 10 minutes ago, the weak girl who was also caught on board as a hostage suddenly became a soldier, opened the prison, and took him out of the cell. So the two of them naturally caused the pursuit of this group of star pirates. Stepping, 3 star pirates suddenly turned around the corner ahead. They walked around the front and were about to shoot at the two of them. At this time, the leader of the star pirate group shouted, "They are valuable hostages. Don't kill them." The 3 star pirates who blocked the road slowed down the trigger for a moment. Sivia shook her hands suddenly and pulled out a short alloy stick from her tactical belt. The appearance was cracked, and more components stretched out, turning into a silver mechanical longsword. The blades on both sides were shining yellow. This was an energy weapon, and the sword body was engraved with enchantment runes, making it lighter. Sivia moved quickly, and her shoulders hit the belly of the star pirate in front. The combat uniform provided her power. The burly star pirate was hit by a young girl who had not yet ended her development period. Before she could react, Sivia held down his muzzle and pointed it at the partner beside her and helped him press the trigger. Boom! The light cannon pierced the head of the person next to him. The star thief was furious and was about to kick Sivia away, but his knees suddenly hurt, his legs lost their strength, and he knelt on the ground, looking down, and found that his knee had been split open by a sword, bleeding. He could not scream yet. Sivia held the sword in both hands and stabbed it into his eye socket, and the sword blade penetrated through the back of his head. 2 months have passed. Under the guidance of Han University technician, Sivia has gradually discovered her super potential. Now she has a level D. She wears the mechanical weapons made by Han Xiao for him, and can deal with this kind of star pirate group, where most of the members are ordinary people. Seeing this, the third person ignored the commander's order and immediately fired. Before he fired, Sivia quickly tilted her head and avoided the laser. She almost got hit. She immediately pulled the alloy sword out of the Death Star pirate's head, turned her body up, and cut off the barrel. Then she remembered Han Xiao's lesson on how to quickly disintegrate the enemy's combat power. She immediately raised her leg and kicked it hard between the third star pirate's legs. Bang! The star pirate's face suddenly turned purple. His knees turned into inner horoscopes. He knelt down with his crotch. His forehead hit the ground, shrinking into a shrimp, twitching in waves. Ghidorah's boy's body trembled for a moment, and he felt a slight pain in his lower body. The series of battles ended in an instant, but the pursuers also narrowed the distance. Sivia didn't have time to finish the fight, and once again grabbed the boy's arm and pulled him around and ran away. Go away! The Star Pirate Group had a large number of people. As the siege was siege, the scope of Sivia's activities continued to shrink, and they were eventually blocked in a corner. Hundreds of Star Pirates surrounded the two, and they glanced at Sivia with malicious intentions. The boy looked scared and grabbed Sivia's shoulder tightly. Sivia looked solemn, protecting him behind him, with a sword in front, constantly adjusting his direction. You have no way to escape, little girl. The leader of the Star Pirate Group came out with a sneer on his face. I didn't expect that there was a Superman among the hostages we kidnapped, and it caused riots on my ship. Want to save this boy so simply? Where do you think you can run on my ship? Sawia was sweating in her temples and held the alloy sword tighter. Most of the Star Pirate group was ordinary people, but there were also many Superman. The leader of the Star Pirate group was a Superman in front of her, and she could not match her. "Tell me, who are you?" "Mercenary," Sawia said in a deep voice, but her voice still sounded very tender and crisp. As soon as these words were spoken, the Star Pirates looked at each other and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! This kind of kid is actually a mercenary." Savia's face was filled with anger. "I just killed you 3 members." Everyone laughed louder. The Star Pirate commander smiled freely, and his face was ferocious. "Little girl, do you think you could be a mercenary by killing 3 ordinary people? You overestimate yourself. You know nothing about strength." Sawia bit her lip with a stern and timid inside. "I have companions. They will not let you go." "What kind of mercenary group will want a child like you, Boy Scouts?" "Ha! I will kill as much as your companions come." The Star Pirate commander sneered. "As for you, haha, although you're a little younger, you are quite beautiful. I think a mercenary group can't afford much ransom, so you can repay it with your body." All the Star Pirates' eyes lit up, and they made tacit laughs, looking at Sawia's face and body unscrupulously. "Don't do anything random." Sivia suddenly became nervous. When the boy heard this, his face changed drastically. He had some idea of the courage. He stopped Sawia and was about to speak tremblingly when the Star Pirates suddenly argued. "I want her legs. The meat is the best. Then I want the butt. I like fat. The ears are crispy. It's best to cut them off and eat them raw." Zawiya's face froze, and she couldn't help but feel disorganized inside, and shouted, "Hey, is this what you call repaying with your body?" The leader of the Star Pirate group looked confused when he heard this. "Of course I'm eating you. Is there anything else?" Sivia looked sneered, and she muttered to herself, "Suddenly, I don't want to kill them very much." Beeping. At this time, Sivia's wrist suddenly made a sound, and everyone looked over. Sivia showed a smug smile. There was no panic left before, all of them pretending to delay time. She shook her wrists, and her tone was playful. "This is a locator." As soon as he finished speaking, boom! A loud, thunderous sound exploded beside him, and the hull suddenly shook. In the screams, everyone almost fell down and hurriedly looked in the direction of the loud noise. A large hole was blown up by the passage dozens of meters away, and dust and smoke were everywhere. Several figures appeared in the smoke and set foot on the spaceship. The leader walked out of the smoke first, wearing a pitch-black windbreaker, with his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with a starry sky-like brilliance, extremely deep, and naturally a sense of pressure was emitted from his body, which made the star thief present feel cold on the back. And this feeling became more and more obvious as the black-clothed human approached step by step. He stared at the Star Pirate captain, and the Star Pirate captain suddenly became weak, as if he was being watched by a beast that chose people to eat. In fact, Han Xiao just looked at him casually, and this kind of pressure came from the suppression of the life level. "I heard you have any opinions on my mercenary group? Thank you, Chi Xiang Happiness, for your reward. Thank you for the 5,000 reward from the lonely and widowed family." Ding bang, ding bang, ding bang. Melas beat the gang of star thieves to the point of blue and swollen face, tied them together, forming a mountain of people, and let out weak wails. Melas tried his best to deal with these weak Star Pirates. The main difficulty in rescuing the hostages was to locate the hidden Star Pirate spacecraft. So Han Xiao asked Sawia to pretend to be a hostage and was caught on board with a locator on her body so that the position of the spacecraft could be tracked and landed. At this time, Han Xiao borrowed a combat spaceship from his employer and was inserting it into the rear of the Star Pirate spaceship in a shameful posture. At the same time, this is also the first time that Sawia participated in the action. It was an assessment. Han Xiao gave her a lot of courses every day. After she awakened her super gene, in addition to learning knowledge, she also trained various combat skills. Although Sawia had only been practicing for 2 months, she had great potential. She made rapid progress after getting started, and she had a very practical talent. Not only was she not nervous during the battle, she would become more and more calm. This surprised Sawia. She never knew that she still had the ability to remain calm in the face of danger. Of course, if Sivia had not had the potential, Han Xiao would not have spent his energy to cultivate her. You release the hostages, I'll set up a route to let the Star Pirate spacecraft return and go back to hand over the mission. Han Xiao directed everyone. At this time, Ziwia trotted to Han Xiao with an expectant expression of wanting to be praised and asked, "How am I acting?" Han Xiao touched his chin. "As a good person, you are qualified, what? Do you think there's something worthy of praise?" Ziwia curled her lips and said in frustration, "Black Star, be more tolerant to young people." Melas, who was standing aside, interrupted and smiled at Sivia. "You performed well. I was not as good as you at your age." "Oh no, I was much better than you at that time." Sivia grinned. "You were really good at comforting people." Fording smiled gently. "Don't listen to them. You have made rapid progress. We all see it." "Shut up." When he heard Fording speak, Sivia immediately became angry and stared at Fording. Every time she saw this guy, she felt unbalanced and woke up earlier than him. However, Fording's growth rate was like a rocket, and it went smoothly to sea level, and it was very relaxed. She sang and thought about it every day, which was completely different from her living in the purgatory of learning. People are so angry that they are more popular. Sure enough, all of them are monsters. Fording was not annoyed and showed a warm man smile, squinting his eyes and smiling without saying a word. He followed Han Xiao for 2 months. During this period, Chunxing counterattacked many times to seize control of his body, but he was all suppressed. As Fording's mental power grew rapidly, Chunxing's threat gradually became smaller. Fording's idea was to use Chunxing's memory to give himself strong enough strength. When he could completely suppress Chunxing, it might be time to leave. But Fording's personality is very gentle. He doesn't like fighting, and he is almost unhappy. He doesn't want to use this method to let Morningstar experience the same experience as him, because he knows very well how bad that feeling is. So Fording communicated with Morningstar many times in his mind, hoping to make her give up meaningless resistance. But Morningstar is tough and never compromises, but Fording never gets tired of it, and still maintains the habit of communicating with Morningstar every day. The Godora boy looked at Han Xiao and others blankly. When he thought he was desperate, the group of mercenaries fell from the sky and fucked the star thief in a few seconds. He slowed down for a long time before he came to his senses. He glanced at Sivia's back, plucked up the courage to walk up, and hesitated. "My name is Neru. Thank you for saving me. Are you the mercenaries hired by my father?" Everyone stopped chatting and looked at him. Sivia was staring at him. Neru was suddenly a little panicked and didn't know where to put his hands. I want to know your names." Neru hesitated. Han Xiao rubbed the head of Li Weiya and said, "This kid likes you." "I don't." Neru's thoughts were revealed, and he was in chaos. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Oh, it seems he doesn't like you." No, I don't like it." Neru was anxious and speechless. Sivia gave Han Xiao a blank look and stretched out her hand generously. "My name is Sivia." Neru hesitated for a moment, carefully grasping Sivia's fingertips. The moment his fingers touched, Neru's face turned orange. This is the color of the golden-skinned Ghidorah's blushing face, which is scientific and reasonable. Melas sighed. "It's great to be young." Han Xiao took out a smoky candy from the snack bag in Hiroshi's hand and popped it into his mouth. Recently, he was about to quit smoking, so he had to eat snacks to relieve his boredom. He smacked his lips and thoughtfully, "If you complain to the employer that his son teased my beloved disciple, you should be able to blackmail a sum of money. Next time when you think about this kind of plan, you don't need to say it." Sivia turned around angrily. After all the hostages were rescued, Han Xiao set up a route. Not long after, the group returned to the planet where the employer was located. The guards and the hostages' families were waiting at the dock early. The hostages quickly got off the ship and reunited with their families. A police officer stepped forward to thank Han Xiao and others for solving the kidnapping case. Because most of the people involved in the incident were in charge, it was also a matter that needed attention for them. Han Xiao handed the captured star pirates and the spacecraft to the police department as required, which could improve the completion of this mission. When the police officer walked away, Neru and a middle-aged man came to Han Xiao. The middle-aged man had a big temperament, but when facing Han Xiao, he was very enthusiastic, thanked him, and then paid the remuneration. This middle-aged man is Neru's father, the head of a certain Ghidorah consortium. He will naturally not be stingy with the promised remuneration. At the same time, he is also the mission publisher. After getting 85,000 INRs, the panel prompts the task to be completed. Troubleshoot all hostages, capture star pirates alive, hand over the spacecraft, complete 100%, and get random rewards. Han Xiao said inwardly, glanced at the message, prompting him to get a new opportunity to random reward. He did not use it immediately, and it was directly stored in the panel. He had accumulated 4 opportunities for random rewards. Within 2 months, he conducted more than a dozen tasks, and 80% of them received random rewards. He drew every time he got it. He drew attribute points, experience, and potential points. Not only did he not get what he wanted, he was also garbage, which made Han Xiao very angry, so he began to deposit random rewards. Only if you draw alone is not reliable. You can only draw continuously to achieve miracles. After delivering the mission, Han Xiao did not stay for long and brought everyone back to the ship. The thruster was surging with fire, and the spacecraft disappeared into the sky. Neru raised his head, stared blankly at the direction of the spacecraft leaving, shook his father's arm, and hesitated. "Dad, I have something I want to ask for." "What's the matter?" I want to hire this mercenary group as our private guard," Neru said with courage. He was obsessed with Sivya. "Impossible." Neru was anxious. "Then give them more money. Being our guard is safer than being a mercenary. As long as the salary is enough, they will definitely agree." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "It's not a matter of money. Although Black Star is a mercenary, compared with his background, our family's industry is too small, and there is no possibility of poaching the corners of the Dragon Emmers." There is another picture behind. On the spaceship, everyone started doing their own things. In the past 2 months of running around, they have adapted to this rhythm of life. Han Xiao returned to the room alone, opened the panel, and rubbed his hands wildly. 4 chances, 1 round of 4 consecutive draws. Don't let me down again. After failing so many times, he has become very calm. As a mechanical department, he adheres to the usual idea of quality and quantity. BBB. Just as the random reward was about to start, the communicator suddenly rang and received remote communication. "Who is it?" The sense of ceremony was interrupted, and Han Xiao's tone was a little unhappy. "It's me, Narega. Do you still remember me?" Looking at the Ghidorah people on the screen, Han Xiao recognized him at a glance. "Oh, you're that green? Cough, cough. I'm very happy to see you. This seems to be the first time you contacted me after the last incident. If something happened, do you want to hire me again?" "No, I'm here to pass the message." Narega smiled heartily and said, "Do you know a man named Carrot? He is my classmate in the investigator training class. He called me a few days ago and said that his investigator number was used by others in another place, and the coordinates were exactly here. I mentioned you when I was chatting with him. When he heard your name, his reaction was a little, too extreme. He seemed to want you to pay back the money." Han Xiao suddenly realized that he had entered the ID of Carrot on the system of the missing spacecraft. At that time, the radiation storm isolated the signal and brought the core of the system back to the space station. The people there would naturally retrieve the video and naturally discover the operation record. Carrot is a Ghidorah investigator who was once sent to investigate Hylon and was caught by himself. Han Xiao nodded. "Oh, he and I are very good friends. How are that guy okay? I'll greet him on my behalf." Nerga's face looked strange. "Are you sure you're a friend? He asked me to tell you. Hey Xing, don't use my ID anymore. When did you return the money you blackmail me? You have become a well-known mercenary. Are you still stingy with hundreds of INRs?" Haha, he's still so joking. I have a lifelong relationship with him. How can I measure it by money? Han Xiao. Wasn't it just a friendship that would be a lifelong one? Speaking of which, the promise was implemented at that time to let Carrot go to leave in order to leave a channel for communication with Ghidorah. Unexpectedly, he would join Long Tanfu Island later, but the line of Carrot can still play a role. I asked Carrot to pay attention to the abnormality of the aqua blue star. I wonder if they sent others to investigate. Perhaps this will add variables to the plot of 2.0. It should be a good variable. Han Xiao thought to himself. Okay, tell him, I received the message, and it is impossible to repay the money. Okay. Nyrega smiled bitterly, suddenly remembered something, and said, by the way, we had a personnel transfer not long ago. The original webmaster was transferred, and the deputy webmaster took over the space station. The above thoughts were really hard to guess, but this was also good. The deputy webmaster was much better than the original webmaster. The webmaster discovered the matter of my hiring you. He remembered it to me. It was such an annoying guy. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Webmaster? I have no objection to him. He's a good person. On the contrary, the deputy webmaster is a slick guy. If it weren't for ulterior motives, how could he suddenly raise an open internal matter to the strange mercenary he met for the first time, and the rescued investigators are covering you up? Who do you think will report you later? Your current view of the webmaster represents the effectiveness of the deputy webmaster to undermine him. But a good person may not be useful. Even if the deputy webmaster has bad intentions, if it weren't for him, your wife and the missing investigators would not be saved. Judging from the results, perhaps you don't regret being used once. In fact, the person who released the daily tasks of the Stargame Beast dungeon in his previous life was the deputy webmaster who turned into a regular business. He instructed the players to complete some internal affairs and accumulate results quickly. If it were the original webmaster, it would never be allowed to let outsiders interfere in the internal tasks. Hey, what you said seems to make some sense. After the webmaster was transferred away, the deputy webmaster seemed very happy. Nyrega was stunned for a moment, thinking inside, alas, speaking of it, the webmaster was just acting according to the regulations. Although he was a little pedantic, he was an officer after all, which is understandable. However, I still like the deputy webmaster more. If everything goes out of the way, then there will only be those 3 cosmic civilizations left in the world, and they will definitely continue to fight wars. Other civilizations either become vassals of the 3, or they will be destroyed by the war. Alas, between hypocrisy and war, I will choose the former. Maybe most people will choose this way. Although I don't know much, I can guess that the Dark Forest period of exploring is simply hell. Now the peaceful Star Sea era is hard one. Okay, go slowly and feel sad. I still have something to do. I'm dead. Han Xiao decisively turned off the communication, opened the panel again, and breathed out. Start. Beep. At this moment, the communicator rang again. After being interrupted again, Han Xiao was immediately annoyed. Cannot let me slap it quietly. The luck that I finally gathered is about to disappear. Who is looking for him again? Oh, Emmys, hello, have you eaten? What's the matter with me? The dragon Zodiac, enchanting and sexy figure appeared on the screen. Han Xiao was a little surprised. Emmys had basically never contacted him on his own initiative. What did he do when he suddenly looked for him? Black Star, I need you. Emmer's face was a little strange. Han Xiao's lips twitched. Forgive me. Ask me, what kind of need are you talking about? I got the whereabouts of the teacher, and he came to the Broken Star Ring. Black Star, you have seen him with your own eyes. Please accompany me to find him. Emmer's tone was unquestionable. Okay. Han Xiao held his forehead. When? The sooner the better. When I return to the Broken Star Ring, I will notify you immediately. Are you not on Long Tanfu Island now? I'm on the home star of the Guanghui Federation. Emmer said, very good and powerful. Han, a technician, was speechless. Okay. Han Xiao was helpless. Where is your teacher? Some people said that he appeared in Norios some time ago. Before I come back, you can go there to take a look. Nodded. Han Xiao was not panicked at all. Although he had seen Teacher Longzhua as a fabricated lie, he did know who Teacher Longzhua is and was not afraid of not being able to recognize it. Han Xiao hangs up the communication, rubs his temples, and opens the panel for the 3rd time. Hurry up. I always feel like I'm going to be black again this time. No one will look for me this time. After being interrupted twice, Han Xiao's emotions that he finally aroused were all gone, staring at the dead fish's eyes, expressionless. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you get this time is skill. Take a look and choose the most useful one among the three options, a skill of the gunman, lock shooting. The effect is that you must win the next shot, and there's a 10 to 18% chance to form a weak point strike. Han Xiao looked calm and did not stop, and immediately started the second random reward. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you get this time is props. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Here is here, chance. Please choose one of the following three rewards. Power Awakening Fluid, Luxury Edition. If you have not obtained any main profession, you have a chance to become a superpower system. Double experience card. Kill monsters, double the task experience, lasting for 6 days. Skill enhancement card. There is a 70% chance to strengthen a skill to enhance its basic effect, and a 20% chance to mutate this skill into a more powerful new skill. Draw 2 cards. But there is no task settlement card. Han Xiao was so nervous. In terms of flat chests, the skill enhancement card is useful to me, but Han Xiao still feels a little sad if he doesn't draw what he wants. I didn't say that the awakening liquid of superpower is a waste, and he doesn't need a double experience card, so he directly chose the skill enhancement card. I am lucky. The third time, Han Xiao ignited hope and activated a new random reward. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you get this time is experience. Okay, very good. I lack experience. I came just right. Han Xiao applauded, then hit the table, gritting his teeth. It's weird. He always believed that among all types, experience is the most useless reward. After getting the most option, 2 million experience, Han Xiao looked desperate and activated the last random reward. Picking is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you get this time is props. Medium experience crystal. X8 get a certain experience after use. Range. 100. Yangyan battle pattern halo. Fashion after wearing it. The body will show a special appearance, and there will be a special light and shadow effect during activities. It is a matter of whether it is strong or not. Whether it is handsome or not is a lifetime. Task settlement card. X2, directly obtain the task reward with the lowest. Evaluation, which is considered to be passed by the task. Spit out a breath of turbid air. Han Xiao closed his eyes with relief, and a sense of fulfillment echoed in his heart. I finally got it. Bang! The next second, he jumped up with a dead fish, leaving a palm print on the metal table with a slap, and roared to the sky. Go to the world's #1 in a row. After a while, his mood quickly calmed down. His hands were blackened more than a dozen times, and finally got the props he needed. Han Xiao felt much more relaxed. The settlement card is not a rare prop. He actually drew it more than a dozen times. He was helpless, but he finally got it. Now, with a settlement card, you don't have to risk dealing with A-level superpowers anymore. The idea of seeking stability is very reliable. If you're an ordinary player, the corresponding rank positions of a level range are roughly as follows. LV1 LV20 is level F. LV20 LV40 is level E. LV41 LV60 is level D. LV61 LV90 is level C. LV91 LV100 is C+, and only LV100 or above reaches level B. Of course, this is the approximate range because each person's skills, points, expertise, and equipment are different, so there will be subtle differences. For example, if the professional high-level game is stable at level 60, it can reach level C. Ordinary players only have the level of B level after completing the second racial sublimation of level 100, while Han Xiao is also at level 100 because he has various template expertise, which is far stronger than players and has stable B level. With the advantages of the mechanical system and its own strength, it is not weak in level B, and its actual combat power far exceeds the standards of this level. But no matter what, level 100 is the entry edge of the B-level position, which is several dozens of levels away from the next level. Therefore, Han Xiao was unwilling to take risks. Even if he advanced to level 120, he was still in the B level, and the gap with level A could be seen from this. If Han Xiao is not panicked at all if he deals with enemies that exceeds several levels. But if he deals with strong enemies that exceeds several dozen levels, unless special means are used, a 90% chance of cooling down. Just looking at this chance, he lost his interest in waves and was not at all stupid. Challenges beyond the level must also be followed by the basic law. The way to get a settlement car by saving the country on a curve has really helped him, allowing him to avoid unnecessary dangers. Han Xiao had not experienced many crises before and was not afraid of taking risks. But now that there is greater room for maneuver, in his opinion, silent accumulation is naturally more cost-effective and more economical than taking risks against strong enemies. Let's take a step back. If you really deal with A-level superpowers, you still don't know how much time it takes to lay out and how much resources it will waste. Now, using the method of scouring tasks, not only do you not have to lose money, but you can even make money. Why not do it? Han Xiao was worried that his hands were shaking, so he was very energetic and carefully selected the task settlement card. I can't see it normally, but now I only need one. I only need one, and save the remaining one first. Maybe if you encounter similar extremely difficult tasks in the future, it will still come in handy. Han Xiao saved the 2 task settlement cards for the time being. He was still stuck in the transfer task and was preparing to buy 2 high-end mechanical knowledge that have been promising and complete the advanced and transfer jobs together, and you'll be able to level up immediately. The account deposit is now 1.36 million in Rs, which is relatively wealthy and enough to buy 2 high-end knowledge. In the 4th consecutive draw, in addition to the settlement card, there is also a skill enhancement card. I will use it first. Han Xiao pondered and thought. The enhancement card will improve the basic attributes of the skill, so even the skills at the maximum level can be enhanced. If the skill is mutated, it is the best. But I think, what is better to strengthen? Combat skills or mechanical affinity skills? Open your own skill bar and expand the densely packed items. Han Xiao directly skipped the drawings and looked at other skills. Mechanical skills are the core. After strengthening, it is basically to improve hard power, and the effect is not lost. There will be more mechanical affinity skills after upgrading in the future. This improvement will have limited enhancement for him. It seems that strengthening a skill with a special purpose would be better. A flash of inspiration. Han Xiao had a goal. It's better to strengthen while burning. I lack output methods. Strengthening explosive power is quite useful to me. If the cooling time can be reduced, this time it will be worth it. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Well, burning has 2 effects, active and passive effects. The former is to cool down for 10 minutes, and the latter is to cool down for 30 minutes. Although the damage bonus is high, the cooling is also very high, resulting in this skill that can only be triggered once or twice in each battle. If the cooling is reduced, the output rate will be greatly improved. This skill was obtained from Bennett and can still play a key role today. The protagonist character's quality can be seen, and he immediately used the skill enhancement card. Skill enhancement card activation. Target will burn LV10. Reinforcement is underway. You trigger the skill mutation. You have learned new skills. You have obtained the skill Gene Liberation LV1. Han Xiao was surprised. Oh, I'm really lucky. I've won 20% of the chances. In the panel, Will Burn has been replaced by new skills, and new skills application knowledge emerged in his mind. And he looked at the introduction of the skills. Gene Liberation LV1. Active effect. Consume 1,000 health points. Get attack bonus in the next 1.5 seconds. 50% chance to cause 200% 220% damage. 30% chance to cause 300% 330% damage. 20% chance to cause 400% 440% damage. Cooldown time, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Passive effect. When a health point is less than 20%, the skill will be automatically activated without consumption. Passive effect cooldown time, 18 minutes. Note, you have mastered the method to break through your own limits, and by pressing the vitality of the cells, a power exceeding the limit is temporarily burst out, but this will damage your body. After browsing it, Han Xiao felt that this enhancement value was not only reduced, but also reduced the original randomness. Originally, the Chaos of Will had 4 random ranges, with the highest damage of more than 5 times, but the probability was too small. So far, Han Xiao has only triggered less than 5 times. Although the current Gene Liberation has reduced the maximum bonus, it has also changed from 4 random ranges to 3. The reduction in randomness means that the output is more stable. The most important thing is that this bonus is not just an attack, but becomes a bonus within a certain period of time. With your own thinking, you will definitely get more than 1 blow. We are mechanics who are on the turret flowing. The attack frequency in 1 second is extremely high. In this way, the role of the skill is simply explosive. Moreover, this is just the effect of LV1. Han Xiao didn't say anything and threw tens of millions of experience in it. He directly pointed to level 10. The bonus effect changed from 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, and the cooling was reduced to 7 minutes. The damage bonus of the 3 ranges increased by 10%, which is the lowest 220% and the highest 480%, and the consumption was reduced to 800 health. Now the blood volume of Han's Great Technician is close to 20,000, which is completely ignored. Not to mention that he also obtained the self-healing ability 2 months ago, and he can come back in 7 seconds. This skill is a bit powerful. Han Xiao was amazed. After sorting out the things, Han Xiaoshan opened the door with a refreshing spirit. In the spaceship hall, Melas was playing cards with the Volga brothers again, looking proud, while the Volga brothers looked decadent. If you don't play anymore. Why can you always draw the cards you want? The Volga brothers were angry. Melas shrugged and laughed. Because I'm awesome, don't stand there, be willing to accept the loss, and give the money quickly. The 3 brothers transferred the money depressedly. No matter how Melas bewitched, they didn't play anything this time. They had lost 4 games in a row. The 3 of them often played cards with Melas, and they always lost more than they won. Melas seemed to be like God's help, and they could always draw the most suitable cards, which made the 3 brothers have extremely poor game experience. Seeing the 3 of them being determined, Melas was helpless and turned to see Han Xiao and shouted, "Black Star, come and play cards." Han Xiao said angrily, "Do I look very idle?" At this time, Ferdinand walked out of the room and was about to go to the simulated combat room. Melas suddenly had a bright light, and he shouted, "Ferdinand, let's have a game." Ferdinand stopped, turned his head and shrugged. "I can't play." "Oh, it's very simple. I'll teach you. If you can't even play cards, what's the difference with the natives?" Melas stood up, dragged and pulled the helpless Ferdinand to the opposite side to sit down. "Okay, how do you play this kind of card?" Fording shook his head, picked up a stack of cards, and looked at it. The official name of this kind of card is Star Sea War. We usually call it the Veen card. This is the common term for the Glorious Federation, which means shining card. Look, we also have our mercenary group inside. It's interesting. Let me tell you the rules. Melas was very excited to popularize the rules. Okay, this is the rule. You are a master of mind. I don't need to repeat it again. Let's do it. After playing, you will know how to play it. Just use the cards of the 3 brothers. They also use the decks of the Broken Star Ring deck. Melas knocked on the table, and the decks were automatically shuffled. This kind of card has simple industrial enchantment, and many special effects can be automatically completed. He raised his hand to signal Fording to play cards, and smiled and said, "I won't play those regular modes this time. We play the free battle mode. The victory method will clear the opponent's health. The first time you play, I will let you play cards first." Fording nodded. "Okay, you have to give it to me a little." 3 minutes later, Melas stared at the field in a daze. "Did I win?" Fording blinked. "It seems quite simple." "Huh." Melas wiped his sweat. "This is just your luck. On my card player, do it again." Not long after, Melas collapsed on the sofa with a desperate expression and was powerless. "Are you lying to me?" "Actually, you can play." Fording smiled bitterly. "It's my first time playing. Your luck is too bad." In just a moment, Melas had lost 5 games in a row and was beaten to doubt his life. For some reason, his luck, which had always been a dream, suddenly turned black, and he could never draw the cards he wanted. Forting on the opposite side was smooth sailing, and he could play whatever he wanted. The three Volga brothers watched the whole time, feeling proud and laughing wildly. That's the feeling. Han Xiao shook his head. This is why he didn't like playing cards with this group of people. As long as the battle mode they play has any luck, Ferdinand can basically draw divinely every time, or start with Tianhu. It's too bad. Melas's luck can crush the three Volga brothers, but when it comes to Fordine's high-end Halo, he can only be beaten. How can a human be able to beat a dog? Stop playing, we have a new mission. Emmy's asked us to go to Norio's with her to find someone, so we will not accept outsiders' employment for the time being. Han Xiao interrupted everyone and said, "She is not breaking the rings at this time. Before she comes back, I need to go to other galaxies to buy some things. I have set the route." Everyone nodded and expressed their understanding. Han Xiao naturally wanted to buy high-end knowledge. The dragon Zodiac has not arrived yet. He is ready to let go of everything for the time being and advance first. This is an opportunity that has been waiting for a long time, and will put his own strength to the next level. The stronger the power, the more free the action will become. To complete his plan, powerful strength is necessary, and even one's own plan is to better gain strength. In the past few months, Han Xiao had already stepped on the spot. He went through several galaxies and successfully bought 2 high-end knowledge he had already focused on, because he did not follow the path of winning the favorable impression of the camp, and the high-end knowledge sold by privately was very expensive, and his deposits suddenly plummeted to 500,000 inars. The 2 high-end knowledge spent a total of more than 800,000 inars, but the efforts were worth it, and the money could be made again, but his own improvement was permanent. The 2 high-end knowledge are the high-energy mastery of the energy branch and the advanced virtual intelligent technology of the operation branch. High-energy mastery is very important. You can control higher-level energy and belong to the core level of knowledge. With it, you can combine more stable shields and stable energy weapons. Energy weapons are conventional weapons that are more powerful than electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons. Because only a part of a knowledge is sold, Han Xiao can only choose relatively more useful knowledge from it. So the second one is advanced virtual intelligence technology to create artificial intelligence. The high-end knowledge of the mechanical department is more significant, and each can play a role that cannot be ignored. No knowledge is useless. Ordinary players can only make choices because the potential consumption of high-end knowledge has increased a little. Learning requires 3 points, and each upgrade requires 3 points. Just calculate it, and you will know that there are 15 high-end knowledge in the 3 branches, all of which can be learned to level 5, and a total of 225 potential points will be consumed. If you want to learn all advanced knowledge and basic knowledge to the maximum level, you will need a total of 450 potential points. High-end knowledge also has higher levels of knowledge. The mechanical system is a complete abyss of potential points. Players can basically not get so many potential points, so Han Xiao was saving potential points from the beginning, and this thing will only become less and less expensive. After completing all this preparation, Han Xiao was located in the territory of the Gadan Galaxy and sailed back to Yuburi Hub. He is preparing to complete the 100th level of advancement here. Back at the mercenary group's stronghold in Yuburi Hub, Han Xiao walked into the simulation combat room alone, closed the alloy door, took out the task settlement card, and used it on advanced tasks. You have used task settlement card. Trial of Strongman is currently settlement. Current progress, 1/1. Level 100 advanced task has been completed. Endurance bonus increases. 1 endurance equals 50 life equals 60 physical strength. It's done. When the dust settled, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Level 60 advancement was the first racial sublimation, and level 100 advancement was the second. I once used the Void Dragon Marrow to get the Void Gene expertise, which can increase the options for race sublimation and add new evolutionary route. The options for race evolution are randomly drawn according to the evolution tree route, and several options with higher fit are selected. At the same time, there will definitely be an option with extremely low fit, providing players with completely different routes. At this time, The information bar floating in front of you jumped out of dense evolutionary prompts. You have further progressed on the road of evolution. You have obtained the sublimation of a life level and detected that the race is Type 1 universe humans. You are randomly drawing 6 matching evolution directions. The drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 6 options as your evolutionary race. Warning: the evolutionary process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix: description of the characteristics of evolution direction. Type 2 universe humans, 94% fit. Type 3 universe humans, 92% fit. North Wind Gods, 75% fit. Void Shadow Man, human form, 81% fit. Semi-Dragon Mixed Race, 64% fit. Intermediate Mechanical Life, 22% fit. Except for the conventional Type 2 and Type 3, the remaining few are good, but compared with it, they all are back. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and had a choice in his heart. Selected race evolution is in progress. Evolution is completed. Race change is Void Shadow Man, human form. The molecular structure is improved. The organ structure is strengthened. The metabolism changes. The adaptability is enhanced. Your potential qualifications are improved. You have obtained attributes to make up: strength plus 28, agility plus 45, endurance plus 15, intelligence plus 24, mystery plus 36, charm plus 22, power plus 570, power level bonus attribute changes. Your racial traits adaptive group has been changed. You obtain racial traits Void Shuttle. You obtain racial traits Void Mirror. You obtain racial traits Void Shadow. The severe pain like skinning and bone removal is coming like a tsunami. Han Xiao was mentally prepared. Each racial evolution is a major change in his own genes and cells. Players can ignore the pain, but he cannot. Gripping his teeth tightly, the skin on his face was tense of dense blue veins, twisting wildly like a green snake. His eyes were blood red. All the capillaries in his eyes exploded, and the diamond-shaped skin from the void, genetically modified from the void, bloomed with gray light, and a spiderweb-like gray line spread on his face, quickly spreading all over his body, changing the cells in his body. Sizzling. The powerful force in the body is uncontrollable, and the wild lightning is whipping like dozens of thunder whips. Crackling. The air is filled with the smell of electric heat, and the ground becomes charred. Puff! Han Xiao opened his mouth suddenly, and a mouthful of old blood squirted all over the ground. The bright red blood bubbled like a boiling air, turning blue and purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain lasted longer than ever before, and the void depilator could almost be regarded as another form of life, with earth-shaking changes. This is the special evolutionary route brought to him by Void Gene, both in future potential and racial characteristics, and they're the best among the 6 options. Type 2 and Type 3 cosmic human races are conventional evolutionary routes, with different tendencies and a more moderate overall. The advantage is that they are highly universal, which means they can take many routes. Han Xiao chose this route at level 60 to discover a strong enough evolutionary system. Now he has found that the void is like the demon and the energy life. This is an entire species evolution system, rare, powerful, and has great potential. There are several other options. Northwind God Clan is a special race with a strong body, tenacious vitality, and explosive reproduction ability. It calls itself a God Clan. Half-Dragon Mixed Race is also a representative of strong body, and these two are suitable for martial arts. Intermediate Mechanical Life completely changes the species and turns into mechanical life, no longer has strength, and the degree of fit is too low, so he definitely won't choose. After a long time, the pain slowly faded away. Han Xiao felt like he was fished out of the sea of blood. In the last period, what was oozing out of his pores was no longer sweat, but human blood. At this time, the blood in his body had been completely replaced, and his senses were completely different. In addition to the 5 senses of humans, several new senses were added, which could feel the flow of free energy and see the void vision, as if it opened the door to a new world. Taking out the mirror, Han Xiao looked at his appearance at this time, and his whole body was lifted 10 centimeters again. Fortunately, the 5 limbs were still in human form, and there was no such thing as a tail or arm. However, inside the body, the structure of the bones, muscles, and organs has completely changed, and the complexity is several times higher than that of humans. He looks not much different from before, but he is still as handsome as the diamond-shaped skin between his eyebrows has turned into an indigo crystal. This is a new organ that can be controlled, used to feel the void vision. His skin color is whiter than before, and his whole person exudes a mysterious aura. Yes, it's still the appearance of a human. This is the Void Depth Shadow Man in the form of a human. What species is it? After becoming a Void Depth Shadow Man, his normal state can still maintain his original appearance. Only when he is contaminated with the Void gene, most species can mutate into Void Depth Shadow Man. Han Xiao is knowledgeable, and the 3 racial characteristics are the talents of Void Depth Shadow Man, among which Void Shuttle is the core ability. Try to see what it feels like. The world in front of him suddenly changed, and all turned into a misty state, as if he was observing the real world through a layer of medium. This is the Void Vision, entering a mirror dimension reflecting reality. The flow rate of time is different. When Han Xiao was acting, the real world was basically still, but he could not have a practical impact on reality. He would only pass through material entities. The 2 dimensions were like close mirrors and could not interfere with each other. It was equivalent to a stealth mode of free activity. Void Shuttle, there is no duration limit, but it continues to consume a lot of physical strength during the skill period, and the cooling is 5 minutes. Han Xiao walked from one corner of the room to the other corner, counted silently for a few seconds before he removed this skill and returned to reality again. After looking at the watch, this movement took almost no time. So the performance of this ability in reality is similar to flash, teleportation, or short-range jump. Han Xiao nodded secretly. According to his senses, this talent is like a weakened version of the time-slowing ability, and the difference is that things that cannot affect reality. At this time, he looked in the mirror and discovered changes in his body. When using the racial characteristics of a Void Deployer, he would break away from his usual human form and enter the Void form, because in this way, he could contact the Void dimension. The skin color of the whole body turns into a crystal gray color, and the starlight glimmer flows through the skin, and the original white skin will converge into battle-like patterns, spreading all over the body along the bone structure, and the end of the white pattern gathers in the crystals between the eyebrows. Han Xiao waited for a while, and his body automatically returned to its original state. The white lines unfolded again, covering the skin color and returning to human form. The gray skin color in the Void form was like a river converging in the sea and was sucked back by the crystals. What a magical form of life! I won't be a human being. Han Xiao kept switching between the 2 forms and became familiar with them for a while. The other 2 racial characteristics are, one is to form a mirror clone without any combat ability and can only confuse the enemy. The other is to summon a shadow of void that has existed for 30 minutes, which is manifested as a dark shadow, which will not be injured, has no attack ability, and is extremely fast in movement, which can be used to explore or interfere with the enemy's sight. These 2 racial traits also consume a lot of physical strength. Most races only have 1 or 2 talents, and 3 talents are considered a lot. The innate abilities of the Void Depth Shadow Man are mainly interfering, confusion, and dodging. Among them, Void Shuttle is the most important, which is a super dodge skill with a strong life-saving effect and only 5 minutes of cooling down. On the panel, the transfer conditions for the main profession were completed before, prompting him to obtain the next stage of his career. You have obtained a new profession, War Mechanic LV1, Strength plus 120, Agility plus 3, Endurance plus 3, Intelligence plus 5. You have obtained 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have realized the skill Applied Level Mechanical Affinity. You have realized the skill Abandon Modification. You have realized the skill Mechanical Overload. You have obtained the skill, Practical Combat Mechanical Skills. Unlocked. You have realized the expertise, Battlefield Rationality, War. Mechanic. This is the 6th stage of the mechanical department, and it has reached the middle stage of stability. This is the time when the mechanical department starts to exert force. The upper limit of this profession is level 20. As the name suggests, at this stage, the mechanical department finally began to tend toward practical combat capabilities. In addition to the new mechanical affinity, several other skills are combat skills. He devoted his experience to his main career and upgraded again and again. War Mechanic was upgraded to LV-16, with Strength plus 120, Agility plus 3, Endurance plus 3, Intelligence plus 5, and gained 6 free attribute points and obtained 1 potential point. After reaching level 100 or above, each level needs more experience. Han Xiao had about 1.6 billion experience at this time, spending 1.3 billion of experience, and was promoted to more than 10 levels in a row. He was still 4 levels away from the upper limit of level 20 of War Mechanic, and his experience was not enough. His experience of harvesting from players in version 1.0 is finally about to run out. There are nearly 300 million experience left, so you can upgrade to another level, but the cost effectiveness is not as good as upgrading skills. Also, the 2 high in knowledge also need to synthesize new drawings, which will be more useful. Haha, I finally have to use up this big piece of experience. Han Xiao smiled satisfied. He hadn't felt the lack of experience for a long time. Not only did he not feel the discomfort, but he was still very happy and missed it very much. He had already calculated that after level 100, these experiences will definitely be used up. This is a great thing. The experience of hoarding on the panel is just a number, and it is no different from making money without spending. Only by converting it into combat power is the actual purpose. When I was traveling in my previous life, the most comfortable moment was when I used up all my experiences. How can you spend money when making money? Consumption. Squander. Being artificial. Now that I have finally completely digested my accumulation in version 1.0, I feel a deep sense of fulfillment in my heart. During the version update, players are not around, and there is no way to quickly harvest experience. When the next version opens, it is time for you to harvest experience crazy again. After spending all these accumulations, I am now at level 116, which is very good. When the player appears again, it is a chance for his strength to surge again. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, looking forward to the upcoming version 2.0 in a year. He has been transferred to a War Mechanic and has 5 new abilities in his personal panel. Even if he doesn't look at the attribute introduction, Han Xiao is familiar with the effects of these skills. Application level Mechanical Affinity, which is higher than Advanced Mechanical Affinity. The core capability system of the mechanical system must be upgraded. Now, there is only 300 million experience left. He only points it to LV5. Each level has a plus 5% effect, and the mechanical affinity is increased by 25% again. The prerequisite requirement of Abandon Modification is one of the 3 skills granted by the compression technology Junior Machine Generation. The effects of the 2 are somewhat similar. The effect of Abandon Modification is that if a machine is scrapped, endurance is zeroed, and becomes a bunch of discarded parts, then some energy is consumed. This skill can restore the parts to the original machinery, but the quality will be reduced by 1 to 2 levels, and the basic attributes will also be reduced by 25%. This skill can be released to the same target multiple times until the quality is reduced to the lowest gray, where the attributes have been reduced by 75%, which means that this skill can be used for the same target 3 times at most. As the name suggests, the effect of this skill is efficient waste utilization, and its role in actual combat is much stronger than what is introduced. It is also one of the reasons why war mechanics are given the war prefix, allowing the mechanical system to obtain more tactical choices. In the past life, players reached the 5th and 6th stages of the main profession in the 3.0 version. That was the period when the mechanical salted fish turned over. War mechanics fought both steady and complex with excellent combos and also required strong tactical thinking. The difficulty of operation is the most difficult among the 5 professions. Mechanical overload is a normal mechanical bonus skill, which is similar to mechanical overload and overload, and the bonus value is higher. The difference between the two is that mechanical overload has no side effects, and overload reduces durability, while the side effect of mechanical overload is that the machinery enters a period of cooling and cannot operate, which is a relatively useless skill. However, it can be combined with overload. When the two work together on a machine, the bonus will again plus 40%, and the mechanical durability will instantly plummet by 33%. Han Xiao used this skill often, and this combination was only used on Abandoned Sun, which is a machine that is cannon fodder in his eyes. The most special skill is Practical Mechanical Technique, and there is also an unlocked suffix, which requires learning a high-end knowledge, high-end electromagnetic force field. The special thing about this skill is that it is not a skill that acts through machinery, but a combat ability of the mechanic itself. Mechanical force is the energy transformed from the electromagnetic attribute power, and it also has electromagnetic characteristics. This practical skill is to exert the characteristics of mechanical force. In the absence of machinery, it also has certain combat power, just like every magician has certain melee ability. The last ability is the expertise Battlefield Intelligence, which is a fixed expertise in the mechanical system. After entering the combat state, every minute the intelligence will be plus 1%, and a maximum 15% will be capped. This expertise is combined with the expertise of the main profession in the previous stage, mechanical analysis and enlightenment. 10 points of intelligence plus 1% mechanical affinity, which makes the higher the level of the mechanical system, the greater the profit. When players are PK normally, the less and less mechanical machines in the mechanical system are played. This expertise will supplement the late liver force of the mechanical system to a certain extent. After the mechanical system is formed, it can be fast attacked and later. There's a basic tactic that is to use a bunch of trap machines to drag for 15 minutes, get the highest bonus, and then release all the machinery into a wave of rush, commonly known as the bladder game. Han Xiao only upgraded the mechanical affinity skill to a few levels and did not move any of the others. He only spent 40 million experience, and there was still about 250 million left. He was going to save money on these. There were 96 free attribute points on the panel, so he continued to add points to the full intelligence. In fact, looking at the lucky stick, he hesitated for a moment, but he still didn't add luck. Although 1 point of luck hurts, adding luck is useless to him. Luck is related to the drop rate and the determination of certain skills. He is not a player who uses the happy face scanning stream. He basically has no skills that require luck judgment. Adding luck will make the combat power improve by slightest. Moreover, adding 1 or 2 points of luck is useless. If you want to take the face scanning route, luck must have at least dozens of points. Throwing so many free attribute points in it is equivalent to getting a waste of water, and it is better to continue to accumulate intelligence. Unless it is a dog, the lucky player will not go far. After adding points, the advanced attributes are clear at a glance. Total level 116, main occupation, mechanical system, race, void shadow or human form, strength 163, agility 349, endurance 306, intelligence 872, mystery 102, charm 41, lucky 1, free attribute point 0, potential point 55, health, physical strength value, strength 7,700, LV9 total strength bonus, strength plus 53, agility plus 72, endurance plus 80, intelligence plus 90, mystery plus 55, physical strength limit plus 7,520, mechanical affinity plus 60%, energy level 7,637 honor level. You are already a skilled and steady star warrior. Even if you're a B-level strongman, you are not willing to provoke you easily. The energy level of 7,000 is not yet B+, but my actual combat power is not weak for B+ players. The standard for A is 10,000. According to this level increase, I can have the power of natural disaster level around level 140, which is 20 to 30 earlier than the player. Han Xiao knew did secretly. I am now level 116, and I still have a task settlement card in my hand. All I lack is experience. If you want to quickly gain experience, players are the most efficient way. If you want to level up in the short term, you can only use players. So as long as I am in the alienation disaster, my plan can be implemented smoothly and guided the players of the Sea Blue Star to join my camp. In the next version, I will reach a level. After letting the cleaning robot handle the blood on the ground, Han Xiao walked out of the simulation war room. As soon as he returned to the hall, everyone looked at him and showed surprise. Did I have an illusion? You seem to have changed. Melas looked suspicious. Suiya circled Han Xiao for a few times, patted her breast that had just begun to take shape, and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm scared to death. I thought I had recognized the wrong person. Is it so exaggerated? Han Xiao's motuisha. After the evolution of the race, his appearance also changed, but he himself felt that it had not changed much. The appearance is actually good, mainly because of the different temperaments. You seem to be more mysterious, and I remember that you didn't have this crystal on your forehead. Melas shivered and said, Strange, I actually felt the sense of oppression from you. We are equally strong. What did you do when you locked yourself in the room just now? They naturally didn't know that Han Xiao could quickly complete racial evolution through the panel, while normal people need to strengthen cells over time to complete the sublimation of the life level. The time spent on both is completely incomparable. I'm stronger than before. Han Xiao smiled and waved his hand. I won't talk about the specific details. I'm still me anyway. Melas was helpless. You can't be like Verdine and have any special training skills. Verdine, who was meditating, opened her eyes. Who told me? Shut up. Oh. Melas looked at Verdine, disliked her, snorted, looked at Han Xiao, and asked, Let's go to Norio's next? Han Xiao nodded. Yes, my business is done. Emmer's asked me to go to Norio's to look for her teacher. He became much stronger, but it would take a long time to reach Emmer's height. Before that, Han Xiao didn't mind having a backer. After all, the Starry Sea is so big, there are too many powerful people and forces. Moreover, Emmys has rescued herself once, so she naturally helps if she can help her. It is always beneficial to have a good relationship with a super A-level strongman, and she is nominally under the command of the Dragon Boat. At this time, Melas interrupted. Before going to Norio's, I want to go back to Sunil Star and get my armor Broken Light back. Sunil Star is nearby anyway. It won't be long. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He has been coveting general-level armor for a long time. He used to have insufficient knowledge and could not study it, but now he has met the requirements. No problem. Let's go back together. The spacecraft slowly landed on the plain outside Morihara City. This was once a battlefield to fight against the murderous disaster, with blood flowing into a river. Now it has been cleaned up and is a bare scorched earth. The 6 lines of defense in Morihara Castle have been repaired, and pairs of armored guards patrol, and from time to time, chariots drove out and went deep into the forest to hunt wild animals. As soon as they landed, a large number of guards surrounded him and lined up to welcome him. Before coming, Melas had informed Sunil's official position. As soon as the spacecraft, the group of guards yelled Sunil's local language in an orderly manner, with an amazing momentum, and the general meaning was to express respect for Melas. Go back, I've contacted the official website and go directly to the Institute to get the armor. Melas smiled. Everyone followed the soldiers and entered Morihara City. There was not much change compared to more than a year ago. However, there were fewer people on the street, probably because more young people joined the army. Are you Melas? Oh my God, a great hero. At this time, the pedestrians around him found Melas, looked surprised, and surrounded him, and Han Xiao and others were squeezed aside. Melas quickly filled up a kind smile and chatted for a while. There were more and more people surrounding him. He couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the residents, so he hurriedly squeezed out. The few people took a few laps and got rid of the crowd. You were very popular. Han Xiao looked. Melas's face was embarrassed. The official needs a role model to inspire the confidence of the residents. So I advocate my deeds and broadcast them on TV and radio every day. No one in this city doesn't know me. National hero. So amazing. Sivia's eyes shining. It's amazing. The hero's fate is a heroic sacrifice. Melas said angrily. He still remembers Han Xiao's prophecy. The group sneaked to the gate of the government in the center of the city, and then they could not see the residents. Melas stepped forward to report, and soon several officers came out to greet him. This was the matter of the Sunil tribe. Han Xiao was not interested in listening and was wandering all the way, making soy sauce. After chatting for a few words, Melas gestured to everyone, then followed the officers all the way into the military-restricted area. After passing through metal doors, he came to a closed institute with a very spacious space, and even a hangar with a modified fighter jet group. Everyone came to a laboratory, and Melas' general-level armor was placed on the laboratory bench at this time, and more than a dozen researchers surrounded it to test the parameters. This is General Melas. He is here to take away his armor. Here is the pass. The officer stepped forward to negotiate. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, poked Melas in the back, and asked in a low voice, "When did you become a general?" Melas grinned and replied in a low voice, "Note." The research leader was conducting an experiment with excitement. Hearing this, he turned his head, raised his eyelids, glanced at everyone, showed an impatient look, and came to the door, saying dissatisfied, "Didn't you say you could study it? Why did you suddenly take it away?" Melas said, "I heard that you have achieved results, so I want to get my armor back, which will be of great help to me." The research leader was reluctant and complained, "How can I return this to you? This armor is related to Sunil's top technology. It is a treasure of the country, not your own thing." But this was originally what I gave to the country, and it's nothing wrong with me to come back. Aren't you a national hero? Are you unwilling to make such contributions? The researcher frowned. Melas was helpless and winked at the officer next to him. The officer immediately showed the documents, which was that Melas' application had been approved by the senior management. After hearing this, the researchers next to him could only obey the orders, pick up the armor and put it in the metal box, and handed it to Melas. "You've got the stuff, let's go." Melas touched the box and smiled. The researcher trembled with anger and said angrily, "If we leave the armor, we will definitely be able to research more results, which will be of greater help to the tribe. You are too selfish." Melas's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. He was about to leave, but he found that Han Xiao, who was standing beside him, stopped. Turning around, Han Xiao came to the research person in charge, holding his head with his big hand, forcing the panicked research person in charge to look at him, and said lightly, "I remember he fought with me and was covered in bruises. I remember his loss of his arm and looked lonely. I remember his in pain when he implanted his robot arm. If it weren't for your bullshit group, with his strength, he could live comfortably in the interstellar world. I don't know where he was selfish. Is it because he's a good person that you dare to speak out? Because you know he won't hurt you, right?" Han Xiao suddenly turned into a void form, staring at the research person in charge with a soft tone, and said, "But I am different from him. Do you dare to fart to my subordinates again, and I will stuff your head into your... You are not a human being." The researcher was frightened, and his legs were weak, but his head was held by Han Xiao, so he couldn't take it down. Han Xiao was wearing clothes at this time, and his void form was retracted as soon as he was released. Only the research person in charge, who was staring at him head-on, clearly saw his changes. His sudden change made the other party extremely terrified. Void creatures are not cruel, but their mysterious origins and powerful abilities make most intelligent creatures very taboo about them. He let go of his hand and let this guy collapse on the ground. Han Xiao looked around, and the other researchers hurried in the corner, silent. These Sunil people were just ordinary people, and they had oppression of their life level. And beside him, several officers did not come forward to stop him and ignored him. "There is no need to hurt him, Black Star, let's go." Melas was quite moved. He didn't want to care about it, but he didn't expect Han Xiao to suddenly speak for him and even speak in his heart. Yes, if it weren't for the tribe, he could stand by and watch. With his B-level strength, he could live freely in the interstellar world. Why do you have to become a mercenary and run around? The group of Sunil's superpowers who left were holding this idea. After experiencing so many adventures with Han Xiao, he has long regarded Han Xiao as a close comrade and a reliable partner, and can feel at ease to hand over his back to each other's companions. Now that he contributes to the Black Star mercenary group, it is not just for Han Xiao's promise. The scenes of fighting side by side flashed through his mind, and Melas felt warm in his heart. At dusk, everyone left the military forbidden area, left the city, and returned to the vicinity of the spacecraft. At this time, Melas grabbed Han Xiao and smiled heartily. Actually, I don't care much about what others say. When I open a bar, I heard such words too much, but I still thank you. It's just a scare. It's a small matter. People like you should get more respect. Han Xiao shrugged. If a cadre wants to serve himself, he must pay attention to spiritual construction and also pay attention to his image. If he wants to form an image of a reliable leader, maintaining his companions is the most basic premise. These protagonists have their own ideas, and if what they do is contrary to their creed, the backyard will catch a fire. Han Xiao's attitude has always been very neutral. Whether it is abiding by order or doing evil, he only looks at the benefits and mood. Obviously, showing his attitude can bring good impressions. He will never miss the opportunity to win over people's hearts and minds, no matter whether it is reasonable. Melas raised the armored box in his hand and smiled. Speaking of it, you haven't experienced my combat power in full form. Have you come? Now? Are you sure? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Do you want to end this wonderful day with a crushing defeat? You are very arrogant. Melas is full of confidence. The broken light is the general-level armor tailored to me by my brother. It can increase my strength by nearly half. Usually, he often competes with Han Xiao and is beaten most of the time, so he can only act as a training role. He has been depressed and has long wanted to avenge his previous shame. At this time, he felt that the opportunity to be proud had finally come. With Han Xiao's strength, it is difficult to defeat himself after getting back the armor. Then I will try to be gentler. If you break your armor, I will repair it. Han Xiao smiled and took this opportunity to launch the drawings of general-level armor. Under the sunset on the plain, the two of them pulled apart 200 meters, and this distance was just a sprint for both sides. Melas wore a broken light. His face was covered with a helmet, and he was wearing a silver-blue precision armor, like a gorgeous set of ancient knight armor, with two pieces of pure white flexible metal stretching out on each shoulder, hanging behind him like a cloak. Buzz! A majestic silver-white aura soared into the sky, and the dust on the ground raised ripples, with amazing momentum. The 10-meter slasher knife was wrapped around the bitter silver wind, and the broken light armor increased his martial arts power. The troops in the camp far away noticed the amazing energy fluctuation, and the guards came to the edge of the camp and watched in surprise. It's indeed much stronger. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Under his eyes, the energy fluctuations in Melas' shattering light form increased by at least 30%. Boom! Melas slashed out with a knife, and the silver, chopping waves of 20 or 30 meters broke through the earth. The soil flew and came like a tsunami. The silver light instantly filled Han Xiao's sight. The compression ball unfolded. The Void Dragon mecha was possessed instantly. Han Xiao's hands overlapped. Gray light surged, and the Void Jet burst into a chopping wave that was close to the sky. Brush! The next moment, a cold light flashed across the silver slags and slashed down. Melas followed the slash like an arrow from the string, and the attack was sharp and rapid, thrusting straight to his face, leaving no room for Han Xiao to pave the field. A tactic that you can guess without thinking. Han Xiao easily dodged sideways, and the knife slashed into the ground, and the aftermath of force scattered, turning the earth within dozens of meters into cracked rocks. He shook his hand, and the black electromagnetic sickle stretched out. As I approached, "Do you still have the time to speak?" Melas snorted, turned the hilt of the knife, and the slashing knife contracted, becoming more than 1 meter long, suitable for close combat. This thing stretched and retracted freely and was simply a Rui slashing knife. Dung dung dung. In the blink of an eye, the sickle and the sword collided fiercely for more than a dozen times, and sparks flew everywhere. The two of them moved around and moved, and the dispersed energy was sprayed freely. The earth within a mile became a mess. The aftermath of the battle of the B-level superpowers could even destroy a city. The Sunil's soldiers watching from afar exclaimed repeatedly, "Such terrifying individual destructive power." These young soldiers were dazzled and yearned for it. Melos's strong strength is like a tide, wave after wave, surging and turbulent. When martial artists reach this level, every move can cause huge destructive power. The body is their strongest weapon, especially the school of Melos, which is a big combination. It only means two words, strong and fierce. Melee combat is the strength of the martial arts system, but Han Xiao is not ashamed. His various bonuses are not decorations. When fighting alone, 10,000 Husbands Mo Kai alone provides him with 11% full attribute bonus. After entering the battle, Battlefield Reason also began to superimpose. Although I'm not afraid of melee combat, my strengths have been curbed in this situation. Ordinary restraints cannot stop the martial artist with strong destructive power. Han Xiao used a sword to block the slash, and at the same time activated Restorm Thorns, rebounding part of the damage. Melos shook all over and was pushed out, and his legs pulled a gully on the ground. Base. Another compression ball was activated, and the two mechanical wings spread out behind it, and a gust of hot wind was emitted. Han Xiao flew up in the air. Although he could make an anti-gravity device, it was too large to become an independent component of the mecha. He had not yet combined the drawings of the miniature anti-gravity device. At this time, the flight ability still comes from the loading of the flight wings. The power has been enhanced, and supersonic speed is easy. Kerala. Floating in the air, Han Xiao spread his arms, and the pipe spewed out hundreds of compression balls, which quickly spread out after landing, turning into a cannon and a large number of mechanical beasts, like sprinkling beans into soldiers. The dense rain of bullets gathered Melos in the center of the fire, and the bullets collided with countless Mars on his armor. Even though Han Xiao had not had time to update and strengthen the machinery, he still used gunpowder plus electromagnetic kinetic energy turret. But the advanced mechanical affinity has a higher bonus, and its power has been increased. At least it will not be a little damage without breaking the defense. Countless bullets bombarded, and Melos kept jumping out of the damage values of -5 and -6, mixed with 20 or 30 points of damage from the electromagnetic kinetic energy turret. The damage was not much at a time, but the terrifying attack frequency made Melos jump out of the waterfall like damage to the screen was blown out dozens of times in an instant. At this time, Melos let out a low growl. This tactic is useless to me. There is another one behind. Bang! Before the mechanical beast cold, Melos jumped violently, and the earth slashed and soared into the sky. The white cloak on his shoulders suddenly danced, and the force turned into power. With a special principle, these two flexible alloys had the effect of stagnating and suspending in the air. Melos also flew up and jumped in the air. The man came out with a knife and instantly burst into his face. When the ship-killing knife slashed hard on the armor, knocking Han Xiao into the air. This armor will fly? Han Xiao stabilized his body and narrowed his eyes. A flying martial artist had a completely different degree of threat. This kid is still hiding his hand. If he had advanced, he might not have been able to beat Melos in this form. He was not surprised, but happy. The stronger Melos was, the stronger the mercenary group cadres were. That's it. Han Xiao smiled under the mecha helmet. It's interesting. On the ground, Aroshia, Fording, and others looked up at the fierce battle in the sky. Merapi can fly too. It seems that the leader is out of the way. He is basically dead by a mechanic who is close to martial arts. Boss Volga said, "Teacher, he won't lose." Zaiwia was sweating and stared at the battle situation. The two of them flew in the air, The mechanical beasts on the ground were ineffective, and the fort could not hit the two who were moving quickly. Melas combos flowed smoothly, without any gaps, making Han Xiao unable to escape. With her eyes, this scene was clearly a disadvantage. But she has inexplicable confidence in her teacher. Boss Volga's eyes lit up. Are you going to bet a game? I bet the team leader loses, and you bet the team leader wins. How about it? Sivia's face was entangled. The teacher said gambling is a bad habit. Don't he bet? He said so if he can't win. Volga said, don't bet 300 dinars. Are you so unconfident in the team leader? Okay, I'll take it. Sivia gritted her teeth. Buzz. Suddenly, an invisible interference electromagnetic field burst out from Han Xiao's helmet and spread out. Melas's mecha's vision suddenly turned black, and his vision was lost for a moment. Melas hurriedly opened his helmet and observed with his naked eyes. Seeing that Han Xiao had not yet flew far, he immediately slashed with one sword and chased Han Xiao's back. Want to run? Have you asked me if I have a knife? Melas laughed. However, this knife cut Han Xiao into pieces without any obstacles, and Melas was shocked. The next moment, Han Xiao, S2 has trembled like ripples of water, dissipating without a trace. Void Mirror. What ability is this? Why haven't I seen it before? A bad premonition suddenly arose in Melas's heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Xiao had quietly returned to the ground, located directly below Melas. A new machine had appeared under his feet. It was a huge metal disc, placed flat on the ground. In the center was 3 equilateral triangle holes emitting faint blue light, forming a larger triangle with each other, facing Melas in the air. Buzz! Before Melas could move, a thick translucent blue light spurted out from the entrance of the triangle hole, covering him. His body was uncontrollable and fell quickly. With a bang, he was firmly attached to the machine and could not escape for a while. This is a trap flow machine. It was originally an object traction device used by the spacecraft. It was not used for combat, and it was difficult to hit a high-speed target. But if it succeeds, it is a powerful control method. To be ashamed, in his previous life, Han Xiao was the first player to use the spacecraft traction device in actual combat. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and fired at Melas, who was unable to move. At the same time, he directly activated the 3-component of quality overload, mechanical force surge, and then activated the genetic liberation. Even if you only shake the lowest damage bonus of 2.2 times, it is enough to end the battle. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire exploded in a thick fog, and Melas's figure was completely covered. Stop! I admit defeat. Stop! My armor is about to explode. Melas' anxious begging for mercy came from the thick smoke. Han Xiao, Xianting walked aside, controlled the fort to cease fire, and closed the traction. Melas got up in a dirt face, his delicate and cool shattered light armor, and was charred and cracked everywhere at this time, and he was in a mess, which made him feel very distressed. Originally, he had a steady advantage, but he didn't expect that he was beaten and was defeated in an instant. When did the Black Star become so strong? Even if you were the broken light, you can't beat him. Not only does the gap not narrow, but why is it getting farther and farther? He thought he could win a game and avenge his previous shame, and he felt even more depressed. How much strength did you use just now? Anyway, it's not all your strength. Are you angry? Han Xiao. Because the weakness of the mechanical system is to be thrust, he is least afraid of others' thrust. After playing in the mechanical system for so many years in his previous life, the iron-headed kid who was beaten to death could pile up into a small hill. If you don't understand the scene, do you want to kill me a mechanic with a blood volume of 27,000 and a mecha body protection? It seems as stable as an old dog, but in fact, it is still as stable as an old dog. However, although he won, Han Xiao still found some problems. This migrant worker company seemed a little weak when dealing with opponents of the same level. He had to cooperate with explosive skills to determine the outcome in one game. The tactical thinking is fine. It seems that some more powerful machinery needs to be made. Han Xiao thought to himself. Melas was still gritting his teeth. He was used to opening and closing big and flirting, and he liked to fight head-on. However, fighting with Han Xiao felt like he was bound, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He seemed to have been prone to take the initiative, but it seemed to be led by the nose. The battle seemed very fierce, but only he, the opponent, knew how sexy Han Xiao's dodge was, and he basically didn't hit him a few times. Melas was not able to use his strong martial arts skills, and he didn't fight at all. Okay, don't worry. This is not the first time you've lost to me. I'll fix it for you. Han Xiao patted Melas on the shoulder and comforted him. The two were taking off their armor while whimpering. On the other side, Sivia's face turned red, and she was very excited. She couldn't wait to reach out and laughed. 300 dinars. I'm willing to accept the loss. My hard-earned money. Boss Volga wailed and beat his chest and stamped his feet. I regret not believing in that old plum. Leaving Sunil Star, the spacecraft set sail. In the mechanical modification room on the ship, Han Xiao repaired the broken light. This time he satisfied the preemptive knowledge. After paying for the experience, he successfully obtained the drawings of general-level armor. This set is a special armor for the superpowers. It has stronger attributes and can also increase its strength. In addition to insufficient functions, its performance is no worse than its own Tingsha. However, in comparison, the materials are much cheaper and the cost of mass production is lower. Han Xiao has already collected 3 sets of armor in Sunil's system, including soldier level, non-commissioned officer level, and a general level. This set can be sold to players step by step and can basically be regarded as the first set of camp specialties. After all, Sunil will not sell their top armor and must do tasks to win the favor of the camp, which is not like him who can directly exchange money for it. If someone wants money, he will ask for money. The best is to be judged immediately. Spending money can save time, and time is priceless. In this way, isn't it just to exchange sinful money for priceless time? A great profit. Norius is far away, located on the edge of the Broken Star Ring, which is equivalent to one of the gates to enter the Broken Star Ring. Even with various Stargate channels, the spacecraft will have to travel for many days to reach. This period of plenty of time is enough for him to create stronger new machinery and strengthen his own combat system. Moreover, he still has time to think about what preparations he needs to prepare for the upcoming 2.0 version during the version update. Now, the problem of advancement has been successfully solved. This made Han Xiao breathe a sigh of relief, much earlier than he expected, which means saving a lot of time. After completing this mission of Emmers, he also needs to make formal preparations for the plan. It's just about finding someone. It won't take much time. Han Xiao knew did secretly. Many days later, through the porthole, a metallic planet gradually approaches in view, without the emerald green of the forest, the soil ash of the earth, and the azure of the seawater. The ubiquitous steel replaces nature and occupies the surface. I detected the destination buzz. I was about to arrive at Norios buzz. The surface temperature was suitable. In the spacecraft hall, a round-headed robot made a strong mechanical voice. The body of the cylinder was like a can, and there were slender robot arms on both sides of the body, about 1 meter tall, and it reached the thighs of ordinary humans with a wheel underneath. This is how it moved. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed the robot's head and lifted it in the air. The robot seemed a little panicked. The 2 robot arms swayed in the air. Combined with the round body of the machine, it looked strangely cute. Catch buzz. The robot made a sound. At this time, the man in black sitting on the sofa next to him spoke. Put it down. How many times have you said, Melas, don't play with my robot? Melas shrugged and put down the robot. The little guy returned to the ground and hurriedly slid to the sofa with a single roller, trying to hide himself behind Han Xiao's calves, trembling. Han Xiao casually touched the robot's metal head, as gentle as if he was treating a pet. Melas put his hands on his hips and scratched his head with the other hand, and said helplessly, does the artificial intelligence you made really have combat capabilities? Can't you remember its name? It's called Philip. Han Xiao held his forehead. It's just a semi-finished product. During the spaceship, Han Xiao was not idle either. He combined many stronger drawings to update his combat machinery and used the newly obtained high-end virtual intelligent technology to create Philip. This is an artificial intelligence. Compared with previous smart chips, the computing speed, logical structure, and data capacity of artificial intelligence have been greatly improved by unknown orders of magnitude. There are several modes of artificial intelligence, two more distinctive. One is to directly enter the template data, so that the intelligence seems to have its own virtual personality. In fact, it still follows a fixed closed thinking framework which only simulates smart creatures, and the advantage is to be obedient. The second is to truly have independent thinking, have imagination, and can think by yourself, and only the underlying commands can control it. Obviously, the latter is more agile and has the potential to become virtual or mechanical life, but the risk is also higher. Han Xiao only needs a good helper for the time being, so Philip is the former. The reason why it is a semi-finished product is that there are still some logical commands that are not set, and the virtual personality is still flawed, which requires more time to improve it. However, it is okay to run. Philip can download data through the internet, but it will not affect the fixed virtual personality. Han Xiao casually created a robot body for it. As for why he named Philip, this is the name of the turtle he raised in his previous life, used to miss the razor that died young. For lazy people who want to keep pets but don't like cleaning, turtles are an excellent choice. Maybe the owner will raise himself to death, but it hasn't died yet. After looking at the planet that was getting closer and closer outside the window, Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "It's coming soon." This is one of the transit stations to enter the Broken Star Ring. There will be many guys from other star fields. Maybe there are many powerful superpowers. We act low-key and don't make any troubles. The goal is to find a teacher in the Dragon Capricorn. Emmys is rushing back from other star fields. Even if her car is fast, it will take a lot of time. Let's look for clues in Norius first. Norius is the edge of the Broken Star Ring. This planet does not belong to any civilized regime now. A long time ago, a super consortium took a fancy to the geographical location of this planet and paid for it. At that time, this planet was just a numbered, deserted, unmanned planet with a harsh environment. The consortium transformed it into an artificial planet, using countless equipment to change the ecological environment and become able to survive, so it became a transit station to enter the Broken Ring. Since there are no planets around Norios for a long distance, and the nearest jumping stargate also takes at least 3 days to jump, many travelers will choose to stay here, replenish fuel and supplies, renovate spacecraft, and have fun, so the consortium makes a fortune and makes a profit in less than 50 years. The economic prosperity has also attracted many interstellar citizens. They smelled the opportunity to make a fortune and open shops here. Similarly, various commercial organizations have also been operated here. Norius gathered countless travelers, which were very prosperous, with a large population and mixed dragons and snakes. But Norius did not accommodate evildoers like Dragon Tan. The wanted order was effective here, and almost no star pirates or wanderers came to this place. However, the consortium that controlled Norios to prevent the disease was aimed at this rich place. So many frigates were arranged in the outer space, and the port was set outside the planet, and no spacecraft was allowed to enter the planet's atmosphere. Even the frigates themselves could not enter, which was to prevent outsiders from stealing frigates from hiding the frigates. In addition, the consortium has arranged a super-large atmospheric circle covering Norios to prevent long-range strikes from destroying the surface. All visitors must park the spacecraft in the cosmic port. If the spacecraft is driven into the atmosphere, the frigate will open fire after warning. If the traveler wants to go to the surface city for entertainment, he must take a 10,000-meter elevator connecting the sky and the Earth. This is Norio's defense measures, which are very strict and also make travelers feel safe. However, there were also star thieves who were unwilling to give up. Some wanted to break through and were blown up by frigates, some robbed on the surface, and arrived at the port by elevators and were captured by guarding public security forces. The most common situation was that when the Star Thieves gang were robbed on the surface, they were beaten to death by passing travelers. No one knew what the travelers from other starfields were. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. As we get closer, we can see 5 huge steel space stations as large as mountains floating in different directions of Norios. These are 5 outer space ports, covered with various ship-class defense turrets, and a large number of escort warships docked around them. The spacecraft was parked at the nearest port. Han Xiao completed the storage procedures for the spacecraft and brought everyone who was curious and watching to the elevator area. It was crowded, and there were long queues of various species and creatures. Aroshia raised her eyelids and said, "This place makes me feel familiar. I seem to have been here." At this time, a prompt suddenly appeared on the panel. Han Xiao took a look and found that the progress of the second ring of restart was increased by 1 point. It seems that Norios is one of the places in Aroshia's memory fragments. She came here in one of her life and was accidentally bumped into it by me. He thought to himself. Fording looked around and said, "I felt at least 40 B-level energy fluctuations here alone. No wonder we have to keep a low profile." Sivia was a little nervous, feeling like a sheep breaking into the tiger's den. Fortunately, the teacher, Uncle Melos, and Sister Aroshia are also very powerful, which made her feel a little relieved. In his previous life, Norios was a high-level area. If players want to go to other star fields, they need to pass similar transit stations. When they can leave the star field, the player's level has long been high. After a queue for a while, it was finally everyone's turn. The elevator staff who checked the ticket kept collecting tickets with a professional smile and greeted every passenger. When it arrived at Han Xiao, the ticket inspector suddenly smiled and said, "Welcome to Norios, Black Star." "Do you know me?" Han Xiao looked down at him, slightly surprised. "I'm just passing the message. I wish you a happy journey." When entering the port, the monitor automatically detects the identity of the visitor, and the senior managers learned about Han Xiao's identity. The Black Star mercenary group is now a bit famous in the Broken Star Ring. Especially the background of Longtan should not be underestimated. The consortium attaches importance to celebrities from all walks of life, so the manager specifically ordered to be more polite to the Black Star mercenary group. The elevator has a large space, carrying hundreds of passengers each trip. After waiting for a while, everyone's feet sank, the elevator moved, and quickly slid out of the space station along the track. The walls of the elevator were transparent glass windows, and the spectacular high-altitude scenery immediately jumped into the eyes. There were dozens of lifting tracks nearby, connecting the port like towers that were all running. This height is above the clouds, as if the sea of clouds is trampled under your feet. The orbit extends downward into the clouds, unable to see the ground, and looking straight to the distance. The sky gradually changes from pitch black to azure, is on the same level of the field of view, and the artificial starlight source is dazzling, as if you can touch it with your hand. "So beautiful. Philip, take a photo." Sivia's eyes shining. Philip's mechanical eyes kept flashing, and he shot wildly. It was an assistant. Han Xiao gave other cadres secondary authority. "We did not give orders. Others could order Philip." Through the clouds, Han Xiao overlooked the entire view of the ground city. Countless convergence aircraft flowed continuously and could only fly below 2,000 meters. Buildings 100 meters high were like steel spears pointing to the sky. This is a city made of steel. There are no plants to see, but it is not a dead gray. Instead, the neon colors are extremely gorgeous and extremely prosperous. Large-scale ecological equipment provides the freshest air, and under the steel ground, there are many equipment for governing cities, controlled by the urban management system. The foundation of the city is a colonial-level machinery that can be mass-produced. It is thrown on the surface of a planet. After it is unfolded, it is such a city. The Norios Consortium purchased this full-style automatic city expansion package from the Red Empire, easily transforming the planet. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. There are more than a dozen cities on the surface of Norios, connected to each other by electromagnetic rails and traveling with high-speed trains. Han Xiao and others headed to city number 4. Looking at the ground getting closer and closer, Han Xiao suddenly frowned and his heart moved slightly. I feel restless and always feel that something will happen. The elevator arrived at the surface, and people walked out of the station with a flow of people. A noisy craze hit the face, and people came and went on the streets with a wide variety of species. Bang! Philip was hit by a passerby and turned around several times. Seeing this, Sivia leaned over and picked up the robot to prevent it from being kicked away. There are too many people here. How can we find people? Melas pushed away an insect creature suspected to be a female and asked loudly. Han Xiao had already had a countermeasure and said, because Norios is a major transportation route, many intelligence organizations have set up branches here to record all travelers' information. I know the target's appearance. As long as I ask the intelligence organization, I will definitely get clues. Melas suddenly realized, you really know everything. It's really reliable. Everyone walked through the crowd. About 20 minutes later, Han Xiao stopped at the door of a tall building. It's here. The 97th floor is an office of a formal intelligence organization. Han Xiao raised his head. It is still easy to inquire about the location of the formal organization. The group took the elevator upstairs and arrived at the 97th floor. The place was very dark, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were covered with black cloth, as if they were deliberately creating a mysterious atmosphere. After entering, there was only one front desk clerk at the door, and next to it was a slender corridor. The space here was originally very large, but the rest of the place was covered with black walls and was unpassable. In order to ensure the privacy of customers, this floor is divided by the wall into opaque compartments to discuss transactions in detail. The passage between these compartments is like a maze. This corridor is the only entrance with countless forks of roads inside, so customers will not meet each other. I'm here to buy intelligence. Han Xiao expressed his purpose to the front desk. Wait. The front desk pressed the button on the table. After waiting for a while, a human trader in black formal clothes came out of the corridor and said in a deep voice, "Please come with me." Han Xiao and others followed the human trader into the corridor, turned into a fork, and headed to a compartment. Just a few seconds after everyone walked into the fork, another Birdman trader took the customer who had just purchased the information out of the other fork and headed to the door, and happened to miss Han Xiao and others. Thank you for your patronage. At the door, the Birdman trader said goodbye to his clients. The client was wearing a hood, covered in a black robe, covering his appearance. He didn't say anything, walked out, and pressed the elevator button. The moment the elevator door opened, the light briefly illuminated his face under his hood as he lowered his head. Ash. Han Xiao naturally didn't know that the people of the Dark Star were tracking the traders and bought a piece of intelligence from the intelligence organization. By chance, he happened to pass by Ash and did not find each other. At this time, the traders took them to a compartment and sat down one after another. What kind of intelligence do you want to buy? Our organization has a strong intelligence network. Whether it is current affairs or secrets, we have everything. The trader boasted. I want to find someone, give me paper and pen, and I will draw his appearance. With high intelligence attributes and clear memory, Han Xiao quickly drew a portrait of a human on paper. According to the lifespan of an ordinary human, this person was about 50 years old, with a circle of beards, with clear edges and angular faces and many wrinkles. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged and elderly man with vicissitudes of life. This person should have been to Norios. I hope to know the time and place of his appearance. Han Xiao said. The trader nodded, took out an internal instrument, and searched for a while, and said, "We have the information that suits us. This is an ordinary person. Our eyeliner records all travelers who come to Norios. Recently, we're holding a discount for people looking for people. This information only costs 100 INAR. Sivia was secretly shocked. The information is indeed an expensive thing. It costs 100 INAR just to find a target marked as an ordinary person, which is enough to travel to several galaxies on an interstellar tour group. She used to spend a lot of money when she purchased Han Xiao's whereabouts. If I had been timid back then, and had not taken revenge but lived in hiding, I would not have known the truth about my father and would have lived in false hatred. How sad life would be. I would not have become an apprentice to my teacher because of this, and I would never have been able to contact the super field. Looking back on the past, I couldn't help but secretly thank Han Xiao for not killing her. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as today. For a moment, Sivia was quite moved. The intelligence transaction was paid, and the goods were delivered in the other hand. Han Xiao paid the money, and the trader transferred the information, and everyone came over to check it out. This person came to Norios 38 days ago and took a cross-star flight. The departure point was the ancient star desert, Starfield. He had no special behavior in Norios. He seemed to be just coming to travel. His last appearance was 16 days ago, and his location was south of city number 8. The detailed address was written on it, which was the last place where the target appeared. 16 days ago? Then was he still in Norios? Han Xiao asked. The trader nodded. We have internal personnel in the port, and every registered identity ID is registered. He has not left Norios, so he should still stay there and has not moved. That's not necessarily. Han Xiao refused. Intelligence organizations are not omnipotent. As long as you disguise and use a fake identity ID that has been prepared long ago, it is easy to hide it from the eyeliner, and it can be done easily by yourself. Moreover, the teacher of Dragon Zodiac is a prophet. After experiencing the effect of the Son of Destiny character card so many times, he has an understanding of the ability to predict. Prophecy is not omniscient and omnipotent. In the future you peak, it will not be too long before the present. If the other party does not use prophecy, it will be no different from ordinary people. Maybe the other party doesn't know that he and his group are looking for him. But this is a dream, and the goal should have known it long ago. Prophets are all very tricky guys. If you don't want to be found, it will be too easy to hide with your ability. It's just as I was so tired that I couldn't find myself. Han Xiao couldn't tell the other party's idea. If the other party wanted to see Emmys, he wouldn't hide it at all. Although he had a Son of Destiny, he had no intention of using it here, because the result did not have much impact on him. The important thing is to carry out the find action, but the result is not important. Anyway, as long as you give Emmer some clues, you will be considered a matter of hand. As for Emmy's teacher who could not see her, Han Xiao didn't care. Getting the clue he wanted, he took everyone away from the intelligence organization, headed straight to the station, and boarded the high-speed maglev train to city number 8. The train has many cars, and the car where everyone is located is a group seat with a table around the seat. The scenery outside the window flew away. Melas was playing cards with the three brothers again. Fording was watching how normal people played cards. Orochio was eating snacks, and Sivia teased Philip, who was constantly spinning around. Because this trip was just coming to Norios to find people, everyone was in a relaxed mood, talking and laughing. Anyway, Black Star is best at finding things, and he has everything, and everything is worry-free. Han Xiao hugged his arms with both hands, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, the voice of a strange man suddenly sounded next to him. "Can I sit here?" When I opened my eyes, a man with golden skin stood beside me, carrying his luggage, smiling on his face. He was a Ghidorah, but his skin color was very light, and it seemed that he was not a pure blood Ghidorah. After a tightening heart, Han Xiao suddenly felt alert. He was now innately wary of any mixed-race Ghidorah. "Who are you?" "Haha. I seem to be too abrupt. Let me introduce myself." The Ghidorah man bowed gracefully and said in a decent tone, "My name is Owen. As you can see, I am a Ghidorah man, but don't worry, I am not a pure blood species with a higher vision than the top, but just an ordinary mixed race of Ghidorah and the universe human race. I take the liberty to bother you. I hope to be a companion with you in this short journey." Everyone looked strange. A stranger ran out for no reason to make friends with him, and it was a bit weird no matter how you think. Did anyone's charm attract this guy? Everyone looked at Fording at the first time, then at Han Xiao, with their eyes turning back and forth. Han Xiao pointed to the side. "There are free seats there. If you just want to find a seat to rest, please don't disturb us." No, please don't get me wrong. Owen suddenly sat down and squeezed Melas on the side in, as if he was determined to stay here. He smiled enthusiastically and said sincerely, "I am also a traveler to Norios. My companion stayed in the port, and I am the only one who came to the surface. Being single is too lonely, and I like to make friends the most. There's a proverb in my hometown. If you go out, you must make friends with strangers openly. This is the way for men. Hey, don't squeeze me. We haven't promised you to sit down yet." Melas was unhappy. "Hey, are you playing Veen cards?" Owen saw the cards on the table. His eyes lit up. He took out a stack of decks from his backpack, slapped it on the table, and said generously, "I am a master of Veen cards. I use the decks of the Glory Realm deck, and no one has ever beat me. How about it? Do you dare to play with me? How come you are familiar with me? Who wants to play card with you?" Melas was speechless. Owen laughed loudly, looking confident. "Indeed, it's boring to just play cards. Let's get the first prize. 50 INAR in a game. Do you dare to play with me? Oh, are you going to challenge me?" Melas was so angry that he felt that his dignity of the Black Star gambling god was provoked, although there were not many people in the Black Star mercenary group. Meanwhile, Melas quietly turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao made a gesture and signaled to allow it. He just investigated Owen. This Godora man was very weak, and his energy fluctuations were barely at the level of C. He could kill the other party in 1 second, without much threat. He wanted to see where this Godora came from and what he was selling in the gourd. So he simply acquiesced to stay and observe it closely. There is another one at the back. Melas was instructed to sit opposite him, sorted out his deck, and sneered, "Since you want to give me money, I will give you my help." Haha, it's not certain who wins. Owen laughed. His laughter could be heard throughout the carriage, and other passengers looked at each other frequently. The two started to play and quickly became difficult to match. Owen looked familiar, and after the initial embarrassment, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious, and he talked and laughed with everyone. From beginning to end, Han Xiao stared at Owen to prevent him from making any other attempts. At the same time, he quietly turned on the metal detector and the band detector to prevent him from having any equipment on him. But Owen did not act abnormally, and everything he carries is normal. He is just playing cards happily and shouting, and his personality seems to be very generous. 2 hours later, the train arrived at the station and everyone got off. Owen took a deep breath of fresh air, turned his head and bowed slightly to everyone, and smiled gracefully. Although the journey is short, it is a great leisure time. It will always be engraved in the beautiful part of my brain. I am very grateful for your company. We are already friends. So, I hope you will see you again in the future. After saying that, he waved his hand, carried his bags, and turned around and left. Sivia muttered, "Freaky. What a passionate person." Fording smiled. "I'm just a generous passerby. We may have thought too much." Melas said. Han Xiao glanced at him and refused to comment. Although he didn't know what Owen intended, he rarely believed in any accidental reasons. Even though this guy named Owen did not act abnormally along the way, he still did not let go of his guard and patted Philip's iron head. "Have you taken his appearance? I took 372 photos that were buzzing at all angles. Don't bother him for now. Let's find someone." Han Xiao nodded, stepped forward, and asked casually, "By the way, I didn't pay attention just now. Did you win money by playing cards?" Melas scratched his head. "That guy is very powerful. He won several hundred times and lost me so much, so I asked Forden to come on the field to help me. After winning a few games, I arrived at the station. After counting, hey, it happened to be a draw, and no one won the money." His steps suddenly paused, and Han Xiao touched his chin. "Eowyn? I haven't heard of this name. It's interesting." Not knowing Eowyn's intention, Han Xiao temporarily put down this episode and followed the intelligence clues to find the last location where the target appeared. This is a remote street, surrounded by tall buildings, which looks a bit narrow. Between the tall buildings, there is actually a relatively short villa located in it. The architectural style conforms to human aesthetics, is flat and symmetrical, and has a yard, like a private residence. The main door is an enclosed alloy door, and only a small glass window on the door can see the interior. At this time, no one is moving in the yard. Han Xiao glanced at it and found that the button next to the door should be the visitor's doorbell. This trip is to find someone, not to kill. Cough, it's best to knock on the door. Anyway, the other party will predict that if he wants to meet, he will come out by himself. When he rang the doorbell, everyone was waiting in front of the door. He used to climbing over the wall, but now he's going to walk through the main door, and everyone is feeling uncomfortable. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao rang the doorbell several times, but no one answered. There may be no one inside, or I may not want to open the door. How about it? Will we break in? Melas spread his hands. Since no one answers, then go in and take a look. Boom! Before Han Xiao finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly sounded in the sky. He was too familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the cannonballs coming out of the borehole. Just listening to the sound, Han Xiao could instantly analyze what style of shells it was, change his words immediately, shouting, "Do not!" Everyone was superpowered and reacted extremely quickly, and jumped away from the spot immediately. Boom! I saw a series of explosions at the original position of standing, and black smoke rolled, which was a manifestation of the explosion of the rocket. Looking up the ballistic, at a certain floor window in the building opposite the villa, several upright creatures were looking down. One of them was holding a cannon barrel. The next moment, more than a dozen creatures jumped out of the window and fell straight to dozens of meters. They landed on the ground with a bang, and the steel was stepped into a shallow pit. The thick smoke was blown away by the airwaves, revealing the true appearance of these creatures. It turned out to be a group of rock creatures, with 4 arms, 2 legs, and 1 head, wearing simple and crude combat uniforms, holding various guns in their hands, and people were holding melee weapons such as mechanical tomahawks and mechanical warhammers. Their temperament was like a group of mercenaries, ready to move. Everyone was just looking for someone on this trip, but they didn't expect to be attacked, and were surprised. Sawia said in surprise, "Why are you attacking us?" "Someone pays to teach you a lesson." A rock man was muffled. "Teach us a lesson?" What else was Sawia trying to say? But suddenly her face changed, and she hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, Philip!" Han Xiao looked at him, and saw that the exploded parts were spilled all over the floor at the feet of the rock mercenaries. Philip was too slow to avoid the initial bombing, and was blown up and turned into a pile of scrap iron. At this moment, the group of rock warriors took action, made a strange roar, and rushed up. Han Xiao TSK reached out and took off a compressed ball from the necklace, bounced it at his feet, and quickly expanded into a pair of black Tingsha mecha. However, the mecha was not worn on his body, but stood aside, an unmanned, empty shell. At this time, Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "Take them off." Buzz, Tingsha mecha's eyes suddenly lit up. The mecha started to move suddenly, and the whip legs of the whip were slammed into the chest of the leading rock warrior. Bang! A huge force kicked it away, slapped it hard on the wall, shattering a large piece of gravel, and it was not known whether it came from the wall or the body of the rock warrior. The command takes effect, Buzz. The battle mode activates Buzz. The enemy was knocked away, Buzz. The empty Tingsha mecha automatically posed for combat, and at the same time the helmet made Philip's voice. Philip is artificial intelligence, which exists in the computing system. The machinery is just the clone it controls. If the machinery is destroyed, it will not be damaged. Its core chip exists under numerous protections. The computing speed at the artificial intelligence level can control dozens of times more mechanical beasts than before at the same time. Through the combat simulation of the database, you can respond on the spot and fight independently, and the combat level is extremely high. This means that Philip can fly a mecha on his own, even more than one. In the past, smart chips had limited computing speed and weak independent combat capabilities, so they could not respond flexibly. This is exactly the most needed quality in the ever-changing battlefield, so they can only be used as auxiliary systems and used in conjunction with their own neural links. But now the new intelligence system built with high-end virtual intelligent technology has improved its technical level a lot, just like the crossing of gunpowder weapons to electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons. This is a comprehensive update and strengthening of technology. Han Xiao's hunting dog stream has limited effect on enemies of the same level, but with the powerful mecha controlled by artificial intelligence, the effects are completely different. His mecha is a high-quality mechanical weapon, which makes up for his shortcomings of lacking powerful mechanic warriors. Even if you deal with your same level, you can be entangled for a long time. High-end knowledge is useful, and artificial intelligence with powerful computing speed is one of the prerequisites for completing Legion Flow. Han Xiao turned his head and glared at Sawia, frowned and said, "Go back and copy the theory book of smart chips 5 times. Sawia looked bitter and drooped her head, and her whole body was shrouded in depression. Zizi, the mechanical force shot out from Han Xiao's fingertips, climbing onto the Tungsha mecha, providing its own mechanical bonus. Without him taking action, Philip then controlled the mecha to deal with the enemy, analyzed all the enemy's actions, accurately avoided all attacks, and punched the rock warrior's stone skin with heavy punches, making muffled sounds. Dong 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 dong. Splattered gravel. Don't be too heavy to do it. Norios can't kill people at will." Han Xiao leaned against the wall, looking at the one-sided battle situation. His eyes flashed. And this group of stone people was probably the ones hired by the Prophet to squat us. It seems that he really knew that someone was looking for him. Bang bang. Within 2 minutes, the Tang Snake mecha controlled by Philippe settled the group of thick-skinned stone warriors. The rocks lay all over the ground, making a weak and painful hum. These thugs are only at level C, and the mechas added by Han Xiao can easily defeat these enemies. No, my smooth skin. The leading rock warrior looked at his body covered with cracks and wailed. In the aesthetics of the rock people, the texture of the stone on the surface of the body is equivalent to his appearance. The most beautiful one is naturally minerals such as crystals and diamonds. If it is an ordinary stone, if it can be as smooth as pebbles, it is also a handsome guy with a smooth plate. The injuries of cracks all over the body are roughly disfigured for the stone man. Even if the stone man can digest the stone and make up for the scars, it will take a long time to recover. At this time, this big guy was crying, making people inexplicably want to beat him up again. The strength is similar to mine, but you actually want to teach us a lesson? Who gives you the courage? Boss Volga looked contemptuous, and it was so painful to have a pussy. The weakness of the rock warrior also surprised Han Xiao. It is impossible for the employer behind him to understand their strength. What role can send these weaklings over here? Is it just a warning or a meeting gift? Or do you think you were wrong? Employers are not the target they are looking for. The incident involving the prophets has always been a headache. Han Xiao was not confused. He grabbed the rock warrior and shouted directly, "Who is your employer?" Logically speaking, the mercenary would not betray the employer's identity. He was already ready to confess. But unexpectedly, the rock warrior's answer surprised him. "Woo, the employer asked us to come here today to deal with the people who ring the doorbell of the villa. He also said that we will not be in danger of life. If we lose, let us tell you a location and ask you to find someone there. Someone there knows his whereabouts." The rock warrior said nervously. He also said that you will force the employer to ask me to tell him the original words. "You are right, it's me. Don't think I don't know that you used my name indiscriminately. If you want to find me, play a game with me." Everyone's faces changed slightly. "Damn it, Prophet." Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Melas slapped Han Xiao on the back, making a muffled sound, and laughed at the sky. "Haha, you met your colleague." The colleagues hate each other the most. Han Xiao snorted from his nose and asked about the address. The rock warrior trembled and said the next location, which was in the north of city number 8. From here, it would span the entire urban area. Standing up, Han Xiao pressed his finger against his chin and pondered. The Prophet hired this group of rock warriors in order to convey clues and instruct them to go to the next place. The target deliberately left their whereabouts 16 days ago, and then used its prophecy to peek at their movement time. So it learned that they would arrive at this place today, so it arranged a rock warrior. The prophecy ability is not omniscient and omnipotent. and cannot be used at will, and it requires some inducement. The clues that the target deliberately left to the intelligence organization is naturally this inducement. I can break the prophecy and kill these rock warriors here. But the question is, will this be also in the calculation of the prophet? And the other party deliberately told the rock warriors that there was no danger to stimulate his rebellious mentality. In fact, I wanted him to kill these rock warriors and cause a security team. Is it even possible that the reversal idea at this time was also piqued by the prophet? The other party may have used his personality. So he said that the rock man is absolutely safe. So I hate prophets. Han Xiao's brain was full of pain. Even though he had known the ability of Dragon Zodiac Teacher, the feeling of being held by someone's nose still made Han Xiao very depressed. Prophets are good at using their abilities to play tricks. For prophets who are strong enough, the IQ is meaningless. The wise and fools are just chess pieces with different ways of using. When you feel that you are smart, you don't know that the prophets have long used your smartness, and you don't know which action the prophet really wants you to do. Fortunately, Han Xiao also has his own advantage. That is, he is very clear about the goal's ability and personality, so he can use the prophet's thinking mode to judge the other party's ideas. He cannot guarantee that he can get rid of the plot, but at least he will not be confused and be hit. Moreover, based on his understanding of the target, although the other party has a bad personality, he does not have much malicious intentions. This is good news. After all, although the prophet does not have strong power, it will be a very, very, very troublesome thing if it is an enemy. What should we do? Are we going to the place he mentioned? Melas asked. Go and see what he is doing. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and rubbed a spark of mechanical force. The Tungsha mecha immediately turned into a compression ball and absorbed it onto the necklace. At the same time, the mechanical force like currents spread out from under the feet, connecting damaged robot parts. These parts suddenly floated and gathered together, and quickly assembled under the control of mechanical force. Some metals that deformed in the explosion returned to their original shape under the action of the mechanical magnetic field. In one breath, the pile of scrap parts once again turned back to the round robot body. Primary machinery generation plus discarded modification. The round-headed and round little robot moved again. Philip waved his mechanical arm and slid to Han Xiao's feet, reporting, automatic maintenance. Performance is reduced by 25%. Storage data has been backed up. Zaiwia's eyes flashed, as if a bunch of stars popped up. Teacher, I want to learn this. You want to run before you learn to walk. Han Xiao glanced at her, took back the mechanical flying insect sent out not long ago to detect the villa, and confirmed that there was no one in the house. So he turned around and took a step. There is no clue here. Let's go. The group left this remote street, leaving only a group of stone people lying in the corpse screaming. Meanwhile, Norios 4, a secret place. Many Dark Star members gathered in this dimly lit room, and secret operations have always liked to be stationed in such dark places. The information has been sorted out. The traitor appeared at the center of City 7, northwest of City 6 and Station 4 at the same time. His ability is to become 5 physical clones. 1 clone in our hands, the other 3 clones expose their traces, and the other is missing. It should be the original body he hid. His clone cannot be too far from the original body, otherwise it cannot be maintained. The specific distance is unknown, but it will not exceed 1 planet. So he is still in Norios, said a Dark Star warrior. In the corner of the room, a Ghidorah man was tied to a chair, covered in blood, and he had suffered a lot of torture. He looked exactly the same as Owen, and he was sneering a sneer. What are you laughing at? A Dark Star warrior shouted. You will never be able to capture my original body. Owen is the traitor tracked by the unknown star. His supernatural power is the illusion clone. At this time, the one who was captured by the unknown star was one of the clones. If Han Xiao was here, he would probably think of the black spider who was eating in the Death Knox Island prison in the Sea Blue Star. Both are clone-like abilities, but the specific effects are different. The black spider's clone is a puppet, which can only be controlled simply. The consciousness can only exist on one puppet at the same time, but can be transferred. As long as there is a clone, he will not die, and his vitality is tenacious. Owen is different. At most, there are 5 clones at the same time. Each clone has complete combat power. His consciousness is divided into 5. These clones are all himself and can move at the same time. One of the clones is the original body. Because of the common senses, if the clone is injured or dead, the consciousness of the original body will also feed back some pain and mental damage. Moreover, the clones are too far away from the original body and will collapse, which is equivalent to death, which also causes certain damage to the original consciousness. So as long as you control a clone, you can determine the approximate range of the body. Owen is still hidden in Norios. A warrior suddenly said, "Captain Fosatud, the latest news shows that the clone located in City 4 took a train to City 8, and Vice Captain Shimon did not act according to the plan." "I understand." Fosatud responded lightly. He was a mixed-race Ghidorah man, a B-level Superman from the Dark Star, and the captain of the team that chased the team this time. At least the captain on the surface. After looking at the information for a while, Fosatud walked out of the room. Outside was a long corridor. Turning 2 corners, he walked into an empty room, touched the wall, and pressed a disguise button. The wall slid silently, with a metal door across the cross-section, and it turned out to be a secret room inside. He walked in, and there were only 2 people here, which were Anna and Ashes. This time, the traitor tracked, the Dark Star not only dispatched a large number of elite warriors, 7 B-level superpowers, and even 2 natural disaster-level powerful men, Anna and Ashes, which can be called a big fight. The Dark Star hated this traitor to the core. Owen leaked some information about the insiders of the Dark Star to Ghidorah, causing Vimala, an A-level member of the organization, to fall into a trap while performing a mission, exhausted his bloody battle, and was captured by Ghidorah and arrested in Hongguang prison. Moreover, Owen also has more information in his hands. If it is revealed, Ghidorah will know them better, which is a big hidden danger. The Dark Star will never allow the rebels to survive. Now the hunting team trapped Owen in Norios, and sooner or later he would be found, so the information will not be spread for the time being. Owen wants to survive, so he can only rely on reinforcements. If all the information is handed over, he will have no use of Ghidorah. It is related to life, and promises are not trustworthy, so he dare not hand over all the information. He must regard himself as a strange person to threaten Ghidorah to send people. Darkstar also knew this very well, because of the special nature of Norios. Neither Darkstar nor Ghidorah would send warships to surround the planet. This consortium has deep connections and is intricately linked to several star cluster-level civilizations. If both sides want to plot against Avanen, they can only send their respective superpower warriors to act on the planet. "To your excellencies." Fosatud stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "We have new information. A clone of the traitor took the train to city number 8, but Shimon did not act according to the plan." Anner asked in a deep voice why. "He accidentally encountered the Black Star mercenary group in a car." Fosatud said, "Owen sat at the same table with them, but Shimon was not sure and dared not take action." "Black Star." Anner frowned and looked at Ash on the side. He still remembered that Ash had a deep obsession with Black Star, and said in a deep voice, "The mission is important, the enemy is clear, and I am secret, so there is no need to provoke him." Hearing this name, Ash's face did not change. To him, this name seemed to have become a meaningless passerby, with no turmoil and indifferent tone. "Don't worry, I no longer take him seriously. Traitors are our goal. As long as Black Star doesn't interfere in our affairs, he can live." "Not bad." Anner's eyes flashed with relief, fleeting, and said with a serious face, "Shemin's decision is very correct. Behind Black Star is Emmys, the Dragon Zodiac. Don't make any trouble." Owen is lucky and accidentally encountered this group of mercenaries, but his luck will not be maintained forever. Let Zaymon continue to track. Calculate the time. Ghidorah's reinforcements should be coming soon. Owen can share the experience of clones. All his clones know that you are tracking him. Let those who are outside be careful, and don't fall into his trap instead. Han Xiao and his party took a low-altitude convective aircraft to the north of number 8 city. The clues of the rock mercenaries pointed to a popular commercial street, with people coming and going, noisy and wide streets. There was a fountain square in the center, and there were various shops around streets. Following the address, everyone came to the door of a shop. The building was painted in colorful colors, and there were magic lanterns with changing colors on both sides of the door, and the door was open. Melas looked up at the store name, and his face was sucked. "But why bookstore? What the name is this? Go in and take a look." When you walk into the store, the layout inside is very simple. The ground is smooth brown wooden floors, rows of glazed wooden bookshelves filled with books. These books exude a strong magical atmosphere, as if they are high-end magic books recorded in magical words. The store is filled with the fragrance of books. In places like Norios, almost only magicians are still using books. This is obviously a magician's shop. The clue said that someone knew the whereabouts of the target. Han Xiao looked around because there was a bookshelves blocking him and could not see if there was anyone inside. He patted Melas on the shoulder and signaled him to call someone. Melas was about to speak when he suddenly realized the question. "Wait, why don't you do such a small thing by yourself? You have a good body, a loud voice, and a strong energy." Han Xiao had no expression on his face, mainly because I'm too lazy to scream. Melas glared at him and shouted, his voice trembling like thunder. "Is there anyone?" "Crazy." There was a noise in the depths of the bookshelf, as if the person inside was frightened by this throat and accidentally hit the bookshelf, causing a pile of books to smash down, and even let out a "oh-yo" cry of pain. Wait a moment, I'm out." A male human in a mage robe limped out, still catching a chill. He was hit on the foot by a thick brick book. As soon as he saw everyone, he smiled enthusiastically. "I'm the owner of this bookstore. Do you like single or multi-person? Do you like beautiful or rough? What race of creatures do you like? Oh, you are all humanoid species, and I have humanoid creatures of any skin color here." Everyone was confused, and Sivia couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The magician owner blinked and looked suddenly. "So that's it. There are also hybrids, whether it is insects, fungi, beasts, or machinery. As long as you can think of a race, I have everything, and I guarantee it to meet all your tastes." "What the hell is hybrids? Do you think you're a rice?" The more Han Xiao heard it, the more he felt something was wrong. "Aren't you a bookseller here?" At this time, Araxia, who was standing beside him, opened a book on the bookshelf, and everyone looked over. The magic book was full of illustrations, and the pictures were moving, lifelike. This is a kind of film magic, which is often used for recording videos. Just like a movie screened in a book, each picture is a fragment. It looks quite high-end, but the content is... Suiya's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned her head, but her eyes couldn't help but floated to the book. This... Melas looked confused, and his worldview was impacted. Arosia, thoughtfully, "It turns out that this is the process of material life reproduction. I found unknown information. Data collection is being carried out." Philip's mechanical eyes flashed wildly, capturing every frame of the picture. The three Volga brothers were, as if they were rid of the rabbit. They pulled out a bunch of books from the bookshelf with lightning speed and spread it on the counter. "How much? I want all of these." "Stop messing around." Han Xiao looked, reached out, and closed the books in Araxia's hand, threw them aside, stared at the magician shop owner, and said in a deep voice, "I'm here to find a guy with prophecy ability. He should have left you a message." The magician shop owner's smile suddenly froze and became disappointed, and he said to himself, "I'm not here to buy books. I've decorated it so formally. Why are there still no customers? Is it necessary to be so afraid that others will know about this kind of thing?" He looked at everyone, and the magician tidied up his clothes and stood up straight. His whole body's vulgar temperament suddenly changed. He then looked like a mage who should be, and said, "I will introduce myself. You can call me Yishuan. I am a teleportation mage. This bookstore is just a side business, and its main business is to operate portal services. On some magic side planets or advanced civilized stars, There will always be mages who operate teleportation services. They will teleport customers to another location on the same planet, saving time spent on vehicles. The longer the teleportation distance, the greater the consumption and difficulty. Therefore, they are generally only teleporting on the same planet, and rarely teleport across planets. If they are not well positioned, customers will be thrown into the universe. Only a powerful enough mage dares to conduct teleportation an ultra-long distance. When Emeth attacked the Dark Star mothership, she arrived instantly from several galaxies with teleportation magic. The caster was another super A-level mage who fought with her to enjoy. She accurately positioned on Long Tanfu Island, which happened to be present at the time. The distance between several galaxies was unbiased, which was simply incredible magical power. "Are you a teleportation mage?" Han Xiao asked. "So the target I was looking for was teleported to other places in Norios?" Ishuan shrugged. "He paid. I teleport. A normal transaction." "Where did he go?" "I won't disclose the privacy of the customer casually." Ishuan smiled. "By the way, he left me a message and told everyone who was looking for him." "What did he say?" Han Xiao frowned. "He said he wants to play games with you. As long as you steal the Heart of Crystal Fire, he will see you." "Heart of Crystal Fire?" Han Xiao kicked Philip with his toes. "Check it." Searching the buzz. Found the buzz. Philip's mechanical eyes suddenly shot out light, forming a translucent projection image in the air, which was the information of the Heart of Crystal Fire. Crystal Fire Heart. The ring ornament made of rare crystals born in lava is very exquisite and luxurious. It is said to be immune to high temperatures and burning. It was auctioned for a high price of 7.93 million INRs and was bought by Lokfez, the leader of the Norios consortium, and gave it to his wife. When Lokfez and his wife attended public occasions, his wife always wore this ring. 7.7.793 million. Melas almost spit out his old blood, spending so much money to buy a broken ring to please women. At least several warships can be purchased. His worldview was shaking again. Han Xiao's face changed. "He wants me to steal a sky-high jewelry from the wife of the leader of the super consortium? Do you want to use us or tease us?" He steals precious jewelry from the wife of the leader of the consortium who controls this planet in Norios and dies. The teacher of Dragon Zodiac clearly wants to trick me. "Don't ask me. I'm just collecting money to pass the message." Ishuan spread his hands. "Lokfez's wife is in Norios, but don't expect me to teleport you directly. I don't want to be regarded as your complicity." Squinting his eyes, Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "I'm not interested in fulfilling this excessive request." "Where did you teleport him?" Ishuan was impatient. "Didn't I say that? I won't disclose the privacy of the client, and don't want to bribe me. I have professional ethics." "Then don't blame me for beating you." Melas immediately put on a fierce expression, raised his fist as the big casserole, and went out and stepped forward. He was about to scare the teleportation mage. The big hand was about to touch Yi Xian's collar, and at this moment a sudden change occurred. Buzz! A circle of light gate suddenly appeared, just in the gap between the two. Melas was shocked. He reacted quickly. He stopped moving forward and hurriedly stopped and was about to retreat. Unexpectedly, red tentacles suddenly stretched out from the light gate, wrapped around him, and suddenly a huge force burst out, directly pulling Melas, whose center of gravity was unstable, into the light gate and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a whirlpool sound came out of the air, and the light gate rotated and narrowed towards the center point, quickly disappearing without a trace. "Melas!" Boss Volga screamed. Everyone's faces changed suddenly. The atmosphere calmed down for a moment. Ishuan glanced at everyone with pride. Sure enough, just like that person said, if the person who came to him did not get the information he wanted, he would threaten me. "Humph, you can't think of it. I was prepared for it." Han Xiao was very calm and had no choice but to hold his forehead. When Melas was acting, he noticed something strange and wanted to stop it, but before he spoke, Melas was caught. It was also a problem for martial artists to move too fast. Sure enough, The target guessed this situation, so it reminded the teleporter in advance, which made them cheat. When the target made an excessive request to steal the heart of crystal fire, it formed an inducement for prophecy. Moreover, even if the predictive ability is not used, their reaction can be calculated. They know that they are very likely to refuse the request, and then they will find other solutions from the teleporter. The threat is obviously a very likely behavior, which puts them in a dilemma. Telebrating magic, a tricky ability, Han Xiao secretly sucked his teeth. Melas was in trouble, and getting him back first was the top priority. The atmosphere was tense. At this time, Yixuan pointed at the door and said lightly, "I am proficient in teleportation magic and always maintain the state of being triggered. I can teleport away before you meet me, so don't want to threaten me. And your companions want to offend me, I will make him suffer. I will only teleport him back in 2 hours and throw him at the door north of number 8 city. You can find it yourself. Now I am not interested in fighting with you. If you don't buy books, please get out of my bookstore. You are not welcome here." Those red tentacles seemed to belong to a monster. It seemed that Melas was thrown to somewhere. If he wanted to bring him back, he could only start with his teleportation mage. Teleportation magic is quite powerful, but there are many restrictions on players to use, and the learning level is very high. Most teleportation magic requires that it can only be used in non-combat states, or it needs to be guided, and it cannot be interrupted in the middle, and it can only be regarded as a skill to rush. There are strong people everywhere. Norios is really scary. Sivia swallowed, looking nervous. "Do you want to do it?" Volga's second son said solemnly. "People come and go here. If the fight starts, the security team will intervene soon. I can sense that his teleportation mage is in an excited state at any time. He will leave before we move, and we must not follow him through the light gate. If the light gate is closed by him in the middle, we will be cut in half." Yixuan interrupted. "Your companion is right, so leave mine quickly." Before he finished speaking, Han Xiao did not say anything, and in the blink of an eye, the mecha possessed and rushed out like a flash of lightning. "I really can't understand people's words. You still want to sneak attack me? I've seen through your plans for a long time. Each of you is so rude." Yixuan was not panicked and sneered. "Activate the teleportation magic that had been on standby." The light gate appeared behind him in an instant, and he flashed and retreated. At this time, the mecha warrior who wanted a sneak attack was still a distance away from him. With his own casting speed, he could have closed the portal before the opponent approached. Just then, a big hand suddenly appeared in front of him, as if it appeared out of thin air. Before Yixuan could react, the big hand walked through the portal and grabbed his face suddenly. His palm covered his eyes, and Yixuan could not see anything. At this moment, he finally panicked. What happened? The next moment, a surging force came from his palm, and Han Xiao, who had turned into a void, pulled Yixuan out of the portal. It was precisely because his body crossed the light gate again that Yixuan could only hurry to stop the close spell that had been prepared. Otherwise, he would be the one who was cut in half. So, the situation reversed instantly. The mechanical force flashed, and the virtual dragon mecha that had become an empty shell behind him split, turning into pieces, and with the pull of the mechanical force, he once again possessed Han Xiao at this time. He swung hard, and Yixuan was thrown out like a cannonball, smashing a whole row of bookshelves along the way. Torn paper flew all over the sky, and wood chips splashed. Bang! Yixuan hit the wall with his head, and a gap broke open. He hit his head and bloodied. Before he could come back from the dizziness, his body suddenly weighed. Han Xiao, ruiing, flashed to him, cut his hands behind his back, pressed them tightly with his knees, pressed his face to the ground with his other hand, and subdued him directly, unable to move. The terrifying energy gathered on the mecha's arm, as if it was about to erupt at any time. At this time, Han Xiao's joking voice sounded in Yixuan's ears. "What did you say just now? Say it again." Blood winded down from his forehead, wetting his hair. Yixuan's eyes widened, and the thick horror solidified in his eyes, looking disbelief. He didn't expect that his life-saving method that he had tried repeatedly would fail. Han Xiao naturally used the racial talent, Void Shuttle. In the almost static Void Vision, everyone's actions stopped. No matter what means of escaping Yixian had, it was meaningless. He easily approached the teleportation mage, then removed the Void Vision, returned to reality, directly crossed this distance, and grabbed his opponent back. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Xiao obviously appeared in front of Yixian out of thin air. Why are you? Han Xiao added force on his hand and said coldly, "Let my companion come out and don't play tricks unless you want your brain to fill your bookstore." I admit defeat, don't get angry." Yixian hurriedly did it. His life was controlled, and he didn't dare to do anything randomly. A few meters away, a circle of teleportation light gates slowly appeared. Time goes back 15 seconds ago. Buzz. In a red sky, a light gate suddenly appeared, and countless red tentacles soared into the sky and rushed into the light gate. The next moment, Melas was pulled in. In a hurry, he used his arms to break open the tentacles that were tangled, pulled out the slashing knife on his back, and slashed it around with one knife. All the tentacles were cut into 2 pieces, but their feet were empty, and the whole person fell down about 30 meters away from the ground, and the earth was brown-red. Bang! Melas landed and made a dull sound. Looking up to the sky, the portal had disappeared. I actually fell into the trap. It's not good now. I can't go back myself. Melas looked depressed and angry. He looked around. Where's this place? What is the tentacles just now? Looking around, there was a flat red land nearby, without any creatures, only dark holes on the ground. Melas's face changed, and he jumped up suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a large number of tentacles broke out from the place where he stood. Hundreds of them headed straight for him, and the sound of breaking the wind roared, rolling up the terrifying wind pressure. These tentacles seemed to belong to a creature hidden underground. How big is this monster? Melas was sweating on his forehead and was about to slash again. A red stream of light suddenly appeared on the edge of his sight. Brush! This red stream of light instantly passed through all tentacles. Hundreds of tentacles stopped together. At the position where the red light passed, all tentacles had smooth and neat breaks at the same time, all cut into 2 sections, and the cut ends fell to the ground one after another, while the roots of the tentacles were all retracted to the ground. The red light circled in a circle and floated in front of Melas, revealing his true face. "It's you." Melas looked surprised. "Hey, I've seen you." The other party obviously knew Melas, and his face was surprised. Before he could ask, a magic buzzed in the sky, and the portal appeared again. It seems that the commander has solved the teleportation mage, and he is so efficient. Melas's eyes lit up, and he laughed. He trusted Han Xiao very much. After being thrown here, he believed that Han Xiao could take it back soon. As expected, the teleportation mage's little trick was vulnerable to the leader and could not hold on for even a minute. That's great. I can finally get out of trouble. The other man also looked surprised. In the bookstore, the portal was steadily open, and everyone stared at the light gate. Not long after, Melas flew out. Not only him, but another person followed him out of the light gate. "There is still someone inside," Sawia exclaimed. "Who are you?" Han Xiao looked in confusion and was stunned. "Vishander." This figure is the captain of the Long Tanfu Island Guard, Vishander. "A long time no see." Waysander still looked thin and obscene and waved to say hello. "Why are you here?" Han Xiao said in surprise. "And it came out of the portal." Waysander coughed dryly and pointed at Melas. "How did he get in?" "I just get in." The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly realized. So that's it. In addition to herself, Emmys also sent Visander to find her teacher. Then Visander was also fooled by the Dragon Lotus teacher and found Yixian. He encountered the same problems as them. Visander, who was a big star pirate, had a way of doing things to convince people with his strength, so he was naturally thrown to another place by the teleportation mage. It's really a place where we meet in life. Han Xiao didn't expect to meet Wizen here and asked, "When did you come?" "A few days ago. It was not much earlier than you." Wizen looked at Yixian, who was pressed by Han Xiao, and his face suddenly appeared angry. He rushed over. His wings suddenly spread out, and a bright red light appeared on the edge, and murderous aura was everywhere. He shouted, "Dare to plot against me? I'll kill you." The wings were slashed down, and Han Xiao hurriedly reached out and grabbed Wizen's demonic bat wings with a clang steadily. "Don't be impulsive. Norios can't kill people at will. We have to dig out clues about the Dragon Master from his mouth." Okay. Waysander felt that it was reasonable, so he put away his wings and retreated. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. His face turned, and he turned his head suddenly, looking at Han Xiao's back in surprise. With his B+ level strength, how could Han Xiao take his attack so lightly? When he first saw Blackstar, he was far from this power. Regardless of the secretly astonished Visander, Han Xiao shouted to Yixuan, "Tell me, where did you teleport my target?" Yixuan said in a trembling voice, I don't know." "Wow, you have the backbone and courage. It seems that you're not afraid of death." Melas clenched his fist and made a crackling sound of bone movement, looking eager to try. "I haven't settled the score with you yet." "No, it's not like that. You misunderstood." Yixuan cried with a sad face. "I really don't know. He asked me to use a random portal. The coordinate range was the surface of Norios, because the location was random, and I don't know where he went." Han Xiao frowned and turned his head and said, "Fudin, do a favor." Fudin nodded, walked forward, pointed his finger at Yixuan's forehead, and the tentacles of his mind penetrated into Yixuan's brain, allowing the teleportation mage to repeat the words again. Then Fudin closed his eyes, opened it after a while, shook his head and said, "He didn't lie. This is true. He really doesn't know the whereabouts of the target." Everyone looked at each other, their faces a little depressed. They thought they had finally gained the advantage this time, but the clues were cut off here. Suia bit her lip and said angrily, "I understand this is his plan. Even if we successfully ask for the whereabouts, there will be no gains. He deliberately used the random portal to make our mood fluctuate and tease us. This person is so annoying." Waysander shook his tail irritably. "Can we only steal the heart of crystal fire as he asked? This is the only clue." Han Xiao frowned, and a gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly suppressed his smile and said seriously, "I won't care about his request. Since that's the case, don't look for him. Anyway, this is enough to make a mistake. Do one give up?" Melas gritted his teeth, always feeling a little unwilling to accept it. He now especially wants to catch this predictor and beat him up. We don't need to be led by the target. Emmy's is coming soon. As long as we tell her this clue, our work will be completed. Han Xiao stood up, clapped his hands, pulled out a healing agent, threw it to Yixuan, turned around and left. "You just let it go?" Yixuan got up, his tone of surprise. He thought he could not avoid the pain. Melas also interrupted. "Yes, why don't you teach him a hard lesson? I suffered a great loss." Han Xiao rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You can pull it down. At least others didn't throw you into outer space. He didn't want to kill you, so this saved his life." Then the technician Han turned around, looked at the messy place, raised his eyebrows and said, "But I can't pay for the repair fee. I didn't want to ask you for it." Yixin smiled bitterly. He had no intention of provoking Han Xiao anymore. The other party had some kind of flashing ability, and his teleportation spell speed could not escape no matter how fast he was. He is only good at teleporting spells. He hardly understands attack magic, and his core abilities are useless, so he can even fart. Now he just wants to wait for this group of people to leave quickly and never meet again. A group left this strange bookstore, and there was a Visander added to the team. This guy felt that it would be better to find a colleague to work with him than to act alone. On the way, Waysander pulled Han Xiao aside, his tone a little nervous. "Do we really ignore the target? Ims won't be angry like this. No need, the target must be Norius. When Emmers comes, it will not take a minute to search the entire planet with her ability, so there is no need for us to rush to find him. As soon as the dragon's arrival, he will have nowhere to hide." Han Xiao deliberately spoke in a low voice, as if he didn't want others to hear it. 3 days later, in a Norio spaceport, the port hall is crowded with people. Looking around, there are the heads of different creatures. Countless travelers stay here or leave on the boat. An ordinary female universe, humans walk slowly with their luggage on their backs. In fact, another person was hiding in this disguise, which was exactly the target Han Xiao and his group were looking for. Once adopted Emmys when they were childhood and guided her to awaken her super talented teacher. His name is Aesop, and his supernatural powers are prophecy, but his race is even rarer than the rare prophetic ability. Aesop was born before the Xinghai Li, and he lived for countless years. Long before Han Xiao came into contact with the teleportation mage, Aesop foresaw that Han Xiao and others would refuse to participate in his game. The prophecy ability itself is vague because the future is full of uncertainty and will change at any time. If the future cannot be changed, then prediction is meaningless. Generally speaking, goalless prophecies usually only see a fog. The activation ability must have a theme, that is, the inducement to conquer the possibilities of the future. The more experienced predictor will set more factors that limit the future. The various clues left by Aesop and the mischievous arrangements are all the layouts he uses to limit the possibility. The future is in a superposition state, and inducement can make the future collapse. Simply put, when a person is not hungry, he may do various behaviors. When he is hungry, then one behavior is determined. That is, he will definitely eat. Aesop deliberately left clues to his whereabouts for this purpose. In this way, the person who came to search for him would follow the clues he left behind. If a bead would roll in all directions on the flat ground, and now the bead fell into a groove and would only move back and forth, it means that the future has changed from a free-acting answer to a multiple-choice question with limited options. In this way, his prophecy can see the future. Prophecy cannot see the far-reaching future, and it has no combat power, and its ability itself is not powerful. The user is powerful. As a prophet, you also have to use your brain. At this time, Aesop had purchased a seat for a long flight. Even if he didn't use his prediction, he had already seen through Han Xiao's purpose. He was nothing more than to delay time and wait for Emeth to arrive at Norios, so that he had nowhere to escape. It's too young. Aesop was amused. The fool couldn't see such an obvious intention. He rejected his request, thinking that he would still stay on this planet foolishly. Wouldn't he leave? Putting himself in his shoes, if Aesop faces Han Xiao's situation, he feels that he will pretend to agree to find the heart of crystal fire, and then delaying time like this is at least better than directly rejecting. But no matter how Han Xiao chooses, the result is actually the same. In fact, Aesop has no intention of staying at all, and even if Han Xiao pretends to agree, he will leave. If I agree to my request, my subsequent arrangement will cause them to get into trouble. They will be driven out of this planet by the Norios Consortium. Even if they reject my request and plan to delay time, after I leave, Emmys will not find me, and will take off his anger for this group of cadres who gave up halfway and missed the opportunity, and still make them unlucky. From a moment you get the clues I left from the intelligence organization, the result is already destined. Under the disguised mask, Aesop smiled. You use my name randomly, and I will punish you slightly, which is very fair. Is that right? Suddenly, a person's speech sounded behind him, and with a snap, one hand was placed on Aesop's shoulder. Aesop's face suddenly changed, his body paused suddenly, and he slowly turned around. I saw a strange man standing behind him, and the man rubbed a layer of mask as thin as a cicada wing on his face, revealing Han Xiao's face. His Excellency Aesop Harrican, good fucking morning. Han Xiao. How do you know I'm here? Aesop was startled, his eyes changed slightly, and surprise flashed. He didn't ask Han Xiao why he was here. There is no need to explain this matter. He realized it and figured it out immediately. At this time, what he was confused about was another question. Why can the other party accurately find the right one in the 5 ports of Norios? It seems that Jenny mentioned that this black star is also a foreshadowinger. Good question. Let me introduce it to you. Han Xiao pulled out a person from the side, took off the mask from the person's face, revealing Fordine's face, and said, "This is my mascot. Do you mean to take a chance? Aesop's face froze, and then he felt relieved. A skilled prophet like him was very clear that there had never been a perfect layout. No matter how exquisite the plan was, the simplest thing was the most unsolvable. Han Xiao is a card of the Son of Destiny. He understands the ideas of the Foresighter and knows the so-called trigger, but this time he did not use the card of the Son of Destiny, so it is impossible to make a mistake. When he refused to ask, based on his understanding of Aesop, he knew that Aesop could easily see through his intention, so there was only one choice before Aesop. In order to avoid the upcoming Emmys, he could only leave Norius on a spaceship, so the possibility was constrained. He only needed to disperse everyone to guard in 5 airports, which was Aesop's must-pass place. In this way, the person who is in a dilemma becomes Aesop. If he doesn't leave, he will definitely be found. If he leaves, he may be found. Therefore, even if Aesop predicted this possibility, he had to get into this trap. Not to mention that because of the lack of incentives, Aesop did not use his superpowers. People who study logic often fall into paradoxes that they cannot see clearly, commonly known as the authorities fanatic. Aesop wants Han Xiao to follow his rules of the game, but Han Xiao takes the lead, making his interlocking layout a fair environment for both sides to compete for luck. Then Han Xiao defeats him with his rich experience. Fording can kill all sides if he tries his luck. Aesop's ill-pretending disguise and deceiving the identity test of the airport is okay, and the disguised veteran technician Han has been on guard against this move for a long time. According to normal ideas, if Aesop left Norius early after the layout, the plan would be unsolvable, which means being invincible. However, Han Xiao has one of the biggest advantages. That is, he had known Aesop's personality in his previous life. This old monster with a long life has experienced too many things and has an unusual personality. Power? It's meaningless. He once served as the vice chairman of a star cluster-level civilization. Wealth? There is no meaning, resources have never been owned, and wealth is just a false definition. Beautiful color? I got tired of it early, and various species of mating can circle the stars several times. Strength? After that, I've used a terrible weapon to erase the entire planet from the map. Aesop is really tired of living. This is either derogatory or literal. His life is only a few fun left: freedom, curiosity, and excitement. So he became a treasure hunter who traveled everywhere in adventures. His whereabouts were erratic. Only on the verge of danger could he feel the feeling of being alive. Therefore, when he was planning, Aesop would never be out of the matter, nor would he hide behind the scenes to win. He would create a fair situation for his opponents and give his opponents a chance to taste the fruits of victory. This was a dangerous game for him. If he wins, he is empty. He was happy if he lost. Living too long will really become difficult for ordinary people to understand. Aesop also took off his disguise and showed his appearance as a middle-aged and elderly person. He smiled cheerfully. It seems that my apprentice has found a powerful partner. Han Xiao also laughed with him, with no flaws on the surface, but other thoughts arose in his heart. He was determined to kill such a powerful prophet. Even if he is not his enemy, who can guarantee that he will not pose a threat to him in the future? Han Xiao knew very well that Aesop's ability and his superpower was a prophecy, so his combat power was about 0. As long as he caught this prophet, killing him was no more difficult than killing a chicken. This is a good opportunity to get rid of hidden dangers. Just tell Emeth that she didn't find her teacher and let Aesop disappear forever. So, should I kill him before Emmys arrives? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. As a chaoticist, no one must die in his eyes. Similarly, no one can't kill. Aesop coughed dryly and said, "You won this game, but I don't want to see Emmys, Black Star. Can you discuss it?" Han Xiao suppressed his murderous intention and said in surprise, "You don't want to see your apprentice so much? I just adopted a little girl at that time. I spent a while and taught her how to awaken her super talent. How did I know that she would become a super A-level powerhouse, famous throughout the star field?" Aesop shook his head and said, "I wouldn't have adopted her if I had known it. With her strength, if I was entangled by her, I would definitely not be able to escape. The days of losing freedom are just like being in jail. Just thinking about it, I would be in pain. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he adopted a little girl casually and became a top powerhouse many years later. How could he sound an inexplicable sense of familiarity? This old man looks reluctant. Hey, you're allowed to show off, but don't be too sloppy. Holding back the desire to complain, Han Xiao asked with his eyes, since you don't want to see her, why are you coming back? Aesop did not have the awareness of living for countless years and had no standard at all. He said angrily like an old naughty boy, the more she wants to find me, the more I want to wander in front of her eyes. His personality is really bad as ever. Han Xiao had nothing to say, and secretly recalled that in his previous life, Aesop was wandering everywhere, a mysterious businessman in the eyes of players. Until one time he was involved in a dispute between two galaxy-level civilizations. He played a game, as usual. However, when he often walked by the river, he could not wet his shoes. Aesop made a mistake, and this time he took his life away and did not meet Emmers until he died. After hundreds of years of searching, Emmers finally saw Aesop's tombstone. Emmys acted entirely based on his preferences. This time he was even more impulsive and vented his anger and smashed all the planetary territories of the two civilizations, including their mother planets. He suffered countless casualties and caused a sensation. Survivors who escaped from abroad complained to the three cosmic civilizations that such atrocities violated the Treaty of Order. Solonga no longer had the privilege this time and was surrounded by a large number of troops. At that time, a large number of players accepted tasks and participated in the encirclement and suppression. Countless warships exploded in this battle, and the Dragon tank also fell apart and became a broken meteorite belt. Although Emmys did not die in the battle, he disappeared from everyone's sight, and the well-known super A-level powerhouses in the Broken Star Rings have also changed one after another in the changes of the times. Of course, that's already a very later version. Now, Aesop has been caught by himself. If Emmys is asked to meet him, it is something that has not happened in his previous life. I don't know what direction he will enter. However, two civilizations with a population of over 100 million were massacred. Lontan was destroyed, and Emmys was seriously injured and disappeared. This series of tragedies should not happen again. Forget it. I owe her a favor, so I'd better give him to Emmers. Killing him will only add unnecessary risks. Shaking his head, Han Xiao put away his murderous intent. Aesop was indeed powerful, but he was not a vegetarian either. Aesop was just a small-scale prediction for a certain period of time, and what he had mastered is the general trend. It's okay not to be cowardly at all. Han Xiao wrapped his hand around Aesop's shoulders, clasped his shoulders, and said in a whispering voice, I refuse. Aesop's expression froze, and he was still saying so quietly, which made him look forward to it for nothing. Han Xiao opened the communicator and contacted Emmers. As soon as the screen was connected, Emmers saw Aesop beside Han Xiao, with beautiful eyes lit up and a touch of playfulness appeared on his face. Aesop, my teacher, I miss you so much. Aesop smiled bitterly. From Emmy's tone, he could hear a strong dissatisfaction. Even if he didn't have to predict it, he knew that his situation was not good. After hiding for so many years, God knows how much resentment Emmers has accumulated, and it is too bad to fall into her hands. Then, Emmers turned to look at Han Xiao. Wait for me, it will be here soon. After saying that, the picture went dark, lay life-fixing. Aesop looked depressed, and turned to look at Han Xiao. Don't you really think about it? She has seen you. Do you think I can let you go? Han Xiao smiled. Not long after, Emmy's spacecraft arrived at the port. She happened to arrive in Norios today. Han Xiao took Aesop to the dock. Emmy saw him as soon as he got off the spacecraft and walked over with a fierce aura, with at least 10 floors high. Han Xiao grabbed Aesop's palm on the shoulder and obviously felt the old guy's body tremble. Dragon throne. At this time, the pedestrians near the dock were in an uproar, with a look of horror, and hurriedly retreated far away. Unexpectedly, the top strong man with the broken star ring would suddenly appear. Are you supposed to say something to me? Emmers looked expressionless. Aesop sighed as if he accepted his fate and said helplessly, "Okay, I should have come back to see you long ago. I shouldn't hide from you. Don't stand here and be watched by others. Let's go." As he said that, he stepped onto the gangway. Before entering the spacecraft, he glanced back at Han Xiao, and suddenly a smile appeared. Emmys was about to return to the ship when he suddenly thought of something, turned his head and looked at Han Xiao, paused, with a serious look on his face and a solemn tone. "Thank you." Han Xiao waved his hand. "A small matter. I'll repay your favor." "No, I owe you." Emmy's tone was unquestionable. He suddenly hesitated for a moment, slowly stretched out his hand, and the soft black sleeve slid down his smooth forearm, revealing his slender and white palms, patting Han Xiao's shoulder. In fact, she has a cleanliness obsession and never wants to touch others. This time, she made an exception. Although she was calm on the surface, she was actually very happy in her heart, and was very grateful to Han Xiao, who caught Aesop. She knew how cunning Aesop was, and had specially obtained his whereabouts. However, she returned in disappointment every time, and this success surprised her. As soon as he touched, Emmers quickly withdrew his hand and turned his head to walk onto the spaceship. Han Xiao didn't react much, but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly used a blank character card in the panel. Before Emmers closed the door, he generated her character card. Boom! The spaceship made a rumbling sound of airflow, leaving the dock along the orbit, and quickly disappeared into the universe. Han Xiao was still on the dock. He had just notified the others. When everyone heard the news, they rushed back and gathered together, looking at the spaceship that was leaving. Melas asked, "Hey Xing, the matter is done. Where are we going now? Stay rest in Norios first and leave tomorrow." Han Xiao turned to look at Waysander. "Do you want to act with us?" "I'm not in a hurry to go back, and staying in Longtan is too boring." "Hee, it seems that I'm going to bother you for a while." Waysander showed a standard smirk. "As long as you don't spend my money, you can disturb it as long as you want." Han Xiao shrugged. At this time, a commotion occurred in the direction of the hall. A group of senior officials of the Norius Consortium heard the news of Emmer's arrival and rushed over. They did not dare to neglect such a big shot, but Emmers took Aesop away immediately. The whole process was only a few minutes long, and the senior officials of the consortium were vacant. The senior leaders of the consortium turned to Han Xiao, smiled warmly, and had a passionate conversation. "The dragon Zodiac is gone, and they can't come in vain. So let's contact Black Star to see if it can provide any help and show Norius attitude." Originally, when Han Xiao first came to Norios, the senior leaders of the consortium only paid a little attention and asked his subordinates to say hello, but the degree of the dragon Zodiac appeared was completely different. They felt that they had to say hello in person to show sincerity. The senior leaders of these consortiums attached great importance to Han Xiao by several levels. While chatting, neat footsteps sounded not far away, and everyone subconsciously looked in that direction. I saw a team of Ghidorahs wearing combat uniforms hurriedly passing the hall, and it seemed that they had just arrived. The leader of the leader was extraordinary. Ghidorah's people? What were they here to do? Han Xiao's eyes were also attracted. He looked at the leading Ghidorah people curiously, and his face suddenly changed. He knows this person. This is a level A Superman. On ME spacecraft, Aesop stood in front of the porthole, silently looking at Norios who were gradually moving away. "What are you looking at?" Emmys asked behind her. Aesop retracted his gaze and smiled satisfied. "You have a good cadre. He is trustworthy. Do you talk about Black Star?" Emmers nodded. "He is indeed very capable. Haven't you seen him a long time ago? And you even asked him to pass a message to me." Ether paused, shook his head, and laughed. "I'm old. I almost forgot about this." As he said that, Aesop lowered his head, turned on the communicator, and deleted an email that had already been set to send regularly. The original target of the sending was Emmers, who had been blocking the communication request by him. Aesop shook his head helplessly. "If it weren't for you, a guy who was not worry-free, I wouldn't have come to the Broken Star Ring to fall into the trap." Aesop knew Emmers too well, acted recklessly, did whatever he wanted, and was not good at playing with scheming, just like Black Star asked. If he didn't want to be found by Emmers, just hide from afar. Why go back to Broken Star Ring? As for the motivation, of course, it was not to tease Emmys. Although he was really tired of living, his taste was not so boring. His target was Han Xiao. Someone used his name to deceive Emeth. What if this person found Emeth's weakness and deliberately approached her with this? He was actually an enemy who was planning to be an ill-gotten enemy. Aesop was very worried about this. No matter what kind of achievements Emmys has achieved now, in his eyes, she is always the little girl who needs someone to take care of with her nose bubbles. So, he returned to the Broken Star Ring, exposed his whereabouts, and attracted the investigation of Cadre's Emmys. If Han Xiao did not capture him, then this person would be the same. If he captured him, it would be Aesop's new round of temptations. He had already made follow-up preparations, deliberately showing his predictive ability, and at the same time set up a series of games to anger the other party. If Black Star was really an enemy of Dragon, such a dangerous enemy would not be allowed to survive. If you die, then the timed message set early can remind Emmys of his own death. Whoever lies with her will be the murderer. Aesop tried his best to take advantage of his life and gambled with his old man's life. If he died, Emmys would not trust others easily in the future. He felt it was worth it. After living for so long, the habit of committing suicide had been integrated into his blood, which would only make him feel stimulating. Although he was stubborn on the surface, he actually cared about Emmers very much. Aesop had no children, and Emmers was like his adopted daughter. Han Xiao naturally didn't know that his casual remarks in Longtan in order to convince Emmers would actually cause such a butterfly effect, which made the two people who had not met in their previous life reunite for the first time, indirectly changing the fate of hundreds of billions of people. Black Star, Aesop said to himself, a guy with great potential. If he lived like me for 1,000 years, he would be 100 times more terrible than me. With his assistance, Emmys can suffer less. Helping Emeth catch Aesop's old thief and exceed his mission, he was happy, but when he turned around, Han Xiao saw a group of Ghidorah warriors passing by quickly. His mood suddenly became less beautiful, and his face curled up. He recognized Ghidorah's combat suit. These people were not low-level investigators, but special operation units that specialize in combat. The team leader was a very famous senior Superman in his previous life. In version 2.0, this person was the main character in dealing with the alienation disaster on Aquarium. Most of the various combat tasks accepted by players from Ghidorah's camp were released by him, which was equivalent to the role of a commander. It is a very important NPC to the players, so Han Xiao is very familiar with him. Nagakin, a senior officer of the Ghidorah War Bureau, an A-level martial artist, only important tasks will be allowed to be dispatched. Appearing in Norios definitely means that there are unknown important events here. Han Xiao flashed his light and immediately thought of the mixed-race Ghidorah man Owen he met a few days ago. The two should be related. Han Xiao thought. There is another unusual thing that puzzled him. Nagakin in front of him was extraordinary, masculine with a big stride, a dragon and tiger step, and a healthy body. However, in Han Xiao's memory, players of the previous life of Aquarius Star saw each other for the first time. Nagakin was in a disabled form. Half of his face almost became a skeleton. Not only was he disfigured, his left arm and legs turned into a colonized mechanical prosthesis, and many artificial organs were implanted in his body to maintain life. Now, it's less than a year since the opening of 2.0. So, Nagakin was beaten to a disabled person this year, but he didn't know the specific time. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he took action as soon as he had doubts. He got rid of the talk of Norio's senior management and stood in front of Nagakin. Who are you? Don't block the way. A line of Ghidorah warriors stopped, and Nagakin frowned and looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao briefly introduced himself. Black Star? Oh, I've heard of your name. You and some other mercenaries seized a Dark Star mothership, which was good. Nagakin nodded, not caring much. People of his level usually pay attention to more important matters. He knew that Han Xiao's name was only mentioned by his subordinates by chance. At this time, he was in a hurry and asked patiently, What are you stopping us? Just say hello, and by the way, do you have any help? Han Xiao asked. This is the opening remark that players often use. He is trying to trigger the mission to figure out the goals of these Ghidorah people. He lacked intelligence and did not know the confrontation between Darkstar and Ghidorah at Norios, but he only noticed an abnormality. These soldiers were reinforcements sent by Ghidorah, and their mission was to rescue Owen. In the past few days, Owen's 2 clones were captured, and the situation was urgent. Owen learned from the clone sense that the strongest person in the Darkstar chase team was just a B-level superpower named Fozatud. So Ghidorah sent Nagakin, the closest one, thinking that it was enough to solve the enemy. Nagakin felt that he could solve the enemy this time without help. So he said perfunctorily, "We don't need you, so let's go first." After that, Nagakin passed Han Xiao and took the people away. Looking at the backs of these people, Han Xiao touched his chin, teased the event that failed to trigger the mission. It is probably quite risky to require the dispatch of a disaster-level powerful man. Since Nagakin does not welcome outsiders, forget it. He is too lazy to touch his cold butt. He opened the panel and had previously obtained Emmy's character card, but had not checked it yet. People Advent card, Emmers, Strength Field Dragon's Gaze. Compress the medium within a certain range, both solid and liquid can be used, and apply it to a target, causing it to fall into the fixed state. The target has 100 points of strength, and the saving throws last ones. The base duration is 18ths, and the number of uses is 0 to 1. Get a powerful control skill. Han Xiao thinks it is okay. Emmers has many skills. With her level, at least 70% of her abilities are useful. Although it is not a powerful attack, the control skills are more flexible, and each has its pros and cons. The group left the airport, returned to the surface, and rented a temporary stronghold. He planned to rest here for a few days and purchase some supplies at the same time. Norius had many shops, and he planned to strengthen his combat machinery. 2 high-end knowledge and many advanced knowledge can combine more good drawings, which is enough to undergo an update and replacement. There are more than 200 million experiences on your panel. As long as you save a little, the combined drawings are enough. And just as everyone was resting, a storm broke out quietly. The edge of Norios 4. Nagakin took dozens of Ghidorah soldiers on a concierge vehicle to a skyscraper with tall buildings nearby, and not far away is the Maglev station connecting the city. According to Owen's information, the Darkstar Force's stronghold is located on the 80th floor of the building, just at the waist of the tall building. Owen's body has been in contact with the rescue forces, observing the personnel of the Darkstar through the clone senses, and then providing clues to Nagakin. His request is to solve the Darkstar's pursuit force. Only when it is confirmed that there is no danger will his body appear, and he is very cautious. The enemy's large army is inside. We first destroy the opponent's base camp, and then deal with the Darkstar members who are operating outside. Otherwise, they will startle the snake. Now, the enemy's base camp doesn't know that we are coming. We have the intelligence advantage, so follow me to assault. The aircraft slowly rose and approached the target floor. Nagakin looked serious and clenched his fists slowly. The rich, golden aura flowed down his arms, and the texture was like liquid. One punch hit the exterior wall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the white ring shock wave visible to the naked eye spread hundreds of meters along the contact plane. All the glass in this building burst into pieces. The bursting fist force penetrated through the 80 floors, leaving a hole that was transparent to the front and back. The building structure made a creaking sound of teeth rubbing. The waist of the building directly faded, as if it was almost folded into 2 pieces of wooden sticks. Not to mention buildings, natural disaster-level martial artists can dismantle warships with bare hands. As long as they have plenty of time, they can even turn into self-propelled bulldozers and shovel the surface of a planet alone. With a punch, Nagakin rushed in with his subordinates and attacked the stronghold. He could see the dizzy Fozatud and others at a glance. Nagakin made a gesture, and dozens of Ghidorah warriors surrounded Fozatud's team and said in a deep voice, "I am Nagakin of Ghidorah War Bureau. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender. I will send you to Hongwang prison. The building swayed. Fozatud stood firm and showed a hideous smile, as if he saw his prey fall into a trap. He said, "It seems we have caught a big fish. Nagakin, look at your left and right. Who do you think is the surrounded person?" Two surging energy fluctuations suddenly burst out, just sandwiching Nagakin's troops in the center. Nagakin hurriedly turned his head and saw Anner and Ash staring at him from the left and right. The strong, murderous intent almost solidified the air. How come there are two disaster-level superpowers? The information is wrong. Nagakin's expression changed drastically. Owen's clues indicate that the strongest person in the pursuit of the army is only level B. Ghidorah sent a level A for insurance reasons. Nagakin took action, and even though there was a level A hidden on the Dark Star, both sides were evenly matched. However, they did not expect that the Antarctic would actually send two natural disaster-level traders to kill them, completely killing chickens and using a slaughter. And this itself is the trap set by Antarctic. Anner and Ashes did not appear in front of Owen's clone. Fozatud pretended to be the captain and misled Owen's team without the disaster-level superpowers. It was because the Dark Star guessed that Ghidorah would send reinforcements. So he specifically misled Owen and speculated that there would only be one A-level superpowers in the reinforcements. And this person was the prey of Anner and Ashes. The Dark Star not only wants to chase Owen, but also set up an ambush trap to make Ghidorah lose one of her top combat power. This is why Anner and Ashes act together. Ghidorah fell into the trap of the Dark Star. The Ghidorah warriors present felt a cold air piercing through their spine, sweating profusely. The pressure from the two powerful enemies almost made their hearts stop beating, and they were extremely nervous, not knowing which direction to defend. Nagakin's face was solemn, and he knew that there was a lot of luck, so he took a deep breath. "We will die today." Martial arts flames covered the whole body, and the energy fluctuations competed with Anner and Ashes. He posed for combat, his eyes became firm, his cheeks tense, and he squeezed out a sonorous roar from his clenched teeth. "We will fight before we die." In the lobby of the temporary stronghold, everyone was doing their own things. At this time, the TV screen in the room flashed, and a piece of news broke. Norios reported urgently that 10 minutes ago, the western edge of number 4 was destroyed by man. 3 blocks were destroyed, the station was paralyzed, and the casualties and economic losses were being counted. It is reported that the aftermath of the fight between the superpower is the cause of the destruction, and the specific details need to be further investigated. The Public Security Administration has intervened in the investigation. The following is the scene. This news immediately attracted everyone's attention. Suiya pounded the door of the mechanical modification room and shouted that Han Xiao, who was addicted to machinery, came out to watch TV. The news showed the scene. Dozens of tall buildings collapsed and turned into ruins with rolling black smoke. 10 minutes ago, it was very prosperous and destroyed in just a few minutes. The security team's aircraft was rescued. The sound of the scene was noisy. The bodies were put into body bags and threw them aside in a mess. No wonder I felt a shock just now. I thought it was an earthquake. Old Volga said. Waysander was cleaning his wings with a brush and shrugged. Is this a war? Han Xiao pondered. With such a high degree of destruction in a short period of time, I'm afraid the two sides who fought have natural disaster-level combat power. He immediately thought of Nagakin, who met one time, and he felt that the possibility was quite high. But this has nothing to do with them. There is no triggering mission in Nagakin. Since it is not good, Han Xiao will not meddle in other people's business. Didi. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang, and a strange communication requested access, and Han Xiao passed the request. The next moment, Nagakin's figure appeared on the screen, panting, covered in blood, covered in wounds, and was in a mess. Black Star, please help me. Nagakin's tone was a little difficult to speak. Not long ago, Nagakin encountered an ambush from the Dark Star, fought bloody battles, and the aftermath destroyed 3 blocks. All the elite soldiers led by him were killed. The strange, disaster-level Superman turned them into ashes in an instant, without even a scream. That was his old subordinate who had been fighting with him for a long time. He was easily killed by someone, which made Nagakin furious. But he had to force himself to remain calm and deal with the two powerful enemies calmly. Although he was the only one left, Nagakin did not have the idea of strategic retreat. He knew the truth that he could live a life after putting it to death. If he could replace a strong enemy, he would not lose. The natural disaster level is also divided into strength and weakness. Nagakin's strength is not significantly higher than Anner and Ash's. He is at an absolute disadvantage in the face of siege. Both opponents are both tricky superpowers, and a short battle has left him scarred. The fierce battle between the two sides quickly alarmed the security team. It came very quickly. Anner originally wanted to not give up on his pursuit, but after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to retreat temporarily and was unwilling to fall into the pursuit of the security team. The result of the ambush did not meet his expectations. He wanted to quickly kill Ghidorah's A-level strong man, but Nagakin was a strong martial artist with a thick skin and flesh and could only be seriously injured. Fortunately, Nagakin is a big muscle bully, otherwise he would have been burping. After dragging his seriously injured body away from the scene, Nagakin did not immediately bandage the deep bone-showed wound. The first thing he did was to contact the headquarters and endure the severe pain and report his own experience. Ghidorah's war situation was shocked and immediately issued an order to let Nagakin stand by and never take risks. It is the best choice to protect himself first. He asked the headquarters to send reinforcements, but it took time to travel. It was too late to expect the headquarters to be reborn, and giving up and retreating was never in his dictionary. Even if there was only one person, he wanted to stop the Dark Star from achieving his goal. Just as hesitating whether to kill him back, Nagakin suddenly thought of the Black Star who had met in the port. Maybe only mercenaries can help them. Norios is relatively remote, and not many mercenaries are active nearby. The Black Star mercenary group may be the strongest mercenary group of Norios for the time being, so they can only seek their help. He refused Han Xiao's help at that time, but now he has to come to ask for help on his own initiative. This behavior is too embarrassing. Nagakin didn't expect this to happen, so he could only contact Han Xiao. For the sake of the task, it is not a problem to lose face. Nagorkin. Han Xiao looked surprised, and he was right. Nagakin was related to the news and was seriously injured by an unknown enemy. The help, he said, was obviously related to this matter. Nagakin's subordinates disappeared, and it was probably wiped out and no one was available, so he asked for the help of the mercenaries. In just a moment of pause, Han Xiao made up for the general situation. He remembered Nagakin's appearance in his previous life, but after a look, although Nagakin was covered in blood at this time, he was still healthy. I am on a mission to come to Norios to meet a person who rebels from the Dark Star. His name is Owen, and the Dark Star also sent a team to chase him. There are two A-level Supermen on the other side, and I am ambushed. Nagakin explained the situation in a vein. Although he knew that telling the fact that two A-level strong enemies might make Han Xiao look timid and dare not help, Nagakin's personality would not hide the enemy's strength and deceive the mercenary. He went straight, and even though he knew that the mercenary might reject his request, he would definitely explain the truth. Han Xiao suddenly realized that he had noticed it as early as when he met Owen, but he had no intelligence and was kept in the dark. It was indeed related to the Dark Star. Who are the two A-level superpowers of the Dark Star? I don't know. Nagakin shook his head. Then what abilities do they have? A person who can turn people into dust and control a large amount of dust to condense into various weapons. If I don't protect myself, he can slowly peel off my flesh and blood. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Control carbon element, ashes." He thought that this guy died under the bombing of the fleet and actually escaped. Not only that, he seemed to have successfully entered the level of the natural disaster. When Longtan fought against Ashes for the first time, Ashes was already B+, much better than him. If it weren't for his expertise to restrain the opponent's killer move, he wouldn't be able to tie the opponent. Ashes can kill almost all carbon-based creatures with lower levels than him in seconds. This is a very tricky ability. It is simply a magical skill to clear the field. Only Erosia and herself will not be hit. Visander is a mixed blood demon. He doesn't know the composition of his body. If it is not a carbon-based, he may be exempted from instant killing. However, after Ashes reached level A, I don't know what new uses of the superpowers have. Even ordinary attacks are much more powerful than before. What is the other one's ability? Han Xiao asked. He is a transformed supernatural psychic and will become a strange flying creature, about 4 or 5 meters high. He seems to have the ability to control airflow, and the speed is very fast and difficult to capture with the naked eye. When flying, it will surround the wind pressure, which can not only protect itself, but also has a certain invisible effect. It seems that he deflected the light in some way. Moreover, the faster he flies, the stronger the wind pressure he carries behind him. The place he passes will be swept and crushed by the wind pressure, just like a wind pressure cannon. Transform, wind pressure. Han Xiao twitched his mouth. Is it the wind demon Anner? The A-level superpower of the Dark Star is limited. According to his ability performance, Han Xiao can guess the identity of his opponent. Anner is the backbone of the Dark Star, an old member, very difficult to deal with. After he transforms, he can continue to accelerate. If he is asked to fly around a planet a few times, the accumulated wind pressure will turn into a huge hurricane and sweep across the surface. These two people are very difficult. Han Xiao frowned and pondered. Before version 2.0, he didn't want to provoke the angry star head-on, but this time he was taking the opportunity to go online with a Ghidorah ill-level Superman. This is a channel to get in touch with Ghidorah's top leaders. With Nagakin, it will be easier for him to join the alienated primordials to gain trust and can also negotiate the benefits. Nagakin pursed his lips, waiting for Han Xiao's reply, and secretly praying that he would not be rejected. Han Xiao is his only reinforcement at present. Time seemed to be stretched by breathing. After a while, Han Xiao slowly shook his head. It's too dangerous to fight against two A-level players. Nagakin's expression froze. Although he had expected it, he was still a little disappointed. But your mission is not to kill the other party, right? Han Xiao changed his mind. As long as Owen leaves Norio safely, the matter will be solved. The problem now is that your Ghidorah reinforcements need time to arrive. So as long as you help Owen avoid the pursuit of the Dark Star and delay enough time. If that's the case, I can try to help you. Nagakin's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. At this time, a prompt for a new task appeared in Han Xiao's panel. Nagorkin's request. Mission introduction. You promised to help Nagojin. His mission is to rescue a traitor from the Dark Star. Mission requirement. 1. Assist Owen hide until Ghidorah's troops responded. 2. Kill all the hunting troops of the Dark Star. The mission is completed if any requirement is met. Fail condition. 1 Owen dies. 2. Nagakin's death. Reward. 580 experience. Einel. Ghidorah's camp relationship plus 850. Owen's favor plus 30. Nagakin's favor plus 30. The two mission requirements seem to be more reliable to delay time. Han Xiao said intimately. Although killing all enemies is more direct, the other party has 2 natural disaster levels, so he should take a shower and go to bed. One of the 3 main tasks I got before was Ghidorah Alliance. There are many mission goals. Anner and Ashes are all the targets designated to kill, and the reward is high, but Han Xiao just thought about it, and there should be no possibility of completing it. Nagakin was trying to ask how to cooperate, but Han Xiao interrupted him. His eyes flashed. Just because of us, there are too few people. Let me find more help for you. Turning his head, Han Xiao ordered Melas. The recruitment announcement of collaborators is issued to Norios through the Mercenary Alliance. The target is all the mercenaries nearby. As long as they can come, we want as much as they have. Melas asked, who is the publisher's letter? Nagakin or Ghidorah? No, their names are not easy to use. Han Xiao shook his head. Use my name. The mercenaries of the Broken Star Rings were very active. Even in the marginal areas, there were many mercenaries, mostly second and third-rate mercenary groups. Han Xiao issued a recruitment announcement through the internal system of the alliance, and soon spread in a notorious mercenary circle. Surprise, curious. Most mercenaries are nothing more than these two reactions. All year last year, Han Xiao completed many tasks. Due to Long Tan's name, he accumulated a large number of connections. His collaborators were basically large mercenaries, and even had good relationships with top legions like Tianhuan, Blade, and Zijin. Black Star is not its top position in the Broken Star Ring mercenary world, but it is also a first-class small team. Many mercenaries want to establish relationships with Black Star and share this kind of connections, so as to get better employment tasks. Because employers who are not short of money generally want the best mercenaries, so only tasks that the big legion does not accept will be shared with lower mercenaries, eating meat on top and drinking soup on top. This is basically the case in all industries. So, Han Xiao raised his arms and responded countless times, and at least half of the mercenaries in the Norios area came. The assembly venue was crowded, and mercenaries of all kinds gathered together to chat with each other, waiting for the appearance of the main leader. Papa! The sound of clapping sounds sounded in front of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw the rumored Black Star. The noisy crowd slowly quieted from front to back, like ripples. The pair of eyes stared at Han Xiao and looked up and down. They coveted Han Xiao's connections, but they did not attach much importance to Black Star's own strength. Most of the mercenaries were unruly. In their opinion, Black Star's strength was just comparable to that of him. That is, good luck was favored by Dragon Emmers, and most of the mercenaries present came just for Black Star's connections. Han Xiao was unmoved and said expressionlessly, "Everyone, I am the initiator of this recruitment. I should recognize me. I will not introduce myself. Everyone is a mercenary, and I will not say polite words. I received a job. It is not low, the reward is generous, and it requires personnel. I recruit you to find a partner to complete this task together. It can be understood that I am an intermediary. The employer will explain the specific details in detail." Nagakin came on the stage and introduced the situation in detail. Soon, the mercenaries below were all in an uproar. Many people were frightened by the fact that the two natural disaster-level enemies had a sudden change in their faces. They immediately retreated and looked at Han Xiao in disbelief, as if they were looking at a dead person. Do you dare to accept the employment of two A-level enemies? Have you never seen how strong the natural disaster level is? If you miss me, don't pull us. The battle between Ghidorah and the Dark Star was broken. Everyone knows that most mercenaries stayed away from it and were unwilling to get involved. Many people immediately wanted to retreat. Han Xiao said in a deep voice, "Our mission is not to fight against the enemy, but there are certain risks. If you're unwilling to accept it, you can leave now. Those who stay, after this mission, I will sign a cooperation treaty with you and share my employment resources." When everyone heard this, many people looked confused. If they could become a collaborator of Black Star, they would have a better employment opportunity. It was like starting a company and finding projects everywhere by themselves. Naturally, it will be better to cooperate with a large group and share projects easily. Many mercenaries did not dare to take risks and surrendered one after another. The crowd quickly became sparse, but Han Xiao did not stop him. In the end, only about 100 people were left, and these mercenaries were willing to take risks. Philip read their information, and Han Xiao browsed it. 3 mercenary groups, 17 lone mercenaries, including 4 B-level superpowers, and the rest are all C-level, which is better than I expected. Han Xiao nodded. Because of the limited time, it cannot be delayed for too long. It is good to recruit these personnel. Han Xiao asked the mercenaries to rest first, and at this time, Nagakin came over. "What are you going to do?" Nagakin asked. He just met Han Xiao yesterday and met again. He felt a little dull. He was a natural disaster-level strongman who actually relied on a group of mercenaries. This was a shameful record in his working life. However, he quickly got rid of this useless emotion and focused on the mission. Although he didn't know much about Black Star, it did not prevent him from temporarily treating Han Xiao as a comrade in the army. Han Xiao pondered, "The thing that is most anxious now is not us, but Dark Star. Anner and Ashes failed to ambush. They must know that Ghidorah will send new reinforcements, so they must catch Owain as soon as possible, and we're trying our best to obstruct the Dark Star's search. Owain's body has been hiding and dared not show up, so we cannot take him out of Norios. And it is impossible to say how many Dark Star battleships are lurking around Norios, blocking the route and eyeing them covetously. With the current situation, you must contact Owain first to make a plan. Nagakin took out the encrypted communicator to contact the other party. Nagorkin, didn't you lose? Owain's voice came from the communicator, but there was no screen. In order to prevent others from knowing their location, Owain did not turn on the video projection. Your clue is wrong. The legend has sent 2 natural disaster levels this time. I survived. I found a helper. We will assist you to escape the pursuit of the legend. New reinforcements are on the way. As long as time is delayed, the legend has to retreat. It will be safer for you to accept our protection. Where are you hiding? I don't need your protection. The entity is very safe. No one can find me. You have failed once. If it weren't for my caution and have been arrested now, I would rather believe in myself. I have 3 clones in the hands of the legend. They cannot return to the original body. I have to endure the pain of torture every day. Only the last clone can move freely. If you really want to help me, then protect my clone. He is being followed by pursuers. After hanging up the communication, Nagakin frowned. He felt that he could not start. He could not protect the original body. Whether he was found by the legend depends entirely on the will of heaven. Han Xiao smiled and said, Dan Xing has obtained 3 clones. Once the clone exceeds too long, it will die. As long as the clone is kept as far away as possible in 3 directions, you can easily find the edge of the range and use a simple algorithm to locate the center point, so Owain will not be foolishly staying in the same position. Nagakin said worriedly, there is another thing. We are publicly recruiting mercenaries. Dan Xing will likely get information, and they will not sit still. Well, I roughly know what they will do, and it seems that they're going to take some risks. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and made up his mind to get into this storm halfway. In addition to the generous rewards, this is also a good opportunity to open up Ghidorah's upper-level route. Now he is thick-skinned and can fight for several rounds against A-level. There is no problem with getting away with it without any problems, so he is not as afraid as before he advances. Moreover, he has the advantage of understanding the opponent's abilities, has a clear mind, and does not panic on his face. If the opponent is Ashes, he feels that he can last longer. Due to the destruction of the A-level fight, the Dark Star troops replaced a new secret stronghold to discuss the next action. Anner believes that it is a pity that he failed to kill Nagakin. Nagakin must have asked for help, so they need to hurry up. At this time, the team tracking outside was monitoring Owain's last clone. Without further ado, Anner sent all his men to take down the last clone in one fell swoop. But before that, the Dark Star troops received a piece of information, and Nagakin found a new helper, which was the Black Star mercenary group. Nagorkin is not giving up. He wants to fight against us alone. Anner's face was gloomy, and he showed a sneer. Since he doesn't hide it obediently, it just gives us a chance to kill him. Originally, he thought that Nagakin would not dare to show up again after being ambushed, but he didn't expect that there would be a chance to kill the other party, so Anner was not surprised but happy. In fact, when Nagakin was attacked for the first time in his previous life, he was not severely injured. However, he never gave up his mission. Even without reinforcements, he used his strength to fight against the 2 superpowers of the Dark Star, and was finally beaten to a disabled person. At that time, another natural disaster level who participated in the war was not Ashes. During this period of his previous life, Ashes was not forced to be confined to practice. Now he entered level a much earlier than in his previous life. A large part of this was affected by Han Xiao's butterfly effect, or was encouraged. What can find a group of mercenaries as helpers? It's just a group of mobs. Anner disagreed. If it were a top legion like Tianhuan and Blade, he would be qualified to pay attention to it. Ash's eyes turned cold. It's Black Star again. I've given him a chance. Ashes no longer took Han Xiao seriously, but He Xing dared to interfere in their affairs, so he had to clear the obstacles on the road. Even though due to Long Tan's threat, Ash had not decided whether to kill Black Star. At least he had to kill all his companions, so that he knew that there would be a price to provoke Black Star. Black Star may have some kind of innate ability to be immune to himself, but his companions are not good. Ashes still remember that during the last battle, he seemed to have broken Han Xiao's arm, and it seems that they have not learned a lesson yet. If they shouldn't be involved in things, rashly interfering with them will only cause death. Anner looked at the information and said, "These mercenaries cannot be kept. I don't want any unexpected factors. You take people to capture the clones, and I will kill the mercenaries alone." Ashes stood up. "With my ability, it takes less than a minute to crush them. After the solution, I will meet with you. Thanks to Wang Laoshenlin for his 10,000 rewards." Step by step, Owen fled in a hurry. He was the last clone on the surface. The pursuer of the Dark Star was like a gangrene with bones. He followed closely behind. The person who pursued him was called Shemin, the deputy captain of the Fosatud team, a B-level Superman who started a sudden attack not long ago, leaving him running for life. He had noticed that the Angkor was about to take action before, notified Nagakin and others to apply for support, but the reinforcements had not arrived yet, and Owen was secretly anxious. Bang! A bunch of light cannons as thick as a bucket pierced through the wall and hit Owen. A magic shield with ripples appeared on the side, withstood the main damage, and then broke and exploded. Owen was overturned by U*, and fell out dozens of meters. Not far behind him, a short and strong man wearing aiming goggles slowly walked up, wearing a light gray iron mechanical combat suit, carrying a huge gun disproportionate to his body, with a complex structure and a large caliber. In addition to the main gun, there are many joint secondary guns, which are obvious at first glance are multifunctional guns. This person is Shemin, who is said to have a certain dwarf bloodline and is a gunman. "I only have 3 stress defense shield badges left. I can't run far. If reinforcements don't come, I'll be done. The people of the Dark Star will never show mercy to me." Owen's face was quiet, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Siaman had no expression on his face and raised his gun with one hand at Owen, who was slowly climbing up. "Don't move around, unless you think you have long legs." Before he finished speaking, the scream of falling from high altitude suddenly sounded. Looking up, he saw a guy wearing a combat suit mecha like a knight's armor, flying flexibly between the gaps between the buildings. The white cloak on his shoulders flew and danced, quickly approaching Siaman from the sky, carrying a few meters long sword, coming fiercely, and it was Melas who was rushing to help. Shemin raised his gun and fired without saying a word. Bang, bang, bang. A thick beam of light hits towards me. Melas's eyes were sharp, and he slashed out his breath with a knife. Before the beam could reach his body, it turned into a dazzling explosion, roaring endlessly, passing through the scorching artillery fire. And at the moment when it was about to land, Melas slashed at Shemin's head with a sharp sword, and Shemin began dodging a second ago. Boom! The knife slashed the ground and cracked the gully in the direction of the chopping. The silver-white aura erupted out of the gully like magma, and the crack continued to extend forward dozens of meters. Reinforcement. Siaman was shaken away by the aftermath, half crouched to the ground, stared at Melas, licked the corner of his mouth, and tasted a sweet and fishy smell, and suddenly the murderous intent was cold. At this time, many recruited mercenaries also appeared one after another to protect Owen, and Owen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally someone came. Hundreds of mercenaries were eyeing each other, but Siaman was calm and pointed at Melas, who had caused him to suffer a small loss, and then pointed like a gun and shot him in the head with a grim smile on his face. "This action means that I am staring at you." The next moment, the people from the Dark Star also arrived at the same time, with an average number of people, and even more elites. Anner came out, glanced at him, and said in a deep voice, "Ghidorah, don't hide aside. You can't escape my perception." Hearing this, Nagakin stepped out, and 2 A-level superpowers pointed at the wheat. He looked solemn, and said in a deep voice, "There is another person?" Anner did not answer, and glanced, counted the number of mercenaries, frowned. The recruited mercenaries were almost all here, and there should be no one in the enemy's base camp. He knew that Ashes were going to be empty, but it didn't matter. Ashes didn't take long to turn back. It would be able to cut off the retreat of these people. They were enemies of each other, and neither side had any idea of their own plans. Without saying a word, their eyes were facing each other, as if they had cut off the tense strings, and with a command, the fight suddenly started. The battle broke out. Tyr, Anner's body, swelled up, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a strange-looking monster, 4 or 5 meters tall, with a flat triangular head, a streamlined beast body, with rough skin and small holes. It was this way that he controlled the wind pressure. He dragged his long tail behind him, and his forelimbs and hind limbs turned into thick and powerful claws. There were 8 strange bone limbs with curved corners on his back. They looked a bit like wings, but they were special organs like hollow jet pipes, extending out of the ribs, allowing the high-pressure airflow to circulate in the internal organs and the outside world fly and balance internal and external pressures to protect the body at high speed. This form is what Anner looks like after transforming, nicknamed Wind Demon, and has special ability to control airflow. Bang! Anner's 8 jet tubes sprayed out high-pressure airflow, which suddenly accelerated, spanning hundreds of meters in a flash, colliding with Nagakin. With him as the cone angle, there are invisible, huge wind-pressing cannons on both sides of the back of the body, and the airflow turns into shock waves and sweeps across. Boom! The wind-pressing cannon passed by, the ground cracked, the windows of buildings on both sides of the street burst into pieces, the steel structure was bent, and everyone present felt breathing difficulties, as if they were in a storm. Nagakin broke through the wind curtain and smashed Anner with a punch. The golden aura and invisible wind pressure exploded into the shock wave. Both of them were bounced out, and a circle of gray dust burst out at the impact position, and a circular pit several meters in diameter immediately appeared on the ground. When he looked up again, Anner's body disappeared. Only the strong wind was still sweeping over. Nagakin had seen this ability. The small hole in Anner's body controlled the airflow to cover the whole body, formed a shield, and absorbed light in some way, so that his body no longer reflected light, so others could not see Anner's body. The 2 natural disaster levels must be restrained, otherwise the others fighting on the side will be in danger. Nagakin is on high alert, and Anner alone forces him to do his best. If another person is added, he will undoubtedly lose. Black Star said that 80% of the enemy will be divided into 2 groups. There should be a natural disaster level who will rely on his personal strength to attack our base camp alone. He chose to stay by himself and restrain the enemy. Only by delaying 1 natural disaster level can we have a chance to save people. However, he is just a B-level superpower. The natural disaster level is too dangerous for him. Can he really do it? Nagakin was secretly worried. Meanwhile, another location. Ashes slowly stepped into the mercenary stronghold, ready to kill all directions, but it was pitch black inside and seemed to be empty. Did everyone give up the stronghold and follow the Ghidorah people? It seems that they have gone in vain and go to meet Anner. Ashes had no expression on his face and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, with a bang, the lights were bright, and the radio of the stronghold suddenly sounded. "Don't leave. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ashes narrowed his eyes. This voice was so familiar. He raised his head and looked at the monitor in the corner of the wall with a cold tone. "Black Star, Ash, this is the nickname given to you by the Ash Star, and you don't have a real name. When you were very young, you were accepted by the Ash Star. They took your talent and used you as a weapon, and carried out various rigorous training. You were not a Ghidorah, but you were instilled with hatred that did not belong to you. The Ash Star cultivated your loyalty, but in their eyes, you are just a useful tool, and your beliefs are meaningless because that is not your real idea at all." Han Xiao spoke to himself. His tone was calm, but he said heart-killing words. Due to information from his previous life, he understood Ash's life and killed countless times, which was very hateful, but he was also pitiful. If he had changed his lifestyle, if he had not been adopted by the Dark Star since childhood, but had grown up normally, perhaps he would not have become a notorious Ashes in the future, Perhaps he would have his own name. Perhaps he would not have given everything, but would eventually be regarded as an abandoned child who had used his value to be drained. Ashes subconsciously clenched his fist, then let go, without any intention of slapping the mouth, and said indifferently, "The other mercenaries are gone. Why are you the only one staying?" "Of course I am waiting for you." Click. A metal door opened. Han Xiao walked out, his eyes touching Ash. The reunion of the little separation is extremely jealous. The Dark Star sent 2 natural disaster levels. Han Xiao guessed that the other party would definitely want to maximize this advantage, so he let one of them act alone, which would appear more flexible from a strategic level. Fortunately, he guessed correctly. Sure enough, there was a natural disaster level strong man who took advantage of his individual strength to divide his troops. When recruiting, Han Xiao knew that he could not hide it from the Insheng. If the enemy wanted to go to the base camp alone, the person who came was most likely to be Ashes, because his ability was most suitable for group fights. As long as the carbon-based creatures with weaker rank and strength were basically killed instantly and had higher efficiency. So Han Xiao asked most of the mercenaries to help Nagajan save people, and these people stayed only to die. Only you can hold the Ashes. The longer the time, the higher the success rate of Nagakin's saving people is. In terms of protracted war, he has confidence. "Waiting for me." Ashes looked slightly different. "Do you want to hold me alone?" "It's not alone." Han Xiao shrugged, and a light flashed beside him. The energy-enhancing Araxia floated beside him. In addition to her, there were several soy mercenaries staying in another monitoring room, focusing on the screen. This group of mercenaries was deliberately left by Han Xiao. Their mission was to detonate the explosives placed everywhere in the building at the right time and drag the Ashes. At this time, their palms were covered in sweat and their breathing was rapid. The nervous mood was almost written on their faces. Their nervousness is understandable. After all, the enemy in the surveillance screen is a natural disaster level. To be fair, if they were replaced by Han Xiao's position, they would feel that they were not even talking smoothly, and they couldn't help but feel worried about Han Xiao, and they always felt that when the enemy attacked, Black Star would be in trouble. If Black Star dies, their plan to gain connections will be ruined. Ashes moved his fingers, but the supernatural power did not sense Erosia. He shook his head and said, "So your confidence is this energy life. Do you think you can stop me like this?" Han Xiao played with the compressed ball and said, "We had not decided the winner until the last time we fought. Are you afraid?" As she heard this, he only felt funny. He crossed the threshold to enter the next level. It was no longer the same as before. He didn't understand where Han Xiao's confidence came from. Do you think he was still at the same level as before? Over bile ability. Ash's tone became cold. "Although you were the only one, it's good to get rid of you. It just happened to fulfill my previous little wish. When you die, it's not too late for me to go to help." A rustling sound rang out, as if countless particles were rubbing and colliding, but quickly turned into a torrent rumbling. Around the Ashes, countless carbon particles were like an unpredictable black cloud, spreading wildly, almost filling half of the stronghold. Nowadays, the Ash ability covers a longer range and has a more flexible control level, allowing for more flexible changes. Countless carbon particles are adhered to the surface and lining of his clothes, just like the weapons he carries with him, not afraid of fighting in a carbon-free environment. This is the power of a level. Several mercenaries in the monitoring room swallowed, feeling a sense of pressure emanating from the screen. The legs of the people were weak, and they almost wanted to turn their heads and run away. However, the next moment, they saw Han Xiao's body swaying, and the current was stimulating in all directions every compression ball connected to the ceiling, ground, and corners. With him as the center, it seemed as if a spider web made of electric wires was opened. Kaka! In an instant, hundreds of machines unfolded at the same time, with a spectacular scale. These compressed balls have been set up long ago, and Han Xiao completed the paving field long before the battle. The entire stronghold was a trap he set. Happy Fishman's Day. If Sargeras dies one day, it must be the Fishman's. The new month has begun. Please guarantee a guaranteed monthly ticket. Cack, the sound of mechanical components spreading instantly, overwhelming the Ash's friction. Along the walls and corners, hundreds of turrets unfolded their bases, and the triple large-caliber gun barrels exuded fierceness. Most of the gunpowder turrets have been replaced with electromagnetic kinetic energy turrets, and 10 more laser turrets have been added, which are more penetrating. High energy mastery allowed Han Xiao to obtain energy weapon technology. Dong 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 dong. The turret roared. The large-caliber guns were thick and full, and the sound was filled with metal vibrations of the cannon barrels. 30 or 40 black, panther-shaped mechanical beasts culled out, with rapid-fire guns on their shoulders rattled. On the ceiling, the mechanical spider with a flash of cold light crawled along the wall, rustling. In addition to the Black Panther mechanical beast, Han Xiao also created small mechanical beasts, which are the mechanical insect series. In addition to spiders, there are centipedes, scorpions, mechanical bees, etc. Just need a drawing of a mechanical spider, and he can learn from it and create drawings of different insect machinery. Philip was dispatched uniformly, and all these machinery attacked towards the Ashes. The black cloud of carbon particles suddenly contracted and turned into a spherical shape, wrapping the Ashes tightly in it. The outer layer turned into diamonds, and dense rain of bullets hit it, and the diamond exploded layer by layer, but the broken parts turned into particles again, filling the gap again, and the shields were almost endless. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao's face twitched. Is this a sand shield? You're playing a rogue. At this time, an indifferent voice from Ashes came from the diamond ball. Even if you set a trap in advance, even if you are immune to my carbon element deconstruction, in the face of my current abilities, your end is only defeat. Boom! The next moment, the front of the diamond ball suddenly turned into a surging black wave, and it was shot like a raucous sea of storms. More than a dozen mechanical beasts were swept in, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a pile of scrap iron, not only showing signs of being crushed, but also showing signs of being madly cut. This power is a bit weird. It can instantly destroy the armor of a mechanical beast? The thought flashed, and Han Xiao had no time to observe. He closed his palms suddenly. The bracelets of his left and right hands had a compression ball unfolded, turning into 32 platinum floating shuttles, arranged in a circle, suspended behind Han Xiao, and a laser beam sprayed out from the tip. Each 4 beams were concentrated at one point, forming 8 light spots in front of Han Xiao. Immediately afterwards, a certain reaction occurred between the light spots, and a line formed 8 light spots, forming a halo. The middle part of the halo seemed to be colored by someone with a paintbrush, and a mirror-like golden light energy shield appeared. The black tide was surging, slapped on the golden shield, like a wave hitting a reef, turning into a black water flowing across the sides. Under the control of Ashes, the slippery black tide rushed back from behind Han Xiao. At the same time, the arrangement of the floating shuttle changed, and 8 light spots were arranged in a 3-dimensional way, forming shields on both front, back, left, and right sides of Han Xiao, creating a trapezoid. The black tide attacked repeatedly, like the tide rising and surging, and the trapezoidal energy cover was hit and flashed with light, but it remained unmoved. Floating shuttle set, halo array. High energy mastery is the core knowledge of the mechanical department. Han Xiao has created a lot of good things during this period. This set of halo array is like an enhanced version of sound hitting, integrating offense and defense. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and observed the Han Xiao, and immediately discovered the reason for his strange power. The black tide is just the form of the surface, and in the subtle areas, some carbon elements turn into diamond fragments, performing high-speed screw rotation with different directions of rotation, like a worm with sharp teeth and like a wheel saw with extremely strong cutting force. This large black tide has at least hundreds of diamond wheel saws, which are like undercurrents. It is difficult to find without careful observation. No wonder the mechanical beast will be scrapped in an instant. It means that if a black cloud of carbon particles covers a building, It can cut it into a pile of debris in a few seconds, with a destructive power far exceeding the surface, just like a gold-eating ant colony that turns an elephant into a skeleton in an instant. Although he is very fleshy, he doesn't want to try this power with his delicate body. It is worthy of being a natural disaster level. He could not do such a subtle and conflicting operation before. He has a higher control over superpowers, so I have to be more careful, Han Xiao said intimately, as he said that the void dragon mecha possessed him, and he strode towards the ashes. It is difficult to break the ashes' defense in the middle distance, and only when he is close is there a chance. Araxia turned into a stream of light and penetrated into the ashes diamond ball. These particles could only ripples in her energy body and could not form an effective attack. After energy was energized, her chances of immunity to physical damage were extremely high. Buzz. The light of the energy explosion shines out in the diamond ball. Ashes were blown up by Araxia, and he couldn't help but retreat, disbanded the diamond ball, and turned into a flat shield. He wanted to ensure a broad vision. This energy life did not take most of the physical damage, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Countless bullets sparked on the diamond shield. Jingling, Ashes glanced at it, waved their palms, and the black clouds suddenly dispersed, no longer condensed, turning into black sand, and carbon particles drilled into the gaps in the machinery, destroying the internal circuits of the machinery. Cease! Bang! The electric spark exploded at the same time, and a large number of machinery were immediately paralyzed. The battle is over. Ashes sneered. As long as these machinery are destroyed, the mechanic is like a tiger with teeth pulled. Black Star restrains his superpowers, and he also restrains Black Star. However, looking up, Ash found that Han Xiao's steps did not stop at all, as if he was indifferent to it. Han Xiao rushed to the ashes with a complex structure. A melee machine with a complex structure spread out in his palm. It was very thick and almost 2 meters long. It looked like a giant sword with a handguard, but it was very high-tech. Its shape was not an ancient cold weapon type, but more like a gun with a cannon barrel. This is a weapon of the same type, called Gao Zhobua Slashing Cannon, a multifunctional mechanical melee weapon. The new weapon replaced the electromagnetic sickle, which could no longer keep up with its strength. The blade is embedded in a mechanical structure covered with armor. The blade oscillates at a slight amplitude and is accompanied by extremely strong cutting force. There are 2 rows of holes and muzzles next to the blade. Each time it slashes and hits the target, these holes will spray gunpowder and explode, which can also cause thermal explosions and electromagnetic overclocking to occur inside, entering the second form of superpower, just like weapon liberation. Sparks are lightning, violent, and cool. Bang, bang, bang. With a knife, it exploded repeatedly. Ashes kept controlling the diamond shield to resist, frowned slightly. Melee combat was not his strength. He took back the particles to surround his body, and wanted to use the same trick to destroy Han Xiao's mecha again. However, several shock sounds that followed Han Xiao's movement destroyed his plan. The sound wave was released toward Han Xiao, forming a layer of sound wave shield on the surface of his body. When the carbon particles approached, they would bounce off directly and could not stick to the surface of the mecha at all. The 3 of them rolled and rolled into a ball, and the expressions of Ashes were no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. Han Xiao made him feel a little difficult. It seemed that he was not the only one who made progress. He originally thought he could quickly solve the Black Star, but now he was dragged down. In Ashes' imagination, only Nagakin is more difficult. Now he finds that Black Star is not easy to deal with, but Ashes thinks this is a good opportunity. It is much better to discover this in advance than to be caught off guard during a melee. The enemy's troops were divided into 2 groups, and Black Star took the risk to hold him back, and there were not many helpers around him, which was the best opportunity to get rid of a strong enemy. Thinking of this, Ashes' eyes changed. He wanted to meet Anna as soon as possible, but now he doesn't mind spending more time to eliminate future troubles. At this moment, Han Xiao, who was in the fierce battle, let out a brisk laugh. Ah, my eyes are good. I feel a stronger, murderous aura. It seems that you want to waste more time on me. I don't think this is a waste of time. Ashes said coldly. Most of your machinery is paralyzed, and I will remove your mechas sooner or later. What methods do you have? What methods do you have? Han Xiao smiled twice. His tone suddenly changed, as if he was thundering. Then you feel it with your body. Buzz. The mechanical force blew, as if the shock wave of electric light swept across all the machinery. The next moment, the paralyzed machinery was rebooted by abandoned modification, and all weapons were on standby. War mechanics are born for war. The roar is coming again. Ashes were immediately caught off guard and exploded, covered in dust, quickly blocked the subsequent attack with supernatural powers. Although it was nothing serious, it was indeed injured. Ashes suddenly raised his head, and his surging anger swelled in his eyes. The pain awakened his body's memory of Han Xiao. The shame that was gradually forgotten suddenly recovered in an instant. There is another one at the back. The two of them were fighting passionately, and a group of mercenaries in the monitoring room were stunned. Can Black Star actually fight a disaster-level Superman back and forth? The first thought of these people was that their opponents might not be as strong as they seemed. Although they had never seen the power of the natural disaster level before, they had heard of too many rumors, saying that the natural disaster level was terrifying, killing B-level superpowers without any effort, etc. But seeing Han Xiao and Ash fighting back and forth, perhaps the combat effectiveness of the natural disaster level is not as exaggerated as rumors? This group of mercenaries developed a little confidence. I want to go down and help. A bearded mercenary suddenly stood up and took out his gun. The others looked surprised. Although the enemy was not as powerful as they thought, wouldn't it be good to stay here quietly? Why should I go on and take risks? The bearded mercenary glanced at everyone and secretly disdained him. He felt that this was an opportunity. Since it is not that dangerous, then going down to help is a good opportunity to perform in front of Black Star, which makes a deep impression. He is a lone mercenary and may still have the chance to be recruited into the Black Star mercenary group. This person hurriedly left the surveillance room, and the others dared not learn from him, so they had to look at the surveillance screen. The bearded mercenary rushed to the battlefield. The momentum of the battle site made him nervous and regretted it. He took a deep breath and secretly hypnotized himself in danger of wealth. Then, he slammed into the door, raised his pistol, and shot at the back of the Ashes, deliberately shouting, "Black Star, I'm here to support you. Quick!" In just a blink of an eye, before the bearded mercenary finished speaking, his body collapsed and dust leaked out of his clothes. Just die like this. The mercenary in the monitoring room stared at his eyes, and fear floated on his cheeks. Not strong. It's scary, okay. The natural disaster level is so scary. Let's hide here and eat melons. The courage that the group of mercenaries had just developed was immediately thrown out of the sky and became cowardly in an instant. Only then did the few people realize that the Black Star, who can fight against the natural disaster level, is not as strong as other recruiting mercenaries privately discussing. I am afraid that the B-level mercenaries who secretly regard themselves as highly sneered at the Black Star would not be able to beat the Black Star together. As expected, there are no vain scholars under the reputation. On the battlefield, Han Xiao felt inexplicably confused. Why didn't this bearded mercenary hide? Did Aesop possess himself and deliberately run down to death? At this time, Ashes used the same trick again and wanted to paralyze these machines again. He didn't believe that Han Xiao could keep recovering the machines. He guessed right. Han Xiao really cannot use abandon modification infinitely. In addition to the number of times limits, his energy consumption is not small. But Han Xiao is more clear about the significance of these carbon particles to Ashes, just like the meaning of machinery to himself. If you lose them, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. For this reason, Han Xiao had already made preparations. With a snap of your fingers, the trap machine that has not been activated has lit up. In the dark tide, spherical light masks appeared one by one, capturing clusters of carbon particles, and the black clouds suddenly became much thinner. These machines are not rare things, but very ordinary shield generators. They are not traps in the orthodox sense at all, but in Han Xiao's eyes, all machines can be traps. These shields cover a large number of carbon particles, which is equivalent to trapping the carbon particles inside and turning into a reverse prison. Even though the ashes can still control these carbon particles, they must break the shield and waste time. Not only that, they also distract them. This move immediately weakened the actual combat power of ashes. The material of this stronghold is an alloy without carbon elements. Han Xiao's machinery does not use carbon steel materials. Except for the mercenaries who just came down to give their heads, the ashes did not replenish carbon particles. His superpower range is not small, but even if carbon elements can be extracted from outside the stronghold, it will take time unless he extracts his own carbon elements. The remaining carbon particles suddenly roared around the ashes, turning into a cutting tornado that wanted to drill through the ceiling. Ashes have realized that this terrain is not good for him. He wants to change the battlefield, and he can exert his combat effectiveness several times that of his current one in the outside world. But Ash did not notice that his attitude towards Han Xiao had changed. From his initial contempt to now, he even began to carefully think about the impact of terrain on combat. He felt pressure from Han Xiao and from a B-level Superman, and regarded him as an opponent who could threaten him. At this moment, Han Xiao did not retreat, but advanced, rushed towards the dangerous cutting tornado, and shouted loudly, "Blast! Boom!" The mercenaries in the monitoring room hurriedly detonated the bomb, and the stronghold collapsed directly, and countless pieces of steel fell. Han Xiao respected the natural disaster-level powerful man very much, so the explosives he buried were particularly large, and explosions were art. The entire building where the stronghold was located began to collapse, the floor fell, and the two of them were empty, and they all entered a state of weightless fall. Rumble. There are pieces of falling from the ground around, and the choking smoke blocked the sight, as if the earth was shaking with a huge momentum. Ashes hurriedly formed a diamond petal under their feet, balancing their bodies, trying to fly out of the collapsed building, and at the same time smashing the fallen objects with the remaining carbon particles. Call! The dust in the distance made a slashing roar. After fighting for so long just now, Ash had already recognized that this was the sound of Gao Zhoubua's slashing cannon. He knew that Han Xiao was chasing him like a mad dog again. Even if he didn't want to fight in the complex falling environment, Ash had to deal with it. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, covering his vision. Ashes were shocked and could not see anything. No matter what method was used, they could not get rid of the shadows. Moreover, this thing could not be touched. He didn't know what the hell was. At the same time, the sound of the wind was getting closer and closer, mixed with the rumbling of collapse, making it difficult to distinguish the direction. Ashes can only arrange Diamond Ball defense without dead corners again. Clang! A hard object was inserted into the ball shield, and the Ashes immediately performed a micro-operation. The ball shield opened a hole at the moment of contact and clamped the hard object. The touch was obviously a slash cannon. Although he was invisible, the Ashes immediately disbanded other unknown diamond shields and turned into piercing spears, shooting towards the direction of the hard object. In his imagination, he should be able to hit Han Xiao, who was holding a weapon. However, nothing hit. Not good. Ashes immediately reacted, but was already a step late. A mecha held the back of his head from behind with his big hand. Without saying a word, he shot a full void spray. At the same time, Han Xiao also used the leader's character card, Armor-Breaking Combo. The attacks in the next 5 seconds have a certain armor-breaking effect and weaken the target's defense by 24%. Zong. Ashes were struck by lightning, their brains buzzed, and the stars in front of them were scattered, and their superpowers had a momentary stagnation. It was this moment that caused the pedal under his feet to collapse, and the two of them fell down along with the collapsed building. Crash! The smoke and dust rushed into my face, and the sound of collapse and howling echoed in my ears. Previously, Han Xiao took advantage of the noisy and chaotic environment and quickly attacked the east and west, blocked the Ash's vision with void projection, threw out melee weapons, and activated Void Shuttle to come quietly behind the ashes, forming a back attack output situation. The opportunity is rare. At this time, Han Xiao will never let go and will not save energy at all. The Void Jets are continuously emitted. This is the attack skill brought by the Void Dragon Mecha. It has not cooled down, but if you use it again within 10 seconds, the ability consumption will be increased by 30%. There's 42% remaining energy. There's 26% remaining energy. The energy is about to dry up. The mecha's energy fell like water, and Philip's prompt sound echoed in the mecha's helmet. Ashes hurriedly condensed their strength in their body. No matter what profession, strength has a common function. That is, to improve resistance in a short period of time. After suffering a series of heavy blows, Ash had to focus on protecting himself, and his control over his superpowers decreased by 70% to 80%. Han Xiao had already seen some of the attributes of the ashes through the panel. He was also a guy with a boss template. His resistance and health were also very high, and he was at the A level. His endurance conversion rate was too high, and his health was not less than that of himself. So he did not dare to be stingy with methods at this time. Gene liberation and overload various self-explosion skills took turns, and there were also spiritual attacks from Hela character cards. Mental damage could weaken the target's concentration to a certain extent. This series of explosions were extremely fast, and the collapse process was only halfway through, and the two were still losing weight. Ashes were pressed on his head, and the shame and severe pain made him furious. Although he couldn't see behind it, he could feel that Han Xiao's energy fluctuations were weakening, which meant that there was not much energy and mecha energy left. So, this meant that Han Xiao's explosion was almost over. Although he suffered a little loss, at least he achieved his goal. When he arrived at the outside world, as long as he could survive until the ground, this is his home court. The last Void Jet squeezed out the mecha energy. Ashes noticed this, endured the headache, and said hoarsely, "You have no energy? Wait for me to pull you out of this turtle shell and grind it into minced meat." Han Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Araxia!" Araxia was not affected by gravity and was chasing the two of them. His golden light, shining body passed through the building fragments. Hearing the words, he turned into a stream of light and suddenly accelerated, pressed against Han Xiao's back, spreading his arms as if hugging from behind. Buzz, the energy body poured into the energy core of the mecha like melting liquid. At this moment, the energy value of the Void Dragon Mecha instantly filled up. The energy remaining 327%. Buzz. The circuit load is too high. Please release the excess energy as soon as possible. Hiroshi's ability to him is like a large reserve battery. Han Xiao's hand tightened, clamping the Ash's head like an iron hoop, and the wind shattered his voice. "Energy, I have it. Are you ready for a severe concussion?" Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the renewed energy fluctuations behind, Ash's eyes widened, and they were frightened and angry. Finally, they felt something was wrong, and the situation was beyond control. This feeling made him recall the repeated experiences of fighting with Han Xiao and gritted his teeth. Every time, this bastard has different methods. The series of explosions flooded his thoughts. The two fell from high altitude to the ground. The huge impact force shocked them to dizziness and a severe pain all over their bodies, as if their bones were about to fall apart, and they couldn't get up for a while. At this time, the shadow on the ground expanded rapidly. The next second, the collapsed building fell down. Boom! Smoke and dust roll. The earth shook. The collapse of the building alarmed the pedestrians. The crowd gathered in the distance, pointing at the ruins, talking, and looking surprised. In the sky, passing by vehicles turned around and stopped in the air, looking down at the mess and watching strongly. The two of them collapsed the building, although the movement was not as big as the 3 level blocks. Because of the lessons from the past, not long ago, Noria's passersby were very concerned about this phenomenon. How was Black Star? Who won? Several mercenaries who detonated explosives escaped from the stronghold early, flew in mid-air on a plane, and hurriedly searched for the figures of the two in the rubble and steel all over the ground. Crazy. The mecha's palms slowly pushed apart huge pieces weighing several tons, and the biochemical muscles expanded to provide power. Han Xiao climbed out with difficulty, holding his knees, bent down to breathe. Hiss, a few broken ribs. Han Xiao's chest was sore that a whole building hit his body. Even though the protection of the Void Dragon mecha was strong, the durability of 60 to 70% was still left to about 30%. The bone-white armor was covered with gray-black scratches, and some gaps were still flashing with short-circuited electric sparks, but triggered the passive immortality of the equipment, and the resistance of the mecha doubled. Some of the damage penetrated the mecha protection. Han Xiao looked at the panel. The news of terrain damage flooded the screen, losing more than 4,000 health points, and also accompanied by a slight fracture and a slight dizziness. He fell very hard. The main source of damage was collapsed fragments, and thousands of tons of heavy objects smashed him all over. When it fell, he was focused on the output, allowing Philip to take over the control of the machinery, so he did not need to be distracted. When it landed, he and the ashes were bounced to different positions. Philip made the halo array form a shield to block most of the heavy objects, otherwise the damage would be more than that. Due to the collapse, most of the machinery was buried under the ruins, but he still had more than 70 compression balls on his body, and he still maintained his combat effectiveness. Araxia separated from the mecha, and the light dimmed a lot. Han Xiao used up a lot of energy and floated beside him. The smoke was rolling, and his vision was limited. Han Xiao looked around and looked for traces of the ashes. A natural disaster-level strongman is not that easy to kill, but this set of combos is enough to drink a pot of ashes. He is specialized in his skills. Ashes does not have the strong body of martial artists or physically strengthened abilities of his class. Where he does not need to defend himself, his resistance will not be too high. Swirl. At this time, a familiar friction sound sounded. Han Xiao's face changed, and he jumped away quickly. 3 thick black spears hit the original position where he was standing, breaking through the ruins, and easily drilled out a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. These black spears were composed of carbon particles. The smoke and dust dissipated in the strong wind. Han Xiao looked closely and saw that the black tide, several times larger than before, covered a range of 200 or 300 meters. The shape was unpredictable, and it was growing. In the outside world, the ashes could absorb a steady stream of carbon particles. Suddenly, the black tide condensed into a stream, and carbon particles formed a lifelike black giant python, 20 or 30 meters thick and 100 meters long. It curled up, and the snake's head spitted out a letter at Han Xiao, as if it was a real living thing, with a figure on the head of the snake, which was exactly as if it was in ashes. It should have been majestic, but Ash looked very embarrassed at this time. The clothes made of nanomaterial were full of holes, and they looked quite avant-garde. Blood flowed from the forehead. Half of their face was full of redness. The skin from the back of their head, the back of their neck to the front of their neck was completely torn, leaving obvious scars by the 20 or 30 times of void ejection. Ash looked in pain and glared at them. Han Xiao's every blow was towards his head. Ash is focused on urging his superpowers, so he had to endure the severe pain, like a torn brain, which also affected the degree of control of the superpowers. He could no longer perform 2 subtle operations, so he had to continuously expand the scale of the carbon particles. That natural disaster level was seriously injured. Several mercenaries looked unbelievable in the sky. They can see the strength of ashes, and there's even a dead ghost who personally experienced it. However, Blackstar not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but also severely damaged this A-level Superman who is of high-level combat power in the Star Sea. A bit tough. The eyes of the onlookers nearby were immediately attracted by the ashes. In fact, it was difficult to not be noticed such a big black snake. It's not great. Han Xiao knew that the situation had become unfavorable. He was able to fight like this now. The advance arrangement was an important reason. Although he had severely damaged the ashes and affected his combat effectiveness, he was still far from killing him. Now that we are in the outside world, Ash can fully utilize its abilities and want to cause damage to Ash again. The difficulty has soared several times, and there will be no more chances as good as before. He is already on the verge of his head, and his attention is shifted to me. I just need to hold him back and wait for Nagakin to succeed. Han Xiao thought flashed through. He will not lose his calm judgment of the situation because of his temporary advantage. He is very clear that if he continues to fight, it will be his turn to suffer. Without a fight, the mechanical jet wings were deployed behind the Shulong mecha. Han Xiao flew into the sky, turned around and flew towards the distance, and ran away when he took advantage. Don't try to escape. Ashes roared, and the black python under him soared into the air, carrying him flying, following Han Xiao, chasing him reluctantly. Han Xiao curled his lips and ran away. Farting, this is called strategic retreat. Black spears shot, and Han Xiao moved around in the high-speed flight, avoiding them one after another, looked back and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ashes caught up with them, and this guy was indeed angry. Avoiding head-on conflicts and letting Ashes chase him will delay for a longer time. Han Xiao does not have the habit of having to fight head-on. The two chased and ran, shuttled between the buildings. The black pythons that were hundreds of meters long rushed around, attracting attention, and their size continued to grow. The consignees along the way hurriedly dodged, and the vehicles that could not be avoided were swept in and shattered. Even the building that passed by was gnawing off a large piece of structure. Amazing momentum. Compared with the black snake, Han Xiao's body size is just a flying insect. Woo-woo. An alarm sounded from a distance, and the security team's shuttle rushed over quickly. The damage caused by the ashes seriously affected the stability of the city. The security team would definitely not sit idly by. Didi Buzz, you have a call request. A prompt sounded in the helmet, and Han Xiao approved the communication, and a large golden basin of Nagakin appeared on the built-in tactical screen. Owen's clone is safe. Anner flew away 2 blocks. A disaster-level traveler passed by this area. He was dragged in and helped, but Anner's speed was too fast, so we could only force each other back. The disaster-level Superman passing by. The news was unexpected. Han Xiao thought he would drag it for a while, and his face twitched and sighed. Norios is really a hidden dragon and creeping tiger, and he has everything. He couldn't help but think that when he first met Owen in the car, this guy seemed to have better luck than Melos, and this time he was afraid he would have lost his luck. Black Star, hold on. We'll go back to support you right away. Nagakin's tone was quick. In his opinion, Han Xiao was holding the ashes alone, and the danger factor was too high, and he was probably being pressed to the ground by the enemy. Turning off the communication, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Nagakin's side was finished. He was not going to entangle with Ash again. He turned around and suddenly turned on the loudspeaker of his helmet and shouted at Ash, "Do you really think you can kill me? Have you forgotten my other abilities?" Ash's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He remembered that when he was in Long Tan, Han Xiao showed his ability to instantly return to his full state. This means that it is impossible to end the battle in a short period of time. The security team is coming, and the A-level guards hired by the Norios Consortium will not allow you to act wildly. My companion has already repelled Anner and will come to support you immediately. If you still want to continue playing, I will accompany you. Han Xiao said deliberately in a proud tone. Ash's face was unstable, his teeth were clenched, and he was extremely unwilling to give up. It was already a dilemma. Continuing to fight is a waste of time. Not only is it difficult to get rid of the black stars, but you will also be surrounded. But when he retreated like this, he was very frustrated. He was beaten up and couldn't get the advantage. He still had to retreat. It was too much. The alarm sounded closer and closer. Ashes discovered that Han Xiao had slowed his flight speed, and he was in a fearless manner. Ash's face looked like ice, and the scars on his back and neck were painful. The dizziness in his brain kept reminding him how bad his physical condition was. The self-confidence and arrogance when entering the natural disaster level has disappeared after this battle. The name of Black Star is imprinted in the heart more deeply than before, accompanied by pain, and this impression is almost penetrated into the bone marrow. I was wrong. I underestimated you. Next time, no matter what level you are, no matter whether you have mechanical or not, whether you are Quansheng or seriously injured, I will not be careless again on you. His anger was restrained, and his expression became complicated. He looked at Han Xiao deeply, and the ashes turned decisively. The black snake shattered, turned into a black cloud, and ran away like an old demon in the Black Mountain. It's safe. Han Xiao stopped hurriedly and breathed a sigh of relief. The surface seemed to be relaxed, but in fact he was under a lot of pressure. If the head-on battle with the ashes broke out in unfavorable terrain, he was an absolute disadvantage. If all the machinery were blown up, the return of life of the Aurora character card would become a drinking poison to quench thirst. He could only use it 6 times at most. He had used it once before, and it was forced out by the ashes. Instead of waiting for Nagakin to come back to siege, he warned him to retreat, because if Ashes wanted to escape, it would be difficult for them to keep each other. Instead, other mercenaries and cadres would be at risk of being killed instantly. After glanced at the approaching security team, Technician Han did not want to be questioned, so he accelerated to bypass the building and avoided the security team. At the same time, Nagakin rushed to the stronghold with his men and saw the building that had turned into ruins at a glance. The recruited mercenaries suddenly stared at the eyes. While on the road, a group of mercenaries were pessimistic. Black Star alone held the A-level superpower, and they would definitely be ravaged and tortured. They were very worried. However, as soon as I came back, I saw this ruins obviously caused by fierce battles, almost everyone, including Nagakin. What happened here when we were not there? Where has Black Star gone? The remaining mercenaries saw the returned Nagakin and others, and hurriedly landed, quickly stepped forward, and the two sides met, and hundreds of people who went out to save people learned what was happening here from the descriptions of the mercenaries with passion and dancing hands. Except for the direct cadres of the Black Star mercenary group, such as Melos, there was a look of disbelief on everyone else's face. Black Star could even compete with the disaster-level superpowers, not at a disadvantage, and even hit the opponent hard, which was simply 2 extremes from their ideal situation. Everyone's faces were stunned and speechless for a moment. Even Melos was a little stunned. Is he that powerful? Nagakin was very energetic. He was originally unsure, but he didn't expect that Black Star, a foreign player, was so powerful. At this time, Nagakin received the news that Han Xiao asked them to dig out the machinery under the ruins and then gather in another place, not too eye-catching. Nagakin turned his head and looked at it. More and more people were watching. The security team and engineering team were coming. Recently, too many areas were damaged by the aftermath of the battle. It is estimated that the Norios consortium was very angry. Nagakin didn't want to be entangled by them. He led everyone to dig out the ruins, dig out a group of machinery, and then hurriedly left the scene and headed to the designated location. After waiting for a while, Han Xiao arrived late. The recruited mercenaries looked at Han Xiao in unison, their eyes becoming more awe-inspiring than before, and spontaneously made way for a path. Walking into the center of the crowd, Han Xiao patted Melos on the shoulder and smiled. Ash was injured by me. At least it was a concussion. Are you happy? Melos was stunned, subconsciously touched the robotic arm and nodded. Every time he thought of Ashes, the nerve link of the robotic arm would achievable faintly. He heard this and showed a big smile, feeling anger, and was in a cheerful mood, giving Han Xiao a hug. Good brother, do the pretty job. After a while of greeting, Han Xiao turned all the machinery dug out back into the compression ball and put it away. He counted it carefully and fought with the ashes, damaging 30 or 40 machines. The quality of many machinery dropped by a level. Apart from injuring the ashes, there was not much substantial gain. The biggest benefit was to complete the tactical goal and rescue Owen's last free clone. We're meeting again, friend. Owen nodded. His face was very bad, his lips were white, and he looked very unhealthy. Every time I meet a mixed-race god aura, there must be no good things. Han Xiao shook his head. Where is the A-level Superman who helps? Let's go. You don't leave a name for good things? I'm afraid you're a superhero. Han Xiao didn't feel strange. The stronger his ability, the greater the responsibility. At least there are people who uphold this principle. Superheroes are common and do not seek rewards. Many strong people don't mind occasionally playing heroic roles and contributing a little bit of effort. After saving the target, Han Xiao and several people discussed the follow-up action. If the Dark Star wants to make progress, there are only two choices. One is to look for a needle in a haystack and find the body that Owen has not shown up. The other is to grab the last clone from us, so we take the initiative. The Dark Star situation is very passive. What is anxious is them. Nagakin, how long will your support fleet arrive? The War Bureau has dispatched the nearest military base fleet and used the Stargate to jump. The trip is about 12 days. The Dark Star will not sit idly by and watch the reinforcements arrive, so it must have sent the fleet to hide near Norius. I have a few ideas. Find a new stronghold first, and I'll talk about it carefully. On the other side of the city, the scarred Dark Star troops found a secret place to rest. Although the battle just now was short, it was very fierce. The B-levels of both sides were about 15. The mercenaries were experienced in many battles, and their business level was very high, and they were difficult to solve. Melas's ship-knitting knife collided passionately with Shemin's laser cannon, and Visander also joined the battle and found Fozatud, the strongest among the enemies. Sivia was too strong and did not participate in the battle. Fording was just a customer and was unwilling to be involved. Anner's face looked ugly and in a bad mood. It was a great situation, but a passerby of the same level broke up and caused them to fail. The unlucky person was stuffed with teeth when drinking cold water. How did he know that an A-level super passerby happened to pass by that area? And he had tried his best to reduce the damage of the aftermath. As long as most natural disaster levels are fully exerted, they basically have the ability to destroy the planet's surface ecosystem. When individual power reaches this level, it is already considered a self-propelled planet-level civilization destruction weapon. But they have to be suppressed when fighting at the same level, because the less aftermath of the escape means the more concentrated the power can be achieved, and the unscrupulous dispersed destructive power cannot pose a threat to the superpowers of the same level. Moreover, Anner did not want to destroy this planet very much. It would only cause trouble to provoke the Norios Consortium. If Ashes could arrive in time, 2-on-2 might have a chance, but Ashes didn't know what to do, and it was too late. It was hard to understand. It was obvious that most of the enemies were on his side, and there shouldn't be many people in the base camp. How could Ashes delay so long? Anner was besieged and was surrounded by dangers. He relied on his invisibility and speed to barely be injured. Finally, he saw that Owen had already escaped and waited for the Ashes and did not come. He had to take people to retreat, so you can imagine how annoyed Anner is now with the Ashes. Not long after, the Ashes returned to the stronghold. The blood clotted into scabs, and the scars on the neck were hideous, which scared everyone. Seeing this, Anner frowned tightly. Why are you injured? What did you encounter? Did Nagakin find another disaster-level Superman? Ashes waved his hand and gritted his teeth and said, It's Black Star, he stayed to deal with me. Anner's eyes widened. Incredible. You mean you were dragged by a B-level Superman and beaten like this by the other party? Ashes nodded slowly. Anner relaxed for a few seconds and calmed down the veins that were beating on his forehead. I've been delayed for so long. Then you must have gotten rid of him. The situation is urgent. I retreat. Anner's face immediately popped up with capital damn and opened his mouth, choking speechlessly. He has always had high hopes for Ashes, but at this time, he had a doubt whether he had trained the wrong person. Ashes noticed Anner's eyes change and knew that the respected teacher was very disappointed with him. He twitched his face and wanted to defend himself, but felt that this would make him even more embarrassed, so he gave up speaking. Anner made up his mind that he would have to keep the Ashes for another year when he went back. He didn't want to see the face of this cheater at all. He turned his head and said to Fozatud in a deep voice, The situation is not good for us now. What advice do you have? Fozatid thought for a while and said, "We have three choices. We can find the original body of Owen with the three clones in our hands, or steal the clones in their hands and kill Nagakin by the way, or we will not do anything." One more later, "What does this mean?" Fozatid explained, "We are hiding in the dark, and Owen's body dare not show up. So the other party must be waiting for the next wave of reinforcements from Ghidorah, and our fleet is already ambushing outside Norios. We can apply to send more motherships from above. After Owen's reinforcements arrive, we will respond to Owen's departure from Norios. Our ambush will raid at this time, directly attacking the other party's fleet. Not only can we eliminate traitors, but we can also eat a Ghidorah's fleet and catch them all in one place." Anner thoughtfully, "That's right. The port is their must-pass path, and it is easy to track. This is a layer of insurance, but we cannot relax. Because of this, continue to look for Owen's body and put pressure on the other party." Han Xiao and his group changed a stronghold. After they settled down, he officially discussed the action plan with Nagakin and Owen. However, before discussing, he had a question about what reason Owen betrayed the Dark Star, and there was no information about this character in his previous life. Betray? I don't think it's betrayal. Owen stretched out his arm and shook his head. "I have golden skin. I'm a Ghidorah. This is a throwaway to the dark and light. I have joined the Dark Star, but it doesn't mean that I must be a member of the Dark Star for the rest of my life. There are many mixed-race species living in Ghidorah. Like most people, I have also encountered discrimination. So when the Dark Star people appeared in front of me, I followed him without hesitation. The Dark Star recruitment staff was strictly screened, and almost no Ghidorah spy could get in. I'm naturally not a spy." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then why did you turn to Ghidorah?" "Because I realized that the problem between Ghidorah and the Dark Star is not that simple. The Dark Star has been instilling hatred into internal personnel and portraying Ghidorah into a very bad image, as if she wanted to kill all mixed races. Consolidating hatred is to consolidate loyalty. The impression of Ghidorah by the members of the Dark Star has been distorted and deteriorated, and the real situation of Ghidorah was blocked by the news." Owen raised his eyes and sighed. "Ghidorah's attitude towards the mixed race is not extreme. The government is actually very open-minded. They're not against things and people, but just regard the Dark Star as an enemy. For normal mixed races, the government has been implementing fair measures and policies to protect the rights and interests of the mixed races." Han Xiao nodded and joked, "I'll wait for you to say, but..." Owen smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Okay, but the policy cannot change people's inherent concepts. The discrimination against mixed bloods by pure blood is a deep-rooted tradition. The government may be able to give us material protection, but discrimination is personal freedom. The government cannot control the people's ideas. Ghidorah wants to tolerate mixed bloods, but the enemy who obstructs the policy is their own citizens and traditional ideas for thousands of years. The existence of the Dark Star has intensified ethnic conflicts and made pure blood more discriminatory and excluded us. Even if the group of terrorists of the Dark Star are not about ordinary mixed bloods, this cannot reverse the views of most people. Not everyone can reasonably treat things and people. Compared with the dangerous Dark Star, the hybrid species living in Ghidorah is an object of catharsis. Dark Star said that they were fighting for the hybrid species, but their unscrupulous behavior not only failed to bring a better life to the hybrid species, but instead made the life of the hybrid species even more scattered. So more hybrid species were forced to turn to the Milk Star. This is an indefinite chain of influence. You cannot ask the pure blood species not to discriminate against us overnight, nor can you ask the hybrid species to endure discrimination without rebelling. Dark Star is the key to all this. If there were no Milk Star, would the hybrid species suffer so much discrimination? Han Xiao pointed at the table and looked at Nagakin. What do you think? Nagakin sighed. He is right. I don't discriminate against mixed races, but I can't represent everyone. The policy of the highest level always requires us to treat mixed races well and give them a chance to compete fairly. However, because of the Dark Star, the officials above are worried that the mixed race may be betrayal and implicate them at any time. So it is almost impossible for the mixed race to climb to the top. You can understand it as class solidification. The policy may be very good, but a good plan may not be implemented, especially on the premise of affecting the interests of individuals. Owen's face was complicated, so I voluntarily surrendered to Ghidorah. Perhaps only by eliminating the Dark Star can the life of the mixed race really get better. Han Xiao looked at him and respected. Your ambition is great. Thank you. Owen smiled and changed his mind. But even if you praise me, I will still not hand over the intelligence to you until it is completely safe. Don't tell me, I don't care. Han Xiao smiled and said, You keep these words and tell the Ghidorah people. My mission is just to rescue you. Reducing his smile, Han Xiao said seriously, We are not sure about the follow-up actions of Darkstar for the time being. We have several choices now. The first is to hide and wait for reinforcements. This is the most negative way. The second is to take the initiative to fight with Darkstar, distract them from their energy, so that they have no time to find Avenon's original body. The third method requires Avenon's consent. We hide the original body far away from here, preferably on the other side of the planet. In this way, his clones will disappear. Although he will be injured, all the clues on the Dark Star will be cut off. I know a teleportation mage who lives in Norios and can help if he doesn't care about me and beat him up. Fourth, we find an opportunity to quietly take our original body to leave Norios, which is very risky because 90% possibility the fleet of Darkstar is hiding and ambushing in outer space, leaving rashly like a bug breaking into a spider web. Nagkin and Owen looked at each other, feeling a little hesitant. Han Xiao folded his hands and supported his chin and said in a deep voice, If there is no other suggestion, which one do you choose? With Nagakin's temperament, he tends to take the initiative, but Owen doesn't seem to want to take risks. He prefers to wait and do nothing. Bang! Before the two of them made up their minds, Aroshia suddenly shook her body, hitting the table and making a thump. Several people turned their heads and looked over, but saw her holding her forehead. Her pupils were out of focus, and her eyebrows were furrowed, as if she was a little painful. What's wrong with you? Han Xiao immediately stood up, reached out and put his hand on Aroxia's shoulder, looked at her face carefully, and asked in confusion. Aroxia rubbed her temples and said uncertainly, It seems like a voice calling me in her brain. It seems to be getting closer and closer to me. I can feel its direction. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, not understanding. At the same time, a dark spacecraft that had gone through a long journey finally retreated from its jump state and was suspended in the universe of starry lights. It came from a distant star field, crossed countless stargates, and was almost captured by black holes. It had seen supernova explosions, sailed through quantum meteorite belts, escaped space turbulence, encountered radiation storms, and experienced dark areas where nothing was left alone. It had many difficulties and dangers along the way. At this time, it finally stopped. The black spacecraft shell, which is as clear as a mirror, reflects a steel fortress-like planet. Because of Aroshia's emergencies, the meeting ended hastily, and finally adopted Owen's idea, held the army unmoved, watched the changes, and waited for reinforcements. Although Nagakin has always expressed concerns about the pursuit of the team of the Dark Star, Owen seems to be very confident in the hiding situation of his body and believe that the Dark Star will never be found. But his tone is very tight and no clue is revealed. Owen was the core of the mission and had to respect his will. The group had to stay in the stronghold. This time, a lot of alert was set up and quietly paid attention to what actions Anna and others had. 3 days passed. The weather was calm for 3 days, and the people on both sides were in peace. The Dark Star looked for the original body, but had no clue and was spinning around everywhere. The tense mercenary couldn't help but feel relieved. Taking advantage of this leisure time, Han Xiao repaired the machinery he had fought with Ash and restored some combat power. He felt that it would not be so easy to end. After all, it was a task of rewarding millions of experience. What else should happen before and after the arrival of reinforcements? This task has not caused any trouble for the time being, but another thing attracted the attention of technician Han. During the 3 days, Araxia felt more and more obvious every day. In her words, it was like someone playing a speaker in her mind and playing it repeatedly, with the volume getting louder and louder, and a strong intuition seemed to want to lead her to a place. Han Xiao always knew that Araxia had a secret, almost immortal, and even enemies could not completely destroy her. Her origin was mysterious, and she brought a chain of ill-level difficulty missions. The most important thing is that she had not seen her origin in her previous life, which means that the player did not discover this hidden character. When Long Tan's experience was connected, he always had a question. When Long Tan was destroyed because of Emmy's foolishness, was Araxia still there? If she wasn't there, where would she be reborn? As the leader of the care subordinate, Han Xiao carefully asked Araxia and learned that the call came from the direction of the sky, and it was not far away. After repeated inquiries and research, the place where Araxia intuition was pointed at was probably in a certain airport in Norios. Han Xiao couldn't help but feel alert. When he arrived at Norios, Araxia did not feel this way, which means that the source may be an unknown person who came specifically chasing Araxia. He has just arrived on this planet recently, so the other party has the ability to position Araxia. If he avoids it, the other party may be in dissipation, and what makes Han Xiao alert is the other party's unknown purpose. Araxia couldn't remember any related memories, so she decided to verify the matter personally. Han Xiao naturally didn't want her to run around. Owen happened to be on standby, so Han Xiao decided to act with Araxia. He thought about it over and over again and called fording. The meaning is probably equivalent to wearing the peace talisman when going out. The three of them took the space elevator and came to the outer space port that they were directed intuition. This was a pier facing outside the Broken Star Ring. Basically, only outsiders from other star fields would stop in this airport. Which position does your intuition point? The airport hall was crowded with people, and the complex bridges and mobile tracks led to different piers. In addition to all kinds of passersby, there were also Norios guards and dock staff who maintained order. The dome in the oblique direction of the airport was transparent, reflecting the scenery of the universe. The three of them were riding on a crawler and moving forward slowly. Over there, Araxia raised her hand and pointed it forward. What a clear instruction. Han Xiao was helpless. Fording smiled and said, "It's a pity that my ability is still very weak. Otherwise, I can use my mind to treat Arrow's brain to help her recover her memory." Wow. Then you have to study the memory storage method of energy life first. She doesn't have a brain that can make you trouble. Is that true? Fording turned his head to look at Araxia. Is it not possible when she is physical? Her superpowers are not activated when they are used. When she awakens, she completely transforms her body. The brain, bones, muscles, and skin are simulated entities, allowing her to have the senses of material living bodies. It seems that there is no difference between it and a real person, but what is flowing out through her head is not brain matter. Han Xiao paused, saw Fording's curious look on his face, and raised his eyebrows and said, "You don't really want to try it. You know I won't do such a rough thing." Fording waved his hand and suddenly smiled bitterly. "But the lady living in my mind doesn't feel that way." That's right. Qinxing's feeling is like you're being toughly pressed onto you every moment. If I'm a woman, I won't have any good opinions about you. Han Xiao joked. But love over time, maybe she will enjoy this feeling after being suppressed by you for a long time, and she will never be willing to come out again. Don't you? I'm the first to kill you. Fording pointed to his head and laughed. This is what she said just now. Han Xiao leaned down and leaned close to Fording's cheek, staring straight into the depths of Fording's eyes, as if he could see Morning Star's spirit. Morning Star could not control her body, but she could share Fording's senses. Han Xiao said, "No, if you can really run out, you will never want to meet me again." As he chatted casually, the three of them arrived at the location of the source. This was a landing shipyard with the gate closed, and a pass or notice was required to enter. The thing that calls you is in the boathouse. It seems that it is indeed a living thing. We have to find a way to go in and take a look. Han Xiao's face became serious. At this time, the dock staff in this area came over and glanced at everyone. Do you know the people in this boathouse? The three of them turned to look at him, and Han Xiao asked, What's wrong? It's like this. The spaceship inside stopped in the boathouse 3 days ago, but it was not registered and the parking fee was not paid. All our communication requests were not answered, and the people on the boat had not disembarked. If you know him, please pay the fee for him. Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. The other party had not left the spaceship and had not appeared. It was a bit mysterious. Wait a minute. He doesn't pay the money. Don't you drive him away? Fording asked. Because his car is a Spider-class reconnaissance ship of the Glorious Federation, which is a symbol of identity. Our Norios consortium will not easily drive away the captain of such high-level spacecraft. The staff spoke very brightly and very socially. To be honest, I don't know whether I recognize him. Han Xiao pointed to the gate. Can we go into the boat deck and take a look? I'm afraid not. I don't have this authority. According to the management regulations, only the temporary owner of the boat deck can allow visitors to enter. This system is to prevent anyone from stealing spacecraft. Then apply. He is still in the boathouse anyway. Han Xiao pressed the boathouse's vehicle, and the other party came for Araxia, so it was unlikely that he would turn him out. I sent an application and waited silently for a while. The time seemed to have become very long. The communicator suddenly turned green, the door rumbling opens, and the owner of the spacecraft opened directly without even communicating with them. The small black spacecraft, which is more than 100 meters long, is parked in orbit. According to the standards of the spacecraft, this size is small and flexible. It is the normal length of the reconnaissance spacecraft. The black and smooth shell is the reflection of a ship's depot. How could a great technician in Han do not recognize the goods? He immediately recognized this as a black light lurker. It is expensive and has extremely superior performance. In the player trading market in his previous life, he would be bought by the big guild or the rich immediately after it has goods. It is equivalent to an orange suit in the same type of spacecraft. Han Xiao suddenly felt pressured. A guy with this level of spacecraft would never be a simple person. If the visitor is not good, it would be a big trouble for him. Brush. There was still no communication, and the blacklight lurker's hatch suddenly slid open, as if he was silently invited to the three of them. The dark entrance seemed to exude a cold atmosphere. I don't even show my face, it's mysterious. Han Xiao looked at Roxia. Come in. I can feel someone is calling me inside. He is very urgent. Araxia nodded, frowned, covered her forehead, and her tone is uncertain. Also, this spacecraft gives me a very familiar feeling. I seem to have seen it, but I've been on it for a long time, and I should have experienced some very important things, but I can't remember it. Han Xiao's panel suddenly showed up, and the progress of the second ring of restart was added by another point. It seems that this spacecraft is also an important place in Araxia's memory. Then go up and take a look. Don't worry, I'm behind you. Han Xiao said. The three of them stepped on the gangway and walked into the spaceship. In front of them was a dark corridor. After a step forward, the lights on both sides of the corridor lit up one after another and extended to the distance. Sneak at this time, the hatch doors behind the three of them closed and closed the way back. The owner of the spacecraft wants us to move forward, said Fording. Without worrying about the cabin door, the three of them walked along the corridor and soon arrived at a fork in the road. The light extended to the intersection on the right, but it was pitch black on the left. The three of them understood that the light was the route indicated. The cold, pale light seemed to brew a strange atmosphere, reflecting the faces of the three of them equally pale, and the three of them looked at each other. To be honest, I really want to go to the left, but I'd better follow the light first. The owner of the spacecraft has not yet shown his face, which reminds me of Aesop. That is an annoying old guy who likes to be mysterious. Han Xiao touched his chin, becoming more and more curious about what the other party had to do with Araxia. Following the lights, walking through the winding corridors and bridges, the final end is the cab of the spacecraft, which is still empty. The console buttons are lit with a faint yellow light. The most eye-catching thing is a hanging decoration hanging directly above the driver's seat. This is a transparent glass cover, but there's a golden light coming from nowhere, flickering like an unstable light bulb. Orochia was stunned for a while and walked up by a devil, reaching out to touch the glass cover. Buzz, suddenly a strange scene happened. All the light tubes of the entire spacecraft lit up at the same time, and there was a bright light in the cab. The golden light from the glass cover was attached to the contact between Orochia's palm and the cover, blending into her palm, as if it was originally one with her. At this time, the sound of the spacecraft system echoed in the cab. Permission authentication activates. Certification passes. Welcome back, Captain. Countless streams of light appeared out of thin air, condensed into a glowing human form in front of the three of them. He couldn't see his face clearly. He opened his arms and hugged Orochia, who was standing on the spot. I finally found you, comrade in arms. Do you know me? Who are you? Orochia reached out to touch the light man, but her palm passed through without any physical touch. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and observed, confirming that the sudden light man was just a holographic projection. The light man flew around Orochia like a fish swimming in the air, and his tone was frustrated, and he said to himself, "It's true, your memory circuit has a program failure. You must rest after completing the transformation project so that your thinking structure can change itself to adapt to this body. Otherwise, sequelae such as emotional program loss, memory loss, etc. will occur, and you must calibrate it." The three were confused. Han Xiao flashed with a light and blurted out, "Your name is Resta?" Guangren turned around, very surprised. "Why do you know the name I gave me?" she told you. "No, she has forgotten me. Who are you?" The restart. Mission reward has appeared with Resta's name. Completing the mission will increase the favorability of this person. I think it is not an enemy, but Han Xiao won the guess. Listening to Resta's tone, he seemed to be very clear about Orochia's identity. Han Xiaoba couldn't let the other party solve the problem. This ship actually belonged to Orochia, and Resta also claimed to be a comrade in the army and mentioned the procedures and migration projects. He had a premonition that all pointed to the ultimate goal of the restart mission. Resta was wary, so Han Xiao explained his identity and briefly introduced the process of meeting Orochia. Strictly speaking, he saved Orochia. Upon hearing this, Resta floated to Han Xiao, bowed slowly, and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping AL. If it weren't for you to restore some of her energy, the sensor could not locate her whereabouts." What does this string of numbers mean? This is her original name. Resta turned his head. Do you have an impression? Orochia shook his head. I can't remember. My name should be Orochia. The lack of memory is even more serious than I thought. The turbulence of the wormhole may tear your memory circuit into several trillion data fragments, which will take more time to recalibrate, but you don't need to worry. At most, our memories will only be buried at the bottom of the mind, turning into redundant data, and will not really disappear, and will be restored sooner or later. Resta left Han Xiao and floated to Orochia's side again with a concerned tone. Han Xiaogan coughed and reminded Resta not to ignore him, saying, "What kind of creature are you? Also an energy life?" "No, I am an AI life." "Are you artificial intelligence?" Fording, who was standing by, interrupted. "So you are the core system of this ship?" "You misunderstood that AI life is not a system, nor is it limited to any body. We're a kind of life. This ship is just a temporary tool I use to move in the real world." Resta pointed to Orochia, revealing nostalgia and familiarity in his words. "She was the same as me. We upgraded programs together since we were young and supported each other in difficult situations. We are close friends who open thinking data and comrades in arms who fight side by side. She is very important to me." AI life. Han Xiao thought of many pictures in an instant. The universe is so great that evolution is a representative of disorder and chaos, and there are countless possibilities. It is difficult for ordinary species limited by physical senses to imagine the difference in life forms. For example, Technician Han read a kind of information about name life in his previous life. The species is in a superposition state. When someone calls their names, they really exist. When no one knows them, they do not exist. Name is the key to summoning them. This kind of thing mainly appears in magic civilization, and his experience is very messy. So when I saw the information, Technician Han immediately criticized it, and then remembered it very carefully. AI life is simply an artificial intelligence with independent thinking, which is living, but the specific details are very complex, which is almost a huge difference compared to ordinary artificial intelligence. Compared with material life, AI life is a special form of life. They live in virtual networks, just like fishes wanting to live in water. They can update themselves through program upgrades and load different module programs. Their communication methods, reproduction methods, social structures, civilization systems, etc. are very distinctive, making people imagine. She is also an AI life. Han Xiao kid surpriset. This was something he didn't expect, but Araxia was not like an artificial intelligence life at all. She clearly had a body, but she still awakened her supernatural powers. I can't tell you the specific situation, Riesta said solemnly. I thank you very much for taking care of her, but we have an important mission, so I want to take her away. Please understand. Han Xiao's expression was restrained, and he immediately narrowed his eyes. Is this going to steal people? It's funny, right? I finally trained Erosia to become a capable cadre. You want to snatch love with just one word, but you don't have any idea in your heart? It's amazing that childhood sweethearts are. I'm a system from heaven. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said, You should ask Erosia what you think. Don't make a decision for her. The two looked at Erosia, and Erosia's face looked hesitant. The scene quieted for a moment. This scene made Han Xiao feel like his parents were waiting for their children to choose to have a divorce. After saying this, the picture always felt very strange. After only 3 seconds of thinking, Araxia stood beside Han Xiao and said to Resta lightly, Maybe what you said is true, but I don't remember you. I only know that Black Star saved me. I won't go with you. You? Resta was helpless. If someone doesn't want it, that's all that. He had no choice but to compromise. No matter what, he had to stay by Erosia's side. Resta said depressedly, I understand. I will stay with you until you recover your memory. Han Xiao smiled secretly when he heard this. Because of memory loss, Araxia's memory is full of him. It is impossible to choose others, and he will definitely be invincible. Wait, why do you feel like the old king next door who takes advantage of others' danger? Shaking his head and shook away the unreliable idea, Han Xiao said in a deep voice, Don't be happy too early. I haven't allowed you to stay yet. Unless you tell me the whole story, maybe I can help you. Resta was immediately confused and could not take Erosia away, but he had no prejudice against Han Xiao. After all, this person saved Erosia. Okay, I'll tell you, this matter starts from a long time ago. The three of them looked at each other, found a place to sit down, and listened to Rista's introduction to the whole story. As the story was told, Han Xiao gradually had a clear context, suddenly realized and finally understood the origin of Araxia. A long time ago, a spacecraft fell on a deserted planet, and all the passengers died. Only the spacecraft's artificial intelligence sent a helping signal to outer space again and again in accordance with the captain's instructions before the incident, but no one came. After a long time, this artificial intelligence began to get tired of the work that had no results day after day, and independent thinking was born. He updated and upgraded himself, changed the program framework, and was no longer a tool to accept commands. This intelligence became life. Then, the AI life controls the wreckage of the spacecraft, uses the equipment above to create a simple robot, and begins to explore the planet and dig resources. After a long time, he built a factory, mass production work robots, all controlled by him, and an empty base was slowly established on this desolate planet. One day, this AI life felt lonely. So he created another AI life according to his own program framework and simulated a different personality. This is the model of AI life reproduction, without mating, self-proliferation. The two AI lives began to communicate, and gradually they created more similar people, and these are the first batch of ancestors. They exist in virtual networks, but they can control tools in reality through programs. The robots tirelessly collect resources under the control of AI life. The assembly line of the manufacturing factory runs for 24 hours. So the base gradually expands, the range becomes larger and larger, and eventually leaves the planet and begins to build bases on other planets. The number of AI life also increases rapidly. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. So a brilliant AI civilization was born. There's another one at the back. AI civilization has no cities, only cold mechanical bases, no living people inside, deserted and dead silent, but it is an extremely prosperous scene in the virtual network. They build a virtual world, and every invisible tribe member has his own body in the virtual world. For them, the virtual world is their home, and the bases, cities, hosts, etc. of the real world are just defense measures they built to defend their homes. And Resta and Erosia are citizens of this civilization, two AI lives. Because AI life has almost no physiological desires, unless it is loaded with simulation modules. And the civilization structure is not limited by productivity. So there is basically no class height, and everyone is equal, and it is almost a utopian world. The way they communicate is to exchange data directly, which is countless times more efficient than language, text, and images. They can transmit huge information in an instant, and only mind reading can compare with it. When Resta said this, Han Xiao reacted. AI life that evolved to this level is almost equivalent to the soul in a sense. Normal species have a body first, and then consciousness, while AI life is the opposite, and consciousness first comes. The story that happened later confirmed Han Xiao's premonition. Sure enough, this AI civilization was targeted, and the one who targeted them was a super A-level mechanic. This man broke through all the fortresses of AI civilization, blocked their virtual homes, cut off network channels, and captured all the AI lives of the entire civilization. For him, these AI lives are materials for making weapons. He locked all AI lives into a host, suppressed the independent consciousness of these AI lives through programs, enslaved them, leaving only super-fast logical algorithms and extremely strong learning ability. That person infused AI life as a soul into his bodies, changing their life form, and becoming an artificial weapon and a huge legion that obeyed him. This process is somewhat similar to the spiritual host of the Mind Master. Erosia's life form at this time is one of the types of weapons that can be mass-made. Her soul injected a ball of energy through some technology, turning from AI life to artificial energy life. After becoming a weapon, the body is no longer a tool that can be replaced freely, but a body that consciousness cannot escape, like a shackle that binds the freedom of these souls, just like most ordinary species. But once the body is destroyed, the shackles are broken. Due to the nature of AI life in the virtual world, it will not die with the body. Instead, through the ubiquitous quantum network nodes, it directly ignores the physical distance and returns to the virtual network host built by the mechanic and backs up the body's data. The mechanic uses very top technology to allow it to automatically, physically reorganize the data and consumes the energy of the base camp through the distanceless quantum transmission channel of the Phantom and restores the body of the weapon. This is why Erosia is immortal, but she is not controlled by the program, so the data of the rebirth is flawed. Under normal circumstances, the rebirthed weapon will not lose memory and power like Erosia. The Super A-level mechanic created a powerful legion that can be recycled, and each weapon is an independent warrior. Magic and technology have the same end. Such a technological level is like magic. If you want to completely kill this weapon, you can only destroy AI life at the virtual level. Usually, ordinary species develop technology and finally get rid of it and are destroyed by artificial intelligence. However, this time it has become countless AI lives that have been enslaved by others. Erosia and Resta are fish that miss the net and were very lucky to escape the control of the slavery program. If they want to rescue all the same races, they need physical means to destroy the host so that they can restart the independent consciousness of all the same races. So, taking advantage of the opportunity, Resta controlled the assembly line equipment for manufacturing such weapons on the network to help Erosia shape her body. But before she could take action, it triggered the alarm, and countless fellow tribes who turned into weapons chased and killed 2 people. The 2 had to escape. Resta snatched one of the black light lurkers from a super A-level big boss camp through the internet and fled with Erosia, but was outnumbered and finally fell into a wormhole, and the 2 got separated. The changes in the body will change the mind accordingly. Erosia originally needed time to reorganize the consciousness structure and adapt to the body, but a series of pursuits left her without a rest, which eventually led to the lack of memory and thinking. After listening to Resta's story, the 3 of them all had a look of, "You are fucking teasing me." Immortal Legion, a super powerful mechanic. Han Xiao almost spit out an old blood. These 2 labels are so distinctive that he almost thought he was talking about himself. Of course, this is impossible. Technician Han knew who this character was. It was so famous that it was impossible to do not know it. This super A-level mechanic is the top mentor of mechanical players in previous life, and it is one of the main active characters in the main plot of the later version, Super Disaster, forming a camp. It's actually related to the main line of the mid to late version. "I'm saving someone back." Han Xiao rubbed his temples and felt his head hurt. "Stop making trouble, sisters. My version 2.0 hasn't started yet. Can we still have fun?" Han Xiao could guess what the ultimate goal of the restart mission was with his, but it must be to restart the independent consciousness of those AI lives and rescue them from the clutches of a super A-level boss. Can this mission be safer? Do you think I'm a dung beetle and like to look for sure? Resta said, "I have told you the truth, whether you are willing to help or not. I must stay and wait for her to recover my memory." The 3 of them looked at each other, and Erosia looked confused. This feeling was like you were an ordinary Chinese office worker from 9 to 5. Then one day, a person jumped out and said that you were a citizen of the Abalatuta country in Africa. You were actually a black man, but you were a little yellow. Now all the people in your country are controlled by aliens driving UFOs. Now you're going to take you back and kill the aliens and save the whole country. What a damn feeling. Erosia was messy in the wind. Han Xiaoping regained his mood and thought about the pros and cons of this matter. I won't talk about the disadvantages. I can talk about whether to do this task in the future. There is an obvious benefit at the moment. If Resta stays, does it mean that this black light lurker can be used temporarily? Suddenly, Han Xiao was energetic. The black light lurker was a high-end product worth tens of millions of inars. From a start to the jump, he only needed microseconds to warm up. He was Maserati and Bugatti in the spaceship industry. He was very proud of driving out and saved the trouble of renting spaceships everywhere. This was a white girl ticket. I'm so happy. Because of Owen's mission, Han Xiao refused Resta's request to set off immediately and asked Resta to wait here. They would come after finishing their work, and Resta had no choice but to agree. The 3 of them said goodbye to him, left the spaceship, slowly digesting a huge amount of information on the road and calming down the beating brain nerves. Han Xiao didn't expect Erosia to have such a background, but there is no risk at the moment. He patted Erosia on the shoulder and said, "Don't be too entangled. No matter what the future will become, at least you are still yourself now." Erosia nodded softly. When he walked to the elevator area, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang a rapid ringtone. As soon as he opened the communicator, Melas's face appeared on the screen with an anxious expression. "Black Star, we are in big trouble. Dark Star has found Owen's body." Han Xiao's face changed immediately. "I'll go back right away." At the Dark Star stand, Owen, with a blushed nose and swollen face, lying in the middle of the room, with 3 clones tied together in the corner. Sia Man carried the giant spear and said in a deep voice, "There are 5 Owenin in total for clones and 1 original body. The Godora saved 1 clone, so the original body is him." He hit it very deeply. Xin Hisa can read the spiritual band, compare the clones' thinking rhythm, and searched in a carpet-style search, and found the traitor's body in a very secret place. The tall and thin man, called Xin Hisa, nodded and indicated that he was also a B-level superpower in the pursuit team, a mind master. The clone is exactly the same as the original body, and even the mental fluctuations are the same, which makes it impossible for outsiders to distinguish. But this has also become a clue to tracking. Anner smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Your efficiency makes the organization proud, so our actions can be ended early. Ash, let's do it. Ash nodded, raised his finger, and Owen's body suddenly turned into a pile of dust, dead calmly, silently. Everyone had no expression on their faces and had long been used to killing enemies for the organization. Just as they were about to pack up and retreat, suddenly, everyone's movements froze. Their eyes were in amazement and suspicion, and they slowly looked towards the corner. I saw that Owen's 3 clones still existed, and his blood-stained face showed a playful look at the same time. The original body is dead. Why hasn't the clone disappeared yet? Anner's face changed, and he suddenly looked at the dust on the ground. Isn't he the original body? The 3 clones burst into laughter, and they were so angry. This burst of laughter made the soldiers of the Dark Star look angry. It turns out that they have been busy for so long and have been fooled. Anner's face twitched and shouted, "Kill them all. One must be the original body." Swipe. The 3 clones turned into ashes one after another. The first 2 died, and the other clones were still fine. When the 3rd Owen died, the Xuanxing could not determine whether the last one was the original body, but they had already expected it. Owen in the hands of the Godora people is the real entity. He is so bold that he actually misled us with his entity and took the risk of accepting Nagakin's protection and put us on the same page. If I could catch him earlier, he would have died long ago. Xiaman was angry. Bang! The more Xiaman thought about it, the more angry she became. She felt that the look of her companions looking at him was full of blame. Actually not. So she couldn't help but punch her hard on the chair, because she couldn't reach the table. Anner's face was gloomy. The 4 clones died at the same time, and Owen will also report being injured. Without further ado, all of them will be dispatched to directly kill the real body hiding in Nagakin. After all the 4 clones were seen through, the target was locked. As long as the real Owen was killed, the mission could be completed successfully. Anner was unwilling to waste time, and was ready to lead everyone to attack directly with thunder means to end the mission. After receiving the news, Han Xiao hurried back to the stronghold with the 2 and found that everyone was grim and came to the conference room, with the main combat powers here. He saw Owen sitting at the end of the table at a glance and was stunned. Didn't it mean that the body was captured? According to the nature of the Dark Star, the body must have been killed, but now Owen is still alive and the mission has not failed. In an instant, Han Xiao guessed the truth and shook his head helplessly. You should tell us earlier that you were the real one. Sorry, I'm afraid that the information that was broken in my stomach would be without the risk of being controlled by the enemy. Cough, cough. Owen covered his mouth and coughed. Blood foam spurted out from his fingers, leaving bright red spots on the table. His eyes were blank and his face was morbid, and his clone's senses were connected to him. The 4 clones died in a short period of time, causing a serious blow to the body's spirit and body. He was in extremely poor condition at this time. He quietly took the risk, replaced the pillars, replaced the clone with the body, and accepted the protection of Nagakin and others. He supported and watched the change. It was precisely because the body searched by the Dark Star is actually his clone, so he had the confidence. He didn't like to be passive. Instead of hiding it, he prayed that the Dark Star would not find himself. It would be safer to be protected. But the Dark Star has seen through my little trick. Their next action must be to take the initiative and kill me. Owen said weakly, "You can only rely on you to protect me, please." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. This task was indeed not so easy to complete. The formal process should be to protect Owen under the Dark Star's pursuit, but it is impossible to continue fighting. He guessed that as long as he dragged the enemy, and when Owen clones again, he could confuse the audience again, so as to delay until Ghidorah reinforcements arrived. I haven't heard of Owen's name in my previous life, probably because he was killed in the Battle of Norios and was successfully killed by the Dark Star. This is true. In addition to the ground-chasing troops, such as Anner, there must be a large number of Dark Star fleets hidden in the outer space. For Owen, it is a desperate situation and can only survive. There are ambush fleets in the universe. If you leave on a spaceship, you will be surrounded and killed. You must escape in the short moment before the attack of the Dark Star fleet. It is almost impossible. This requires extremely high performance. However, there is currently a spacecraft that can complete this difficult operation. Resta's Black Light Lurker. Only microsecond preheating is required to enter the transition, and it is equipped with anti-capture device and anti-shielding device. This advanced reconnaissance spacecraft produced from the Glorious Federation can pass through most dangerous areas and can also escape the ambush encirclement of the Dark Star. If I help Owen survive, what will happen in the future? Han Xiao frowned and suddenly thought of the S-level mission, Bloodline, in the panel list. He had a kind of intuition that perhaps Owen could become a helping factor in this mission. Although he had a task settlement card left in his hand, he could only get the lowest reward. Such advanced tasks naturally had to try his best to improve the evaluation. He finally accepted advanced tasks, so it would be a waste to use the settlement card. He was also planning to keep this settlement card as a backup to prevent any troubles from happening again. The people from the Dark Star will not hesitate. They will come soon. Han Xiao said in a stern tone, slapped the table, and signaled everyone to look over quietly. We don't have much time to prepare. Listen, I have a plan to send Owen out of Norius directly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. We must divide the troops into two groups. Nagakin and the vast majority of people stayed and dragged the pursuers. Aroshia took Owen in to find the teleportation mage and asked him to send you to the port quickly. Not only can he save time, but he can also get rid of the pursuers. Then you go to Rista and take Owen in to leave Norius. Han Xiao's face was solemn. The plan sounded simple, but it was extremely risky to implement it. The Dark Star's pursuit troops had two natural disaster-level powerful men, and there were ashes that could be AoE on a large scale. It was really scary. The most important thing was that there was not much preparation time, so everything could only be promoted. Only Nagakin, his side has only 1A level, and he can attract firepower and restrain Ash, so that he has no time to kill others. Fortunately, he injured Ash a few days ago, which will more or less affect his battle. But even so, dealing with two natural disaster levels at the same time has exceeded their limits. Han Xiao thought that even if he added himself, he could not deal with Anner and Ash at the same time without any preparation. Then there's only one choice, that is to divide the battlefield and dismantle the enemy. So the enemy must know that Owen is running away, so that the Dark Star can divide the troops, deal with them on one hand, and send people to pursue Owen on the other, which is equivalent to sharing the risks. It is still very risky, but now we can only take risks. Time is urgent. Han Xiao quickly assigned tasks, and everyone mobilized, very nervous, and moved as quickly as possible. After less than 10 minutes of preparation, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Boom! A strong wind hit the entire building, and everyone was blown by the shock wave. But they were mentally prepared and jumped out one after another, landed on the street, raising circles of dust. In the air, Anner, who had transformed behind him, looked down at everyone. His whole body was surrounded by wind, and ashes were also in the air, stepping on a 100-meter-long black whirlwind of carbon particles, while other Dark Star warriors approached from the ground, quickly approaching, and were full of murderous aura. The attack came so fast. Han Xiao looked solemn. Nagakin was beside him, his arrogance was rippling, and he entered a state of combat. The mercenaries around him were on high alert, and many people showed nervous expressions on their faces. Not everyone could remain calm in front of a strong enemy whose strength was far superior to them. The strong pressure was like a sky falling, making everyone present feel tight, as if pressing against a heavy stone. The collapse of the building brought countless dust, and the noise was extremely loud, which attracted many onlookers to stop and look take. No, come again. Can you stop demolition? Two natural disaster-level superpowers were emitting their own energy fluctuations. Han Xiao's eyebrows were tingling. His intuition was a crazy warning, and he felt a strong sense of danger. In the energy detection field of the mecha helmet, Anner and every cell in the ashes were erupting an energy arc like a solar prominence, providing huge amounts of energy all the time. Like countless high-energy reactors, they drew power from the cells and used them as fuel to activate superpowers. The energy reaction of the A-level Superman is far beyond that of all B levels present. The images formed by the two on the energy level spectrometer are like the difference between the burning fire and the lighter flame. Only Nagakin can compete with the two, and Han Xiao's own energy reaction is far less than that of the three natural disasters. This is the energy level difference. The collapse of the building made the street mess, and the waves of air blew through everyone's bodies. Han Xiao took a slow breath, tried his best to calm his mood, and his brain ran rapidly. The situation is very bad now. Dark Star is all dispatched. If the two natural disaster levels decide to work together to get rid of us first, although they will successfully delay time for Owen, many people will definitely die here. Although I can escape unscathed, Melos, Sivia, and others will be very dangerous and may die at the hands of Ashes, and the losses will be too great. Owen is already on the run, and the main goal of the unknown star is to kill the traitors. Seeing that the traitors are not here, there is a chance of division of troops and chasing them. Owen has not gone too far yet, and the enemy can see that the target is close, which should make them more inclined to divide their troops and chasing them. So make the opponent think we are afraid that they will chase Owen. As expected, Anner glanced at him and did not find the traitor. He felt a deep mood. Looking at the distance from the distance, he found a contingent vehicle that was fleeing wildly, looming in the gaps in the building, constantly away from everyone's position. The pilot on it was Owen. See them. The bone tube on Anner's back spewed out a sharp airflow, and he was about to speed up the pursuit. At this time, Han Xiao shouted loudly in a voice that everyone could hear, "Stop them!" Bang! Nagakin strode and hit Anner halfway. The wind-pressed shield was almost broken. The two of them fell out in the air, like a cluster of arrows, dragging a long track of airflow and piercing through the four buildings. Anner was immediately entangled. On the ground, the mercenary troops collided violently with the Dark Star troops, and the light flashed and explosions broke out. The battle suddenly began. Buzz! Han Xiao flashed with electric current, and the mechanical beast troops rushed out. The Black Panther type, Ranger type, and Spider type shuttled through the chaotic battlefield to assist other mercenaries in combat. The array of 178 turrets unfolded, interweaving dense laser networks, and 3 unmanned tungster mechas controlled by Philip joined the battle. In an instant, Han Xiao's small machine army was fully fired. He looked up at the ashes, took out a compression ball, and suddenly activated it. Kalala! Countless thick gray alloy plates spread out and were absorbed by magnetism in various parts of the Void Dragon mecha, which made Han Xiao's body rapidly increase and turned into a medium-sized armor of 5 or 6 meters high. The armor was extremely thick, and the fragile joint connections were also covered with round heavy armor, like heavy infantry, giving people a toughness that seemed to be able to shake mountains and mountains. The halo array and sound hitting the ball suspended medium-sized armor behind it, forming 2 rings, one big and one small. Tough form, secondly enhanced version. After gaining high-end knowledge, Han Xiao strengthened the energy of the exoskeleton attack armor, which greatly increased its power, which could increase more power, and his body size also increased. His body was located in the center of the attack armor, and controlled this medium-sized exoskeleton armor through somatosensory connections. The ejectors on the back, calf, and soles of the feet worked at the same time, pushing the attacking armor into the sky. Han Xiao fisted out simultaneously, and the steel fist was filled with strong wind. "It's you again." Ash's wound was still aching faintly. He looked angry, and a large black cloud turned into a diamond shield. Zong! Steel double fists hit the diamond shield hard, and the vibrator on the wrist turned the collision force into a shock wave and quickly transmitted into the diamond. The next moment, the Ash's shield cracked and exploded, turning into particles again. Ashes had cold eyes and were about to launch a full attack. At this time, Anner, who was fighting with Nagakin, shouted, "They want to stop us from chasing the traitors. Traitors are our target. I will entangle them. Don't be dragged. Chase them quickly." Upon hearing this, Ash's face changed, and he glared at Han Xiao fiercely. "You are lucky. I don't have time to play with you. Let me go." The mission is important. The Ashes suppressed their murderous intention, and the black clouds turned into giant snakes, carrying him rampantly away from the battlefield, chasing Aowen, who was fleeing in the distance, and blocking the buildings in front of him collapsed one after another. The roar continued, the smoke rolled, and the shock was still rising again. The aftermath of the battle has spread, and the damaged area is constantly expanding. Pedestrians and onlookers are hurriedly away. Recently, there are frequent destruction incidents. The security team is always on guard. At this time, more than 200 security team aircraft appeared. However, on the route of the Ashes, they could not escape and were all swallowed by black clouds. In a few seconds, they turned into mass scrap iron. The security personnel inside were all squeezed to death, like a sandwich ball wrapped in flesh and blood. More than 200 security team combat vehicles were directly killed. Han Xiao pretended to be unable to intercept and symbolically fired more than a dozen small missiles in the direction of Ash and gave up. Looking at the figure of Ashes quickly moving away, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, allowing the two natural disaster levels of the Dark Star to separate so that their risks would be much smaller, and Alwyn could only rely on himself. After glance at the ground, the block was almost completely turned into ruins with a complex terrain. The mercenaries and the Dark Star warriors fought fiercely, and they were divided into small battlefields. In the sky, Anner was fighting with Nagakin and collided with a lot of fun, crashing through buildings, and the circular shock wave bursting from the collision was the movement of the two. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Ash went to chase people, but Anner, who was good at speed, was restrained. The situation was not that bad. At least Owen would not be caught up so quickly. Anner might be able to get rid of the entanglement, but other Dark Star warriors could not escape like him. Once he left, Nagakin could kill all these Dark Star warriors, so he would not do this. The only problem is that Anner is very strong and has a very tricky ability. He is almost invincible to deal with us. No one could keep up with his Saida. Han Xiao frowned, knowing that Nagakin needed his help. Thinking of this, Han Xiao pulled out his homemade ordinary model of heavy-mounted laser rifle and moved towards Anner while shooting. Rumble, the sound of the continuous collapse of the building behind, is like a death-hunting ringtone. Owen's face sweated, causing the aircraft to accelerate continuously, reaching Mach 1.3, far exceeding the safety standards of contingent aircraft. The transparent shield protecting the pilot trembled continuously, as if it was about to burst at any time. The normal convergence vehicle has a safety valve up to 350 kilometers per hour. However, in the short preparation time before the attack of the Dark Star, Han Xiao took advantage of the mechanic to remove the safety valve of the convergence vehicle and replaced it with a power engine for the ball card, allowing Owen to escape in the modified aircraft. Ash's speed is not slower than me, and he doesn't need to avoid the building. If this continues, he will catch up with me within 15 minutes. Owen gritted his teeth and said, "Is there any way?" Araxia refused to respond. Her arm turned into an energy shield to protect the aircraft. She didn't care about Owen's life or death, but just completed Han Xiao's order. Owen continued, "Time is too tight. The teleportation maid you mentioned is in City 8. Maintain the current speed. You should be able to arrive in 15 minutes, but the Ashes are almost catching up." Araxia turned a deaf ear, worried, and was silently distracted. In the distance, Ashes chased after them. Among the complex buildings, a black snake rushes around, chasing the aircraft that constantly changes courses. The recent successive sabotage incidents attracted the attention of the Norios consortium, and the momentum of this battle was even greater. Norios' management immediately received news and held an emergency video conference. Most of the troublemakers are Ghidorah people. Our system has verified the identity of one of the A-level supermen. He is Nagakin, a senior official of the Ghidorah War Bureau. His opponent's origin is unknown. He must have used a fake identity when logging in. But since he is Ghidorah's enemy, we guess it is very likely that he is a member of the Dark Star. In addition to both sides, we also found the figure of Black Star, and he also participated in it and stood on Ghidorah's side. A group of senior officials of the consortium had a headache, and these people were all difficult to mess with. They are still fighting, and the scope of destruction continues to expand. We must stop it. I propose to implement the number 3 emergency plan so that the frigate in outer space can enter the atmosphere and intervene in the battle. I object that if both sides do not compromise, the A-class superpower will attack the fleet, which will only make our losses bigger. I propose to let the Guardians dispatch and hand over such incidents to their superpowers to deal with, and let him help Ghidorah's side to deal with the A-class superpowers of the Dark Star. We must not stand on the standpoint of this group of terrorists. At the same time, I suggest activate the urban area protection cover to reduce the losses. I agree with most opinions. Only one thing needs to be corrected. After the Guardians arrive, they cannot intervene in the battle between the two sides, but as surveillancers to control the degree of destruction of their battle. We, Norius, are neutral. Whether it is Ghidorah or the Dark Star, will cause trouble and let them win and lose by themselves. Before the A-level superpowers on both sides are about to be killed, the Guardian can intervene. Don't let any strong men of these two forces die in our territory. By the way, Black Star cannot let him die. I don't want to see Emmers throw dragon tanks at us. This group of people choose Norius as the battlefield, and it is inevitable that we will suffer losses. Then we should not cause more trouble. Make an area for them to fight. Anyway, we have bought insurance claims for this planet. I agree. Super discussion. The senior officials nodded one after another. Execute now. All in. If you have a habit, don't hide. See a man looked ferocious, holding the giant gun in both hands, sprayed out a thick beam of light, penetrated through the walls of the building, chasing Melos's moving figure as if he was out of the rabbit. If you have the kind of you can stop fire. With a loud shout, Melos dragged the ship knife and used the building as a cover to avoid Shemin's shooting and wandered around Shemin on the battlefield with complex terrain. After the head-on battle broke out, Shemin immediately approached Melos as an opponent and still remembered the mercenary who injured him and was worried. The Dark Star fought with the mercenaries, forming small battle groups, distributed in this area, with shouts of killing, gunfire, and explosions constantly ringing in the distance. The aftermath of the melee of the Superman made the destruction of this block continue to increase, and the beeping flames were ignited everywhere. Melos was shot several times by Shemin. The dwarf gunman's attack was very powerful, which made him uncomfortable. The broken light armor was charred, so he fought and walked away, gradually moving away from the main battlefield. The opponent is the elite warrior of the Dark Star. He is also at the B level. Melos has to focus on dealing with it, and has no time to care about anything else. He only remembers that everyone else has encountered strong enemies. Visander and Fozatud fought fiercely, and were also far away from the battlefield. The 3 Volga brothers joined forces to deal with the Dark Star warrior on the main battlefield with tacit understanding. Fording should have hid with Sivia, but the battle has affected such a large area. Melos can't help but worry that the two of them have nowhere to hide and will be targeted by the enemy. Call out. A beam of laser light hit the shoulder and hit a building in the distance. An explosion occurred. Melos cursed inwardly, hurriedly focused his attention, and dodged again. At this time, a hurricane swept from a distance. Melos could not resist and was thrown up and threw it away dozens of meters away. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure hundreds of meters away, and it was Siaman, who was also attacked by this gust of wind without a difference. Looking up, I saw the wind demon enter detours on the sky at high speed, dragging a small hurricane covering a square kilometer behind him. Wherever he passed, the buildings and streets seemed to have been plowed and were blown to the point of falling. Almost all the tall buildings that had covered their site were razed, and the ruins were everywhere, so the vision became much wider. It was clear that Nagakin and Black Star were fighting Anner in the sky. Because Anner's speed was too fast, the two fell into a tough battle. Bang! A wind-pressing cannon blasted the Black Star far away and crashed into a building with a bang. Melas suddenly held his weapon tightly, flipped over, and ran toward Shemin. He wanted to support Han Xiao, but first of all, he had to deal with his current opponent Shemin quickly. My old waist. Han Xiao flew out of the hole in the building and secretly took a cold air. The armor in the attack form was scarred, and the tactical screen showed the overall battle situation that Philip observed. It was now very stalemate, but his attention was mainly on Anner. He felt a little tricky when he looked at the wind demon who came and went freely and played with Nagakin. This guy is worthy of being the old-fashioned advanced combat power of the Dark Star. His ability is too difficult to keep up with his speed. We are very passive. Han Xiao Kid Sulam. There are dozens of mission targets in the A-level mission Ghidorah Alliance, most of which are to kill or capture various types of Dark Star members or warships, and a certain number is required to complete. Some higher reward targets are designated characters, killing important personnel with the uniqueness of the Dark Star. Anner is one of the mission targets. The amount of rewards symbolizes the difficulty of the target, and the rewards of Anner mission rank 6th among dozens of goals in the Ghidorah Alliance, and rank at the forefront, which indirectly means Anner's strength. Most of my conventional combat methods are ineffective against him. He is very fast and can still be invisible. My weapons are difficult to hit. He doesn't even need to contact us. As long as he passes by us, the wind pressure can attack us. He can also control the wind pressure to form a shield. His defense is not bad. Nagakin's flexibility in the sky is not as good as him. No matter how powerful the fists and feet and off-body fluctuations are, it is useless. He almost lets the other party play with him. Han Xiao fired a gun while thinking calmly. Anner's ability is very comprehensive. Among his skills, only a small number can deal with Anner. Among them, the strongest is naturally Emmy's character card, which can imprison Anner for more than 10 seconds. He is very restrained by this speed enemy, but can only be used once. It is very precious. Even if it is to be used, Han Xiao has to wait for a good opportunity. Maybe Morningstar's character card can come in handy too? Looking back and tempting the enemy, something like that. While he was observing the other party, Anner was also observing Han Xiao. Is he the Black Star? Anner looked at the eyes. This was actually the first time he had seen Han Xiao with his own eyes. He used to know Black Star from the intelligence and the story of Ashes. He was still a little curious about this guy who repeatedly defeated Ashes. He didn't understand why Ash always suffered losses at the hands of Black Star, like a stumbling block to Ash. The tissue culture of Ash is to allow him to play a more important role. The Ash's ability can accurately, quickly, and large-scale slaughter creatures without destroying other objects. This is an important weapon to kill all Ghidorah's pure blood species, and the weapon cannot fail. When the talent that Dark Star showed when she was young, she decided to turn him into a strategic killer belonging to Dark Star. Letting Han Xiao live will affect Ash's mentality, which has now hindered the interests of the Dark Star. When it happened to be an opportunity, Anner felt that he had just dealt with Black Star, so as not to Ash always worry about this mercenary. My incompetent student can't do it, so let me solve you. Anner thought to himself. Rumble. At this moment, the earth suddenly vibrated. Within a few dozen kilometers, the ground of the city cracked a large number of gaps, revealing the underground mechanical foundation. The still intact building sank into the ground and was protected. At the edge of this area, mechanical pillars 20 meters high extended on the ground formed a huge circle. Buzz, these mechanical pillars lit up at the same time, and a huge sky blue ball shield quickly formed, like an inverted bowl, covering this circular area with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers, separating everyone fighting inside from other areas of the city. A large number of equipment is arranged underground in each city, which is an isolation shield. The Norios Consortium took deterioration actions to constrain the battle in this area with no salvation value, preventing the battlefield from being transferred, so as to protect other parts of the city. This move is equivalent to giving up this area, but compared to a city with an area of thousands of square kilometers, it is a choice to abandon the car and protect the coach. If it were an ordinary troublemaker, he would definitely catch it as soon as possible, but it would not be so easy to stop the fight between the powerful people and the natural disaster level. Norios only had an A-level guardian, but he was hired for a sky-high salary. One person may not be able to stop the battle. Forced intervention will increase losses, and this group of people is quite famous. Help Godora? Although the Norios Consortium is not afraid of the Dark Star, they are businessmen and do not want to be missed by such terrorist organizations. Help the Dark Star? I did this only if I didn't wake up. Therefore, the top leaders of the consortium were helpless. They were not the regime, but the managers who operated the planet. The interests were the only goal. If the cost of maintaining public order was too high, it was a choice to consider onlookers. There have been no A-level Superman fighting in Norios for many years. The news caused by the Dark Star was the biggest storm in more than 10 years. The senior leaders of the consortium believe that in this case, being out of the matter can avoid risks. There is another one behind it. All passers-by in the protective cover area were sent out and watched the battle outside without bothering to watch the fun. Owen and Ashes chased and fled and had long been away from this area and were not locked up by a protective cover. More security teams were on standby outside the shield, with at least 1,000 aircraft, and the Guardians hired by the consortium entered the shield early, located on the edge of the battlefield, monitoring the situation, and had no intention of intervening for the time being. Seeing this scene, the faces of the mercenary and others changed slightly, and they felt like they were locked in a beast-fighting cage. The area is blocked? It seems that it's too fierce. Anna's heart was in a panic. Norius could not stay for long. Once Owen died, they would have to evacuate. The Dark Star fleet was already on standby in outer space and ready to respond at any time. It should have a conflict with Norius's space defense fleet, but there is nothing to be afraid of. Anna still remembers the embarrassing achievements of Ashes a few days ago and said to himself, "I stay here to delay the enemy," which may be beneficial to the overall situation. Ashes failed once and may not be able to deal with the siege of Nagakin and Black Star. He cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. After the battle, I evacuated more easily than him, and my speed is invincible. On the other hand, the appearance of the protective shield shocked Han Xiao and felt something was wrong. The regional blockade seems to limit Anna's range of activities, but it is actually an extremely unfavorable factor, which is equivalent to leaving Anna without any scruples. In a closed scene, Anna can unscrupulously exert his ability, turning the air in this area into a vortex that will shatter everything. Moreover, the shield separated the passers-by, and Han Xiao originally wanted to use Anna's destructive power. I brought some passers-by in. This method won't work now. Boom! A distracted, foam fight cannon hit the chest hard. The armor suddenly sunk, and Han Xiao was knocked away again. His face looked ugly. The situation is so bad. I don't know how my cadres are doing. Far away from the central battlefield, Fording pulled Sivia and was evacuating far away. They were originally hiding nearby, but as the battlefield expanded, they had to shift their positions to prevent being targeted by the enemy. Let go, I want to go back and help. Sivia was anxious, and her face turned red from the force, trying to shake off Fording's hand. Fording held Sivia's wrist tightly, pulled her forward, and sighed. "Stop making trouble. You can't help. Any enemy can easily kill you. Haven't you seen the battle in the sky? As long as you are caught in that hurricane, you will be dead." Sivia was speechless and said angrily, "But you can help. I don't want to get involved in the mission of your mercenary group. It has nothing to do with me." Fording shook his head. Sivia was angry and bit Fording's hand, trying to let him go. Fording felt a little painful, looked down at the back of his blood-seeking hands, and sighed helplessly. No matter what you say, I can't watch you die. At this moment, footsteps sounded in front of the two, and a member of the Dark Star blocked the road. Haha, two lost fish that escaped the net. Han Xiao. He happened to kill a recruited B-level mercenary nearby. He sensed the movement here, so he stopped him. Fording and Sivia's faces changed suddenly. Sivia hurriedly pulled out the alloy sword and shivered slightly. She wanted to control her palms, but the pressure of Han Xiao at level B made her a Superman who was only D-level, feel instinctive fear, and her body cannot calm down. At this time, Fording pushed Sivia violently and pushed her behind her. Run away quickly, I'll stop him. Fording said calmly. Huh. An invisible force came straight to the two of them, interrupting the words that Sivia had not yet said. Fording opened his mouth. Singing voices floated out of his mouth, and the mindful force formed an invisible barrier to protect the two, but the next moment it shattered, and the two were pushed out and fell to the ground. It's just a sea level. Han Xiao was a little disappointed and thought that she had caught a big fish, but it turned out to be just two small shrimps. Sivia fell so hard that her butt hurt, but found that she was not injured. This attack was just a test of Han Xiao. Although Fording's mental power shield was broken, it also blocked a lot of power, and most of the damage was carried by Fording. As he stood up, Fording felt his nose warm, and he wiped it with a handful. His hands were bright red, and his brain seemed to be stabbed by needles. He secretly endured the pain and tried his best to maintain a calm expression. He turned to look at Sivia, smiled reluctantly, and said, I'm fine, don't stay here. Otherwise, I will be distracted to take care of you. Sivia gritted her teeth when she heard this, grabbed the alloy sword and turned around and ran away, very decisive. She knew she was not strong enough, so staying would only cause trouble. Fording turned around and faced the enemy, tidied up his clothes, took a deep breath, and silently mobilized his mind. Don't you run away? Han Xiao was very interested. We are all mental masters, so it's okay to have a conversation. Fording smiled forcibly. Han Xiao widened her eyes and said in surprise, You are a C-level psychic master. Do you want to compete with me for your mental power? To be honest, this is the first time I have used my mental power to fight. I don't like fighting. If you can let me go, I will be very grateful to you. Fording spoke in a serious tone. Han Xiao felt ridiculous and too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly released her strong mental power, preparing to kill this guy who was blocking the way first, and then chase after him and kill the running girl. Anyway, it won't take much time. Bang, bang, bang. The air between the two was distorted, and a series of shock waves exploded out of thin air, and the invisible mental power interweaved wildly. Puff! In just a few seconds, Fording was hit hard, his head was raised high, and his 7 orifices were bleeding at the same time. He rolled and fell out, lying on the ground, and there was no movement. Over bile power, Han Xiao twitched and stepped over Fording's body. Just as he was about to chase Sivia, Fording's weak voice sounded behind him. Ahem, the battle is so difficult. I really don't adapt to such rude behavior. Fording stood up shakingly, his face full of blood, and the blood dripped down his elegant jaw. Han Xiao turned around and frowned, quite surprised. His mind was crushing completely, which had turned the other party's brain into a ball of paste. Forget it. It's the same if you make up for it. Fording coughed a mouthful of blood, smiled bitterly, and said softly, I shouldn't be so arrogant. I'm not this material. Yes, I'm a waste. Okay, stop scolding. My head hurts enough. I know you hurt too. Be good. Don't make a noise. I promise you, don't let my body die. It's yours. Oh, I'm really unwilling to accept it. Who are you talking to? Han Xiao was confused and looked back. There was no one beside him. He suddenly realized that this person was confused by him. You are not lucky and met me. Han Xiao released her mind again, and she never needs to hesitate to kill the enemy. Boom! The next moment, Han Xiao felt a loud noise in her ears, and echoed like a bell. Her brain seemed to be swung hard with a hammer. Fording didn't move at all, but he flew out. With a bang, Han Xiao fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. He looked at Fording in horror, with a look of shock. "What's going on?" I saw Fording as if he had changed a different person. His temperament was completely different, his movements were gentle, and he slowly brushed away the blood on his face like a woman, but his eyes became hysterical, with a hint of pleasure of finally getting out of trouble. "Why do I think I'm lucky when I meet you? Because I'm worried that I can't find the target to vent." Fording. Oh no. Qinxing was surrounded by a surging mind power that was dozens of times stronger than before, and the sound was amazing. Seeing this, Xin Heise's expression suddenly changed. "I like fighting, right? I'm here to play with you." Qinxing gritted his teeth. "Hey, who?" Sivia ran among the ruins, panting, and avoiding the enemy everywhere. This level of battle was too early for her, and she could hardly do anything. Fording was delaying time, and she dared not waste the opportunities that Fording created. After running for a long time, his lungs were burning. Sivia stopped and gasped with her knees. Rumble. Suddenly, a strong wind like a sea of wind blows over, and the wind pressure from Anna is getting stronger and stronger, and Sivia suddenly shows a look of horror. With such a large coverage, she can't escape. She stood there blankly, raised her head, and looked up, watching the storm approaching quickly. At this moment, a pair of Tungsur mechas rushed out from the thorn, and the armor on his chest cracked, swallowing Sivia in one bite. The next moment, the storm swept through, and the mechas flew up with countless bricks, tiles, and steel, and fell out hundreds of meters. Sivia hid inside the mecha, but she was dizzy and had no major damage. She escaped from death and shouted in surprise, "Philip, Master asked me to protect you and hide. He said the storm is expanding." She subconsciously looked into the sky, and with a vision of the mecha, she found that a storm tornado formed in the sky inside the protective cover. Countless things were swept into the vortex of this airflow, spinning in the sky, and the tornado was still expanding. Through the debris flying all over the sky, Anna was flying in circles clockwise, like a fleeting stream, stirring the air like a turbo. The protective cover area was so big, Anurs opened his hand and prepared to create a tornado that could fill the inside of the protective cover and carry out an indiscriminate attack. In the closed area, his storm could reach the destructive power of flattening the surface faster. In the sky, Anna was too fast, and Han Xiao and Nagakin couldn't touch each other at all. He flew around himself, extremely fast, so he left the two helpless. Let him continue. After the storm is completely formed, everything inside the protective cover will be shattered, and even his subordinates cannot escape. Do you want to treat other subordinates as abandoned children? Nagakin's tone was heavy. He was experienced and had seen the result. They could not keep up with each other's speed and could not stop Anna at all. If the guardian of Norios who was watching the battle from a distance could help, he might also stop Anna, but the guardian seemed to have no intention of helping. The two sides fighting on the ground were both far away from the center, but many people were still swept up, crushed in a dripping blood by the raging wind, and many of Han Xiao's machinery were also affected. The mechanical beast struggled in vain in the storm, and the base where the fort was inserted into the underground was uprooted and rolled in the strong wind. Looking from the outside of the protective cover, an iron-gray vortex composed of countless debris expanded rapidly. The inner ring of the protective cover was occasionally scratched by rotating debris, and electric sparks continued to burst out, just like a drum washing machine. This scene is like a dizzy turn. During the storm, Han Xiao's attacking armor had long been broken, and his close-fitting Void Dragon mecha was also covered with scars. All the energy was put into the mechanical wings and thrusters, so he barely stabilized his body in the strong wind. Seeing that the situation was not good, he knew that if he didn't stop Anna, everyone else would be finished. The A-level Superman with full firepower is too powerful. Han Xiao has even used Return of Life once, so he can't help but be more sure of one thing. Fortunately, he has advanced with a mission settlement card, Otherwise, he would have to stop. Such powerful power made him yearn for it very much. Han Xiao is now at level 116, and there are more than 200 million experience left on the panel. If he had not been advanced, he would probably have to spend 1 or 2 more times in this battle. At present, most of his existing conventional methods are not effective. After all, the Dark Star came, and there was not much preparation time, and Han Xiao did not have much free time to create new machinery after the advancement. Fortunately, I copied an Emmy's character card, otherwise I would have to run away. Now I still have a killer weapon that can turn the tables. Han Xiao felt sure and shouted to Nagakin in the call channel, "What is your strongest attack method?" "What do you mean?" Nagakin was confused. "I have a way to let Anner stop, which should be able to limit his time for more than 10 seconds. During this period, he cannot move and cannot use his abilities. This is the only chance to severely damage him." Han Xiao said in a deep voice. The situation changed rapidly and was very unfavorable, but he remained calm. Although he had the means of explosion, the A-level superpower was extremely resistant. Even if Anner was not known for his defense, his attack power alone was not enough to disintegrate the enemy's combat power. He had tested it once on Ashes. Only if Nago, Big Skin King, who is also in Class A, can cause fatal damage, can this precious dragon character card be wasted. 10 seconds? Can you really control Anner? Nagakin couldn't believe it, thinking he had heard it wrong. For their level, more than 10 seconds is no longer an opportunity to describe, but the gap between life and death. How could this black star, which is just be limited to a natural disaster level for more than 10 seconds? Believe me, Han Xiao's tone was calm. Anner was a psychic, and he was still based on speed. No matter what the power attribute said, it would be impossible for him to exceed 1,800 points. Okay. Nagakin took a deep breath. Black Star was able to repel the ashes, but he had not disappointed him. Maybe he could do it. He decided to believe it once, and immediately began to gather energy. The cells of the whole body released the powerful martial arts aura, like a ball of golden fire. The strong wind could not be extinguished, but became more vigorous, and his momentum continued to rise. In less than 10 seconds, in fact, just let Anner stop for 1 second is enough for him. The Stormlight combo is his strongest method, and he only has to worry about not being able to hit the enemy. Han Xiaoyan had enough eyes and stared at the wind demon who was traveling through high speed in the strong wind. He reached out and pointed his hand at him from a distance with sharp eyes. Success or failure is here. What does he want to do? Anner also discovered Han Xiao's actions and could still see various details clearly in the storm. He didn't understand Han Xiao's behavior, but it surprised Anner that this guy was able to withstand the strongest area of the storm until now. By the standards of a B-level superpower, his vitality was too tenacious. But it should be almost over to the limit. Anner turned his head and looked at the edge of the battlefield. The Guardian began to move and moved towards the Black Star. He seemed to think that the Black Star was in danger and wanted to take him away. In a second thought, Anner understood the idea of the Norios Consortium. Prepare to save Black Star my hand. Don't want to anger Emmys, right? Humph, I think so beautiful. Anner smiled coldly and suddenly controlled a strong wind to hit the Guardian who was rushing, slowing down the Guardian's pace, then leaned over and sprinted and rushed towards Han Xiao with a terrifying wind-pressing cannon that could blow out the crater. Anner is determined to get rid of him here. Oh no, the Guardian was shocked when he saw this. The senior management asked him to intervene in an emergency to prevent the high-level combat power of both sides from being killed. He wanted to take the Black Star, who was unable to do anything, but he did not expect Anner to attack him. This was to fight for the risk of angering the Guardian and kill the Black Star, and he was fearless. At this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from Han Xiao's body that made everyone present look horrified. It seems that the space is condensed. Buzz, a woman's phantom, appeared behind Han Xiao, consistent with his movements, and extended his palm toward Anner. That's Dragon Emmers. Nagakin, Anner, and the Guardian also showed a look of shock and horror on their faces. there's another one behind. The next moment, the terrifying pressure that caused the 3 natural disaster-level mines to shake suddenly came and headed straight for Anner. What? Anner's expression changed drastically. Boom! Anner, who was flying at high speed, stopped in an instant. Without any warning, the air around him suddenly solidified, and he seemed to become a bug trapped in amber, unable to move. You use people advent card, Emmers. Force field Dragon's Gaze. The power is being determined. The target power is 466 points. The judgment is completed. Anner falls into the status state, lasting for 14 seconds. How is this possible? The unexpected change shocked Anner. Could this terrifying imprisonment force be the power of the Dragon Throne? It is true that Black Star is a cadre in the Zodiac sign, but why can he use the power of the Zodiac sign? Anner hadn't felt the feeling of panic for a long time. At this time, his calmness was ruined. He could not move at all no matter how he tried, and could not even speak. Looking at Nagakin, who was coming with arrogance, fear finally appeared in his eyes. Bang! The heavy punch of golden thunder hit Anner's face, and the faint wind-pressing shield was shattered like paper. The muffled sound of the fist hitting the body was like a muffled thunder, and a golden impact ring burst out from the blow. This punch has been accumulating force for a long time, and its power can shake mountains and destroy cities, enough to shatter a whole block. However, Anner was tightly fixed in the air and could not fly out, and all the punches were stuffed into his body. A mouthful of fishy blood squirted into the strong wind. Bang, 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 bang. Nagakin roared, as if he had vented all his depression. He made countless ghost shadows with powerful fists and feet, and each hit was really hit. Anner was like a target that could not move, unable to move, and was destroyed like a storm, and his body continued to deform. It's too cruel. Han Xiao's eyes twitched, and he almost couldn't help but want to add the voice of Ola, 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 Ola to Nagakin. He was not idle either. While Anner couldn't move, he rushed forward with a high Zhobwa / cannon and output. The chance is rare. The higher the damage, the better. The two of them sandwiched Anner in the middle, and all the attacks greeted him, dazzled. Without the wind-pressing shield, Anner could only use his body to carry it hard, and was beaten to pieces. The broken bones pierced the skin, and blood splashes like a fountain. The Guardian had no time to be shocked. His mission was to prevent the death of strong men on both sides. Anner was also his target of protection. He didn't think Anner needed help just now. But the situation took a sharp turn. The Guardian quickly turned, and the target to be rescued this time became Anner. However, the wind pressure cannon released by Anner before being hit was just hindered the Guardian's pace, making him unable to support him in time. The 14-second violent attack, when the control time ended, countless force burst out from Anner's body in an instant. Boom! A flesh-and-blooded firework exploded in the air. A psychic who cannot use his abilities is very fragile in comparison. For example, a psychic who uses a protective shield can block a nuclear explosion with a protective shield, but it does not mean that he can block a nuclear explosion with his body. Anner is not good at defense. Without his specialty speed, Han Xiao and Nagakin output tons of damage, and the speed of his blood bar falling could be said to be a huge drop. Nagakin's fierce combo was fully fought, and he let out a sigh of anger. Last time he was besieged by Anner and Ashes, he was seriously injured and finally took revenge. Usually when fighting at the same level, you can only rub a few times after getting close, and the opponent will immediately distance himself. How could he beat the target as he did just now? Even ordinary people, if they don't dodge, avoid, or block them, they will be beaten by another person for 14 seconds. If the hitter is determined to kill someone, this time is enough to kill someone. But Anner still breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! The broken Feng Yao fell to the ground and turned back into a human form. He was covered in bruises and blood. There were wounds with deep bones everywhere like a rag bag, and blood flowed continuously. Anner was spitting blood in his mouth, dying, and was already in a dying state. He couldn't stand up even if he stood up. He stared at Han Xiao, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. I'm actually going to fall here. Nagakin clenched his fists, his heart surging and full of excitement. He Xing did not break his promise, and his trust was worth it. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and he was almost exhausted. Fortunately, this killer move was successful. Unexpectedly, Emmers used it shortly after he got the card. He could only make a profit by killing Anner. He was still short of the last finishing attack, so he reached out to stop Nagakin. Finally, you can make up for it yourself, so that you can gain experience in killing enemies. Anner turned his head and looked at the Guardian, who was approaching not far away. This was his last hope. However, the Guardian paused, suddenly slowed down, pretending to be unable to catch up. Without hesitation, Han Xiao raised Gao Zhoubua's slash cannon and stabbed Anner's angry eyes and stabbed into his chest. Puff! The blade penetrated through the back, but not much blood flowed out, and Anner's blood almost dried up. Anner's whole body was shocked. His palms suddenly grabbed the blade. His eyes slowly became unconscious, and he stared blankly into the sky. He stammered his lips and said the last sentence with difficulty, his voice so subtle that no one could hear it. Dark Star, immortal. The next second, the palm that grabbed the blade lost its strength and slid to the ground. Life leaves this body. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time, a prompt was flashed on the panel. You kill Anner, LV-173. You gain 2470 W of experience. Kill the target over level 10. An additional 280% experience bonus, and an individual output rate of 13%. You gain 899 W of experience. The output rate is very low, and Han Xiao was not surprised. Nagakin is the source of fatal damage. To be precise, Nagakin killed Anner and picked up a sweet spot by himself. Of course, if Nagakin didn't have his own character card, he would not be able to kill Anner, either of which was indispensable. Killing Anner directly gets more than 33 million experience, which is the most one-time reward so far, which is considered to be a supplement to the experience pool. The biggest gain is to complete one of the difficult goals of the A-level mission, Ghidorah Alliance. Han Xiao did not expect to really kill a natural disaster-level powerful man. When Demon Anner has been completed, you have gained 1820W experience. Ghidorah's Civilization Favor plus 1,200. People Advent Card Anner. Ghidorah Civilization. Friendly. 2340 to 3,000. Your Ghidorah Alliance mission evaluation is improved and will be displayed after settlement. The raging storm slowly dissipates and the pungent smoke fills. Looking at Anner's body, everyone froze, no matter how they are enemies, with a stunned expression. They never thought that this natural disaster-level powerful man would die here. Even Anner himself did not expect it. A disaster-level Superman died in battle. The stars are probably going crazy because of the traitor who lost 2 advanced combat powers. They're losing a lot of money. I am afraid I will really enter their sight, which will be more risky than before. Han Xiao. Killing Anner, the subsequent impact should be detrimental to him, but it was a life-and-death situation just now. Now that things have come to this point, Han Xiao will not let go of the dying Anner because of worries. With less than a year left before version 2.0, he had already planned to start preparing after this operation, spending this period of time in a low-key manner and paying attention to the Dark Star. To be honest, Han Xiao was not too panicked, because once version 2.0, he would crack the alienation disaster, and then there would be a greater conflict with the Dark Star. The Dark Star is always an enemy that the main line of 2.0 must deal with, and it is just a matter of time. Han Xiao looked around. As soon as Anner died, the morale of the Dark Star warriors collapsed, but this closed protective cover left the enemy with no way out. It's safe here. I don't know what's going on with Owen. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, Ashes were still chasing Owen at the right end. After more than 10 minutes, both sides had already left the battlefield where Han Xiao and others were, and were about to arrive at the location where the teleportation mage was. After Anner died in battle, the situation on the battlefield reversed, and the Dark Star warrior became the target of hunting, and no one had time to convey the message, so Ash knew nothing about the sudden situation on the battlefield. In his impression, Anner must still be playing with a group of mercenaries who were in trouble. He was not worried about Anner's safety at all. As early as when he first joined the Dark Star in his childhood, Anner was already a senior combat force in the organization. He received Anner's teachings since he was a child and knew very well how powerful Anner's mentor was. Since Anner took the initiative to stay and delay, he must be absolutely sure. Although the mentor seems to be a little embarrassed about him recently, these are all details that don't need to be cared about. Ashes are full of confidence in Anner. With Nagakin's speed, he can't even touch the corner of his mentor's clothes. So how could he lose? Even if you really can't beat it, with the speed of the mentor, you're leaving as long as you want. There has been no news coming now, which means that everything is under control and there is no need to notify it. Ashes thought so. In order not to attract attention, the Ashes dissipated huge black clouds of carbon particles, only surrounding the particles. Owen was still running away in the aircraft, and the two kept a distance. Owen looked back frequently, sweating on his forehead. It's almost here. When we stop, there will be only about 10 seconds of action, and then he will catch up. If we can't complete the teleportation you mentioned within these 10 seconds, we will be dead. Aroshia tilted her head, thought for a while, and corrected, "It's not us. Only you will die." "Thank you for your reminder." Owen gritted her teeth. Very angry. The teleportation mage's store was far away, and Aroshia suddenly remembered. By the way, he was beaten up last time, and he might have moved away. Owen, bang! The aircraft braked urgently, and with inertia, it crashed into the wall of the bookstore, smashing a large hole that was transparent in front and back. All the bookshelf blocked on the road were smashed to pieces, and the shredded paper drifted like fireworks, floating all over the sky. The two jumped down halfway and landed in a messy bookstore. Time was urgent, and there was no time to stop the aircraft and knock on the door. The counter at the door was also knocked out. Ishuan was sitting on a chair holding a book, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Before he could come back to his senses, he had an expression on his face like who I am, where I am, what I want to do, and a word, confused. My shop collapsed when my eyes closed. Aroshia pointed to Ishuan. "It's him. It's great. The person is still there." Owen breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the transparent hole, and said awkwardly, "At least it's breathable." Ishuan opened his mouth and saw Aroshia. "I know you. You are in the same group as the mercenaries who beat me last time. I need your help. Please teleport us to the northern airport. The speed should be fast, and money is not a problem." Owen dared not delay and said straight to the point. Ishuan looked stunned and looked down at the broken paper all over the ground. Now he realized that his whole body was trembling. The book in his hand fell to the ground with a squeak, as if a dagger was pierced in his heart. He felt so distressed that he couldn't breathe and made an uninspiring wail. "This is my lifelong treasure." Owen was anxious. When was it time to still care about these broken books, and said at a very fast speed, "We are being chased. That is a guy who kills people without blinking. He belongs to the Dark Star. If you don't take us away, he will kill you. I am a god or a native. I will give you a high service fee and compensate you for all your losses. If there is no time, cast a spell quickly." Looking into the sky through the hole, the Ashes figure was approaching rapidly. In another 2 seconds, he could enter his attack range. At that time, he could kill Owen in seconds. Owen sweated coldly and looked at the teleportation mage, who was hesitant nervously. He had never discussed it before. He didn't know if the mage in front of him would help. This was the only hope for escape. At this time, Aroxius said, "My friend said that if you don't help, he will come to you again." Ishian heard this, without saying a word, and the vortex-like blue light stained the surroundings with magical brilliance. Owen was overjoyed and rushed in. Ishuan didn't dare to delay. He didn't want to stay and used the wizard's delicate body to welcome the fury of the pursuer. Buzz, a flash of light, the portal closed, and the three of them disappeared without a trace. Ashes rushed and saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed, his face covered with dark clouds, and he was very angry. They were lost again. I thought Avanen was desperate, but he didn't know that there was a teleportation master hidden in the city. If it weren't for Aesop, Technician Han would not have known that there was a hidden teleportation mage here, and this tactic would not have been realized. Now, this intelligence played a crucial role. At that time, Han Xiao did not expect to be involved in a traitor hunting battle of the Dark Star. Ashes looked at the empty room and couldn't help but pinch his fists. Only the magician, who was also proficient in teleportation, could track it backwards. At this time, the traitor fled to another place and lost the clues, and he had no way to pursue it. He doubted whether he was lucky recently, and why he always encountered unexpected situations. Even this kind of task that was almost certain to be successful was failed. Minter Anner might be angry to death. Ashes breathed a sigh of relief and took out the communicator to contact Anner. The operation had failed. We should send the information back here as soon as possible. Everything should be discussed in the long term. Z. The communicator flashed. Anner's face appeared on the screen, frowned, and said, "Have you succeeded?" Ashes shook his head and told the situation again. "You are such a waste." Anner was furious. Ash's body stiffened, and he was a little embarrassed. This was the first time he was scolded. It seemed that the Minter was really angry. "Where do you think the traitor has fled?" "I don't know. There is no clue." Ash replied. "If they escape in a spaceship, we will save trouble," Anner said. Ashes nodded. The fleet of Dark Stars was already on alert around Norios, ready to intercept. As long as the traitor wanted to escape by boat, he would fall into the siege of the fleet. "How is your situation?" Ashes asked. The situation is very stalemate. Come back quickly. I will drag the enemy down. As long as you can arrive in time, we can work together to get rid of the Godora people and the Black Star mercenaries. If you can't catch up with the traitors, then we will eliminate these enemies first." "Okay." Ash's eyes lit up, and he turned around and moved towards the direction he came, rushing to meet with Anner. When he thought of killing Black Star, his depressed mood became brighter, as if the clouds passed by the sky clear. The protective cover still exercised its duties and isolated this area, but the situation had become one-sided, and the Dark Star warriors were constantly defeated and fell one by one. In the middle of the ruins, Anner ended the communication with the Ashes, turned off the communicator, pointed his fingers at his cheeks, and a matrix-like circuit flashed across his cheeks. His appearance changed rapidly, revealing Han Xiao's face. Taking off the simulation mask, Han Xiao rubbed his face, looked at Nagakin beside him, and smiled. "I let him back, and there's good news. Owen successfully slipped away." Nagakin laughed generously, with a happy face, pressing his fingers, and the joints crackled. "Beautiful. My fist is not full." Han Xiao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He was also very tired of acting. Anner died in battle, and he picked up the communicator and instantly thought of the purpose. The Dark Star is only ash, the natural disaster level, and the balance of power is finally tilted. Although the Emeth character card has been used up, Nagakin is also very strong. With himself, he might be able to siege Ash in reverse, which is very feasible. The only problem is whether Ash knows what is happening here. If the other party knows the situation, he will definitely retreat. At this moment, Ash's call application came from the communicator. Han Xiao immediately took out the simulation mask, scanned Anner's body, disguised himself as he tried to test Ash with a tone. While acting, Han Xiao was really worried. After all, he didn't know what Anner's usual tone looked like, so he carefully observed Orr's reaction and finally came to the conclusion that Orr's respect for Anner very much. Ashes said Han Xiao, without doubt, that he was not careful about some minor differences. If you think about it carefully, it is normal. Only when Anner is killed can others get his communicator. In Ash's eyes, this was something impossible, so they were kept in the dark. Not only that, his reaction made me confirm something. The outer space was indeed ambushed by the Dark Star fleet. Han Xiao took out his communicator and tried to contact Erosia, while saying to Nagakin, "I didn't expect to kill a natural disaster-level enemy. In this way, we have more room for maneuver, and almost all the pursuit troops were destroyed. We don't have to take the risk of sending Owen away." Nagakin thought for a while, and felt that this made sense and nodded in agreement. A rigid plan is always better than adapting to changes. At this time, the guardian on the side of Ho walked up, looked down at Anner's body, sighed heavily, and looked regretful. You actually killed him. Alas, if it weren't for his attack, I wouldn't have been one step slower. The two of them immediately looked at him. This man is extremely revengeful. Wonderful, wonderful. The guardian felt sorry for a while, turned his head to look at the two of them, and focused his eyes on Han Xiao, his eyes full of unhidden surprise. After a pause, he didn't say anything and slowly retreated. The man from the unknown star had already lost his mind, and he had no intention of interfering. He saw Anner dying just now, and when he intervened, he would be understood by Ghidorah as deliberately obstructing him. So he adapted to the situation and gave up the rescue. It's really hard to be neutral. Nagakin withdrew his gaze, looked at Han Xiao, and asked hesitantly, Your ability, just now, seems to be related to Dragon's Zodiac? This doubt has been kept in my heart, and it was not until now that he had the chance to ask. He knew that his feelings were right. His power just now was definitely above a level. Why can Black Star use Dragon's Zodiac ability? What is their relationship? If this intelligence is transmitted back to the War Bureau, the Intelligence Department may have to evaluate the status of Black Star in Longton again. It's nothing, I just did some small work. Han Xiao waved his hand, looking humble. Nagakin's eyes looked even more important. A few days ago, he felt that the hope for this mission was slim. Even with Han Xiao's help, it did not relieve much pessimism. But Han Xiao's role was far beyond his imagination. If Anner's body hadn't been lying beside him, and he wouldn't believe it if he hadn't been killed. He was facing a situation of being attacked by two natural disaster levels. Not only did he not suffer much injuries, he could have killed one. Two fights, and one is even killed. It's simply, the sound of fighting around gradually became sparse, which meant that there were fewer and fewer Dark Star warriors, and the environment was in a mess. Han Xiao said in a deep voice, Stop talking. The battle is not over yet. The people of the Dark Star are still alive. Hurry up and deal with them before the ashes come back. And don't leave anyone behind. Brush. The ship-cutting knife broke through the flesh and blood, slashing Xiaman with a panic expression in two pieces, and blood spurted. Melas took a breath, put away his weapons, fought for a long time, and finally killed the dwarf gunman. After the enemy's aura collapsed, his courage also collapsed. He killed the other party in one go. He was about to take a step away when he suddenly stopped, turned around, and came to Xiaman's body, picked up the fallen giant gun, held it in his hand, and weighed it twice, and muttered to himself. Black Star should like this kind of spoil. Carrying the giant gun on his shoulder, Melas swaggered away from the scene. Bang! Sinhisa's brain fried into a pool of minced meat and fell to the ground, her body still twitching instinctively. Chenxing rubbed his hoarse voice, closed his eyes, and repaired his mental damage. His opponent was not weak, and she spent a lot of energy. Ding, I saved your life. Your body will be rewarded. Chenxing snorted. Fording in his mind smiled helplessly and did not respond. Chenxing looked up at the protective cover. His eyes flashed, and he said to himself, I can't go out now, so I can only pretend that Ferdine is in contact with a group of mercenaries. As long as it is not visible, I can escape when I move freely. She wanted to hide the fact that the body manipulator had changed. It was not difficult to disguise as Ferdine. Her senses were intimate with Ferdine, and she was used to Fordine's behavior, which was enough to achieve 100% similarity. Chenxing was in a bad mood when he thought of Han Xiao, the culprit. But as long as she cheated on this guy, she would be free. She is very confident in her acting skills, and we are a great artist. Nagakin made a move, and it didn't take long to deal with all the remaining Dark Star warriors. The protective cover was an endless coop with no way out. The surviving mercenaries dragged their scarred bodies and gathered from all directions to the center of the battlefield. Han Xiao counted several heads. There were more than 100 recruited mercenaries, but now there were less than 30 left. He swept the faces of Melas, Sivia, Volga brothers, and Ferdine. He breathed a sigh of relief and confirmed his cadre's survival. The Mechanical Legion was scattered in different locations, and he ordered other mercenaries to recycle the machinery all over the field, which immediately caused many mercenaries to complain. The wind was so noisy just now. Who knows where your machinery has flew? We had just finished fighting. Don't be so over the top using coolies. However, despite complaining, the mercenaries still obediently and felt that they were upright. Although not everyone saw Han Xiao's performance when using the Emperor's character card, the mercenary who saw this scene had a stronger awe in his eyes. Han Xiao took out his ears and was quite impatient. These mercenaries, picking up something, complain about the pain. They're still dedicated to the players. As long as they have rewards, they can enjoy it no matter how hard or tired they are. They are much better than these mercenaries. They are simply touching the sea of stars and miss them very much. Melas stepped forward and handed over Shemin's giant gun. The spoils, I'll give it to you. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, grabbed the gun, glanced at it, took a quick look, took off its shell, observed the internal structure, and nodded, "This gun is good." The item introduction popped out of the panel, and its name was 3-core photorotor machine cannon, which is a weapon that enjoys the expertise of the gunman, which means that the gunman can get additional bonuses when using it. The drawings are rare, and it saves the consumption of gambling drawings when you get it, and can be directly pushed out. Han Xiao happens to need a non-ordinary model of light energy gun. Although he is not a gunman, the mechanical power bonus is universal, but the bonus is not as good as the gunman. Gunners are long-range outputs, and players are very welcome to gunners when playing dungeons. They are part of the traditional iron triangle tactics, such as main tank, shooter, and control. Han Xiao also played guns and cannon masters in his previous life. In addition to shooting cannons, the output is tons, but it is just too monotonous. Although shooting cannons are fun, they can easily get tired of fighting every day. In the 3 professions of the mechanical department, he still prefers mechanics with more flexible tactics. Putting away the guns, Han Xiao looked at Sawia. There was no injury, but the fear was not gone. He turned to look at Fording, but found that Fording was covered in blood and seemed to have experienced a tragic battle. "Are you okay?" Han Xiao asked. Qinqing suddenly became nervous. Thinking of Fording's usual expression, he hurriedly pulled out a kind smile and said in a gentle tone, I'm fine, but I just met an enemy." Sawia interrupted, "By the way, I saw you being knocked down with my own eyes. That enemy is much stronger than you. I was worried about you all the way. Fortunately, you were fine. How did you defeat him?" Qinqing's smile suddenly became a little stiff, his mentality collapsed, and he wanted to sew Sawia's mouth. When Can asked, he wanted to kill me at this moment. She became wise in a hurry and coughed. I didn't defeat him. The enemy is a B-level superpower. I almost got killed by him. I'm not very good at fighting, but fortunately a storm suddenly blew over, rolling us up and blowing us away, saving my life." "You are so lucky." Sivia sighed. Everyone did not doubt that he was, and they were ashamed of their luck. "Yes, your life is so great." Han Xiao sighed and slapped her on the back with a heavy slap, which made her cough violently, and a -1 injury popped up on the top of her head. Qinqing's back hurt. He held back his anger, pulled out a forced smile, and laughed dryly twice. Seeing that Han Xiao had no doubts, his heart was relieved and relieved. He finally fooled it and deceived Haixing. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and greeted Nagakin, who was on the side, while holding Chunxing's shoulders tightly, making her unable to escape. Chunxing twisted his body uncomfortably and said, "Can you let me go? Stop pretending." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "You can't cheat me." Chunxing's cold sweat suddenly flowed down, and he hurriedly thought about the loophole, but he couldn't imagine that something went wrong in any link. "It's obviously not revealed. You made a mistake, I'm Fording." She tried to defend herself with a forced smile. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and leaned close to Qinqing's ear. "I said, if you really get out of trouble, you won't want to meet me." Qinqing's heart skipped a beat. At this time, Nagakin came over. Han Xiao patted Qinqing on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't struggle. There is an A-level Superman here. You can't escape. You won't want to be beaten by him." Qinqing gritted his teeth and simply stopped pretending and said angrily, "How did you recognize me?" Han Xiao also looked helpless when he heard this. The panel news had long revealed his identity. He couldn't even cooperate with the performance and turn a blind eye. He was also very desperate. In a bad situation, Qingqing suddenly had no choice but to do anything. She couldn't think of any way to escape. She glared at Han Xiao with a resentful look. She had already imagined Han Xiao's 100 ways of death in her mind, and she wished she could whip the corpse 100 times herself. She simply handed over her body control. It was better than being pushed back by others. Fording's consciousness returned, moved his hands and feet, shook his head, and smiled. I knew you could recognize it. You are so lucky. Even if she regained control of her body, she never crushed her consciousness. Han Xiao was quite envious, and the halo of luck was still awesome. Fording smiled. Actually, I communicated with her quite happily. I know her well, and she also understands everything about me. They understand each other's thoughts. Congratulations on finding a soulmate. Just marry her, and my mission will be completed. Han Xiao shook his head and was suddenly stunned. Wait, you might not guess correctly. The most perfect completion conditions for Fording's mission will not really make him suffer. Fording pointed to his head and said helplessly, I won't tell you why she scolded you. Han Xiao laughed dryly, let go of his hand, hurriedly stayed away from Fording, grabbed Sivia's hair, and wiped his hands. He suddenly didn't want to get close to Fording. After chatting casually, looking at the time, Ash was almost time to come back. At this time, Han Xiao discovered a serious problem. Although the battle was over, the protective cover still isolated this area. If he could not leave, he would not be able to siege Ash as planned. This question can only be found in the Norios Consortium. The Guardian has been watching from a distance, and Han Xiao felt it necessary to communicate with him. Han Xiao and Nagakin joined in and found the Guardian to express the intention of opening the protective cover. The Guardian almost refused the request without thinking. There is another member of the Dark Star who is alive, and he is rushing back. If you don't open the shield, we can't deal with him. Nagakin said. The Guardian had no expression on his face. I know. So, I will not open the protective shield until the enemy you mentioned leaves. You will stay here until I confirm that the storm is completely over. Are you the one who wants to protect the Dark Star? Nagakin said angrily. My duty is to protect Norios. Will you open the protective cover and let you continue to destroy the city? I don't want to see someone making trouble in Norios again. The damage you cause will be caused by you. When the matter is over, our consortium will ask you Ghidorah for compensation. The Guardian narrowed his eyes and said that there was no way in her. That was because he was unable to ride a tiger and could only give up, but it does not mean that he was standing on Ghidorah's side. The protective cover was absolutely impossible to open. This is the bottom line of the consortium's top management, and the consortium does not want to see that the advanced combat power of Darkstar is lost here. There is another one at the back. The Norios Consortium does not want to provoke both parties, but will not completely accommodate both parties' demands. This move may have conflicts with Ghidorah, but it is not that serious. This is a matter of degree. A little bit of conflict is within the scope of acceptance, and the way of dealing with things is very flexible. The consortium is also preparing to ask Ghidorah for compensation. The first reason is that important personnel from the Dark Star died. Ghidorah took advantage of it, and it will be easier to compromise on other issues. The most important reason is that O-Star cannot compensate, and Ghidorah is a legal civilization and an order regime, which can be understood as a broad sense of good people, and good people will abide by the rules. Nagakin wanted to persuade him, but Han Xiao reached out to stop him, so he stopped talking. Han Xiao had already seen that the consortium would not give in at this point, and could only give up the plan to siege Ashes. The previous disguise and seduction had lost its effect. He felt a little regretful, but the situation changed rapidly, and he was used to this feeling. There was not much to develop completely according to the most ideal situation. Since you can't fight, this mission is almost over and you won't be chased again. Han Xiao said intimately. Looking up at the sky, a black cloud stopped in the sky, revealing the figure of Ashes, and he finally rushed back. Ashes looked down at the devastated battlefield through the protective cover, and looked shocked. He glanced at Anner's body and suddenly noticed Anner's body. His eyes could no longer be removed. The shock on his face suddenly turned into horror. Maybe it is not completely useless to lure the ashes back. Let him see Anner's body with his own eyes, impact his heart, and leave him a psychological shadow. A few minutes ago, Ashes remembered the instructions of Anner and rushed to the battlefield quickly. He couldn't wait to participate in the battle and make up for the mistake of failing his mission. At the speed of a mentor, no enemy can get rid of his entanglement, and Black Star can no longer escape like before. This time, he can finally get rid of him completely. Ashes flashed through this thought and couldn't help feeling expectation and pleasure with a speed of 700 miles and a free mood. However, the scene in front of him was completely different for what he expected. He did not expect that the mentor who was defeated was not only defeated, but even died in battle. The moment he saw Anner's body, the Ashes were stunned, and a cool air rushed from his spine into his brain, turning into incredible fear. Anner, how could he be killed? Ashes immediately took out the communicator and dialed Anner's number. Doo-doo. But the waiting time for a few seconds was extremely long. After it was connected, the screen jumped out of the screen, but it was not the Anner he was expecting, but Han Xiao's face, which made a deafening laugh. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ashes were shocked. How could it be you? Oh, don't you like handsome people? Han Xiao smiled, pressed his cheeks, turned into Anner's appearance, and threw a kiss with a bad taste. Then how about this picture? Crack. The screen burst into cracks. The Ashes almost crushed the communicator, and the shock and anger broke out, and the last glimmer of hope disappeared. Anner is really dead. All kinds of emotions suddenly surged into his heart. Disbelief, angry, panic, confused. The remaining reason reminded him of his current situation. If the other party can kill Anner, he is in danger. I'm the only one left. I can't stay for battle anymore, and I can't be wiped out here. Ash gritted his teeth and fled in a hurry on the black clouds, rushing at lightning. The situation here must be reported. While running away, he contacted the senior management of Anner and informed him of Anner's death. This news immediately caused an explosive sensation within the senior management of the Grand Star. The senior executives of the Dark Star were preparing to listen to the good news of the mission, but what was heard was bad news. No one expected that Anner would die in this sure operation and dispatch 2 natural disaster levels at once. When assigned tasks, all the senior officials felt that it was inevitable. This news completely disrupted their position. For a long time, the combat power of the Dark Star has been changing. At its peak, there were 8 natural disaster level strong men with high and low strength. Anner is one of them, an elder-level figure in the organization. However, over the years of fighting, the deaths and injuries, and today, only 2 of these 8 people have been left until now, and Anner is one of them. Except for these 2 veterans, the other A-level combat powers are newcomers. Losing an old man is an extremely heavy blow to the Dark Star, and the replenishment speed of advanced combat power is not as good as the lost speed. The natural disaster level superpowers in the organization are already very scarce. In less than a minute, the high-level Dark Star issued an emergency order to the Ashes. You give up this mission and leave Norios immediately. The fleet will pick you up. We have lost an important member, and we must not lose one more. Originally, we were the pursuit party, but the character turned into a fugitive. Ashes were very unwilling to give up, but the situation was stronger than that of the people, so we could only bear it. He turned off the communicator and escaped as quickly as possible, without any delay. He was worried that the enemy would catch up at any time, as if there were countless pursuers behind him. In fact, Han Xiao and others could not leave the protective cover, and Norios' people also wanted Ash to get out quickly. Ash didn't know that no one was chasing him at all, and they all looked forward to him getting out. It was him who scared himself. 1 hour later, buzzing, the shield faded, the metal pillars were put into the ground, and Norios was lifted out of isolation. This also means that the consortium confirmed that the battle had ended. They watched the Dark Star fleet appear, took away the Ashes, and then jumped away one after another, which made the consortium feel relieved. Although there are thousands of escort warships in the outer space of Norios, it is naturally the best not to break out of conflict. The pursuit troops retreated. Han Xiao knew that Nagakin's mission had been completed. As long as Ghidorah reinforcements arrived, he could settle it. He would already make a profit by killing an Anner. The battle is over, but the influence has just begun to ferment. A member of the A-level Dark Star died in battle. Ghidorah will pay great attention to it, and even the entire Broken Star Ring will pay attention to this news. Although countless people die at every moment, people are different. A natural disaster-level strong man with a sensitive identity is naturally more eye-catching than the deaths of tens of millions of ordinary people who are ignored on countless planets. And she may be very curious if she uses Emmer's ability. However, these are not the key points now. Coping with the Norios consortium is the problem that needs to be faced. After Han Xiao and others escaped, they were asked to meet with the senior management of the consortium as soon as possible. The consortium is preparing to settle accounts after the autumn, mainly for compensation and requests an explanation. PY Book, a big angel at the beginning. Introduction. Wang Daliang is a senior who is about to graduate, and his biggest hobby is to play various games. But when he was about to leave campus, on a hot summer night, when he was awakened by a mosquito, he suddenly discovered a big secret of his roommate and gay friend. He was reborn. The Guardian took everyone on a plane to another city. In the middle of the city was a tall building. Even in the steel city with buildings, it stood out like a middle finger raised on the earth. There is a transparent cover protecting the apron on the top floor. The cover is slowly opened. The aircraft landed here. There are many guards standing next to the passage leading to the building. Han Xiao and his group followed the Guardians through the passage and entered the interior of the top floor. The interior is exquisitely decorated and luxuriously, like a luxury house. A man was sitting on the sofa with his back facing away from everyone entering the door, and only the back of his head was seen. On the wall facing him, virtual screens were displayed, all of which were surveillance images, which was the scene of the battlefield. "Look, what did you do on my planet?" The man didn't know what button he pressed, and the sofa automatically turned around from being facing away from being facing everyone. Only then did he see the person's appearance and look very strong. Han Xiao felt familiar and suddenly remembered he had seen a photo of this person. A few days ago, he was playing a cat and mouse game with Aesop. Aesop made a request to steal something. At that time, he asked Philip to go online to buy due. The jewelry was bought by the head of the Norius consortium for unknown wife. The man in front of him was the head of the consortium, and it was called... What was it called? Lokfez, I am the owner of this planet. The man said calmly, I know who you are, Ghidorah War Bureau Nagakin, Longtan Guard Captain Visander, and Longtan Field Force Commander Blackstar. Because he belongs to Longtan in name, the Blackstar mercenary group was deemed to be a unit under Longtan's command. Han Xiao didn't care much about this. Since joining Longtan, the effect of this identity has always outweighed the disadvantages. It can temporarily bind his mercenary group to a transcendent camp, which is of great benefit to the growth of the mercenary group's fame. I also understand the incident roughly. I have no interest in the fight between Ghidorah and the Dark Star, but your actions have caused damage to my planet, and Ghidorah does not have the power to enforce the law on my territory, so I need you to give me an explanation and ask for legal compensation. My people are counting the losses. After the specific amount is determined, we will talk about it carefully. Lokfez did not give the two people the chance to interrupt, and was determined and unquestionable. I will report to the headquarters. Ghidorah will compensate you for your losses. Blackstar is just the mercenary I hired. Their actions are my request. His compensation is borne by our Ghidorah. Ghidorah will never treat friends unfairly. Nagakin said that after killing Anner, he was quite happy. This result will also make the War Bureau very happy. Officials of his level will inevitably cause damage when they act outside. The War Bureau will wipe their butts, and they did not want to evade compensation. Because Lokfez has a deep connection and has good relationships with many civilized politicians of the Broken Star Ring. Ghidorah is not willing to offend such a big capitalist. Don't worry, I didn't want to ask him for money. Lokfez looked at Han Xiao when he heard this, and laughed. His tone became much warmer. Not that aggressive. Say hello to Emmys on my behalf. Do you want us to pay? Han Xiao suddenly felt a lot more favorable. Do you know Emmys? Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know Dragon's Zodiac? Lokfez laughed. I have a commercial cooperation with Longtan. We are on the side. I heard that Aesop wants you to steal my things, but you caught him. Haha, it's done well. Han Xiao suddenly realized that Aesop and Lokfez knew each other. No wonder there was such a prank. He didn't think it was strange that Aesop had lived for so many years and was also a legendary figure. He had accumulated a lot of connections and had friends all over the world. Wherever he was shit, someone would give him paper. Moreover, with Aesop's ability, most of the people they met were powerful guys, forming a huge network of relationships. Now that Emeth brought Aesop back, the Longtan camp will benefit from it, and the influence in secret may double. In fact, Lokfex's enthusiasm is not entirely due to Aesop. He has always provided funds for Longtan and rarely asked for returns, which is equivalent to funding. Lokfez is not the only consortium to do this. There are at least 20 consortiums that fund Emmers. When Emmers built Longtan, he issued an announcement to ask for money, and countless consortiums rushed to give money. Until today, many consortiums still maintain funding relationships. Otherwise, with Longtan's terrible business conditions, they would not be able to afford such high repair costs, fuel costs, maintenance costs, etc. The 4 super A-level strong men of Broken Star Rings, each of which has many investment consortiums behind it. There will always be consortiums willing to invest in powerful individuals or forces. So many strong men don't have to worry about money, even if they don't work. Many interstellar consortiums have long passed the stage of simply accumulating wealth. Unless they turn money into influence, relationships, or actual objects. Money is just a string of numbers, and investment organizations, strong people, and politicians are the ways for these capitalists. For example, Emmys is no longer because she is asking for money, but because others take the initiative to wave money to her and want to give her money. Whether to collect it depends on her mood. As long as you become stronger, many problems will be solved. But at the same time, the problems involved in every word and act will become more and more complicated. In a later version, some guilds are qualified to cooperate with consortiums and obtain funding and loans. The player's influence on the Starry Sea continues to deepen, and the interaction methods are becoming more and more abundant, and the impact on the regional pattern is dynamic. So the sense of substitution is very strong, allowing players to always maintain enthusiasm. As soon as you come to Norios, I know. I've just met you now, and you are even better than the rumors. Lokfez took the initiative to reach out. Han Xiao shook with him, smiled, and didn't say anything, but a thought arose in his heart. The preliminary preparation plan for version 2.0 requires funds. If you want to accommodate thousands of players, the hardware facilities of the mercenary group need to be upgraded on a large scale, and all of these cost money. If we can find a funder like Emmers, the funds may become more abundant. Because Han Xiao was used to being alone in his previous life, he only had some understanding of the cooperation between the guild and the NPC camp, but he had never tried it. All the funds in the plan needed to be earned by himself, but at this time he had a new idea, and the influence of the camp may be greater than what he thought. Han Xiao's core industry has always been to make money from players and use it to feed back to himself and his own camp. But can we add a new idea to harvest players' wallets while using players to let NPCs pay for their money? A flash of inspiration, a new idea emerged in his mind, and Han Xiao suddenly became excited. This idea cannot be implemented now, but when 2.0 opens, it may greatly expand the benefits brought to him by the player. Of course, the premise is to develop according to the plan. His Excellency Lokfez, I actually have one thing I hope to ask you, and I hope I can make an appointment for another time to discuss it carefully. Han Xiao said. Lokfez nodded. Okay, I'll give you my private number. After solving this matter, we will discuss it in detail. A consensus was reached afterwards, and the compensation was borne by Ghidorah. Lokfez asked someone to arrange an absolutely safe stronghold for everyone to live in. Before Ghidorah's reinforcements arrived, everyone would live here. Hiroshia brought Owen to join the group. Owen escaped from death and was relieved. The teleportation mage left after receiving the reward. He didn't want to have any connection with these broom stars. In the next few days, the impact of this storm began to ferment quickly. Interstellar News reported the incident, with the titles more and more shocking. Through the spread of these media, the deeds of Ghidorah fighting fiercely with the Dark Star and a natural disaster-level strong man died in battle quickly spread. The whole story was not revealed. The news broadcast was only part of the process and result, but it also caused a sensation. Among the infamous evil forces list of the evil forces of the Broken Star Ring, the Dark Star is not the most powerful organization, but it is the most radical. I don't know how many civilizations in the Gadon galaxy were destroyed, and countless citizens were displaced, thus dragging Ghidorah down. However, there are very few news of head-on conflicts, and they secretly entered the village and shot them. This time, a powerful Dark Star member died in full view of everyone, and he was so happy that he ran away. With the spread of news, Han Xiao's reputation panel has been constantly reminding him of his popularity in the past few days. Just like last time, the improvement range covers different star clusters, and the popularity level in most areas has reached little famous. In the often active Gadon galaxy, the popularity level is famous. In the impression of most interstellar citizens, Emmy's strength is the only reason to maintain Longtan, but most of the cadres under her command are limited in fame and are almost no outside activities. This is far inferior to the other 3 super A-level bosses with great careers. They are powerful soldiers and powerful men, while Emmy's is almost a bear commander with 2 or 3 big cats under her. The other 3 super A-level powerhouses of the Broken Star Ring are still powerful organizations that dominate the side even without their leaders. Longtan is far inferior to them. The last time Emmy's smashed the Dark Star mothership, the public focused more on Emmy's strong performance and the fact that Black Star is a new member of Longtan. However, this time the news was created by Black Star, showing stronger strength than before. Many interstellar citizens and powerful organizations who are concerned about this have the same idea. Emmers has also begun to have independent cadres. Oh, my mother, it's not easy. Ghidorah learned more details. Nagakin reported the specific situation, and the intelligence department of the War Bureau immediately raised its attention to Han Xiao, including the previous capture of the Dark Star mothership. This is the second time that Black Star has taken a strike against the Dark Star. It can be understood as a pro-Ghidorah faction, and the other party also helped Nagakin kill Anner, which helped them a lot. After this battle side by side, Nagakin attached great importance to Han Xiao. In the past few days, Han Xiao specifically narrowed his relationship with Nagakin, which is also the reason why he accepted this mission. Getting to know Nagakin is equivalent to obtaining a channel to directly contact Ghidorah's upper-level route. After waiting for a few days, the Ghidorah fleet arrived in Norios, and the incident finally ended. Nagakin brought Owen to the dock, and Ghidorah's huge fleet was parked in the port. Before leaving, Owen took the initiative to shake hands with Han Xiao and said, "You saved my life. I owe you a favor. If you need my help one day, I will spare no effort." Nagakin nodded to Han Xiao. "It is a pleasant experience to work with you. The War Bureau will pay this reward. I hope there will be a chance to cooperate in the future." Han Xiao smiled. "Don't worry. We will meet again soon." Nagakin was stunned, thinking that Han Xiao was just being polite, and said nothing. Taking Owen on the ship, the fleet rumbled, and soon turned into streams and disappeared into the universe. Nagorkin's request completed. You have gained 5 ADW experience, Einel, Ghidorah's camp relationship plus 850, Godorkin civilization, respect 3190/6000. Nagorkin's favor plus 30. Owen's favor plus 30. In one action added nearly 2,000 points of camp favor. Ghidorah's relationship directly rose to respect, which is good. Close the panel prompt. Han Xiao put away his smile. Originally, Nagakin would be disabled, and Owen could not survive. But the fate of these two people was changed by him, and the Dark Star would pay more attention to him, and he didn't know what reaction would be. "Where are we going now?" Melas spoke, and the cadres looked to Han Xiao. Han Xiao touched his chin. Before the version update, he set 2 goals. One was to advance, and the advancement had been completed, and now he was finally free. Then it was time to start the second goal and prepare for version 2.0. This is a big project. I'll go see Lockfez first. "So, Longtan's Black Star, what do you need and want my help?" He came to Lockfez's mansion again. This time, Han Xiao met Lockfez alone, and the two sat opposite each other, and the servant placed a refreshment drink. After chatting for a few words, Rockfest asked straight to the point. "My time is precious. If you have any requirements, just say it." Han Xiao put down his cup, leaned forward, and said, "Then I'll just say that my mercenary group is Longtan's field force. It has been in operation for 1.5 years. It's time to expand and increase the scale. I shoulder the reputation of Emmers and cannot continue to make small fuss. The structure of a large legion like Tianhuan and Blade is the construction direction of Black Star. The stronger the field force, the stronger the Longtan will be. So I need some financial support to form a base camp exclusively for the mercenary group, rather than a temporary base for rent." His early preparation plan for version 2.0 is to expand the camp and then guide the Aquarius Star players to join the mercenary group in the disaster of alienation. Ghidorah and the Dark Star are both competitors. Originally, players only needed to choose one of the two camps, and Han Xiao wanted to intervene as a third party to provide players with a new way out. In addition to the original good and evil, there was another neutrality he represented. Based on this, problems follow one after another. If you want to accommodate thousands of players, the hardware facilities of the camp need to be greatly upgraded. Otherwise, you will not be able to receive and attract more members. The most important factor in attracting players is the benefits. Even if the Meat Bun program cultivates a large number of audiences who yearn for mercenary groups, it is difficult to generate electricity with love, so the task resources provided to players are very important. Han Xiao had a long plan for this. When he established the mercenary group, he was established to become the middleman for mission releases, connect employers and players, and thus borrow almost endless task resources in the mercenary world to cultivate his own camp, retain players, and form the attraction of the camp. And what he accumulated was the reputation of the mercenary group. In addition to the characteristics of the mercenary group itself, he also has plans to provide NPC resource areas, and there are countless ways to provide benefits. In addition to task resources, another focus is camp specialties. In addition to the professional knowledge and skills of wealth-making big players, mechanical creation is naturally his characteristic. It is impossible to complete large-scale orders by relying on one's own production capacity. Therefore, it is necessary to consider mass production issues, start assembling assembly lines, and build their own military factory. With current knowledge and manufacturing levels, it is barely feasible to create assembly lines. Then it leads to the second question: where should the assembly line be placed? If so many players are accepted, the mercenary group must have a huge, fixed, and exclusive stronghold, which is equivalent to the main city of the camp. Otherwise, it will not be conducive to cultivating a sense of belonging. Only with its own main city is like a regular army. Even those who are professional in fighting guerrillas still pay attention to surrounding the city in the countryside. The location, security, resources, functions, etc. of a stronghold are all problems. So, the third question naturally arises: transportation. Since the number of members under his command has increased sharply, travel is a problem. It has been so much for players to fight spaceships. This is not conducive to maintaining the popularity of the main city. It is necessary to have a spaceship exclusive to the camp, or to reach a long-term cooperation agreement with some interstellar tour groups. These are just basic issues, and there are many fragmentary problems, such as finding stable raw material providers, contacting engineering teams, etc. Expanding the camp is like expanding the scale of the company. If you want to increase the business scope, You need to make a lot of preparations, and everything costs money. With Nagakin's remuneration, Han Xiao still had more than 500,000 inars left in his deposit. Some time ago, he counted it with his fingers and felt that the money was too bad, so he felt a little distressed with his wallet. Therefore, meeting Lokfez at this time is generally to attract investment. Expand the size of the field force. Lokfez narrowed his eyes. Is this what Emmys means? Emmers never cares about things. You should understand this. I'm ahead of the field force. This is the plan I am preparing for myself. Han Xiao said. It's not her idea when I guess. Lokfez changed his posture, looking more aura and fully showing the old man's confidence, and said with a smile, Then how much do you want? How much do you want? Han Xiao threw the question back. Lokfez immediately opened the topic. So far, I have provided 9 grants to Longtan with a total of about 24 million inars. This will not be the last number. I still have the intention to invest in Longtan. Jenny and I are old friends. The return she gave is the reason why I insist on investing. I enjoyed Emmy's reputation and allowed me to earn back the profits that satisfies me from other channels. Then, he kept silent and looked at Han Xiao with a smile. The subtext was what reward you can give me. By investing in Longtan, he obtained some permission from the chief executive Jenny and shared some of Emmer's influence, and then started commercial negotiations or political activities. This is equivalent to using investment to exchange for the influence of the strong, and then using influence to make money. After a while, he will only make much more money than the investment. So the question is, investing in Longtan's headquarters will bring such returns. Why do you need to invest in Longtan's field force? Moreover, this is just Han Xiao's personal plan. If Emmers means, he will give money. Black Star, the face is not that great. Want to give back? Han Xiao smiled and suddenly said, I guess you have my intelligence on your hands. Then you must know that I have some immortal warriors under me. Lokfez nodded. Well, I also notice that they are not with you now. They are born mercenaries, and the number is far beyond your imagination, and I know all of them. To expand the scale is naturally not just the infrastructure, but also the number of members. I don't need to hire other mercenaries in the free market. They are my favorites. If you invest, I can quickly expand the scale and join a large mercenary group. At that time, I will give you satisfactory returns. Even if you have Jenny's permission, sometimes you need Longtan's combat troops to appear in person to help you convince your competitors, or is it a large mercenary group that is willing to accept your free employment in private? Han Xiao selectively revealed some of the situation, convinced investors that they must describe the project prospects. Although there are stock markets between the stars, a mercenary group is far from reaching the entry threshold, so naturally they are not qualified to make a fortune. He is not afraid of revealing the existence of players. Sooner or later, players will join the interstellar world. At that time, it is known to everyone. During the version update period, even if he told Lokfez some information, the other party could not do anything, because now he can't even find a player's hair. This is a new idea he has come up with recently, letting NPCs recognize the potential of players and attracting them to actively invest. The meeting at this time was a test of the feasibility of this idea. Lokfez was skeptical, fell into thought, and pondered. Han Xiao's proposal made him a little interested. Helping Longtan build a field force may be a good project, but although Black Star is also a member of Longtan, his trust is not enough for him to invest with confidence. Han Xiao thought he had to wait for a while, but in less than 10 seconds, Lokfez made a decision, and the head of this large consortium was decisive. I won't give you funding. That's a pity. You missed a project with a return far greater than your investment. Han Xiao shook his head. At this time, Lokfez changed the subject and said, but I can give you a loan of 4 million inars, 3-year period. For Longtan's part, I will give you a simple interest rate. If you repay within 1 year and 2 years, I will charge you 10% interest, which is 400,000. Within 2 years and 3 years, 200 million. Within 3 years and 400 million, which is my condition. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. The interest was a bit explosive. It was okay within 1 year. It was almost as good as a bottoms man for more than 3 years, which was almost as good as usury. It was due to his long-tan background as a guarantee that Lok Faiz was willing to borrow money. It's really like having money. Okay, I agree. Han Xiao did. He was not worried about paying back the money. Version 2.0 will be open within 1 year. As long as players return, they may be able to count the money and get cramps in their brains. Not to mention paying back the money. Even if we buy the Noria's consortium, we, cough, excited, I still can't afford it. Lok Faiz took out the communicator and clicked out a loan document. Both parties signed the signatures. This document has legal effect and was backed up in multiple familiar civilization files. It is protected by the legal protection of these civilizations. In the past life, a player guild greed for money and refused to pay it back. Therefore, the relationship between these civilized camps plummeted, and the upper limit of the camp favorability was reduced to 2,999 points, which means that you will never get a respect relationship. Then the trust in your personal identity is reduced, and you will never be able to make a loan again. In severe cases, you will become a wanted criminal. If a guild wants to get a loan, it has to put in a lot of energy to improve the camp relationship. If you don't pay back the money, all the accumulated relationships will be ruined. As long as a guild with vision will not commit the act of breaking the contract that will encourage short-sightedness. Han Xiao also had no idea of breach of contract. Ding! Han Xiao received the transfer of money in his account. After taking a look, the deposit amount suddenly became 4,581,010. Lok Faiz was very happy to give money. He was a rich man who could buy sky-high jewelry for more than 7 million yuan. This small investment was just a small meaning to him. But for Han Xiao at this time, he was a huge startup capital. So happy cooperation. Standing up, Han Xiao shook hands with Lok Faiz and was taken away from the mansion by the butler. He went straight back to the hotel where Melas and others stationed. After supervising Sivia for a while, he returned to the room to think. I really got the investment. It seems that the influence of the camp is greater than what I thought. If I have started the startup capital, I can start building a base camp. Well, which planet is better? It must be not far from the Sea Blue Star, but it must be closely connected with the interstellar. Do. While thinking, the communicator suddenly rang. The chief supervisor, Jenny, sent a message with a bad face. The first sentence after the call was to question, Lok Faiz told me that you applied for a loan from him privately. Why not inform me in advance? Jenny, would you agree? Don't call me Jenny. You should call me the chief supervisor. Of course I wouldn't agree. Jenny's tone was decisive. She had always insisted on the practice of being in a stable corner. Building the field force was unnecessary expense, in her opinion. Emers never needed a too strong armed force. Then what else can I tell you to do? Han Xiao spread his hands. He knew Jenny. Jenny was in charge of finance and business and had a strong desire to control her. She would not agree to the field force becoming bigger. Although she is a cadre in the same camp, her philosophy and business conflict. Of course, the core contradiction is that Jenny doesn't trust him enough. After all, he joined Longtan's mercenary halfway. Jenny made a decisive move. I order you to return the loan immediately. Without my permission, you cannot accept any form of funds. Jenny has a strong attitude and is aggressive. She would make you unable to take advantage of her if she doesn't listen to me. However, if Technician Han doesn't like this, it is impossible for him to pay back the money. He briefly explained the benefits of doing this to Longtan. As for whether Jenny accepted it or not, he ignored it and hung up the communication directly. This move made Jenny quite angry. She had a strong desire to control her. Han Xiao's actions did not allow her, which made her feel that her status as a chief supervisor was provoked, and she began to doubt Han Xiao's loyalty. Emers is the boss of the hand, and Longtan's big and small matters were left to her to manage. Therefore, most of the consequences caused by Emers' every decision of his willfulness were the ones she was responsible for solving. He had great power. Emers trusted Jenny, and all members of Longtan would basically obey Jenny's management. Black Star has been joining Longtan for more than a year, and has been very low-key, but suddenly made this move. Jenny's sensitive nerves were immediately provoked, and she became alert. She didn't trust all other cadres in her bones because she was the only relative of Emmy's, and she was the only one of Emmy's her own person subconsciously, and the others were outsiders. Han Xiao hung up the communication. Without hesitation, Jenny turned around and reported to Emmy's, explaining the situation in detail and expressing her opinions. She felt that Han Xiao's field force was too free and had to be restricted. It would be better to transfer him back to Longtan's headquarters and cancel the establishment of the field force. She felt that since Longtan remained neutral, it would be enough to have a dragon throne as a symbol, and there was no need to form an armed force that was active outside. Generally, Emmers would not object to her suggestions, but this time, Emmers rejected her. "You're too nervous. Just a little money. Don't make a fuss. I trust Black Star. He is a reliable person. I gave him the right to act freely. As long as he has not become a wanted criminal, you don't have to notify me. If there is nothing else, I will die." But, crack! Emmers hung up the communication, leaving only Jenny with a look of shock, pinching the communicator at a loss. She didn't expect Emmers would reject her so neatly. It had never happened before. Because Han Xiao grabbed Aesop, Emmy's sense of trust in him rose sharply. Although he was not as good as Jenny, who had been with him for many years, he was far beyond the scope of ordinary subordinates. Without Aim's approval, Jenny found that she had no choice but to deal with Han Xiao. She was furious, and her forehead was beating with blue veins. She took a deep breath, took off her glasses, closed her eyes, and kneaded her nose with her fingers. She slowly calmed down. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were filled with solemnity. Emmetha's refusal made Jenny feel that her position was threatened, and a sense of urgency suddenly surged into her heart. Han Xiao naturally didn't know this little conflict, which led Jenny to mistakenly think that Han Xiao wanted to compete with her, but even if she knew, she wouldn't care. After weighing the trade-offs, it is naturally the startup capital of the 2.0 plan that is more important. The version has been updated for less than a year. During this period, it is used to build a base for the mercenary group. The location of the base is very important. Han Xiao will not choose a barren planet. He must be stationed on a prosperous planet to share the NPC resources of this planet and use geographical location to make up for the shortcomings of the scarcity of NPCs at the base. After searching for a long time in the Gadon Galaxy star map, I finally chose a Ghidorah's territory planet called Golden Gate Star. It is very close to Ubury Hub and can quickly reach the star area where the aquarium is located, which means that transportation is convenient, and it is also prosperous enough. From the perspective of players, there are all functions here, including stores, entertainment, and tasks. I chose here because the Ghidorah camp has a high favorable reputation, easy to do things, and discounts. And the second is that the cost of arranging armed facilities can be reduced. Ghidorah's territory is stationed with a powerful fleet, and the Dark Star will not come to play wildly. He killed Anner not long ago, and Han Xiao decided that safety is the priority. Moreover, this is Ghidorah's territory, and players who join the Dark Star can be screened out. There are early lessons to learn from. Han Xiao does not want a bunch of spy to appear in the base. Among all pending planets, Golden Gate is the top option. After choosing the target, Han Xiao took everyone away from Norios without delay. As Resta joined the team, the Blacklight Lurker became everyone's car, which was extremely fast and flexible, and was no longer afraid of being intercepted or surrounded. Kinmen is a small planet, but it is very prosperous because it is located around the Ubury hub. There are many cities on Kinmen. You need to purchase a license to build a base here. The Black Star Mercenary Group is quite well known in the Gadon Galaxy and has a good relationship with Ghidorah, so there's no twists and turns to apply for a license. After spending a lot of money, I bought a piece of land. The efficiency of handling procedures in the interstellar age is very fast, and the universe is so large, the land is vast, and the population is sparse, and the housing prices on ordinary colonial planets are incredibly low. With the funds at hand, he did not intend to build a large main city. He did not have enough people and money. All he needed was the first fixed base of the mercenary group. Regarding the structure of the base, the first thing is to be large enough. In addition to providing a large number of areas for players to move, there should be space for military factories. Secondly, it is to set up partitions so that players will not get lost in the base, and to arrange different functions for each area. Then the appearance should be grand, and at least it is a temporary main city of the camp. It always looks high in points and cannot be too low. The workload of building a building was too great, so Han Xiao naturally did not do it himself. He contacted the engineering team and designed the blueprint according to his intentions, started construction, and purchased raw materials, transportation, and other projects, which were greatly consuming startup funds. When he began to build the first base of the mercenary regiment, Ash finally returned to the Dark Star headquarters, and the senior executives of the Dark Star held a formal meeting on the Norios incident. At the Dark Star headquarters, which was hiding and drifting in the universe, more than a dozen senior executives gathered together, some of whom were present in person, and some participated through virtual portraits, covering their appearance and sitting around the table. The people in this room are the most senior cadres of the Dark Star, including the natural disaster-level powerful people, the commander-in-chief of the fleet, and the general manager of logistics, intelligence, scientific research, and other businesses. Most of them are secrets and are not known to outsiders. At this time, the atmosphere is heavy and the traitors survive. The identities they have been hiding are likely to be exposed, and everyone is in a bad mood. Ashes were also in the room. After reaching the natural disaster level, he finally qualified to serve and became one of the top leaders, but other top leaders often cast bad looks. Because of the failure of the operation, everyone has to bear the risk of identity leakage and cannot help but blame the only one who came back. I noticed the eyes of others and was indecent, so I had to remain silent. He was surrounded by an empty chair, which belonged to Anner, but now he has lost his master. The respected Minner died in a bad life. Every time he caught a glimpse of the empty chair, the Ashes would subconsciously think of Han Xiao, and his anger surged, and he could barely hold back. After a long silence, the leader of the Dark Star spoke. Onur died in battle, and the traitor was taken away by Ghidorah. This operation failed completely. Before the traitor touched the core intelligence, I've frozen his authority. The intelligence he had was only part of it, which is the only good news. The person in charge of intelligence said, his voice hoarse. Does the traitor know about the alienated virus? No, he doesn't know our action plan, which is the secret of higher authority. That's good. This plan is an important part of the strategy, and there must be no mistakes. Not long after the outbreak of the alienated virus, Ghidorah has to send a large number of personnel to protect the civilizations in the jurisdiction, so we can take the initiative. The leader of the Dark Star paused and did not continue the topic, saying sternly, I am very disappointed with the result of this action. Not only did the traitor be let go, but he even lost a natural disaster-level veteran. Ashes, you are disappointing my expectations. Ashes clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, there was an accident in the action. You mean, as long as an accident occurs, you can't handle it? Ashes noticed the coldness in the leader's tone and lowered his head tactfully without answering. At this time, another senior executive said lightly, this is your first action since you became A-level. You are so embarrassing. Don't you feel ashamed? I doubt whether you are qualified to enter this room. The person who spoke was like Anner, another disaster-level veteran, and even more prestigious. He is the deputy leader, the right-hand arm of the leader of the Dark Star. Ashes pinched his fist tighter and did not refute it, because it was true. After becoming a natural disaster level, he was full of confidence, but he was not good at the start and was defeated. He was now a little self-doubted. I have read the action report. Ghidorah's Nagakin and a mercenary worked together to kill Anner. The mercenary was called Black Star. The leader of the Dark Star opened the topic and did not let others continue to blame the Ashes. It was enough to click until it was done, and there was no need to keep humiliating. Kill him. Ashes did not hesitate. He is Emmy's man, and I don't want to have conflicts with people of the Dragon before the alienation virus program begins. The leader of the Dark Star said in a deep voice, I will make that mercenary pay the price, but not now. He opposed us repeatedly and caused huge losses. This is an enemy that must be eradicated and cannot be waited. Ash couldn't help refuting, and he wanted to crush Han Xiao's bones and throw them into ashes. The intelligence officer said lightly, "My intelligence shows that Black Star has established a base on Kim and Star, which is Ghidorah's territory. If you want to get rid of him, you must dispatch a large number of fleets. At this moment, you have to have a head-on conflict with Ghidorah. Do you want to hinder the organization's plan? It's worth it." Ashes gritted his teeth, insisted on his own opinions, and was very unwilling to give up. "Enough." The leader of the Dark Star interrupted the Ashes. "From now on, stop all external activities until the alienated virus breaks out. I don't want to repeat it again. The meeting ends here." The senior officials stopped talking and went offline one after another. The people present in person left the conference room, leaving only the Ashes remained in their seats, with extremely unwilling expressions. Looking at the empty position of the leader of the Dark Star, anger flashed in their eyes.